5 Orlando's live coverage as Hurricane Nicole is about to make landfall momentarily there in southeast Florida. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Coastal waterway, mobile homes, people east of I-95, and of course anyone in an RV. But you know, we're in the 4,000 of South Atlantic Boulevard. This is where 22 homes have been declared unsafe. Folks told they need to go because as we started seeing, even yesterday morning, if you're watching Good Day Orlando, you may have seen of hotels and such where their back patios, their pools were getting washed away, literally crumbling because of the rising water. And of course the problem is the wind keeps blowing the water over. At least here in Volusia County though, it hasn't been too much rainfall. That's not really what we're seeing. We are seeing the water being washed onto the coast and causing some major problems for those who live near the waterway. I'm live at Wilbur by the Sea. Nestor Malto, Fox 35 News.
Nestor, thanks. We'll continue checking them in. And like in Nestor's situation, these places have just been through this, and a lot of them have areas that are very vulnerable. That includes where we're going next as well. Seminole County's Lake Monroe, well documented with, of course, all the flooding. Well, it's been thrashing there all night.
Let me tell you, that flooding just started to recede, what, about a week or so ago. At times, it looked a lot like the waves along the coast. Let's bring in Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie. He joins us live now. And Amanda, good morning to you once again. Parts of Sanford are still saturated from Hurricane Ian, and now it does look like kind of lather, rinse, repeat here.
And that is the big concern because we saw what happened just a little more than a month ago with all of the flooding, especially around the Riverwalk near downtown Sanford. We're in downtown Sanford right now, and this is East Seminole Boulevard, where we have found some standing water that the road has been blocked off here. It's probably several inches. I haven't walked out into it, but we are right next to Lake Monroe, and you can see that wall over there. Every now and then you can see the waves really kick up over that seawall. The wind is picking up right now, but we actually have a little bit of relief from the rain. I guess we're in a pocket where the bands are not right over us at the moment, but you want to take a look over here to see what the wind has done to this street sign and the stop sign. Those street signs are very wonky at the moment, turned on their side, and you can see the waves in the distance continuing to crash over on the seawall side. So we do expect this to continue, especially as more rain is in the forecast, and something that we'll continue to track while we're out here because we know that this area has been so heavily saturated since Hurricane Ian, and so that is a big concern for the people who live and work around here. But so far we do have some standing water. I was out in this same area for Hurricane Ian, and around this time last time we saw a lot more water, so hopefully we will not see the same level of severe flooding, but it is still very early in the morning. Reporting live in Sanford, Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
Amanda, thanks. Yeah, when the sun comes up in a few hours, that's what people are going to go out to see. Where is that water level and how does their business look? We'll continue to check back in with Amanda. Well, some people in Orange County, they're of course riding the storm out as well, while still doing the same thing as they did there in Sanford, recovering from the hurricane.
A lot of people are finding themselves in this position. Fox 35's Adam Shadoff takes us to the Orla Vista neighborhood and introduces us to one woman who is worried about living through this yet again.
It is a very nervous night here in Orla Vista at Janae Buford Johnson's house because when you walk inside, the place is a total loss, devastating damage to this home after Hurricane Ian.
It's the hardest thing in the world to walk in here, to not have anything that I know or familiar with intact anymore. Everything is gone. There's nothing that can describe it. I have no words that puts that in perspective for me. This is total. There's nothing you can do with this. The water's all the way up, you know, and it's moldy, and the only thing that's safe on this house is the roof.
And now with this storm, Janae worries that the storm water could come up again, do the same thing as last time, and ruin any chance she has of saving this house whatsoever.
If it floods this neighborhood again, this house is done. I think the foundation is going to finally just continue to break open because it's already some damage underneath here and it's not dried underneath the house. I feel like I'm in a nightmare that just won't end. There's not going to be enough money to do anything. I'm hearing different stories about FEMA not going to help us again. You know, people say they make, oh, you can get it back. No, it's not that easy to just get. You can't get back 50, 60, 70 years of stuff. You know, my mom died 20 years ago, almost 19 years ago, October the 6th, during the same time. So her biggest holiday was Thanksgiving. And this is the hardest because we would do everything here. So it's not easy.
In Orla Vista, I'm Adam Shadoff, Fox 35 News.
Adam, thanks. A lot of stories out there like that for sure. Well, coming up, we're going to continue our live team coverage of Hurricane Nicole.
We'll check back in with the Fox 35 Storm team, as well as one of our reporters out in the field, coming up after the break. Don't go far.
Tracking Nicole, and boy, we had a lot of information to get through.
Yes, we do.
And you'll be talking about the winds, the gusts, the Fox model, exclusive to us here at Fox 35. So thus far, living up to your expectations of what we were talking about yesterday and what Ian and Brooks had, punchy storm.
Yes, it really is, especially with the winds along our coast and all of the high tides, the beach erosion that we were monitoring about this time yesterday, and we're going to be seeing even more rain and winds roll right on in.
Yeah, and the winds now really starting to get impactful as we just looked at the velocity scan on our Fox 35 storm tracker radar. So those winds are coming up, and you're going to have more on what we can expect over interior areas, Allison, because those conditions going downhill as we get through the meat of the morning hours now. So it's on the way again. Right now, we've got a track for you. Looks like current winds at 75 miles per hour. So we've got a Category 1 hurricane. Looks like it's going to blow ashore right here along the Treasure Coast, the envelope here in the northern edge of the track up into the southern Space Coast, but essentially South Brevard County through Osceola, and then points down toward the south include Palm City there over the southeastern coastline, and then Tampa's in the cone up toward Bay Lake, and then we'll make that big sweeping turn. Watching closely through the Big Bend area, Dixie, Levy counties, Gilchrist, Alachua counties. You guys will get a nice little side swipe from this as it comes on up, so your winds will continue to increase. So I want to give you a look here at our storm wind. The winds rotating in, coming coming toward and away from our Fox 35 storm tracker radar. Right now, the latest scan revealing some pretty stout areas of wind blowing ashore along the Space Coast. You got all this just loading up, so really no reprieve out at Cocoa Beach, down the Patrick Space Force Base, down the Satellite Beach, Indian Harbor. I mean, the list goes on and on. A lot of beautiful shoreline there in the Brevard County Barrier Islands, and as we take you up to the north of that, we've got more loading over the coastal water. So while Daytona Beach is gusty now, Ponce Inlet down to Edgewater on the Indian River, this is all loading up offshore and slinging your way. So your winds will begin to pulsate a little bit. They'll come up into what I'd call damaging potential levels, right in that range of 50 to 60 miles per hour. These gusts coming on in spurts, so they'll gust real strong and then have a tendency of laying down, only to replace with more gusts just on the backside of that. And then as we take you a little bit more inland, this is Kissimmee into Osceola County, some of the area lakes, pretty steady breezes there in that range of about 35. Up to about 43 miles per hour right around the turnpike, and that continues down through the heart of Osceola County in the Yeehaw Junction. Now, looking at the reflectivity, you can see the center here a good 50 miles across, and once we see that center move along and half of it is on the shoreline, then we can declare a landfall. So still making a move toward the shore there and slinging all that heavy rain in. This band right here, and Allison and I were looking at behind the scenes before we rejoined you here on Fox 35. We got a South Patrick Shores arrival coming in now at it looks like about a minute in Palm Shores. Bottom of the timeline there, Cape Canaveral 9 minutes and 9 minutes Banana River. This is racing in now at over 60 miles per hour. So as we plot it out and track it, within about 5 or 10 minutes, the information is no good because it's already on top of proposed arrival areas. This rain goes all the way to the other side of the state and down to Tampa, St. Pete, Bradenton, Sarasota, into Port Charlotte, and where we got devastated by Ian. They've been getting raked pretty good there with some strong gusty winds and, of course, the heavy rains. Each scan of the radar, though, revealing how heavy this is right now. Just marveling at that around the Grant area, I-95. And then crossing over to 192, and that expands out into Satellite Beach. Another scan here for you shows us Rockledge as well. So we've got 23-foot plus seas just off the immediate shoreline. So want everyone again, obviously, a lot of you just, if you've been with us, you haven't gotten any sleep, welcome to the club, right? But know that the coastal areas are treacherous right now. Live reporters bringing us very detailed reports on the surging. And what, a lot of people ask, well, what is storm surge? Well, you have your average high tide cycles. You put the full moon cycle on top of that, and all that water, strong onshore winds now leaching in toward the coastline, so that forces the sharp water level rises. So our concern out at Daytona Beach right now with our high tides going in at 8:53, another one today at 9:10 this evening. By that time, it does look like the winds will be shifting direction. Looks like more of a southerly type flow during that hour, so that will help to ease things up. But there's still a lot of water, a lot of swell pushing toward the coastline at this juncture. You can see here right now high tides to watch in Brevard County, showing today at 8:31 this morning, and another one later today, 8:33. So while conditions will be easing, there's still going to be a threat of some pretty impactful tidal exchanges today during the high tide cycle. Surging still an issue under a storm surge warning now, with surging upwards of 5 to even 6 feet in some locations. So there's the wind field for you, showing where we wind up. The big envelope here, very strong gusty winds. So as I leave you and before we head over to Allison, just want to reiterate that the worst, the onset for the interior looks to be around 5 a.m. So the coming hours are bringing the big increase in wind, peaking between 6 and 9, and then will begin to dissipate after 11 a.m. For more on these impactful winds, I want to join my colleague, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Allison Gargaro, with our exclusive Fox model you'll find nowhere else in town. Take it away, friend.
And it's been pretty much spot on with what we were going to be seeing and the exact timing right now. So it is 2:50 in the morning, just before 3 is when we were expecting some of those sustained winds really start to pick up in Brevard County. We're seeing that right now and along the coast. 37 mile per hour sustained winds in Daytona Beach, 30 in Orlando, and 44 in Melbourne. But take a look at these gusts. Yes, upwards of 60 miles per hour in Titusville and Melbourne. Not quite reaching that level yet across the interior, but as our exclusive Fox model is going to show, that those sustained winds really starting to pick up each hour as we head throughout the morning hours. So by 7 o'clock in the morning, we'll be seeing sustained winds from Southern Lake and Claremont to Orlando and Kissimmee, just shy of 50 miles per hour. And then as that center does start to make its way up toward north central Florida, we'll be seeing those winds starting to increase along the I-75 corridor. And taking you out to our forecast wind gusts, that's when we're going to be be seeing some of the most impactful gusts in Brevard County by 4 or 5 o'clock. So within the next hour or two, and you can see that center pushing closer and closer to Kissimmee. So potentially 66-mile-per-hour gusts there, moving into Lake County. And then as that center making its way up towards Cedar Key, as then you will be seeing those wind gusts increase there as well. And we do want to take you out to a few of our counties, let you know if you live in Orange County, what you can expect peak timing wise between 5 and 9 a.m. Those sustained winds up to 55 miles per hour with gusts even higher than that. And we'll take you over to Flagler County as well. So they're going to be on the northern edge of our viewing area and of where that center of circulation is. So we'll be looking at sustained winds anywhere from 25 to 35, 45 mile per hour gusts, but that does not mean they couldn't be higher, still impactful. Still going to be seeing those outer rain bands as well as that storm surge, as well as high tides. Jamie did a great job at explaining the storm surge and when we will be seeing the peak wind gusts like I'm showing is right on track with when we'll be seeing those high tides.
So great job, Allison. Thank you. And, you know, once we make landfall and the storm makes that move, as you showed, to the north and west, the winds are going to begin rotating. A lot of people are like, well, what's with these winds? They're out of the northeast all day yesterday. That explains the counterclockwise wrap. And as that makes landfall, those winds begin to change more south, southwest. So will alleviate the coastal surging. But a lot of ocean swell will be rolling in. So big time issues from that, not only for now, obviously, but for probably the next day and a half. Yeah, it's going to be a big push into the coastal areas. That's all for now. We'll go ahead and set it on back to you on the desk. Ryan, Danielle, good morning.
All right, great job, guys. Thank you so much for that. It is 2:52. People in certain areas of Flagler County, they were ordered to evacuate even before Nicole arrived.
They were. We're going to check back in with Connor Hansen. He's out there live this morning. And Connor, we know this area has been through a lot recently. So what are you seeing right now, right at this time?
Well, right now we're really feeling the wind picking up right now. We're seeing that rain really coming in waves, but I want you to take a look at the ocean right now. It's just really frothing. You can only really see white right now. These waves are so intense, and they're just battering the pier out here at Flagler Beach, which was already ruined by Hurricane Ian. Obviously, we're wondering how much more damage can be done to it from this storm, and we've seen a similar situation up and down A1A, some parts even closed, some areas with a little bit of flooding by the intercoastal. Take a look at this video we shot last night. Technically, this is a community just a little bit north of here in Beverly Beach. They had water coming up from the intercoastal right up their streets, up to some people's front doors. Now, this place had bad damage in Ian, some people losing parts of their roofs. Take a listen to one guy we talked to who says he's sticking that out.
If it was a Cat 3 or Cat 4 coming off the ocean, I wouldn't be here. We'd be in a hotel. And my wife called yesterday. There's not a hotel room around. We've been here with the house a year and a half now. Okay. And the only thing during Ian, we had about an inch of rain, you know, from the water coming up into the garage. Gotcha. And that was the only flooding. And then we mopped it all up, and high tide came, the next high tide, and we had to do it all over again.
And you can see right at the coastline there, all of that foam. Now, we had just hit the lowest point in the tide cycle, so it'll only be coming in from now on. And we saw the high tide last night, and it really had water splashing up over onto the sidewalk here. But we'll be keeping an eye on it for you. Reporting live in Flagler Beach, Connor Hansen, Fox 35 News.
It is something to see that water behind you, Connor, and we'll, of course, continue to see that.
And with that couple, a year and a half, 2 storms, right?
No kidding. Connor, thanks. Yeah, tough 18 months for them. Still ahead this morning on Good Day Orlando. Let's continue our team coverage, of course, as Nicole moves into the area.
Another live report coming up for you after the break.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are approaching the 3 o'clock hour on the East Coast and midnight over on the West Coast. Taking a live look here at our XRAD satellite radar, where you can see that we are just moments away from Hurricane Nicole making landfall in southeast Florida. I want to tap back into our Fox 35 Orlando coverage.
Expected to get much worse.
Amazing images. I want to show you this video sent in from Daytona Beach. Really the calm before the storms. Waves making their way up to shore early Wednesday morning as well. You can see the weather was picking up before the rain began to pour there, and of course moving up toward the pier.
And check this out. This is some new video from Melbourne. Waves are hitting the shores and wind is getting stronger as Hurricane Nicole draws near. We'll stay on top of this story for you for sure all day long. Coming up next right here on Good Day Orlando, our team coverage does continue of Hurricane Nicole.
We're going to check in with the Fox 35 Storm team as we have our crews fanned out across Central Florida as well, getting some rain right now in Lake Mary and Seminole County. Stay with us.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, 3 o'clock on the East Coast and at midnight over on the West Coast, we are keeping track of Hurricane Nicole as it gets closer and closer and closer to the southeast Florida coast. Right now, a Category 1 hurricane with winds of about 75 miles per hour. So we're not talking about Hurricane Ian strength, but still a very powerful storm that is going to cause quite a bit of damage. Our Fox 35 Orlando team's live coverage here.
The hurricane bearing down on Florida shores has just made landfall. This is a live look at different points across our area as the storm moves in this morning. Just north of Vero Beach is where that's made landfall. And the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder Truck has been out on the roads all night, starting to see these conditions.
And so right now we can tell you that the storm truck is in Brevard County. So let's get on out to Fox 35's Dave Puglisi, who joins us live. Dave, good morning to you once again. You have looked at those conditions, just continue to go downhill there.
Yeah, Danielle, these winds are really starting to pick up now. It's even gotten worse since the last half hour. You can still see the water continues to rise here, even moving farther and farther up the beach as those waves continue to crash down. Now, it's 3 in the morning, but we happen to find two guys out here at the beach. We're with Matt and Trevor. Guys, what are you seeing right now?
We're getting a little bit of sand blast, a little bit of water blast out here, but it's looking good right now. Not too much water surge out here. I'll leave it to my Trevor.
I'll say I've lived here my whole life, 25 years, and Charlie, Irma, Matthew, nothing comes close. I will say by far the worst impact Melbourne's seen in a long, long time.
What's it like, just like seeing these waves crash in like this? And
Man, I come to this restaurant to eat, maybe once a month, and this is unthinkable. Obviously we've seen a lot what's going on with Ian down in Fort Myers and stuff, and you don't think it could happen to you until it does, and this kind of snuck up on us real quick.
Yeah,
and
yes, sir.
And here we are, and it's happening literally right behind us. So
I used to live down the street, probably 7, 8 houses down. Never saw anything like this, but good thing I moved. Good thing I moved.
They talk about it, and here it is. I feel like we'll see a lot of impacts coming tomorrow morning when the sun comes up.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll be out here for the next few days following along with this storm. Thank you, guys. Be safe. Try to stay dry, I guess. Good luck, guys. Thank you. And then again, just the damage that we're starting to see here, the debris building up, it's really going to be something. As these guys mentioned, the flooding, the storm surge is what's going to be the real problem over the next couple of days. That's the latest here in Melbourne. Dave Puglisi, Fox 35 News with the Fox 35 Storm Team Thunder Truck. Back to you.
Yeah, big concern, Dave. Impressive. A live interview at 3:03. That goes above and beyond to find him out there.
Interesting.
And,
he said you don't think it's going to happen to you?
Yeah.
Until it does.
There it is. Yeah, they're out there walking. We've seen that. Now, there is a curfew in effect in places, including in Volusia County, until 7 a.m. And everyone east of the Intercoastal, they were ordered to get out.
And that's because of scenes like what you're looking at right here. So let's check in now with the Fox 35. Nestor Mato, he's at the seawalls where they're crumbling because of the powerful waves that are happening out there. And Nestor, I'm looking at you, and it looks like conditions really haven't changed much. I mean, you are getting kind of blown around there.
Yeah, we have noticed the wind pickup as Nicole makes landfall. And I've got to tell you, I am on South Atlantic Boulevard where 22 homes declared unsafe, told to leave, and you can see why. I was just talking to a man who lives a couple houses down, we're on South Atlantic Boulevard, who said the water usually started before Ian 100 feet away. And since Ian, the water has been coming up to the seawall. So of course the concern is we're in low tide and the water is already coming up to the streets, up people's driveway. Behind me you can see some homes where, of course, folks are preparing for the worst. Once high tide rolls in, they're expecting the water to just go ahead and inundate these streets here by the seashore. So they have their sandbags in place. We see the water really pushing all this onto shore, and of course we have seen some patios, some pool decks in hotels already crumble. So the concern is once it becomes high tide, this is going to get a lot worse. But you can already see the situation. The water that before Ian used to start about 100 feet away from these homes are now at the seawall at low tide, and of course the fear is that it's just going to keep on rising, and you can already start seeing it here, guys. For now, though, I am live in Volusia County at Wilbur by the Sea. Nestor Mato, Fox 35 News.
All right, stay safe out there, Nestor. Thank you so much for that. And people living on Brevard County's barrier islands, they were ordered to leave ahead of Nicole's arrival.
Yeah, and in places like the Port Kennedy Space Center, they're also taking action. Randy Hildreth is joining us live from that area as well. Randy, obviously many businesses worried about things. Some are still boarded up from Hurricane Ian, and looks like your weather's picking up also.
Yeah, good morning to you. I know I was listening to Allison, and she said in Brevard County, the peak time that we would experience severe conditions will be between 1 and 5 a.m. And so we are getting into the thick of it. Sustained winds over 30 miles per hour, high gusts, double that. And so I want to show you some of the small differences and big differences between the last time I was with you at 2 a.m. So just a small difference. You can see some of the bits of debris that have been picked up by the wind and blown against the side of the hotel here. And if we walk down towards the street, you remember this tree that I told you I heard crack and was leaning against this fence? It has now come down. And so we'll step over this. And if I walk you towards the street, you can see the heavy rain bands in the distance, as we know that Nicole has now made landfall south of us. And if I take you a little closer to the street, this light pole here in the distance, and then we have this utility pole right here, you can see this light fixture that was attached to this pole has now broken off, and just a little bit ago it was flickering. And so the concern is about power going out in this area because of the deteriorating conditions. You can still see that we do have power from the lights on in the distance. Now, to my left is the pier, and so there's concern about storm surge and high tide, and so that is something that we are monitoring today. Cocoa Beach Fire and Rescue tweeted out last night that right now they have transitioned into just a call-by-call basis on emergency response because of the conditions out here. But I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, seen a lot of rain out there for sure. You're just looking like high tide, Volusia County, 8:59 a.m. So we're just coming off low tide right now. We'll continue to watch that. Let's get over to the weather team right now. They're tracking this. Obviously, water and tide levels, Jamie, is going to be a big concern here.
It is. Yeah, it is. And Al and I were just looking over that, coming over the tidal information. And it looks like as we draw closer to 9, another surge up here, an uptick. But we've got a landfall now, Allison, over Vero Beach.
Yes, right around 3 o'clock this morning, and some very, very strong winds down there.
Exactly. So let's go ahead and take a look here. We could show you that eye rolling aboard here right around Vero, and of course the outer rain bands now starting to project inland. I got a track on that here for you. Want to let you know when this impactful one's going to be moving on in here, skirting through the Space Coast now. Looks like I-95 here. Here's Port St. John. So those of you, and this is moving so fast that it'll be over near Bithlo, Orlando, Dr. Phillips. You could see a lot of the area lakes as well there as it continues moving in your direction, and then back on the other side of that, there's another big wrap-up loading over the open Atlantic at this time. Mims, Titusville, North Brevard County on the Indian River, and then as you cut across closer to Port Canaveral through the Banana River, it's just been slogged out. Super, super heavy rain, very strong, damaging winds moving aboard down. That expands out all the way out to the other side of the state, just how kind of a testament to how broad that circulation is across the center here. We've measured it out at around 50 miles at peak and overall distance, so certainly very impactful. Think of these storms as they rear on up with long, long arms that spread these impacts out far and wide. The one with the deal with Nicole now is that a lot of those impacts have been going to the north of that center. So we're still watching and waiting on those strong winds to enter the Orlando metro, right along the beach line and out along the I-4 corridor, because that is going to increase over the next 2 to 3 hours. The winds will continue to rise up. We have huge seas just offshore. You can see here last check showing 23 feet, and that measures all the way out into the open Atlantic. So here's the track for you now. 75 on those winds. We've got a strike there at Vero Beach coming aboard at 3 a.m. We'll continue moving in this general direction. May wobble a little bit, but if you're not in the cone, you say, hey, we're not in the cone. That's great news. Well, I want you to know your winds will begin to increase. And for more on that now, I want to head over to Allison Gargaro in the Fox 35 Storm Center. You've got more on current winds and our Fox model showing future winds.
And the Fox model's been doing such a great job, but I do want to take you out to current sustained winds. 52 miles per hour. That's sustained. Take a look at current winds now across the state. You can see that the gustiest winds going to be right along the east coast here where Nicole is making landfall. As for those gusts, they are even higher here locally, 64 miles per hour in Melbourne and Titusville, and likely even stronger just off to the south. There's not a reporting station there, but we do know that it did make landfall at 75 mile per hour sustained winds, so the potential for gusts to be even higher in that. And just showing you the gusts across the state, looks like the strongest going to be right around Melbourne this morning. But I do want to take you into our exclusive Fox model. As that center of circulation does start to make its way on shore, some of the strongest wind gusts going to be in Claremont, Orlando, Kissimmee at more than 60 miles per hour. So when we talk about the peak winds, it's going to be starting within the next few hours across the interior, continuing through around 8 and 9 o'clock this morning. So just make sure that you are staying safe and weather aware as the sun will be coming up. I know a lot of folks going to want to be looking outside, but we do have the potential for any of that flying debris, potentially down trees, down power lines.
And a lot of debris. I mean, in the wake of Ian, there are still a lot of communities, a lot of counties, Allison, as we know, we saw it as we've been doing our Ian follow-up stories. There's still huge piles of debris around. Well, you know, if you can pick it up, it's probably going to get blown in the breeze, and that's going to be an issue. So we'll continue live tracking. We're going to head back behind the scenes. And Allison, I want to focus in a little bit more near Orlando Metro at what's coming down the line, because we've got that very big rain band now, and within that is where we're going to start to see those big mighty gusts getting into the I-4 corridor. And as Allison did a great job illustrating, as we head toward 4, 5, 6, 7 a.m., those winds are going to be lifting and the threat will be rising. We'll be tracking here for you. We'll send it on back to you.
And Jamie, thanks. Interesting Jamie mentions that because a couple people were just talking online. There are people up watching this wondering about Orlando flooding, so we'll check in with them as well. Seminole County, they have seen the flooding. Lake Monroe saw a lot of that, and we've seen the waves really thrashing all night.
Absolutely. At times, it actually looked a lot like the waves that you'd see along the coast, for example. Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie joins us live. And Amanda, parts of Sanford are still saturated from Hurricane Ian, so this does not help at all here.
That's right, and we have moved farther down Seminole Boulevard, where we are pretty much directly downwind from the high wind speeds right now, around sustained 31-mile-per-hour winds, but with gusts up to 41 miles per hour. And you really get a sense of the wind speeds when you look at the railing over here. This is Lake Monroe, and you can see these giant waves coming over the edge over here, just covering that sidewalk. We pulled our car over originally to get on the sidewalk and quickly realized that that was the tidal wave zone. If you've ever been to SeaWorld to see the Shamu Stadium show and you sit in the splash zone, that's how I would describe it. Our photographer Alan over here stepped around the back of the car to grab his camera and got hit with a nice big wave right as he stepped outside. So great start to the morning, getting pretty wet out here, but we've stepped away. We're actually right across from the Lake Monroe Hospital on a safer, a little bit less wave zone, splash zone area at the moment. But these waves are just incredible coming off of Lake Monroe as these wind speeds vary from 30 to 40 miles per hour. So this is something that we're going to continue to see through this area. Just huge crashing waves over here. No flooding in this immediate area, but we did see some standing water in other parts, so that's something we're going to keep our eye on. But just incredible force and strength right here, as we were just hearing that Hurricane Nicole has made a landfall in Florida. So we are going to see more wind, rain, and these waves. Reporting live in Sanford, Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
Waves that can knock you over if you're not careful. Amanda, glad you all got out of that splash zone. Thank you so much for that. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit. And we will be with you all morning long here on Good Day Orlando. You can also find the very latest updates on the storm over on our website, fox35orlando.com, and of course that Fox 35 News app as well. It is now 3:14. Coming up next right here on Good Day Orlando this morning, we'll continue our live coverage of Hurricane Nicole.
Yeah, just heard from a viewer in Port St. John saying they are getting hammered, just lost power. They're getting heavy winds. Of course, we just talked about the landfall near Vero Beach. We're going to check in on live on the conditions of Hurricane Nicole next.
Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us, Hurricane Nicole has now made landfall in southeast Florida around the Vero Beach area. That happening around about 17 minutes ago, I would say, at about 3 a.m. Eastern time, midnight, over on the west coast. As you can see right now, you are taking a live look at our XRAD radar system. We have been tapping into Fox 35's coverage. Let's listen back in.
Certain areas of Flagler County, they were ordered to evacuate before Nicole even arrived.
We want to check back in with Fox 35's Connor Hansen. He's joining us from Flagler County this morning. And Connor, looks a little more calm right now. How do the waves look behind you right now?
Well, it really seems to be coming in waves, at least as far as the rain and wind are concerned. But these waves are still pretty big back here. I'll step aside so you can get a look at them. You can see these massive rollers coming in. It's really more white than blue. You can see all that frothing water there. But I'll tell you, this is actually the lowest we've seen the tide since we've been here, starting yesterday evening. Now, the low tide was around 2:30 this morning, so it's only going to come up for the rest of this morning. But you can see how it's absolutely hammering the Flagler Beach pier here, which was obviously badly damaged in Hurricane Ian, and it's been closed since then. So basically what we've been wondering is how much more of it will be destroyed by this storm. Obviously it's all gated off so no one can walk out there. It'd be an extremely unsafe situation. But we've seen this heavy wind and rain up and down the coastline as we've driven around the Flagler Beach area a little bit south of here. Part of A1A is actually closed down because of concerns over erosion, washing out that sand and rock underneath, so they have a bit of a detour around a couple parts of it. And I'll show you some video here from a community just north of us in Beverly Beach, where the water from the intercoastal was actually coming up to the front door of people's homes. That was a community also that had a rough go during Hurricane Ian and hurricanes prior to that too, having damage to roofs, things knocked over, some flooding. But as we talk to people there, they tell us they're mostly sticking around. You know, in some of the other intercoastal areas, we saw some flooding too, but a lot of people we're talking to sticking around, some people even walking down here just to check out the water, to come see it. There still does seem to be power everywhere we're looking around here. So at this point, we're hoping most people are just inside, hunkering down while the rest of this storm passes over. Reporting live in Flagler Beach, Connor Hansen, Fox 35 News.
Connor, thanks. Interesting, the number of people that want to go out and see this and are sticking around.
Absolutely. They decided they did not want to evacuate against probably the judgment of a lot of our officials who say they should have. But again, let's get on over now to our weather team because they've got more information on Nicole. We know that it just made landfall. Guys, we'll go ahead and take it away and give it to you.
Yep. Good morning. Yeah, 3 a.m. on the nose are pretty much Vero Beach, the spot.
Just south.
Yeah, just south there. So, Allison, now we're starting to see some of the stronger winds rearing up and they're going to make a beeline. You did a great job last time we spoke about the arrival times for Orlando Metro. And we're thinking probably as we draw closer to about 5, 6, 7 a.m., right?
Yes. So right when the sun's coming up is when we're going to be seeing some of those outer rain bands really packing a punch with the winds as well as the rain across the interior.
And we're getting reports of power outages, so we're going to compile all that data. It's coming in like right now. I just saw it fill in the feed, so we'll have that for you coming up. But Allison, I do want to address our velocity scan, inbound, outbound winds coming toward and away from our Fox 35 storm tracker radar site. You can see across Brevard County, and I believe Ryan was in contact with the viewer over in Port St. John, where the power has gone out now, so we're starting to see these power outages. Winter Park, you can see right on the western edge here of some of these stronger winds slowly moving in. We'll be at our Fox 35 studios in 2 minutes in Eatonville, a little closer toward the Winter Park and the Lee Road exit there at I-4. Those winds coming up. So this is the initial stage for a bigger push of sustained winds. Back behind that, you can see at the Space Coast, all that too is beginning to rotate our way. Look at our future radar here, and you can see that rain band coming up and out of Brevard County within the next hour, and then just pulling through Osceola all the way up through Seminole County, north of Lake Monroe into Volusia County. So it's very, very broad, sweeping on in like a big tidal wave. So winds are going to be freshening, rainfall rates increasing. I want to give you a look here as we scan around. down with Fox 35 live to the second, our Fox 35 storm tracker radar, and you can see that very heavy rain loading up. Amanda McKenzie, if you can hear us and see us, want to let you know your rain's going to increase exponentially now as that big ribbon of rain moves in your direction. We look for rainfall rates within that at probably anywhere from 3 to 4 inches per hour. It is coming down that hard. Back behind that, all that exiting out of Volusia County now with more freshening around Titusville and Mims and in through the heart of the I-95 corridor. So we look at Lake Mary within about 10 minutes or so. The very heavy rains will be moving on in. I could already hear on our rooftop it's already begun with a bigger surge coming. Lake Jessup area now near Oviedo and the 417 right near the big bridge in about 3 minutes. And you see Lake Monroe arrival there at about 8 minutes. Deltona 9 minutes in arrival time for that big surge. A lot of the rain again moving from literally coast to coast, right, has been that far reaching, so the impacts expand to our neighbors out to our west across the Tampa metro, up to Holiday, Jasmine Estates at Largo and into Bradenton and Sarasota. And as we measure out that eye, last check we had was about 50 miles across, so that is a tremendous push at this time. So just before I leave you and we go to Allison, I'm going to give you a look here at that track. Winds at 65 miles per hour, still at 75, but decreasing in forward speed and intensity. Will slow down a little bit. A lot of those ill impacts will be spreading northbound. That has been the legacy of Nicole now, Allison, as we measure out winds with you. You've got the power outages up. Yes. What are you seeing? What can you tell our viewers right now?
Well, just into the Fox 35 Storm Center, we are seeing a few hundred power outages through Marion County, portions of Flagler, as well as Orange. But take a look at this. Brevard County is shaded in yellow. That means more than 20,000 are out of power at the moment. That's because we are seeing those winds really starting to pick up. So if we take you into our current sustained winds at the moment, we're actually going to be seeing some of them start to ramp up. And let me just step over to the computer here to make sure that we can get to the current winds for you. There we go. So these are current sustained winds. We're looking at 52 miles per hour in Melbourne, 43 in Titusville. So throughout the day yesterday, we were talking about how our eastern viewing edge, which is Brevard County, going to be seeing those impactful winds starting, and they have done just that. Let's take a look at current gusts right now. We are actually going to be seeing them start to ramp up as well. So I'm going to continue to monitor this for you. And Jamie, we are just getting all this information into the Fox 35 Storm Center as it did just make landfall about 24 minutes ago.
Right, and we talk about the information feed coming into the Storm Center right now. It is crazy. So, Allison, thanks for getting those power outages up. There's likely going to be more, and sometimes it happens after it passes. Most times, in fact. So later today into Friday morning, lights may be going down. Not always a guarantee, but typically that's how it goes when the soils are saturated, trees are falling and the like. So we'll continue to watch it for you. All right, so we'll gather our intel, bring our viewers the very latest. Want you to stay with us for continuing team coverage here on Fox 35 as Nicole has made landfall now in Vero Beach at approximately 3 a.m. here on this Thursday morning. We're back for you after this. Stay with us.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are tapping into our Fox 35 Orlando team coverage right now. They are going wall to wall as we are seeing Hurricane Nicole there make landfall as a Category 1 storm. We do know that maximum sustained winds are about 75 miles per hour, and the storm made landfall at 3 a.m. Eastern Time and midnight Western Time. So we can tell you that's been about 30 minutes or so. Right now, the impacts are going to be pretty severe as the storm did make landfall around Vero Beach, Florida, headed toward the Orlando area. We will see quite a bit in the way of flooding. We're right back after this. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. Let's head back to Fox 35 Orlando's live coverage.
Exact details on what that's going to look like. We will, of course, have that. You can download the Fox 35 News app. We'll pass those updates along as soon as they're out there.
Talk about SeaWorld here now. Precautions are in place there to make sure the park's animals stay safe during the weather. The park says it plans to reopen not today, but tomorrow. And so customers who bought tickets for Wednesday and Thursday, they will be able to use them at any day through the rest of this year. So you won't lose it, right?
Yeah,
You'll be able to use it.
They got to worry about staffing, too. You got to get your workers there. All right,
Exactly.
coming up, we're going to continue our live team coverage of Hurricane Nicole. Of course, it has now made landfall near Vero Beach.
Absolutely. We'll check in with the Fox 35 Storm team as our crews of reporters are fanned out all across Central Florida, doing everything they can and we can to keep you safe. Do not go far. We'll be right back.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, Hurricane Nicole has made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane with maximum winds of about 75 miles per hour. A very strong storm here, making landfall just south of Vero Beach, Florida on the southeast coast. We are already seeing flooding as those bands have entered into portions of Florida, and now we can expect things to pick up. Again, we have been tapping into our Fox 35 Orlando's team coverage here as they are following this story around the clock. I do want to bring you just some of this video now that we are getting into our newsroom, showing some of the damage there. You can see just yesterday we saw this happen in the Daytona Beach area as buildings are actually collapsing due to those powerful winds. And this was actually well before the storm even made landfall. As I mentioned, our Fox 35 team has been covering this around the clock.
I'm at a home in Wilbur by the Sea, and I want to show you what the backyard looks like here. You can see the ocean has swallowed up the entire backyard. I was talking to the property managers here, and they tell me that Ian took a chunk of this, and now this morning, Tropical Storm Nicole took the rest of it. Right now, they're in the process of removing everything from inside of the home. The homeowner has evacuated. The property managers are here with their staff, removing as much of the stuff inside of the home that they can. Take a listen to what they said.
When we were here yesterday, there was 30 feet more of the backyard, but it was collapsing as we were moving him out today. So we've pushed everything back just to do what we can.
Take another look here at the backyard, just how dramatic this is. And they told me a lot of this happened this morning. They tell me it's been scarier as the day goes on. So again, they're trying to get everything out of the home. I asked them if they think all of the people that live here in this area, this is Wilbur by the Sea, have evacuated, and they said they sure hope so. Reporting in Wilbur by the Sea, Vicki Carr, Fox 35 News.
And our Fox 35 team right now is in a commercial break. Once they return, we will bring them back here live so you can watch. They do have reporters that are all over the southeast portion of Florida after Hurricane Nicole did make landfall about 30 minutes ago as a Category 1 storm with maximum winds of about 75 miles per hour. We know that is just barely the threshold for a Category 1, but still very strong. Our Fox 35 team is now back on the air.
To Central Florida, this is a live look at different points across our area as the storm moves across Central Florida.
Yeah, it's Flagler Beach. We've got Volusia County there, and then you're looking downtown Orlando, just your different vantage points.
And we know that storm came ashore at Vero Beach as well. Good morning to you, Central Florida. Thank you so much for being with us during our extended storm coverage this morning. It certainly is good to see you. I'm Danielle Knox. As we can hear, the rain right there on our roof tends to be getting stronger, right, guys?
Yeah,
I know
it's different because it'll come, guys, and 20 minutes later, it's quiet, and then now we're hearing it again.
That is the nature of these storms.
Right? The nature of the beast, as we say. Yes, Allison, good morning. All right, so we continue our tracking efforts. Now we're watching these super potent rain bands leaving the Space Coast, leaving the coastal zones, and making a beeline for areas inland now.
And embedded within these rain bands, obviously the heavy rain that you could be hearing outside your house, but also some very strong winds. And we'll be getting into those current sustained as well as wind gusts in just a few. But Jamie, what is our Fox 35 storm tracker radar looking like?
Well, let's just say the radar is lit, as we say. Yeah, there's a lot going on. Right now at our Fox 35 studios here in Seminole County, you can see that rain band plowing through, getting ready to go to Winter Springs. I'll give you a better look at the radar here in a second, but you can see what is on the way into the interior. It's right through through here, portions of that eye wall that'll be moving aboard here in just probably within the hour. It is racing in now. Here's the beach line. You got Bithlo, Oak Ridge down to Lake Buena Vista, Kissimmee, and St. Cloud. So the entire area is susceptible now to the increasing wind. And as we live scan with Fox 35, Storm Tracker radar does depict very heavy rain around the 417. I know our Amanda McKenzie and Photog Allen are up near Lake Monroe right now, and boy, that looks like victory at sea, like a big old washing machine. Very reminiscent of what Ian produced over on Lake Monroe with a really, really chopped up lake, and the water's just going crazy. The winds are ripping across there right now. That continues also down here. This is one of those main rain bands from the Kennedy Space Center down and through Canaveral Acres. Here's I-95 and the beach line, so all that is now brewing up in that area and will make a run toward the Orlando metro. Winds slowly coming up, kind of in stages, been a little bit lighter. We've had periodic bursts of gusts, but if you look back here, look how we inherit stronger winds here. Back here, all that again is tumbling our way, so we got to be on guard for that as we show you the heavy rain. Port St. John I-95, so that's that main band here arcing up and exploding, moving in our direction here, and out ahead of that are still some very, very prominent, real focused areas of rainfall. Volusia County, want to take a look at Daytona Beach, Port Orange. There's been a little bit of a break kind of here and there in rain. As I say that, you can see that is now replaced with some heavier rainfall that expands down the core of I-4. Right down through Deltona, Lake 17, and Sanford. So right there at Lake Monroe is where we see things really start to gussy on up. Let's head over to Allison now with a live look at what's happening with current winds and, of course, what we can expect there in the coming hours ahead, Allison.
Well, they're really starting to pick up, Jamie, especially along our east coast. If we take you out to our current sustained winds, we're looking at 52-mile-per-hour sustained winds in Melbourne, 36 in Titusville, and 26 in Claremont. But take a look at these current gusts, up to 64 degrees in Melbourne. Miles per hour, rather, 54 in Titusville and 43 in Orlando. And our exclusive Fox model has been doing such a great job at showing the exact timing. So as that center of circulation starts to move off to the north and west, you can see those impactful winds starting to push across the interior. These are forecast sustained winds ranging anywhere from 38 to about 48 miles hours. So when we talk about the peak winds across the interior, they're really going to be ranging from 4 o'clock this morning, so just in about 30 minutes from now, continuing through at least 9 a.m. So let's take you into Orange County, like we saw on our forecast modeling, which did a great job showing those sustained winds, 45 to 55 miles per hour, but gusts could be upwards of 65, potentially even 70 miles per hour. So very important to make sure that you stick with us here on Fox 35 as we will continue to monitor the exact winds as well as exact rain in your location. Our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar does a great job at showing just that.
It sure does. Excellent. And Allison, it's interesting this year, current winds, and then we compare that with the gusts and then the velocity scan, because you can see in the backdrop what's lurking here, and it's that one main band here that is getting ready to move on into the metro of Orlando.
Really going to start to bump up.
Excellent work. Thank you very much for that analysis. We're going to go ahead and go back here behind the scenes and compile more data because there's a lot coming in. We want to keep all informed and want you to stay with us here, depend on us here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. Back to you for now.
All right, great job, guys. Thank you so much for that. It is 3:36. People living on Brevard County's barrier islands, they were ordered to leave ahead of Nicole's arrival.
Yeah, places like the port and Kennedy Space Center, they've also taken action. We've seen the most power outages in Brevard County, and that's where we find Randy Hildreth right now. Randy, we've got more than 20,000 outages there. We're hearing from a lot of Brevard County residents saying they have seen really strong winds recently.
Yeah, we actually wanted to bring you to the second level of the Best Western here in Cocoa Beach to give you some better visuals of the wind power in this community. And right as you were tossing to me, we heard a crack, and it looks like some of the power has gone out to my right. And you mentioned the power starting to go out, but these are just some of the visuals. You can see the trees dancing in the wind, and these trees right to my right are literally swaying to give you an idea of just how powerful the winds are moving through this community. And in the distance, you can start to see the lights flicker in this area. Now, one of the things that Cocoa Beach Fire and Rescue said last night as they watched these conditions begin to deteriorate, they have moved to a call-by-call basis on emergency response because it is just not safe for them to be out in conditions like this responding to emergencies. So they are just going to the people who are in most need. The big concern from city officials, the winds and the power outages potential downed trees that would cause power outages, the high tide, and a storm surge. And so we are near the pier, and so that is what we will be monitoring. What Allison and Jamie have said, but in this county, between 1 and 5, that is our peak when we will get the most serious conditions. So we are monitoring what we see out here. But heavy wind, rain has slacked up just a little bit, but the wind has certainly picked up in this area. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Randy, thanks. Great vantage point there. Seeing the wind out looking over the balcony there. We'll check back in. They are definitely getting it the worst right now in Brevard County in terms of Central Florida County. Seminole County, they're dealing with flooding from before. Lake Monroe, we saw all those images of flooding. We've also seen it tonight, really, and all through the morning, be thrashed with waves.
So at times, it really looked like a lot of those waves along the coast. Let's go ahead and take a look for yourself. Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie joins us live. And Amanda, good morning to you. Once again, parts of Sanford are still saturated from Hurricane Ian, and I was so struck watching those waves just crashing ashore there behind you.
Yeah, we're now going through a pretty intense band right now where the wind and the rain has really picked up. It's coming in horizontal off of Lake Monroe. But if you look behind me over here, you can just see those waves crashing over the railing and onto the sidewalk. The wind is very strong right now. We were told sustained winds around 30, but the gusts could be up to 41 miles per hour, and I'm leaning toward the stronger part right now. So if you want to know what those waves feel like, you would want to be at a Shamu show at SeaWorld to feel that splash come right all over you, soaking you instantly, maybe even knocking you to the ground, or better yet, somebody takes a giant bucket of water and throws it right at your face. That is how intense those waves are right now. So that's why we're across the street. And they carry very far, not just onto the sidewalk, but into the road as well. The wind really picking up right now. Fortunately, no standing water or flooding right here, but we are just down the street from the Central Florida Zoo, and when Hurricane Ian came through, there was a lot of major flooding over there, and it was just about a week ago, a month after Hurricane Ian hit, that all of the water had finally receded, and now with Hurricane Nicole coming through, it's a question mark right now as to how they will fare out, but we're just down the street from that location, so I know they have a crew staying overnight with all of those animals right now, looking out for them to make sure that they're all taken care of. But we'll send it back to you in the studio. For now, live in Sanford, Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
All right, Amanda, sounds good. You can see the strong waves behind her. We'll continue to check back in. Let's move it now a little bit north to Volusia County. They've got a curfew until 7 a.m., so still about 3 hours now. Everyone east of the Intercoastal, they were ordered to get out. Of course, not everyone did that.
Well, you know what, and that's because of scenes like this, what you're looking at right here. So let's check in now with Fox 35's Nestor Mato. And Nestor, good morning to you. You know, part of the thing, and we're looking at this video that was taken earlier of the seawalls, right, that were crumbling because of the powerful waves. And I see that you've got a lot of wind and rain where you are even right now.
You know, guys, I can barely hear you when you guys talk to me. Maybe make it a little shorter. It is morning, maybe not a good morning for folks out here in Volusia County, because what's happening is the water is just really starting to come on shore. You know, just yesterday we were showing you how some backyards were being lost, really falling apart because of the rising water. We were talking to, we are at Wilbur by the Sea on South Atlantic Ave, where at least 22 homes.
I think we lost Nestor there.
Yeah, let's hope we can get Nestor back, and that's going to be the situation for sure. We hope to get back to Nestor in just a bit, but first let's go ahead and give you a look at the current outages happening across Central Florida. In Volusia County, 570. Flagler has gone up now to 320 outages, and in Brevard, that is the largest number, 21,690 customers without power right now.
Yeah, on that note, I'm looking at NWS Melbourne. They said Cape Canaveral 71-mile-an-hour winds, so you want to see why we're losing some of that power. We're going to be live on the air with you all morning long. Of course, you can get the latest information on the storm, fox35orlando.com and a Fox 35 News app. The highest winds, according to them, 73 miles an hour at Playa Linda Beach. So that just kind of a sense, and that's right at that Category 1 level. Well, coming up, we're going to continue our live team coverage. Of course, Jamie and Allison going over all those numbers and watching this storm hit our coast also. So we've got our meteorologists, of course, and we've also got our reporters that are fanned out all over Central Florida. So we're going to check in with them on the other side of this break. It is 3:42. You're watching special coverage right here on Good Day Orlando.
Well, welcome back on Live Now from Fox. It is 3:44 in the morning on the East Coast and 12:44 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A lot going on right now, but we are in extended coverage here as we did see Hurricane Nicole make landfall less than an hour ago as a Category 1 hurricane with winds of 75 miles per hour. Our Fox 35 Orlando team just starting their coverage here. Let's listen in.
Look, myself, Allison Gargaro, live tracking now. So, Allison, you know, we look at these big storm events, tropical system events, and you know, we talk about it. Kind of goes in tiers. You know, when we start, we're long range tracking, and then we get a strike, and then we kind of whittle it down, and we're able to take it down literally to street corners to let folks know what's coming their way.
Which is so important, especially when we do have a tropical system of this nature, bringing those outer rain bands, not only bringing the rain, but also some very impactful winds. And if you live along the coast, going to be seeing that beach erosion. You saw it yesterday. You'll see it again later today.
Excellent points. Yeah. And the high tide cycle once again, Allison, Daytona Beach, Brevard County, situating around the 9 a.m. hour. So we bottomed out. There wasn't much of a low tide. Now it's all coming back in, and winds are still pumping on shore until we get that area of landfall and more inland progression. Then we'll start to see the compass heading on those winds beginning to change. All righty. Good morning to you. Let's take a look at what's going on. What I love about this here with the technology is that we're able to show you the staging of the stronger winds out closer to the coastal areas and what's kind of laying here across the regions, getting closer toward the Orlando metro, how it's staging and how we compare that to Allison's current winds and the gusts last time we spoke. So everything kind of matching up here for us, showing us those winds approaching again around Orlando, out toward Buck Lake and into Winter Park. So for the Bithlo area, looks like this huge rain band will be moving your way. That'll be there in about 9 minutes now. Vito 19 minutes, Union Park to Azalea Park, about 21 minutes now. Also University of Central Florida within about 16 minutes. And if you're out near University Park and into University High School and also Timber Creek High School, all this moving in this general direction. So you'll hear the rain increasing. You're going to see and feel those wind gusts buffeting against your homes, your apartment, your condo, wherever you live. So all that now coming into phase and coming together. Another look here showing that movement from Titusville on down toward Lake Joel. Here's 528 and I-95. So this is kind of one of these main rain bands starting to gusty up and heading in your general direction. Want to give you a look here around town, show you around Lake Lizzie over to Kissimmee, Orlando. It's a consistent rain. There's that big band coming out of Brevard County. Volusia now, Alan, I noticed that the rain rates there increasing, becoming very steady. Amanda McKenzie live now at Lake Monroe, northern Seminole County, and they're getting whipped pretty good out that way. It's coming down hard, and those winds increasing. The lake looks like an ocean right now. Back out toward Brevard County, closer to the Cape now. And so rain that's still fairly heavy. There's been a little bit of a break, at least in the intensity column, until you head over here. Here's US 1 and then 528 here on the eastern side on approach through Orange and into Brevard County. That's where that really starts to increase. Another look at the velocity scans. Winds pumping pretty good, but as we showed you that general outline, everything kind of backing up now to the east, and what is east is coming westbound. We gave you those tracks, so it looks as though these winds will continue to freshen on up. And Allison, that is of concern alone, but we're also monitoring now for the potential for even a few isolated tornadoes. This is that prime time. The threat will likely shift a little north. I think we agreed last we spoke, but still it's a current issue, shall we say, something we're watching right now.
That's exactly right. So when we talk about the northeastern quadrant being an area where we could be seeing some severe weather, we mean it, and that's those outer rain bands that are moving onshore that we are seeing now. So we could be seeing a few of those spin-ups, nothing yet, but if anything changes, we'll continue to update you. But I do want to bring you the latest info on current sustained winds at 52 miles per hour right now in Melbourne, 35 in Titusville, and 34 in Orlando. Jamie was showing you that line that's going to be pushing toward the metro. We're starting to see some of those winds really start to ramp up. That was sustained. These are gusts right now, 64 mile per hour wind gusts in Melbourne, 60 in Sanford, just shy of 50 in Orlando and Claremont. And we're seeing about 51-mile-per-hour gusts along the coast of Daytona Beach. So our Fox model has been doing such a good job. We were showing you this about 24 hours ago, and as that center of circulation moves on shore, going to be seeing a rise in those gusts across the Orlando metro, into Lake County, even moving into Marion County as we head through your 8 and 9 o'clock hour this morning. And then as that continues out to the west, we're going to be seeing those winds start to decrease by this afternoon, moving from east then to the western portion of our area. But I do want to take you into some peak timing when you could be seeing those strong gusts in Seminole County between 4 a.m. and we're starting to see it right now. So just about 10 minutes early to 9 o'clock this morning, potentially those gusts upwards of 65, even 70 miles per hour. Let's take you out to Lake if you live in Mount Dora, Leesburg. We have Groveland, even Claremont between 5 and 9 a.m. Even more rain that's moving on shore, those sustained winds from 40 to 50 miles per hour, and the potential for gusts to be even higher. And we will leave you with Orange County. That is the Orlando metro, right along the I-4 corridor here between 5 and 9. Could be seeing those gusts as high as 75 miles per hour. So, Jamie, it's going to be very, very strong and impactful. And we're already seeing that. So it's going to be really interesting to see once that line does move in. We will be bringing you the latest and most up-to-date info on those current winds as we can.
Exactly. All right. Excellent job, Allison. Okay, we're going to give you another update coming up here in just a bit. That's all for now here from the Storm Center. We'll go ahead and give it back to you, Ron and Danielle, over on the desk.
All right, Jamie, Allison, good stuff. We'll see you here in a little bit. Let's move things to Orange County right now. There are a number of people riding out the storm, of course, wondering about flood levels there. They are still recovering from Hurricane Ian.
Fox 35's Adam Shadoff takes us to the Orla Vista neighborhood and introduces us to one woman who is worried about living through this yet again.
It is a very nervous night here in Orla Vista at Janae Buford Johnson's house, because when you walk inside, the place is a total loss, devastating damage to this home after Hurricane Ian.
It's the hardest thing in the world to walk in here, to not have anything that I know or familiar with intact anymore. Everything is gone. There's nothing that can describe it. I have no words that puts that in perspective for me. This is total. There's nothing you can do with this. The water's all the way up, you know, and it's moldy, and the only thing that's safe on this house is the roof.
And now with this storm, Janae worries that the storm water could come up again, do the same thing as last time, and ruin any chance she has of saving this house whatsoever.
If it floods this neighborhood again, this house is done. I think the foundation is going to finally just continue to break open, because it's already some damage underneath here and it's not dried underneath the house. I feel like I'm in a nightmare that just won't end. There's not going to be enough money to do anything. I'm hearing different stories about FEMA not going to help us again. You know, people say oh, you can get it back. No, it's not that easy to just get. You can't get back 50, 60, 70 years of stuff. You know, my mom died 20 years ago, almost 19 years ago, October the 6th, during the same time. So her biggest holiday was Thanksgiving. And this is the hardest because we would do everything here. So it's not easy.
In Orla Vista, I'm Adam Shadoff, Fox 35 News.
Adam, thanks. Emotional for a lot of you. Absolutely. It's tough to go through that. We'll still have this morning on Good Day Orlando. We'll continue our team coverage as Nicole has made landfall near Vero Beach about an hour ago.
We'll have another live report coming up for you here after the break. It is 3:53.
All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are tracking Hurricane Nicole, that powerful storm making landfall about 1 hour ago near Vero Beach, Florida, in the southeast portion of the state as a Category 1 storm with maximum winds of 75 miles per hour. So just barely there at hurricane status. As it is on land now, it will start to weaken. We're checking in with our Fox 35 Orlando team's coverage here. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Blowing. Fox 35's Christy Kern has a look.
This is the worst that we've seen the conditions so far. We've been out here all night. The wind, the rain is really picking up. This behind me, this is the Halifax River, and we are at the Riverwalk Park in Port Orange. And you can see the wind is just pushing this water right up onto the pavements in the park in this area. This has been going on for quite a while. I checked the wind speeds just a little while ago. They're at 30 miles an hour, which in the big picture is not that much for a storm like this. It's only going to get worse. And again, this is what it looks like right now in those conditions. Now, across the way is Daytona Beach Shores. That's the area where people have been evacuated, and a lot of the area has been deemed unsafe. The bridge to get there, the causeway, has been closed to traffic for quite a while, since earlier, several hours ago. We talked to a lot of people in this area in Port Orange earlier. It depends who you ask. Some people here are staying. Some people have left their homes because the river again has already started to flood some neighborhoods. And obviously these people have been still repairing and rebuilding from Hurricane Ian. So they are hoping for the best, and we will continue to monitor this situation. Reporting in Port Orange, Christy Kern, Fox 35 News.
Well, coming up, we'll continue our live team coverage of Hurricane Nicole.
We are going to check in with the Fox 35 storm team. And of course, we've got crews out around Central Florida. We will continue to watch that. We take a live look at I-95 at West Melbourne, the exit right, in a very similar scene in a lot of parts throughout Central Florida. Stay with us. Our continued extended coverage continues after this.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are approaching the 4 o'clock hour on the East Coast and the 1 o'clock hour on the West Coast. Thank you so much for joining us. As you can see here, we are tapping into our Fox 35 Orlando's team coverage, as they do have reporters all over the state tracking Nicole. That storm, a very powerful one, just barely a hurricane though, making landfall around Vero Beach, Florida, in the southeast portion of the state about 1 hour ago, 3 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time, midnight over on the West Coast. The damage, though, has already been seen. Let's send it over to this report from our Fox 35 Orlando team in Daytona Beach Shores.
I'm at a home in Wilbur by the Sea, and I want to show you what the backyard looks like here. You can see the ocean has swallowed up the entire backyard. I was talking to the property managers here, and they tell me that Ian took a chunk of this, and now this morning Tropical Storm Nicole took the rest of it. Right now they're in the process of removing everything from inside of the home. The homeowner has evacuated. The property managers are here with their staff, removing as much of the stuff inside of the home that they can. Take a listen to what they said.
When we were here yesterday, there was 30 feet more of the backyard, but it was collapsing as we were moving him out today. So we've pushed everything back just to do what we can.
Take another look here at the backyard, just how dramatic this is. And they told me a lot of this happened this morning. They tell me it's been scarier as the day goes on. So again, they're trying to get everything out of the home. I asked them if they think all of the people that live here in this area, this is Wilbur by the Sea, have evacuated, and they said they sure hope so. Reporting in Wilbur by the Sea, Vicki Carr, Fox 35 News.
Thank you so much to our Fox 35 Orlando team for their continued coverage. I do want to bring you some breaking news right now. The National Hurricane Center just reporting that Nicole has been downgraded back to a tropical storm after making landfall in southeast Florida about 1 hour ago, 3 a.m. on the East Coast and midnight over on the West Coast. As I mentioned, we are tracking Fox 35 Orlando's live coverage. We know that Nicole did hit near Vero Beach, Florida, in the southeast portion of the state around, I would say, 75-mile-per-hour wind. So it was considered to be a Category 1 hurricane, but again, now downgraded back to a tropical storm. Let's check in with our Fox 35 Orlando team.
tropics.
We are watching Nicole. Look at the cameras spread throughout Central Florida as well. Of course, on the top left, that's downtown Orlando. We've got St. Augustine Beach up there, all throughout Central Florida. Live look at the vantage point as Nicole made landfall about an hour ago near Vero Beach.
All of those vantage points have rain and some wind. Central Florida's east coast is getting hit as Nicole makes its way west.
Yeah, storm surge, obviously a big concern for our beaches as well. And David Martin is joining us live from Melbourne Beach this morning. David, good to see you this morning. How do the conditions look there?
Well, good morning, Ryan. Good morning, Danielle. We are just now beginning our coverage this morning here from Melbourne Beach. What that means is we made our way through the evening as the storm hit landfall. We tried to sleep through that storm here at the Crown Plaza Hotel on A1A in Melbourne Beach. I can tell you we have no power at this hotel. We have water in our rooms on the 6th floor. So Nicole is packing quite the punch. At this hour, the winds have definitely died down compared to last night when we were standing out here on the walkway over A1A. That's a good sign. Things are starting to calm down a bit, at least here in Melbourne Beach. The rain, not much. A drizzle, steady drizzle. The same conditions we had last night. If you see down here in the lobby, Paolo, there are workers trying to assess what to do next with the fact that there's no power. Much of the strip, of course, has no power. I don't see any lights on the barrier island from my vantage point up here. Just the emergency lights that come on with the generator. We were able to use an elevator to get down here to the ground floor. But man, nothing like steady winds for what's been, I guess, almost 24 hours. Howling winds, Ryan and Danielle, through the hotel rooms. That howl that goes through the hallways as well. It's relentless, nonstop. Tough to sleep, no question about it. But we're going to get in the car. We're going to do a little tour of what we can here safely, slowly, to see if there's any kind of wind damage in Melbourne Beach. And we'll check out the coast as well. It's very dark on the ocean side, which is why we chose to show you what we could here in the front of the hotel. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Are out there driving, please stay safe. That is, of course, the most important thing. Thanks so much for that coverage. All right, let's turn things over now to Allie and Jamie. They've got the very latest on Nicole. Good morning to you both.
Morning. Good to be here with you. All right, Allison, so we've compiled some data here, and we've got some pretty meaningful gusts coming into the storm center.
100%, more than 60, even 70 miles per hour. And that's all as Nicole does start to make landfall and slowly push northwest across the Florida Peninsula.
Yep, let's go ahead and take a look at what we've got now just coming in for the National Weather Service at Melbourne Sanford Airport. 60 mile per hour gusts out of the north and east. Melbourne Airport 73. We've got Merritt Island and Patrick Space Force Base reaching into the 60s. So again, there's likely more to come. Looking now at the live track and Fox 35 storm tracker radar. Heavy rain now moving in through Oviedo. We'll be there in 3 minutes. That's the core of heavier rain. You see it loading there to your west. There's I-95 for reference. Timber Creek High over to Orlando and Pine Hills. Most spots now what I'd call fully involved with the very heavy rain. The winds freshening right now due in part to this rain band in particular. This guy here, you'll see it phase on in, working down 528 now. So Oak Ridge, that'll smack you in about 10-12 minutes, moving in your direction there. So look for a big appreciable uptick and the rainfall rates up that way. Out near Mims and Titusville, watch the loop stop here. Very heavy rain situates on top of your communities here in North Brevard County, right around Astronaut High School in Titusville into Mims, and then that expands out toward Mosquito Lagoon as you get closer toward the Atlantic there and the Indian River. Outlook now across Volusia County, showing out toward Seminole Springs, Lake Mary down to Winter Springs, and then along the Space Coast, it's just a steady as she goes kind of rain now from Port Canaveral all the way westbound into Vieira and along the I-95 corridor. Storm winds now, you can see they're ebbing and flowing, so as we get a scan, they'll come down. Looks like we're kind of in a down phase now, freshening a bit along I-95, and these have been pulsing up to over 50 miles per hour. So all that big area there, as we show you the range on the radar, is skirting off toward the west at nearly 65 miles per hour. So it is moving and moving quite fast. More coming off the Atlantic now, Rockledge to Cocoa and into Port St. John. That's a live look at Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. Let's head over to Allison now. Critical we stay on top of these winds that are now approaching the Orlando metro.
That's exactly right. And I do want to give you an update. So if you were with us just about 15 minutes ago, we were seeing sustained winds. That's in Melbourne at more than 50 miles per hour. So that number has dropped just a bit, but other spots across the Orlando metro into Sanford are really starting to pick up. These are our current wind gusts as we speak. 43 in Melbourne, 61 miles per hour in Titusville, 57 in Daytona Beach, and 54 in Orlando. And our Fox model has been doing such a good job this entire week to really show you when we could be seeing an increase in those winds. So let's time it out for you. In Sumter County, that center of circulation still off to your east. So likely going to be seeing peak winds between 5 and 11 o'clock this morning. Gusts there could be up to 65 miles per hour. And when we come back, we'll have more details on new numbers into the Fox 35 Storm Center. Jamie, we've been doing such a good job at grabbing them and giving them out to you guys so that you can be the most updated at 4:05 this morning.
Yeah, we'll have another run of power outages as well. The numbers coming up in some of the counties and communities. So we'll have all the data for you coming up here live from the Fox 35 Storm Center in just a bit. We'll send it back to you now, Ryan and Danielle.
All right, Jamie Ellison, sounds good. We'll see you in a little bit. 4:05 right now. And so a couple hours left in a curfew that's in Volusia County. That will go until 7 a.m. And everyone east of the Intercoastal, they were ordered to get out.
And that's because of scenes like this. Let's check in now with Fox 35's Nestor Mato. Nestor, good morning to you once again. Those seawalls, they are crumbling. We know that because of the powerful waves. And boy, oh boy, are you getting blasted there now. Good morning.
Hey guys, can you hear me? I'm not sure if you guys have already sent it my way, but I just want to show you what's going on here. We're at Wilbur by the Sea in Volusia County, where you can see the water is starting to rush past this boat ramp on South Atlantic Avenue and into the street. And of course, there are homes here, homes that are in danger. 22 homes on South Atlantic being told that you are unsafe, deemed unsafe to ride out the storm, people told to leave. I spoke to a man who lives right up the street who was walking by and told me that the water here at South Atlantic before Ian was about 100 feet away. The water would start about 100 feet away at high tide. He said since Ian, the water has been up to the seawall, and now they are concerned about just how much more water will pour into this part of Volusia County, Wilbur by the Sea, that has already been vulnerable because of Ian and, of course, what we dealt with less than 2 months ago. Even yesterday, as Nicole was approaching, we saw backyards start to crumble. Some decks at hotels try to crumble as well. So it's a big concern for folks as once high tide arrives, just how bad this is going to get. I can tell you as far as conditions, when I first came out here, I told you all I was a little surprised about how dry it was. Well, it's coming down hard now. When the water hits you, it hits you hard, kind of like a thumbtack. And of course, you can see the water blowing me, the wind blowing me around as well. I'm live in Volusia County by Wilbur by the Sea. Nestor Mato, Fox 35 News.
So what I'm so struck by is how the water is so close to those driveways, right, and garages.
And high tides not for about
scary.
5 hours till 9. Right. By the way, Hurricane Nicole is now Tropical Storm Nicole. 60 to 70 mile an hour winds is what we've seen in Volusia County, under that 75 mile an hour threshold, but still strong wind. We saw it there from Nestor, and we're worried about that high tide in the coming hours.
And we'll, as the sun rises, see more damage for sure. So let's check out the people who are living on Brevard County's barrier islands. They were ordered to leave ahead of Nicole's arrival.
Yeah, places like the Port Kennedy Space Center taking action as well. And Randy Hildreth has been there. We've seen by far the most power outages in Brevard, over 20,000. We've seen strong winds there. How do things look right now, Randy?
We moved a little bit farther down on the second level of this hotel just to give you some more sights and sounds of what we are hearing and seeing here. We are closer to the edge and we can hear the roar of those powerful winds coming around the corner. You can see some of the ceiling over here flapping in the wind. And if I point your attention to this light, it really illuminates how powerful the winds are moving through this area. You can see the heavy rain beds, but it just really captures a strong visual of what we are dealing with here. And if we look out towards this street area, you can see some of the water has started to move onshore, and you can see the ripples across the top of the water. It may have been a little bit more illuminated because the light pole, the light fixture above that just flickered back on. You were talking about the power outages, and even at this hotel, we have seen the power go on and then come off. So a little bit of flicker action over here, and we are about a block away from the pier here in Cocoa Beach. Now, we're about 50 miles north of when then Hurricane Nicole made landfall, so we are really feeling the impact. And if you look to my right, you can see again just the visuals of the trees dancing in the wind because of this powerful wind moving through this community. And one of the things that I've emphasized this morning is that, one, they are concerned about the wind. They are concerned about the storm surge and high tide. And again, fire safety officials said yesterday, late last night, that they were going to suspend operations and just operate on a call-by-call basis for emergency response because of these conditions. As conditions get better, we will likely obviously see them go out and respond to more people who need help. But right now, in the thick of this, they are having to hunker down as well because it's not safe for people to be outside and on the roads and responding to emergencies. Live this morning, I'll go ahead and send it back to you, Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
All right, Randy, sounds good. Strong wind and rain
Very
there
strong
for sure.
indeed,
And they've seen a lot of that throughout Brevard County. Of course, Seminole County, they're worried a lot about the flooding later on. Lake Monroe, a big part of that. And we've seen the waves with Amanda be really strong this morning.
It looks like an ocean out there. I mean, at times it looked like those waves are right along the coast, literally. Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie joins us live. Amanda, parts of Sanford are still saturated from Hurricane Ian. What is it looking like out there now where you are? Because before, boy, I got to tell you, well, you see the waves still thrashing behind you.
Yes, the waves are quite strong and large behind me here from Lake Monroe right onto Seminole Boulevard. We do not have any standing water or flooding where I am, but farther up on Seminole Boulevard, we did see some standing water. I'm going to step out of the way so you can get a great look at all of these waves crashing over the railing and onto the sidewalk. The wind has really picked up here, somewhere between 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts, and it just carries that water so far, not just onto the sidewalk, but into the street. So if you're close to the railing, it is definitely a splash zone, and it has quite a force. I mean, it could toss you down. So we are set up across the street. We're almost right in front of the Lake Monroe Hospital, and just down the road from us is the Central Florida Zoo. And we did some reports just last week about how they had their grand reopening after being shut down for 4 weeks after Hurricane Ian due to some significant flooding that they had. So we know that they have their crews staying overnight there taking care of the animals, but it will remain to be seen what kind of condition the zoo is in after this storm clears, because the ground was already so heavily saturated and it took weeks for that water to recede and finally make a path for the cars to get through. So we'll continue to monitor the situation out here from Tropical Storm Nicole here in Sanford. Back to you.
Yeah, I was thinking about the zoo. It'd be interesting to see what it looks like when the sun rises. All right, Amanda, thank you so much for that. We do want to let you know that we will be with you live on the air all morning long. You can also find the very latest updates on the storm over on our website, fox35orlando.com, and of course, that Fox 35 News app as well. It is now 4:13. Coming up next right here on Good Day Orlando this morning, we'll continue our live team coverage of what is now Tropical Storm Nicole.
Just downgraded in the last 15 minutes. Our storm team meteorologists all over the numbers. We're looking at power outages, looking at some of the surge as well. That's coming up after the break.
Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. Time now is 4:15 if you are joining us over on the East Coast and 1:15 on the West Coast. We are keeping an eye on Fox 35 Orlando's coverage of now Tropical Storm Nicole. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Make its way over land, but still going to be seeing some very impactful winds as that outer edge of the eye wall starts to make its way closer and closer to our viewing area.
Yeah, we're all over that right now at Fox 35 Storm Tracker Radar. I just want to bring us back to the center core now and give you a look here at the official forecast track. So we've made a landfall, a strike at Vero Beach at approximately 3 a.m. this morning, and we'll continue moving in that northwesterly direction with a big sweeping turn there over the Florida Panhandle. Looks as though we have discontinued the hurricane warnings now for many locales, so these graphics will continue to update, though tropical storm warned areas now continue for the entire interior as we see the path moving in that direction. Here's a look at what's going on now. The overview shows very heavy rain tracking that area, that northern eye wall. That is starting to spread on out now. So as we've done a job here in tracking these winds, and obviously the rainfall rates have been prolific in many spots. This is a look at our rainfall rate product within Fox 35 Storm Tracker Radar. Our radar is dual pole, so we really can examine the guts of any of these rain bands as they come across. Obviously, it's a heavy rain threat. We can also take it down to the level of measuring the winds within that, and that has proven obviously very valuable in keeping everyone safe out ahead of this big band here. So Deltona Lakes are about 6 minutes out from very heavy rain. You'll see an uptick in wind there. Lake Monroe about 11 minutes. Amanda McKenzie doing a fine job with photographer Alan this morning down there lakeside, and boy, that lake looks like an angry ocean again. We saw it with Ian. We're seeing it now with Nicole. Winds are really cranking. We had a wind gust reported at the Sanford Airport measuring well into the 60s. So that punchy wind, while it ebbs and flows in the gusts, it's ever present now and buried within that band as it overtakes the entire metro. Up in Volusia County now, we got a continuation of heavy rains leaching in off the Atlantic as the circulation tumbles and twirls through the region. Mid-flow about 22 minutes out. This is portions of that northern eye wall that are still riding strong in that northwest direction. This is 528. Here's the split down to I-95 and into Cocoa along the Banana and Indian Rivers. That is a long, long line of heavy rain blasting through and heading in that general direction now. So by no stretch are we out of the woods, because you can see the makings here of everything now moving across Brevard and literally catapulting, kind of streamlining right in on top of Orlando. Buried within that are the impactful wind gusts and extreme rainfall rates. I can't stress enough as we look back across the Atlantic, more to come. Reloading now over the Atlantic on the velocity scans and all that streamlining into that westerly direction now. So what is out to the east is heading westbound. Want to focus in here on Palm Coast, Flagler Beach. Right now we've got a big void in the rain around Crescent City, Crescent Lake out to Lake George. There's Lake Ocklawaha there in the north and west, and Palatka. I know we got a few of you watching on the St. Johns River. You've got rain now easing, but there's more to come as this will be in Palm Coast. In approximately 14 minutes, Flagler Beach, 7 minutes, and Bunnell there, interior of Flagler County in about 14 minutes. Very heavy rain that expands down into Port Orange, which again has been one of the bigger impact zones through this entire event. Notice we are null and void of any lightning strikes, not characteristic at all of a tropical system to feature lightning, as we have horizontal breezes within the atmosphere versus vertical compared to our, say, summer thunderstorm season. So it's a little bit of a different profile, but heavy rain nonetheless, and that continues cranking on by at this time. Before I leave you, I want to give you a look here at the Fox model and show you and how well it matches up with current radar imagery, right? Look at that. I mean, Alice and I were marveling over this, how stuff begins out near Brevard County, coastal Volusia County, and then begins to arc on over in toward Orlando. So when it's all said and done, still looking for rainfall ranging anywhere from 3 up to 6 inches across the viewing area, Allison. So here we go. The main thrust coming into Orlando now, winds increasing, rain rates rising.
That's exactly right. And when we talk about tropical rain, you're maybe seeing on the radar, hey, it's just the greens and yellows, so it's light to moderate, but these are really big raindrops, and a lot of it is going to be falling as that center of circulation starts to make its way across the interior. And speaking of that, we are already seeing some power outages right now, most of them going to be in Brevard County with about 38,000 4,000 folks without power there. That number does continue to increase every time we come back. Just a few hundred in Osceola as well as Orange counties, but it's something that we're going to continue to watch and track for you. But I do want to update you on those current sustained winds at about 31 miles per hour in Melbourne, 34 in Titusville, and 38 in Orlando. Looks like the highest spot is Daytona Beach with 44 mile per hour sustained winds. But take a look at these gusts. The lighter the color, the stronger the winds are. You can see that here, and it looks rather low right now in Kissimmee and Melbourne, but likely going to be picking up, and we're seeing that moving off to the north here, just shy of 60 mile per hour gusts in Daytona Beach as well as Titusville right now, and 46 in Sanford. So for all of our reporters out there, you're hearing me, just know that some very strong gusts could be likely where you are outside. But I do want to take you into some timing. Maybe you haven't seen the wind, the rain yet. Let me tell you, it's coming in Orange County. That does include Maitland, Winter Park, Windermere between 5 and about 9 o'clock this morning. We're going to be seeing those winds really start to ramp up, and more of that heavy rain taking you into Marion County. Things starting to ramp up. That's going to be through 6 to 10 a.m. We could be seeing sustained winds 45 to 55 with gusts 60 plus there. And lastly, I will leave you with Brevard County, how we talk about the coastal flooding. That's going to be a very, very big issue. And actually, we can quickly take you into our Central Florida high tides that you need to be aware of if you live in coastal Brevard and or coastal Volusia counties. High tide in Brevard County at 8:31 this morning, and then Volusia County at 8:53, and then again as we head into the evening hours tonight. So it's something that we're watching and tracking for you. Beach erosion, Jamie, going to be a very, very big issue. It already was yesterday, and the storm was several hundred miles offshore, but now this has made its way onshore, so that's going to be some very, very big impacts.
Well, you have, and then distant longer period swell, Allison, that was generated when the storm was hundreds of miles east of the shoreline. That's still funneling in, so while we get a wind shift and we begin this phase out the onshore flow, plentiful water still rushing toward it. That's going to be another day or two of increased swell heights across the Atlantic, so the tides are going to be a lot higher. We have the lunar influence of the full moon while we're phasing out. It's still present, so we'll be tracking, monitoring, bringing you up to speed. More live tracking on Fox 35 Storm Tracker Radar, live to the second. Radar imagery coming up here from the Storm Center in just a bit. Back to you all for now.
Looking forward to it. Jamie, Allison, thank you. We'll still have this morning on Good Day Orlando. We're going to continue to take you around with our team coverage as Nicole, now a tropical storm, is moving through our area.
And we have another live report coming up after the break. It is 4:22. You are watching a very special edition of Good Day Orlando.
As we head to break, take a look at this from the Fox weather team as well. These are some of the top wind speeds we've seen during this storm. You can see the top there, Stuart, Florida, 72 miles an hour, not far behind that Cape Canaveral, up and down the coast, even in Volusia County. We've seen 60 miles an hour. Stay with us.
Well, welcome back on Live Now from Fox. Our continuing coverage does continue here as Nicole has now weakened to a tropical storm after making landfall there in southeast Florida this morning around 3 o'clock, so about 90 minutes ago, as a Category 1 hurricane, now once again weakening to a tropical storm with those maximum winds still sitting at 70 miles per hour. That is no joke there as the storm does head toward central Florida at this point. We have been checking in with our Fox 35 Orlando team. They are going wall to wall at this point with their reporters all across southeast Florida. They did just start back up their coverage here. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Mary, we do want to talk about our theme parks. Disney plans to reopen its parks later on today. The Magic Kingdom will open at noon and close at 6. Epcot will open at 1 p.m. and guests can stay until 9. Animal Kingdom will also open at 1. They will close at 7. And Hollywood Studios will be open from 2 until 10 p.m.
Over at Universal Orlando, they've got a phased reopening also, but they've not provided details of what that was going to look like. I'm on their page right now. They still have not done that. Probably waiting to see exactly when the store moves out. Stay with the Fox 35 News app, and of course, online, we're going to update you as soon as we learn more from Universal.
And precautions are in place at SeaWorld to make sure the park's animals stay safe during the weather. So the park says it plans to reopen tomorrow, not today. But customers who bought tickets for Wednesday and Thursday, they will be able to use them at any time, any day throughout the rest of the year.
And no word yet on when Orlando International Airport's going to resume flights. Airport officials said they will continue to monitor the conditions before the official decision. Of course, Sanford, Daytona Beach, Melbourne airports all closed during the storm, along with MCO. We're going to update you when any of those announce their official plans for today. All right, coming up, we will continue our live team coverage now. Tropical Storm Nicole.
We'll check in with the Fox 35 Storm team as our crew of reporters are fanned out all across Central Florida for you, keeping you safe. And let's go ahead and take a live look now as we go to break at all of the cameras that we have fanned out across Central Florida as well. This as what is now known as Tropical Storm Nicole moves through our area. It is 4:27. Don't go far.
Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. It is 4:29 on the East Coast and 1:29 over on the West Coast. Thank you so much for waking up early and starting your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. We are tracking what was once Hurricane Nicole, now weakening to a still very powerful tropical storm after making landfall about 90 minutes ago over in southeast Florida. That landfall happening around Vero Beach, with wind speeds of 75 miles per hour. So a fairly weak Category 1, but it sounds weird to say that because it is still a very strong storm. We are seeing wind gusts there around Vero Beach of about 75 miles per hour. Fox 35 Orlando's coverage does continue now. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
That is a look at everywhere from St. Augustine to Stuart, Florida, where they've seen about 70-mile-an-hour winds this morning.
Thank you so much for being with us during our extended storm coverage this morning. It is good to see you. I'm Danielle Knox.
It's good to be with you. I'm right, Elijah. Let's see where things stand right now. Let's get over to the meteorologist for the latest on Nicole's track. I just opened the door out there in our backyard. It's howling out there.
Yes,
it is.
Yeah, the impacts are arriving in Orlando right now, Allison, and that is going to be the trend for at least the next 2, 3, 4 hours. Hopefully we see things easing through mid-late morning. I think we will with the track of the storm.
I think so, too, and that this storm is moving at about 14 miles per hour right now toward the north and west, so we'll be moving across our viewing area. So maybe you're starting to hear that rain and the winds, and yeah, we can hear it. I don't know if you can hear it on our mics, but that does create a saturated ground. So we still do have the potential for some down trees and down power lines, and I'll be getting into the nitty-gritty of power outages across the viewing area coming up in just a few.
There's a pretty good population bases now getting affected by this. Want to talk wind gusts now? Go ahead and take a look at what we got for you now on the big wall, and we are showing you also cameras there on the side of the screen, different locations, as we again have a huge coverage area, and we want to make sure we're doing our due diligence and bringing you conditions where you live, because at the end of the day, this is weather affecting you. All of you are underneath this canopy of clouds and heavy tropical rain, so we want to keep everyone up to date. And right now I can tell you our current wind gusts, and we can verify here at the studios in Lake Marion, Seminole County, we're seeing gusts in excess of 50 miles per hour. Look at the numbers now. You're not seeing a whole lot yet up in Marion County, Alachua County, down into the Lake County area, specifically around at least Leesburg. As the circulation marches in this direction, though, that wind field will be expanding, so the numbers will likely be ticking up and away there. And then as we go a little bit later today, watching closely for our friends and neighbors up in South Levy County, parts of our Fox 51 viewership up there in the Levy area at Cedar Key and South Levy, gusts now 44. Those will likely increase, as well as that whole area, Ocala to Gainesville and right back into northern Citrus. Lakeland now 37 on the gusts, and Melbourne at 40, 61 Titusville, and 55 Daytona Beach. Palm Coast at 43. Palm Coast winds interesting. They'll probably begin the surge on up. I got a look here at the rain banding just offshore. They're moving aboard right now here in just a second, but you can see that northern eye wall now cruising right on in toward Orlando, so that verifies what we're seeing in terms of the gusty winds and the heavy, very prolific rains. Now, looking across Volusia County, this is one of the real hot spots with a real big core of heavy rain. Our rain rate showing us just that, and as we look at the tracking on this, we'll be over in DeLand approximately right now as everything streams off into that general direction. Allison now has more here in the Storm Center on the power outages, because the numbers are probably going to be rising now.
That's exactly right. Last check was about 10 minutes ago, and numbers are already up from then. We're about 38,000 in Brevard County. You can see that's the most, but bumping up to about 2,000 out of power in Orange County here, and about 1,500 in Osceola. So we're going to continue to update you not only on the power outages, but when you can expect conditions to start to improve in your neighborhood. Make sure you stick with us live right here on Good Day Orlando. We have your back as Nicole does continue to make its way across the interior.
Sounds good, Allison. Great job, my friend. Again, more power outages, live radar tracking, and now we're going to dig deeper into letting you know when things are going to be easing in your community and your county. Again, it's all about weather where you live. We got you covered here all morning long here live in the Fox 35 Storm Center. That's all for now. We'll send it on back to you.
All right, Jamie, Allison, thanks. We saw in the graphic about 50-mile-an-hour winds in Volusia County. There is still a curfew in effect there in Volusia until 7 a.m., so for a couple hours now. Anyone east of the Intercoastal, they were ordered to get out.
And that's because of scenes like what you're seeing right here. Let's check in with Fox 35's Nestor Amato. Nestor, I'm going to talk a little louder because I know it's been difficult for you to hear me. Talk to me a little bit about what you are seeing right now.
Hey guys, so I'm gonna assume you guys are talking to me. Again, it's so windy out here that we can barely hear a thing. In fact, my photographer's glasses flew away and he can't see a thing, unfortunately. But I wanted to put a spotlight on what I'm seeing. This right over here, you can see the shore. I was talking to someone who lives here who says during high tide before Ian, it was 100 feet away. Since Ian, it has been touching the seawall. And now as Nicole passes through, you can see the beach is pretty much gone and the water is going up to the street. We are near homes that are in danger because of losing their whole backyard because 22 homes on South Atlantic Boulevard here at Wilbur by the Sea have been told it is unsafe. There is a concern that they may lose their backyard. We've seen some folks already lose parts of their backyard, and we've seen some hotels and hotel decks just absolutely crumble. And folks here are preparing for high tide. That's the fear right now because look how far the water is running and it is low tide. Some folks are already preparing their garages and such, but I want to show you just how far the water is going up. You can see the sea foam actually making its way up and out to South Atlantic Boulevard. And if you look at that, you see that right there? That's my hat that flew away about a minute ago. So this is the situation here in Volusia County on Wilbur by the Sea. Nestor Malto, Fox 35 News.
Oh, don't worry about grabbing it, Nestor. Let it go. Want you to stay safe for sure. It is just so treacherous out there where Nestor is. Well, Central Florida's East Coast is getting hit as well as Nicole makes its way west. We should add here that Nicole is now a tropical storm.
Yeah, storm surge, obviously a big concern. We've talked about the lot for the beaches as well. And David Martin is joining us from Melbourne. And David, just looking at the video you posted on Twitter, my goodness, strong winds, howling winds there.
Yeah, good morning, Ryan and Danielle. We moved to the back of the hotel that we're staying at. We haven't gotten on the road yet. I want to give you a picture as best we could on the back patio of the Crown Plaza, Melbourne Beach, where we are staying currently to weather the storm. No power here at the hotel. We're running on generators to get up and down with the elevators and the hallway lights. We are back on what is a tiki-themed porch, large porch, and back in 2017 when Hurricane Irma hit, the entire first floor of the Crown was flooded. So this Nicole isn't doing quite that amount of damage naturally, but she is certainly giving the hotel and other hotels and homes on Melbourne Beach a run for the money. Oh, look at this, I found $1. You never know what you're going to find in a hurricane. I think I earned that today. I'll give it to Paolo. He certainly earned it more than I did. Down the staircase, the angry Atlantic with the sea foam coming up. This is actually relatively quiet compared to what it was about 30 minutes ago. But as we've been saying all morning, high tide has yet to come. That's the 8 o'clock hour here in Brevard County. It's amazing to watch the sea foam creep up the staircase. It's fascinating, really. Those white waves, man, they are big, aren't they, Danielle and Ryan? So this is the scene in Melbourne Beach on the back of the Crown Plaza. We will now get into the car and see if we can figure out what's going on in the neighborhoods. Relatively calm compared to where Nestor was. We can get through this in the next few hours, hopefully. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, that's true, David. Thank you so much for that. Well,
Congrats on the cash find also, by the way.
What was it, $1?
Hey,
listen, that'll buy you something.
Every live shot you find one of those, you're doing okay.
There you go, absolutely. So we were talking about the folks who are living on Brevard County's barrier islands. We've been talking about that all morning long because they were ordered to leave ahead of Nicole's arrival.
Yeah, as we often see, places like the Port and Kennedy Space Center also taking action. We've seen a lot of the power outages in Brevard County, about over 20,000. Randy has been out there seeing it firsthand with the wind and the rain. Randy, good morning again.
Hey, good morning to you. We are moving to different areas around the hotel, kind of sheltering closer to the hotel, so that closer to the building, so that we are safe. You talked about power outages. It has continued to flicker on and off here, but I want to point your attention to this electric pole, utility pole in the distance, right at the top. Some of the equipment, you can see a little bit of a flicker, so we're trying to figure out maybe if something is on fire, but that could potentially impact power in this area as these strong winds move through this area at Cocoa Beach. If we go just quickly peek around the corner just for safety purposes, when I was with you about 30 minutes ago from the second floor, we talked about that water starting to move in in. If we look out into the street area, we can start to see that more water is coming onshore. And then if I just bring your attention down closer to the courtyard area of the hotel, if we just look right through these trees and at that light post, it really...
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you can see we have two different images here as Nicole, now a tropical storm, has made landfall. Look to the bottom right-hand side of your screen. You can see other reporters there, Lake Monroe in Central Florida. I do want to dip into that audio as that is a live report.
What's different is the wind now. So as these waves hit the seawall, the wind is lifting them up. I'm going to get out of this a little bit and taking it out over the street. So this is Seminole Boulevard, and again, this is not flood water. It's just, I don't know, wind water and waves washing up now over the seawall. Jeff, I'm going to try and head back over here. So, Jeff, if you can show over the railing, again, you know, the height of the lake is still maybe 4 feet down from the top. If it were higher, this whole walkway here, the river walk, and the street, Seminole Boulevard, would be totally underwater. But it's not. Like I said, it's the waves hitting the seawall and washing into the street. So remember we talked about junk, a whole bunch of stuff flying around in the air? This stuff is just what's washing up from the lake. So remember a few hours ago there was this puddle of vegetation, I guess you could call it, that had ended up in the lake? Now, with each wave that hits the seawall and brings the water over, it's ending up here out in the street. And it's not just vegetation. I mean, you know, another reason to stay out of the flood waters, you don't know what's in it. You gotta, looks like a buoy or a ball. I don't know, maybe a buoy from, to mark one of the anchor points from some of the boats that are tied up. We've got a lot of questions about people's boats. They've wondered, how are boats faring if you got them tied up in the Sanford Marina? I don't have an answer for you right now, but what I can tell you is earlier on in the night, when we checked out the marina, which is east of where I am, so those are the lights in the distance, that's downtown Sanford and where the marina is, of course. There's a really good seawall that seems to be protecting a lot of those boats. So even as it was starting to get rough out here, they weren't even bobbing around. We know people were out here the last few days tying them down to make sure that anything they could do to keep them from banging into the docks and possibly each other and, of course, breaking loose, they did. So if you got a boat here, I'm hopeful that seawall over by the marina is protecting it. But where we are, as you see, no protection. And it's not... Oh, there's a big log out there floating. Again, it's now a combination of the wind and the waves here. The wind picking up these waves. We're not seeing anybody out on the roadway here. The only vehicle that has passed by in the last hour has been a Seminole County Sheriff's Office vehicle. We heard Sheriff Dennis Lima say yesterday very clearly, we're not putting a curfew into place, but we really trust that you're not going to be out driving in this. And the funny thing is, you know, 7, 8, 9, even 10, even midnight, there were cars. There were a lot of people looking. Now I think people realize it's gotten to the point, that's why we're out here in a fairly controlled spot. You know, I know it looks dramatic with the waves. I can't get away from them. But again, this is just wind washing these waves over to us. But the sheriff's saying it's really not a great idea to start driving around. And this is a lot of the reason why. Like I said, there's stuff that has washed up, and there's all kinds of stuff coming out of the water, flying through the air. There's a shoe right there floating in front of me.
If you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, it is 4:44 on the East Coast. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox, taking a live look here at our XRAD system where you can see what was once a very powerful Hurricane Nicole, now a very powerful tropical storm, downgraded here just within the last hour after making landfall nearly 2 hours ago in southeast Florida. We've been checking in with our Fox 35 Orlando team. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Into that westerly direction. As we take a look at those winds, I want to head over to Allison now with more on that element. And Allison, the Fox model doing a great job. We gave the time elements when things improve, but we've got a lot to get through before we get there.
That's exactly right. You're probably hearing those winds howling outside right now as those outer rain bands that Jamie was just showing moving in. So current sustained winds in Orlando at 38 miles per hour. It looks like that's one of the hotter spots, as well as Daytona Beach, and gusts are even higher than that. But we were talking about the last several days that all the impacts starting along our east coast and then pushing off to the west, and we are seeing that now. Take a look at current wind gusts. We said Brevard County could be seeing more than 70, 75 mile per hour gusts, and we are looking at that at the moment in Titusville at 73, 54 mile per hour gusts in Daytona Beach, 59 in Orlando, and starting to bump up in Lake County here, Claremont with 47 mile per hour gusts. And we talk about these winds and the saturated ground potentially knocking out power, and that's exactly what we are seeing. Numbers really starting to bump up in Orange County, about 4,000 without power, and Brevard County still holding steady at about 38,000. Without that, a few hundred in Marion County, as well as out near Cedar Key. So it's something that we will be continuing to watch for you as those numbers do rise. And I do want to take you into our Fox model, talk about the potential for more power outages. We'll take a look at these forecast sustained winds bumping up to about 30, 40, even nearly 50 miles per hour across the interior in Kissimmee and Orlando. Then you can see that those numbers really going to be bumping up in Lake County, Sumter, as well as in Marion by 8, 9, 10 o'clock. And as we head throughout the afternoon hours, like Jamie was showing you, that's when conditions will start to improve, starting along our east coast, and then it will continue across the interior through the evening hours tonight. You can see our Fox model, like we've been talking about, doing such a great job at explaining, Jamie, when we'd be seeing the winds and then when they'd start to decrease. decrease. So this is all playing out in front of us live as Nicole is making its way across the viewing area.
So not only a decrease in winds, but a shift in the wind direction, right? So we won't mitigate the flood potential on the coast of the surging entirely, Allison, but we rid ourselves of onshore winds blowing from the Atlantic toward the shoreline. So a lot of ocean swell coming in. We generated humongous waves 2-3 days ago when the Atlantic started getting all ruffled up. That's all coming through now like a freight train. So at least we've got the shift in winds, and we will see improvements eventually, but some rough stuff to get through. We are tracking and keeping all safe across Central Florida. Thank you for your analysis. Nice job this morning, Allison. We'll send it on back to you now.
A nice job to both of you. Thank you so much for that. So this is a look at the current outages across Central Florida. Let's start in Volusia County. Jumping now to 590. Flagler has no power outages, and in Brevard there are 38,610 customers without power, by far the largest number there in Brevard County.
We've seen it grow throughout the morning.
We certainly have. Well, coming up next here on Good Day Orlando this morning, we do continue our live team coverage of what is now Tropical Storm Nicole.
I want to take a live look as we head to break this morning at 10 minutes before 5 o'clock. All the vantage points up north, of course, in St. Augustine. That's what things look like. Daytona Beach, they've seen strong wind and really worried about the high tide coming in later this morning as well. Stay with us here on Good Day Orlando.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox 450 on the East Coast and 150 on the West Coast, thank you so much for joining us on Live Now. You're looking at our live XRAD radar system where you can see that Nicole has now made landfall there in southeast Florida near Vero Beach, Florida, now headed toward the central part of the state. That landfall around 3 a.m. Eastern time, so almost 2 hours ago, as a very powerful Category 1 storm with maximum winds of about 75 miles per hour. Those winds now downgraded to about 70, so the storm itself has weakened to tropical storm status, but still no joke for people in the path of that storm. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but back to our Fox 35 Orlando team coverage of a very powerful tropical storm Nicole.
Arrest you, and your shelter will be at the county jail for the duration of the storm and maybe longer. We will not tolerate this in Osceola County.
And so you heard it there. The sheriff also warns deputies will be on the lookout for any price gouging as well, and they encourage locals to call if you see it.
Well, Port Orange, like so many places, has been pounded by rain all night and all morning.
Oh, it certainly has been, and now the Halifax River is overflowing. Fox 35's Christy Kern now with a closer look.
This is the worst that we've seen the conditions so far. We've been out here all night. The wind, the rain is really picking up. This behind me, this is the Halifax River, and we are at the Riverwalk Park in Port Orange, and you can see the wind is just pushing this water right up onto the pavements in the park in this area. This has been going on for quite a while. I checked the wind speeds just a little while ago. They're at 30 miles an hour, which in the big picture is not that much for a storm like this. It's only going to get worse, and again, this is what it looks like right now in those conditions. Now, across the way is Daytona Beach Shores. That's the area where people have been evacuated, and a lot of the area has been deemed unsafe. The bridge to get there, the causeway, has been closed to traffic for quite a while since earlier, several hours ago. We talked to a lot of people in this area in Port Orange here. It depends who you ask. Some people here are staying. Some people have left their homes because the river again has already started to flood some neighborhoods. And obviously these people have been still repairing and rebuilding from Hurricane Ian. So they are hoping for the best, and we will continue to monitor this situation. Reporting in Port Orange, Christy Kern, Fox 35 News.
And coming up, we'll continue our live team coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole.
We're going to check in with the Fox 35 Storm team, and of course, we've got reporters all throughout Central Florida. And as we head to break, here's some new video from one of our viewers from Satellite Beach. Heavy rain starting to pick up on the roads, and neighbors seeing that as the storm strengthens. If you've got images, if you've got pictures, we'd love to see them this morning as well here on Good Day Orlando. Stay with us.
Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We are entering about the 5 o'clock hour on the East Coast and the 2 o'clock hour on the West Coast. You are watching Live Now from Fox.
Storm team meteorologist this morning tracking all of this. Nicole, now a tropical storm.
It is, but Allison, boy, it is ripping outside the studios right now. The winds have come up. The rain is prolific. Rainfall amounts now per hour. No, our radar, as you know, is dual pole, so we examine the innards of these rain bands 3, 4, 5 inches per hour. It's crazy.
And that's the plus of having our very own radar, so we can be giving you the latest updates, not only on the rain, but also the winds, and they are howling in some areas.
Bottom line here at Fox 35 in the Storm Center, we got it all. Yes. Let's go ahead and give you all we got right now, and that is a live look at Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. Let's give you a live up front look here and showing us some tracking for you. Seminole Town Center through Seminole County here, the big mall there along 46 and I-4 impacts now. Fox 35 studios. Those of you in the newsroom, you're probably going to hear the winds get a little howly here soon again as another big batch of rain is moving on in. Apopka to Zellway Norwood, 12 minutes. And over toward Lake Olin to Loch Levin, there looks about 13 minutes on arrival. Everything's spreading out into the Lake County area at this time. Rainfall rates for you anywhere from 1 to 3 up to 4 inches on an hourly rainfall rate. A lot of that now is sliding on in toward the Orlando metro. Another look here at Wekiva High School. You got impacts now over to Astatula in the Lake County. That'll be coming in here in about 13 minutes. You can see everything kind of fanning out. A lot of this is part of the northern eye wall. Again, Nicole making a landfall down in the Vero Beach area at approximately 3 o'clock this morning. Now the look here shows that signature spin. You can see everything projecting in off the Atlantic, really freshening up. Another big round of rain, another rain band coming into Volusia County. Allison, that is rather potent right now coming in, so we've got some tracking to do there. And now we talked the wind gusts, and you're going to have more on that and power outages, but the wind gusts are now coming on up, and it's amazing how it all matches up. It twines in here between our Fox modeling and our live Fox 35 storm tracker radar.
That's exactly right. And you see where those outer rain bands are, and that's exactly where we are seeing some of the gustiest winds. But when we talk about the winds, that could create some power outages, and that's already what we are seeing. So Brevard County sitting at just less than 40,000 without power as of 5 o'clock on this Thursday morning. But numbers starting to bump up in Orange County, about 5,000. So we're going to continue to monitor that for you and update you, because those winds starting to rise as well at about 40 miles per hour in Melbourne and Daytona Beach. These are sustained, 36 in downtown Orlando, and starting to bump up 25 to nearly 30 in portions of Lake County. But these gusts are the most impactful. So just about 10 minutes ago, Titusville had more than 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Right now at 64, 56 in Melbourne as well as Orlando. So we talk about those outer rain bands starting to move in, and they're going to be bringing some very impactful weather. But you're probably sitting inside, just woke up wondering, well, when are conditions going to improve? I know a lot of people reaching out to us on social media. Starting along our east coast, we could be seeing those winds starting to decrease by around 11 o'clock this morning, between 1 and 2 p.m. across the Orlando metro and Lake County, portions of Volusia, and then up through northwest Florida. That's when we're going to be seeing those conditions a lot later in the afternoon, because that center of circulation is going to be tracking across the peninsula and then likely into the Gulf of Mexico there before curving back off to the north and east. So this is something that we'll be watching for you, bringing you updates not only on air but also on social media as well as on our website. So we'll be bringing it all to you live.
Excellent job. All right, Allison. So conditions will obviously get better. We need the storm to continue moving north and west, which it will be doing. Still very, very strong wind gusts, and these rain amounts, Allison, just mind-blowing, as one would expect during the duration of a tropical event, both wind and rain. That's all for now for the Storm Center. We'll head on back to the anchor desk. I believe Amy and Danielle joining us now. Good morning.
Good morning. You guys doing an excellent job. We want to bring you up to date on that curfew in Volusia County. That's in effect until 7 o'clock this morning, so just a few more hours. Everyone east of the intercoastal right now has been ordered to get out.
And the reason why, exactly what you are seeing right here, scenes like this. Let's check in now with Fox 35's Nestor Mato. It has been so difficult for him to hear us because of how windy and rainy it is there. Nestor, I'm just going to toss it right to you. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. So I've lost my hat yet again. I think I'm going to let that go. We are where folks is, I just want to show you what's happening now. I was hearing Jamie talking about a strong band coming through, and I could definitely feel that right now. We are actually walking against the wind right now. I'm actually a little out of breath, really, because it is so intense right now. And so we're seeing the water splash into folks' backyard. Now, this is the issue the county was saying. They've evacuated, told about 22 homes on South Atlantic Boulevard in Volusia County that you need to get out because it is unsafe. They deemed it unsafe. We've already seen some backyards crumble even yesterday. And so we're here at this beach access along 4,000 South Atlantic Boulevard, and the folks here that live here tell me the water usually starts 100 feet away, so there's usually beach. But as you can see, there is no beach. The beach is gone. A lot of that started with Ian. Ian started bringing the water closer and closer to the seawall. Now the water is just riding up this side street, this boat ramp, and into South Atlantic Boulevard. And this is low tide. And so the folks out here are very worried about what's going to happen once we reach high tide. I showed you before in my last time I checked in with you guys that some garages are already kind of sandbagged. Folks have their sandbags, and they're preparing for flooding. It's something we've seen before, and that's going to be a huge issue for folks that live here by the shore. For now, I am live in Volusia County, over by the sea. That's your motto.
Wow, just incredible. All right, stay safe out there, Nestor. It just gives you an idea when you see the radar next to Nestor of exactly what he's going through.
And he is right in the middle of it right now.
Well, Seminole County's Lake Monroe, as you know, has been a mess ever since Hurricane Ian. Well, now it is thrashing again.
Speaking of being right in the middle of it, right? At times it looked a lot like the waves along the coast. Let's bring in Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie joining us live. Amanda, good morning to you once again. Parts of Sanford are still saturated from Hurricane Ian, and so are you, because those waves, I got to tell you, that is something else out there.
Yeah. I am also very wet out here. The rain is coming down even harder right now, so it actually kind of stings when it hits. Even with all of these weather layers I have on, you can feel the rain on you. And the waves here are crashing over the railing like a tidal wave. Sometimes it just splashes over onto the sidewalk, and other times it goes clear across both streets. We have a truck coming by, so we're going to move out of the way so we don't get splashed as well. But the rain and the wind are very strong right now, up to 46-mile-per-hour wind gusts here in Sanford at Lake Monroe. We're set up outside of the Lake Monroe Hospital. To give you an idea, we have trees that are on their side in the wind, and some of these street signs waving as well. We know from Hurricane Ian that this area saw a lot of standing water and flooding, so the area was still very saturated up until recently. The Central Florida Zoo just opened up after being shut down for a month because of those flood waters. So it remains to be seen what kind of condition they will be in this morning and tomorrow after Tropical Storm Nicole comes through. But a lot more rain coming through as we speak. We are going to continue to monitor it, but it's hard to even look in your direction right now because of how strong the rain is coming down in our direction. So I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, stay safe out there, Amanda. Thank you so much for that. People living on Brevard County's barrier islands, they were ordered to leave ahead of Nicole's arrival.
So places like Port Canaveral, Kennedy Space Center, they took action. Fox 35's Randy Hildreth is joining us live this morning. And Randy, many businesses boarded up from Hurricane Ian and hopefully did it again this time around.
Yeah, businesses, you mentioned people were recommended to go ahead and leave as a safety precaution because of the wind in this community that was going to hit this area. Now, you may be able to see the lights flickering in the background. One of the things that we've been talking about is power outages in Brevard County. We are holding on at this Best Western here at Cocoa Beach, but the power continues to flicker on and off. Allison and Jamie have talked a lot about the strong winds that were going to hit Brevard County, and we are still feeling them. Again, Cocoa Beach, then Hurricane Nicole, now Tropical Storm Nicole, hit about 50 miles south of where we are, but we are still feeling those strong winds and seeing the heavy rain bands. The trees that are next to us blowing in the wind, this parking lot, you can see some of the water on the road, and my cameraman showing the pool because it gives a good visual of how strong the winds are in this area. Just to give you another vantage point, we're from the second floor, and some of the building, some of the ceiling from this building has come down farther down this hallway at the end, but just a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and people are just ready for this to go ahead and move out. So I know that's another element that we're tracking this morning about when all of this will move out, and we're monitoring for that later this morning. Now, this hotel is located about a block away from Cocoa Beach, the pier, and so another thing that is of concern in this community, high tide and storm surge. And so later this morning, we will be monitoring to see the impact that Nicole has brought to this area again after Hurricane Ian. Live this morning, Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
All right, yeah, we'll definitely get a different perspective once the sun comes out this morning. Well, Central Florida's East Coast, of course, seeing this most impact right now from Hurricane Nicole.
So in Brevard County, for example, people are concerned about erosion on the beach. Fox 35's Alina Shirazi joins us live now. She's in Brevard County this morning. Alina, good morning to you. How is it looking there where you are?
Good morning, guys. Well, I would say, just as Rainey was saying, one of the major concerns here at Cocoa Beach Pier is that high tide and a lot of those winds, that beach erosion. Last night during the evening we were here and we saw a lot of people still trickling in during 4 p.m., 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. But right now it is dead silent, thankfully, because those conditions continue to pick up and also stop. But the rain right now, not so bad, but the winds, the howling, the sounds, we are just a little while, just a few steps away from the beach right now. You can really hear those waves just crashing. If you take a little walk with me this way, you can see some of the bushes here, some of the trees kind of bending a little bit. Some of the palm trees over here to my left, you can see sort of swaying, give you an indicator of exactly what the wind is doing right now. Again, we are going in and out of breaks, it seems, here at Cocoa Beach Pier, right by the water. So if you take a little walk with me also this way, we can see some of the light fixtures here overhead. If we can kind of zoom into that, my photographer overhead can see just exactly, it's kind of illuminating this parking lot, but you can see some of those rain bands sort of illuminated. The rain is still whipping sideways. Actually, as we were driving to get here from a little further down south to get north here to Cocoa Beach Pier, a lot of these light fixtures as we're driving actually exploding while we were driving. So you can see sort of those flickering of flames just kind of as you're driving, as these power lights and power lines, some of these are going down. So it's very important to stay careful if you are for some reason out here driving along the road, but of course it is not encouraged at this time. We're going to continue to travel up and down this county to see some of the areas that are worst hit, but again, just a testament, as we said earlier, less than 30,000 people without power, and that's evidence just seeing the conditions out here. We're going to continue to monitor the situation as this storm progresses and hopefully makes its way out of here. For now, we're live at Cocoa Beach. Alina Shirazi, I'll send it back to you guys for now.
All right, stay safe out there, Alina. Thanks so much for that. We will be with you all morning long here on air and online. You can also find the very latest updates on this storm on our website, fox35orlando.com, and of course that Fox 35 News app as well. 5:11 is your time. Coming up next right here on Good Day Orlando this morning, we'll continue our live team coverage of what is now Tropical Storm Nicole.
Our storm team of meteorologists are going to have the latest track for you after the break. We're going to show you how fast this storm is moving and when it will get to you. And as we head to break, we want to check out this video. This is from Deerfield Beach. Just intense waves coming over the pier there. Of course, the storm made landfall here in Florida about 3 o'clock this morning. Hutchinson Island area is where the storm came ashore, again, about 2 hours ago. We'll be back right after this.
All right, and that was a live update from our news partners over at Fox 35 Orlando, bringing us non-stop coverage as we continue to monitor the conditions as now Tropical Storm makes its way throughout the state of Florida. Now, as we continue to track Nicole, let's take a look back at this video from earlier. Some pretty dramatic footage, as you can see, waves beginning to hit land as the storm was drawing closer to Florida. Officials in Flagler Beach, that's where we're taking this look from, say that there's virtually no beach sand left, and the worst is to be expected. Now, taking it back to Orlando, in Orange County, we are learning that about 5,000 people are without power. So that is just a huge testament as to how powerful this storm is. So we're going to stay on this morning here at Live Now from Fox to make sure that everyone is getting an update as conditions continue to deteriorate. Make sure that you are tuning in and, most importantly, staying off of the roads, especially during this period where the storm is again making its way through the state of Florida. The time is now 5:13 a.m. We'll be right back after this break.
Loved to basketball practice that turned out to be football practice?
All right, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a Live Now look from our X-Rad weather radar as we continue to track now Tropical Storm Nicole, which is just lashing the Florida coast. Let's check in with our news partners at Fox 35 Orlando. They're bringing us nonstop coverage.
Is just really beating up the coast. This again right outside of our Fox 35 studios, and we're advising everybody, and so is FHP and all of the sheriff's office throughout Central Florida, saying to stay off the roads.
All right, let's go ahead now and take a live look at the Artemis rocket. Remember, we were talking about whether or not it should stay on the launch pad or be moved away. As you can see, it is still there on the launch pad, weathering what is now Tropical Storm Nicole, along with the rest of us. So we'll see what happens as the sun rises. Any damage that may have sustained at all, if any. All right, 5:16 is your time. Let's turn our attention now to our tag team weather team. You guys are doing an awesome job keeping everybody informed. What is the very latest?
Thank you. All right, Allison. Well, the rain continues, the wind continues. Yes. That northern eye wall is just kind of plaguing a lot of Orlando Metro now, kind of spreading out and making its presence known. It's here.
Yes, it's here. We can hear it on our roofs, and you at home likely hearing it on yours as well. So we're going to continue to update you on the wind gusts as well as power outages. They are increasing every time we check back in with you.
All righty, Allison. Sounds good. We'll join you just in a matter of moments here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. Good morning to you. J.K. Woods here, watching tracking Tropical Storm Nicole. And you can see that track down. Winds at 70 miles per hour will decrease to 50 by 1 o'clock this afternoon, and then riding on out toward the northwestern side of the peninsula and into the panhandle longer term. We have shed all of our hurricane warned areas. It's all tropical storm right now. And live look at Fox 35 Storm Tracker Radar. One of the great things about having your own live weather radar, boy, we get down to the nitty gritty, to your street level, to your communities. Again, as we watch these areas of very heavy rain, Astatula about 2 minutes, Groveland, the Mountain Dora, in the Lake Dora, another 2 minutes until this slides on into your area. All this again part of that northern eye wall. It's starting to separate a little bit, but still real punchy. Nestor Motto doing a fine job down in coast of Volusia. Nestor, if you're hearing me now, want to let you know you got another spur up here over the Atlantic. Watching this closely for you and all the good folks that are along the Volusia County shoreline and even inland. So crucial that we draw out some tracks here, let you know when this big next chunk is going to arrive, and it is moving quickly at you at nearly 75 miles per hour. The upper level winds are racing, and that is catapulting this stuff aboard. You can see Port Orange in about 4 minutes, bottom of the line down to Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University there 5 minutes, and the pavilion at Port Orange right there at I-95 at the turnoff there at Dunlawton. That'll be at about 5 minutes or so. Our storm winds, this is what we're talking about, locked and loaded along the beach line. Everything is going in this direction to the west, so across Orlando Metro, coursing through the beach line along the 408 as well, and right on into Lake County. Heads up to you in Claremont as well. That's heading your way. The Villages into Bellevue, up near Ocala. Got a track here. Have not forgotten about you in the northern counties. Watching this closely. It's been kind of quiet there. That's about to change right now. Looks like an Ocala arrival at about 7 minutes. Crystal River all the way on the other side of the Gulf of Mexico. That's how fast it's moving now at 19 minutes and into the Williston and Bronson areas within, we'll say, about 45 minutes time. And the rain amounts have been prolific right now, easing just a little bit, but another spur up on the way on in. And here's a look at our 3D radar. You can see that counterclockwise rotation and very uniform moderate to heavy tropical rains continuing in this area now as we kind of flip things over and give you kind of a more unique and different perspective there. But as I leave you, another look at all that heavy rain moving through Orlando. So things do get better for the areas now for the southeast viewing area through 11 a.m., 1 to 2 p.m. around Orlando, Lake County, up near the Villages, and 3 to 5 as we get you to the northwestern counties. Now, Allison, you've got more on the power outages. Numbers coming up now.
Numbers are really coming up, especially in Brevard County. We're now shaded in orange, which means the range anywhere from 50,000 to 100,000 folks without power. The exact number that we have is about 52,000 at the moment, 5,000 in Orange County, and Volusia up to 3,500. Now, my aunt and uncle actually live in New Smyrna Beach, and my aunt texted me just about 5 minutes ago saying they are now without power, living very close to the shore there. So just something to keep in mind that it could happen at a moment's notice. So if you hear us, listening to us, watching us all morning long, make sure that your devices are charged now so that you can watch us by downloading the Fox 35 35 News app. That's going to be very, very important, especially as these winds are only going to continue to increase across the interior. Let's take a look at current sustained winds right now at about 36 miles per hour in Orlando and Melbourne, 40 in Daytona Beach, with gusts even higher. Again, Titusville right around that 70 mile per hour mark with the gusts. We saw that just about 25 minutes ago, and it's picked right back up. 62 mile per hour gusts in Daytona Beach, 54 in Claremont, and you can see some of those winds starting to race out of the northeast up through north central Florida along the I-75 corridor there. And our Fox model doing a great job at showing those winds going to be impacting portions of Sumter as well as Lake County through around 8 o'clock this morning. Then by 9, 10, 11 o'clock, that center of circulation moving up towards Cedar Key. So that's when winds there are going to be at their highest. But like Jamie mentioned, we're going to be seeing a clearing of some of the gustiest winds along our east coast as we head throughout the afternoon and evening hours tonight. But I do want to take you in just to a large view of what we're seeing across the entire state of Florida. You can see some of those outer rain bands impacting Jacksonville all the way down to Cape Coral here. And as the center of circulation moves off, we're going to be seeing clearings starting from our south and east and up toward the north and west. And lastly, I do want to leave you with current wind gusts across the state. Yes, they are at their strongest around our viewing area, but still seeing some very impactful winds up near Jacksonville, even to Tallahassee with 34 mile per hour gusts right now. And Jamie, just seeing that 3D view that you had on our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, that's why it's so important that we do have our own radar so we can take you into that center of the storm and right down to street level.
And we're getting what we call in the world of weather a ground truth from our troopers down on the down at the surface this morning. Amanda McKenzie down in Lake Monroe, and Nestor Motto does a fine job, always on Good Day Orlando. Yeah, Wilbur by the Sea. It's like a giant vacuum pressure washer where he's at now. So if you guys can hear us, great job. Stay safe, and we'll update you more from the Fox 35 Storm Center all morning long here on this special Nicole covered edition of Good Day Orlando. We'll send it on back to you now.
We are all Nicole all the time.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks, Jamie and Allison. Still ahead on Good Day Orlando. Our team coverage continues as Nicole is moving further into Central Florida.
We're going to have another live report for you coming up after the break. We are now at 5:22. Don't go far.
All right, a huge thank you to our news partners over at Fox 35 Orlando. They have their full newscast out in the elements, making sure that you are aware of these conditions so that you don't have to travel and experience them for yourself, because things again are rapidly increasing as Nicole makes its way through the state of Florida. So what was Hurricane Nicole has been downgraded to tropical storm. Nicole now has maximum sustained winds of 70 miles per hour, with its center about 25 miles northwest of Vero Beach, Florida. Now, all hurricane warnings have been changed to tropical storm warnings, and while tropical storm warnings from South Boca Raton Beach have been discontinued, tropical storm warnings are still in effect for most of the north to the South Santee River, the eastern portion of Florida, if you're unfamiliar with the area. So Nicole will continue to move across central Florida this morning, possibly emerging over the far northwestern portion of the Gulf of Mexico Thursday afternoon, before crossing back into the Florida Panhandle and into Georgia, gradually weakening to tropical depression probably by late Thursday or Friday. But we are monitoring these conditions for you all. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we will revisit our news partners at Fox 35 Orlando.
That electric line that's just dangling and dancing in the wind there at the intersection. I can't tell what street we're on exactly, but the point is we've seen a lot of emergency crews come through here, slow down around here, so if you're out and about, don't be. These things are flying, they're hot, and just before you came to us, Amy, 2 of them blew above our heads. So we're going to get out of here. It's not a safe location. We'll catch you in a few minutes down the road. Back to you.
I think that's a good idea. Stay safe, David. Thank you so much.
Well, coming up, we continue our live team coverage of Hurricane, now Tropical Storm Nicole.
That's right. So we're going to check in with the Fox 35 Storm team, as well as our own crew of reporters. As you know, we've got them fanned out all across Central Florida. And as we head to break, we do want to go ahead and take a look at all these live cameras we've got fanned out across Central Florida as well. Take a look at this. As Nicole moves through our area, you can see a lot of rain there on the lenses. You also see some wind, some of those cameras just blowing in the breeze. 526, you are watching a special edition of Good Day Orlando this morning. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are continuing to track now Tropical Storm Nicole, and we are also keeping in touch with our news partners over at Fox 35 Orlando. Right now, we are taking a Live Now look from our XRAD weather radar. You can see Nicole's track right there. Nicole now has a maximum sustained winds of 70 miles per hour, with the center about 25 miles per hour northwest of Vero Beach, Florida. And as we have been reporting all morning, we have our Fox 35 Orlando's out in the elements, just giving you all a first-hand account on how conditions are rapidly intensifying in the Central Florida area. I do want to show you all this video that we had coming to our Live Now from Fox Desk. This is from Flagler Beach, and you can see this was shot a little bit earlier in the day on Wednesday, and it's just showing the erosion and the damage on Flagler Beach. You can see those waves crashing onto shore there. And let's go ahead and take a look at a few cameras that we have throughout Central Florida. And we're going to get another update from our colleagues from Fox 35.
If you can. Thanks for being here. I'm Amy Kaufeld.
Hi, everybody. I'm Danielle Knox. Thank you for joining us during this extended storm team coverage. Let's get on over now to the storm team. The meteorologists, they have been so amazing, right? Tracking the very latest on what is now Tropical Storm Nicole. Guys, take it away. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Allison, we're going to jump right into it. We've got some pretty impactful areas of rain now moving into a large chunk of the viewing area. So let's go ahead ahead and jump you on in the Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar now. I want to update you, those of you in Volusia County, north side of the county, in the Flagler. This is rearing up now over the open Atlantic and moving your way. I just tracked winds within that, gusts over 55 to 60 miles per hour. So that's slipping on shore now. It's going to be over there in the Flagler County Airport at about 8 minutes, and Bunnell 10 minutes. That's how fast this stuff is moving, racing at nearly 70 miles per hour. The upper level winds are really scooting this stuff along very quickly. As you look out into the Atlantic, you can see more loading here, even a couple flashes of lightning, all that catapulting in off the Atlantic now. Heavy duty wind gusts embedded within that, the very heavy prolific tropical rains. Look at that barrier, that wall approaching Dunellen at about 9 minutes. Horseshoe Beach up in Dixie County, 56 minutes. Again, that's how fast it's moving as it projects not only through Fox 35 viewership, through Sumter County, the I-75 corridor, but also for those of you up in Fox 51 country, WOGX TV, tracking your skies in Levy and Dixie counties right now. As we show you Inverness on over to Coleman, Lake P, down the Bushnell, you can see the depth of this through Sumter County, and all that again shifting off toward the west. That's all for now with radar analysis. Let's over to Allison now with a look at our power outages.
And numbers continue to increase. We've been bringing it to you live every 15 minutes or so, and we're actually seeing the power outages start to bump up in Orange County. 10,000 without power this morning, and in the orange is Brevard County, so that has the highest power outages with about 52,000, 6,500 in Volusia County this morning. And that's because we are seeing those outer rain bands, which Jamie was just explaining, as well as the gusty winds. Current sustained winds in Orlando at 41 miles per hour, 26 mile per hour sustained winds in Leesburg, and about 40 in Daytona Beach. But take a look at these gusts. They do continue to rise. Now 63 mile per hour gusts in downtown Orlando, 62 in Daytona Beach, 66 in Titusville. With just about 5 minutes ago, they did reach that 70 mile per hour threshold again with the gusts. And Jamie was showing on our live Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar those winds starting to pick up in Sumter and Marion counties, and we are seeing that right now. So make sure you stick with and depend on the Fox 35 Storm Team. Chief Meteorologist Jamie King and I will be here in the Storm Center tracking current conditions to make sure that you and your family are staying safe.
Allison, thank you so very much. And before you go back to the anchors, I want to just, again, tracking this big area here. The winds are real strong within this little pocket of heavy rain. University Park over to Apopka, Ocoee to Oak Ridge right now. This is streamlining through your area. If not, it'll be on top of you within roughly 2 to 3 minutes total time. So we'll track this. We'll have another update live Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. Working overtime this morning here on Good Day Orlando, but we got you covered. Want you all to depend on us here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. Back to you for now.
All right. Thanks, Jay. Well, just as Allison was getting ready to talk about power outages, the light flickered in the studio. I thought, I hope that's not a sign, right? A curfew is in effect for Volusia County until 7 this morning. About 90 minutes from now, everyone east of the Intracoastal has been ordered to leave.
Well, and that's because of scenes like what you see right here, right? So we do want to check in now with Fox 35's Nestor Mato. Nestor, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So here's where we're at right now. We're on South Atlantic Boulevard, around 4,000 South Atlantic Boulevard. 22 homes here have been deemed unsafe, told to leave because there is a fear that the water is going to creep up and get into their home. In fact, we've already seen a lot of backyards being damaged, being really gnawed away by the water that is making its way onto shore. You know, I was talking to a man who lives here who says before Ian, the water started about 100 feet out. Since Ian, it has been up to the seawall, and now the concern is that it's going to start gnawing at very vulnerable parts of the seashore that have already got such a hit by Ian, and now having to deal with Nicole passing by. As far as, I just wanted to give you an update because I heard you guys talking about the power outages. I saw an FPL truck actually drive out, so it may be a little comforting for some to know that they are still doing that work as well, despite the fact, here we go, a big gust of wind just pushing some water on shore. And so that's the fear that a lot more water is going to make it. In fact, this is low tide, and look how far the water has gone. Again, a man who lives here told me before Ian, the water was about 100 feet away. This is where we're at right now. This is a side street to get to a boat ramp on South Atlantic Boulevard. And so slowly we're seeing the water make its way onto the actual street. It's an issue that we're going to see more and more as the water goes by. This is something that, of at hotels being chipped away, falling apart. And so we'll see once the sun comes out how bad some of this damage is. But for now, this is the scene how it stands right now over by the sea in Volusia County. That's from Alto Fox 35 News.
Wow, just really scary out there.
Boy.
Yeah. All right, well, Seminole County's Lake Monroe is something that we have been watching for more than 6 weeks now, ever since Hurricane Ian hit.
Remember, it just started to recede, right? And now they are getting flooded again. At times, it looked a lot like the waves that you'd see along the coast. Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie joins us live. And Amanda, parts of Sanford are still saturated, right, from Hurricane Ian. And now here we go again.
Oh yeah, everything's been saturated and now it's once again saturated again. Wind speeds have definitely increased up here. We're experiencing up to 62-mile-per-hour wind gusts at times, so you definitely feel it and you see it. You can see the waves crashing over the railing here, and I can't even see my photographer to know where he's pointing at the moment. But we're seeing huge waves crashing over the sidewalks onto the streets. And actually, speaking of power outages just a moment ago, we saw all of these street lights go out and it was pitch black. We could not see anything. Now, it did come right back on. I don't know if that's an indication that we may not have power much longer, but the good news perhaps is that we are right next to the Lake Monroe Hospital. So you probably know a lot of times hospitals are the ones that will continue to have power throughout all of this, and I would suspect that these street lights are connected or close to that power. So maybe we will continue to have power out here. Only time will tell, but that could mean trouble for a lot of the surrounding areas here in Sanford, because we've already seen the lights flicker here. I would take a bet that we're seeing them flicker elsewhere as well. Now, did you see those waves? They just keep crashing and getting bigger, like a tidal wave. I mean, it's like there must be a whale in the water splashing us here. That's how strong these waves and winds are. But we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio because it is getting a little bit fierce. This rain does kind of pierce you as it comes in at those strong wind speeds.
Oh gosh, this waves crashing behind you, Amanda. That is just wild to think that that is a lake and not the ocean.
And let me tell you, it has been several hours that she has been in those conditions. Amanda, stay safe out there. Thank you so much.
Well, coming up, we do have live team coverage this morning on Tropical Storm Nicole.
We're going to check back in with the Fox 35 Storm team. That and more after the break. And as we head to Bree, go ahead and take a look at our live cameras now all across Central Florida as Nicole moves through our area. It is 5:38. You're watching a special edition of Good Day Orlando this morning. Don't go far.
Dear Santa.
All right, welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We are taking a Live Now look from our X-Rad weather radar as we continue to track Tropical Storm Nicole, which has since been downgraded from a hurricane to a tropical storm. It is continuing to lash the state of Florida with relentless winds, rains. We're seeing waves, especially as it moves inland across the state. Now, Nicole is expected to have far-reaching impacts stretching into the southeast and eventually the mid-Atlantic and northeast. And we are experiencing those impacts right now. Around 110,000 customers are now without power as Tropical Storm Nicole makes its trek across Central Florida. If you are in the Central Florida area, or if you are familiar with the Orlando area specifically, in Orange County, 10,000 people are without power. So that's where we're going to head next. Let's check in with our colleagues over at Fox 35 Orlando.
So if you do have to get out this morning, please take your time. There's a lot of sheeting rain on the roads. It makes it hard to get traction. So be super careful out there. Officials are urging you to please stay home if you can. And in some places like Volusia County, there is a curfew in effect, and that is actually going through 7 o'clock this morning. Everyone who is east of the Intracoastal has been ordered to leave.
That is because of scenes that you see right here, right? You see all of that damage already, and that was from Hurricane Ian. Let's check in now with Fox 35's Nestor Mato. Nestor, seawalls are crumbling because of powerful waves. You have just been inundated all morning long. How are things there right now?
Yeah, that's right. I gave up on my hat. Actually, it flew away and I lost it. So someone in Volusia County, Wilbur by the Sea, is going to get a free Fox 35 Storm Team hat. If you find it, tweet me wearing it. You can keep it. So what we're looking at right now is the water that is usually 100 feet out, pretty much completely coming into folks' backyard. I mean, this is someone's home and the water is already making its way up. This is low tide, so there is great concern that once it becomes high tide, water is going to make its way into the home, and that's why you see so many folks have their sandbags ready to go. Now, the water has been an issue, as you mentioned, since Ian, because the folks that live here tell me that when the water was 100 feet away before Ian. When Ian hit, it came to the seawall. And now Nicole is just making a problem worse, and that's the issue here. A lot of these homes by the coast on the seashore are vulnerable because they've already been under the effects of Ian, and now Nicole is gnawing away at already very vulnerable places. 22 homes on South Atlantic Boulevard, where I'm at, around 4,000 South Atlantic Boulevard, have been told you need to get out because it is unsafe. They're afraid about what this rising water can do as it approaches. And you can see we're seeing a big gust. Orlando, show them what's happening here. You can see a big gust making its way in. The water, at least the rain, has actually slowed down in our area. All this water that you're seeing is water being blown onto us by the ocean. So again, we are monitoring the situation here as we are in South Atlantic Boulevard, Wilbur by the Sea. 22 homes told it is not safe, you need to get out. And that's exactly where we are. Once the sun comes up, I am very eager to see exactly how it's looking. But for now, this is the situation as it stands at Wilbur by the Sea in Volusia County. Nestor Mato, Fox 35 News.
All righty, Nestor, thank you so very much. Wow. I mean, what do you say? I mean, they're getting blasted down there, the whole area.
The whole area. We see those outer rain bands that are now moving across the interior, but if you're along the coast, you're not in the clear yet. We're still seeing some of those showers making their way on shore, as well as the gusty winds, and power outages continue to be on the rise.
And we're now noticing on Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar here behind me a little bit of low-level rotation just east of Daytona Beach, so that in itself is now a concern, and we've always been in the cards this whole time. Let's go ahead and jump you on in. Live look at at the radar scan right now here as we take it full. And the main thing we're watching is now we got some rain easing actually down to Indian River County, South Brevard, as the circulation continues rolling inland. All this is part of that northern eye wall. And while it is all ragged and jagged, doesn't look that healthy right now, it's still got all that energy within it. So I want to take you down the street level from Orla Vista to Pine Hills to Fairview Shores, let you know who's got what. So just for reference here, Azalea Park, here's the 408. So as you go along the 408 and head out to Dorset Road and White Road, areas out that way, we get that split near Gotha along the turnpike. Super heavy rain. Silver Star Road up to Lockhart and Piedmont. Tracking on this now, we'll bring this into Lake Apopka, right about now. Astatula, 7 minutes. Mascot, 14 minutes. And Webster, 23 minutes, as that goes all the way through Lake County and moves into Sumter County right along the I-75 corridor. So that in itself is of concern, with another rise in winds and very impactful rain. Now, where Nestor's located, Nestor, if you're hearing us now, and you might not, it's loud down there. We have another area here moving aboard that's coming up through Port Orange now, right around Dunlawton. We had some major damage at the lifeguard stand yesterday, where Dunlawton spills into the Atlantic right at the beach ramp drive on there, and that continues all the way down Dunlawton over near Aunt Catfish Restaurant over to Ridgewood. It's some super heavy rain coming aboard right now. Some low-level rotation also indicated out over the open Atlantic. So in one Daytona, about 3 minutes, over to the National Speedway there in about 2 minutes. I want you to know that. Another 3D perspective here as we give you a look and turn the radar over on its side. Just this huge canopy of spin right now. And there's been a few we call convective elements now phasing in. There's a little bit of lightning on the eastern areas here, so that in itself, watching for the potential for any kind of rotation, any kind of spin-ups that may be at play there, as the atmosphere is now again tumbling, inheriting the spin from the northern edge of Nicole while it moves across the entire region. I want to bring Allison in now, taking a look here at what's happening with the current wind gusts, Allison, and they are very impactful now. That rotation indicated east of Daytona Beach. While you're doing that, I'm going to get on back on Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, use the velocity scan. Got to keep the people safe along the coastline there. Any rotation could be a water spout forming. That in turn rolls ashore. You got a tornado warning.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's something that we're watching for you. And make sure you download the Fox 35 Storm Team weather app. You'll actually get alerted if there is a tornado warning in your area. We talk about the winds, heavy rain that's causing a rise in some power outages. More than 60,000 across the viewing area as Nicole is starting to make its way on shore. But let's take you into those sustained winds, just shy of 50 miles per hour out at Daytona Beach, but gusts are even higher. They're the strongest right now along our east coast. 62 mile per hour gusts in Daytona, in Titusville 73, and that's been holding steady for the last 30 minutes or so. So if you live in Brevard County, just know that these strong winds are going to continue as we do continue to watch that center of circulation start to make its way across our viewing area. We showed it to you on our Fox model all day yesterday and this morning. But just like Jamie said, there is the potential for that rotation. The counties that are shaded in this green color that you're seeing under a possible 1 out of 5 risk for some isolated tornadoes within these tropical systems. We see that the center of circulation is large and churning, but we could be seeing some isolated areas that do cause a spin up. If they do start out over the open waters, that would be a water spout, but as soon as it makes its way onshore over the land, that's when it could become a tornado. So it's something that we'll be monitoring for you. Do want to show you that wide look again, just how far not only the winds but also rain is expanding, mostly up through Jacksonville, but some of that trying to move into the coast of Georgia up there all the way to the south of Cape Coral. Right now, West Palm Beach is dry, but could be seeing a few of those outer showers. And you're probably wondering, well, what spots have seen the most rain? That's going to be all the areas shaded in yellow, anywhere from 1 to nearly 3 inches. This is just within the last 12 hours. So we're seeing that in portions of southern Volusia County, most of Orange County here, northern Brevard. It looks like really the entire portion of that, and then moving into Osceola. But as that center does continue to move across the interior, Jamie, likely going to be seeing those totals on the rise, and we could be seeing anywhere from 3 to 6 inches in total throughout the entirety of this storm in some portions of our area.
area.
Yeah, and if we saw something in excess, I wouldn't be shocked.
Yep.
Guys in the control room, just come over to me. I got a good fix here on this area of possible rotation. Now, it's east of Flagler Beach, and for those of you in Flagler Beach, it'll be onshore in about a minute. Bunnell, this area comes to you in Flagler County, 7 minutes, and then as you go toward Pomona Park, Crescent City, getting into Putnam County. Just watching this closely here for you. You can see the green and the red couplet here trying to develop. Another look at it here. It's a little hazy. It's a little fuzzy right now. Very heavy rain in progress, but watching this closely for a little bit of a close there as we see that gate-to-gate shear happening now and moving rapidly toward the shoreline. We'll continue to stay on top of it, committed to keeping all of you safe. So keep it here. We're going to keep you up to date. For now, we'll head back to Danielle and Amy over on the anchor desk.
All right, thank you so much for that, guys. Great job. It is 10 minutes now before the hour. Central Florida's East Coast is getting hit as now Tropical Storm Nicole makes its way west.
We've been talking about storm surge for over 24 hours now because it has been really nasty on most of Volusia County, Flagler County, Brevard County. That is where David Martin is this morning. He's in Brevard County. How are things looking now, David?
Oh, Amy, I'll tell you what. The wind gusts this morning are insane. We are on A1A at the Radisson Hotel in Melbourne Beach. Paolo and I were driving and came across this stoplight that's just dangling by a thread. Many people trying to get around this. I'm not sure why they're out. Well, I'm not sure why we're out either, but they're out doing something obviously important. And the sheriff's department just showed up to get some flashing lights on this because it's dangerous, right? Goodness, I'm telling you, these gusts are just super strong. So what happens is they've got the sheriff's department here. Now he's leaving, but he was trying to let people know that this is a dangerous situation with dangling lights, right? Now we took a tour through some of the residential areas, Melbourne Beach, and we've seen some trees down, lots of transformers blowing, but nothing, no rain or flooding here to speak of. We're not getting any precipitation at the moment, just amazing strong winds. This is just something to behold. I can't get over it. So we're going to send it back to the studio and keep exploring. And try to stay vertical here.
Be careful, David.
No, he's talking about people who were out there driving, and this one viewer, she just tweeted that she had to go to work today. She says everybody's required to work today at her job.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Be careful. If you've got to get out there. All right, the time right now is 5:52. Coming up, we continue our live team coverage of what is now Tropical Storm Nicole.
And we've got a live view this morning from our Amway camera, as well as in downtown Sanford this morning as Nicole is passing through. And you can see there is some traffic on I-4 this morning. And as Danielle just said, some people are required to go to work today. If you are a first responder, right, you work in a hospital or something like that, you might have to get out there. So just be super careful out on the roads. Take your time. The last thing you want to do is have a spin out in this storm. We'll be back right after this.
All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As we look at our Live Now weather radar, you can see we are still tracking Tropical Storm Nicole, which did make landfall as Hurricane Nicole along the east coast of Florida, just south of Vero Beach, around 3 a.m. Eastern time this morning. That's according to the National Hurricane Center. Now, authorities did issue mandatory evacuation orders for Daytona Beach shores. That's where we are getting these images from. And a curfew is also in place from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Thursday. So again, this footage is coming from Daytona Beach, and you can see the water and waves rushing in from the sea. This was just on Wednesday afternoon. And we are also monitoring conditions in Central Florida, which is getting hit pretty hard. So let's go ahead and check in with our news partners at Fox 35 Orlando. We're learning that more than 100,000 people are out of power.
So that's good there. 53,000, though, right there in Brevard County. There's also about 10,000 customers out in Orlando. Allison had a map up earlier showing some of the other areas that have power outages. So if your power is out, be patient. We do know there are a lot of trucks in the area that are waiting to get the lines fixed and back on.
And one of our reporters already said that they've seen some trucks out and about already restoring power. So it has already started.
All right, here we go. 2 condo buildings in New Smyrna Beach. They had to be emptied out because the city deemed them to be unsafe. These are 2 oceanfront buildings at the Las Brisas condominiums. This is on Hill Street. Officials say that the dune in front was washing up to within 10 feet of the structure. New Smyrna Beach police say they did help those neighbors to evacuate. No word on when they'll be able to go back in, but hopefully once they're able to find that the building is secure, they can let them go home.
Absolutely. It is now 3 before the hour. Coming up next right here on Good Day Orlando this morning, we'll continue our live team coverage of what is now Tropical Storm Nicole.
We'll be checking back in with the Fox 35 storm team as our crew of reporters are fanned out all across Central Florida. And as we head to break, we've got some new video from one of our viewers. This is in Satellite Beach. Heavy rain really picking up on the roads, and many folks in that area are hunkering down, staying home, and just trying to stay safe until the storm passes. We'll be back right after this.
Tracking the tropics.
We are tracking Nicole, of course, bringing wind and rain to Central Florida. This is a live look at a number of different points across our area as the storm moves across.
I want to thank you for being with us. We have extended team coverage this morning of now Tropical Storm Nicole. It has been downgraded just slightly, but it is still packing quite the punch. I'm Amy Kaufeld.
I'm Roddy Elijah. Good to see you this morning, Amy. Let's get right over to our Fox 35 storm team meteorologist this morning for the very latest on Nicole's track and what we can expect.
All righty. Allison, still watching out near Flagler County. We had a little bit of rotation out over the open Atlantic, so I'm going to jump into that now and update the good folks out near Palm Coast and through Flagler. Come on down to the big wall, you guys. Thank you. And we show you around that area now. Winds now are fresh, no doubt about it. Those winds coming toward the radar site right around the 40-mile-per-hour mark. The gusts have been upwards of 55 to 60. If you look at the velocity scan here, you can see the couple that we're tracking, the red, the green here. So that's that shear in the atmosphere. Think of it as a big tear in the atmosphere there, and that is riding along now, getting ready to breach the shoreline there. So those of you out near Mound Grove, Flagler Beach, Beverly Beach, and as far west as Bimini, Bunnell, US 1 down the Favoretta, National Gardens, that entire layer of heavy weather is moving your way now. We've got a track on it for you. Flagler County Airport, 2 minutes. Willaca and Palatka. I know you're out there, you guys out in Putnam County. Get the emails and social media outreach from you guys out there along the St. Johns River. I know you watch on the Rabbit Ears. And, of course, we appreciate your viewership. Want to keep you safe out there as well. Jonah Gam, Palatka there right along Highway 17. You got Bunnell now with that very, very heavy rain there along I-95. Down toward the Orlando area. Downtown rain still consistent, easing though. Super heavies though. Gotha on over to Ocoee White Road on down to North Powers Drive, Orla Vista, Road 431, and then South Ivy Lane. That's where it really picks up. You can see the western extension there of the 408. And you'll notice here too, out toward West Orange High School, very heavy rain. That trails out in the Oakland and lastly, Groveland on over to Dade City and St. Leo. That's how fast it's moving, impacting right along the Gulf of Mexico on the western portion of the Florida Peninsula. For more now power outages and current winds, let's head over to Allison now in the sky in the Storm Team Weather Center now.
Good morning, Jamie. Well, I do want to let you know that these numbers do continue to rise. Power outages across central Florida. More than 50,000 folks in Brevard County out of power, but now in Orange County, that's up to 12,000, 7,500 in Volusia, and these numbers only continue to rise. And I want to take you into peak winds so far this morning. Take a look at these numbers out at Port Canaveral, just shy of 80-mile-per-hour peak wind gusts. That was in the 4 o'clock hour, but just in was this wind gust out in Daytona Beach, 70 miles per hour. So we talk about these very impactful winds, and the gusts do continue to rise. So it's very important to make sure that you are staying inside, especially when you hear those winds howling. Current sustained winds along the coast at about 44 in Daytona Beach and 32 in Melbourne, but these gusts now starting to pick up across the Orlando Metro and Sanford, as well as in Claremont, because here's the center of circulation, and it's going to be making a northwesterly track. So we'll continue to update you on the winds, the power outages, as well as the potential for that rotation. Our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar does such great job at showing that, Jamie.
Okay, sounds good, Allison. And I'll also let you know when things are going to get better. It's all part of our next weather show up here. So for now, we'll send it on back to you, Amy and Ryan. Good morning.
Jamie, Allison, thanks. Of course, we've been checking in with our team of reporters, seeing really different conditions out there.
Yeah, somebody who's been getting hit really hard all morning long is Nestor Mato. He is joining us right now. He's been in Wilbur by the Sea in Volusia County. How are things looking out there, Nestor?
Hey, I'm sorry, I can't hear you guys because the wind is just so ferocious out here, but I did hear Nestor, so I think I'm on. I just wanted to show you, though, what's happening now. The water is rushing up. This is a public beach access on South Atlantic Boulevard. So this should be access to the beach for the folks who live here, Wilbur by the Sea in Volusia County. Instead, you see it consumed by water. And, you know, these waves have been pretty fierce. And the issue is that these waves are going to start gnawing away at very vulnerable sea coast backyards, homes that back up right onto the water. They're already been so vulnerable because of Hurricane Ian. 22 homes around the 4,000 block of South Atlantic Boulevard where we are told you need to leave because it's just not safe. They're afraid about what the water will do to their backyard. To see more water splashing onto us, it's making its way closer and closer to South Atlantic Boulevard. And so this is low tide. I was just talking to a man a few hours ago who was out here recording things with his phone, and he was saying the concern doesn't end when Nicole moves away. The concern continues once it becomes high tide and where this water will end up. We've already seen so many backyards. Some hotel decks crumble even as Nicole was approaching. So there's still a lot of fears out here because really this area has not even fully recovered from Hurricane Ian. They actually told me that I've been saying it all morning because it's so fascinating. The water usually 100 feet away. I'm live at Wilbur by the Sea in Volusia County. Nestor Mato, Fox 35 News.
Be careful out there.
He has
Nestor.
been getting pounded.
He
this
really
morning.
has. He's going to need a hot shower later. Believe it or not, he's going to actually want that. Well, Seminole County's Lake Monroe has really been taking a beating ever since Hurricane Ian. That was 6 weeks ago.
Right. Remember how long it took for things to go down in terms of water levels? We've seen wind gusts of about 50 miles an hour. We saw that peak of 60 in Sanford. Amanda McKenzie, we talked about Nestor getting hit all morning, as has Amanda. And just watching the wind gusts there, Amanda, and the water has been incredible.
Oh, absolutely. The wind has definitely made these waves like tidal waves going over the sidewalk into the roadways. Definitely a very heavy splash zone. Wind speeds up to 62 miles per hour at times. And we just made a comment a second ago that it felt like we were experiencing some of the strongest wind gusts yet. In fact, while we were sitting in the car, I felt one wind gust almost go up underneath the car and it shook it around. So that definitely is a factor out here. So you want to be inside where it's safe and not in these high wind speeds. Now, we have seen a lot of these waves, oh goodness, crashing over the railing over here. I did just notice to the far right, I don't know if Alan can even see it, there is a trash receptacle for your pet doo-doo. That was taken out of the ground and is on its side over there right now. Hopefully that was empty. But we have seen a few cars out. We want people to be aware that wind is very strong coming through here. We're on Seminole Boulevard in Sanford, right across from the Lake Monroe Hospital. About 30 minutes or so ago, we saw all of these street lights go out, but that was for under a minute. Then they came right back on. But when the lights went out, it was pitch black out here. You could not see anything. It was so dark. So that could be an indication as to what the power outage situation could be in the surrounding area as well. Fortunately, we're right next to the hospital, so we may be on that hospital grid keeping the lights on. But we're going to send it back to you in the studio. We'll check back in with these incredible waves coming up next.
Gosh, it's just incredible. I wonder where the alligators hide in a storm like this. Don't you always think about that, especially Lake Monroe, Lake Jessup? I'm like, they must go way down
Not
deep.
near Amanda, that's for sure.
No kidding. All right, well, Central Florida's East Coast is seeing the most impact from Hurricane Nicole, now tropical storm.
Yeah, people in Brevard County, like Volusia County, concerned about some erosion near the beaches. Let's check in with Alina Shirazi. She's live from Port Canaveral. Of course, the rocket's sitting out there, so they were banking on those wind speeds, staying under 80 miles an hour. And Alina, we've seen that. How do the conditions look?
Well, the wind really is picking up, and I'm going to talk about that rocket in a second, actually, but I just want to show you something right behind us here. We're where a lot of restaurants here, Waterside at Port Canaveral. That sign, Gators Dockside, is just completely dangling in half. It broke in half. It really is just hanging by a thread, and we're sort of just waiting for it to come completely off, because some of these winds, as Allison and Jamie was saying earlier in the day, we are just shy of 80-mile-per-hour winds at some points here, the northern tip of Brevard County. But if you take a little walk with me here just to look at these trees, everything is swaying on its side. Everything is swaying. Everything is moving out and angled towards the water. Let's take a little walk over here. I'm going to widen my stance because the wind is really picking up. Again, this is Gators Dockside parking. Some of these waves from this high tide and the wind, you can see it's just picking up. Earlier, it was just coming up to the parking lot, so sometimes it picks up and it moves past this fence. So you can just see a lot of the waves. It's harder sometimes to see with the camera, but with the eye, it's just really picking up and moving over this parking lot. But again, you mentioned the rocket, right? We are just maybe 15-20 minutes away from Kennedy Space Center. They moved that rocket out of the vehicle assembly building, out of it onto the launch pad and back into the vehicle assembly building with Ian. And less than a month, just a little bit over a month actually now, with Tropical Storm Nicole, they moved it back. They knew that this storm was coming. They decided to keep it on the launch pad. NASA told me that that rocket can withstand up to 85-mile-per-hour winds. That's about a Category 1 hurricane, and as Allison and Jamie were saying earlier, we're seeing shy of 80-mile-per-hour winds, so it's going to be really critical to assess the damage to that rocket because they moved that launch date back to next Wednesday, so it's going to be interesting to see, really dire to see when that mission is really going to take off. A lot of setbacks, but again, we're going to continue to monitor the weather conditions out here, and we'll keep updating you as the morning progresses. We're live at the port. Alina Shirazi, I'll send it back to you guys for now.
Alina, thanks. Yeah, I think the biggest obstacle was that they just didn't even know if they had enough time to safely get it back to the VA because it moves so slow.
They do their homework on those wind speeds. They were close.
All right, coming up, we continue our live team coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole.
Our storm team meteorologist is going to have the latest track coming up after the break as well. 6:10 special coverage for you this morning.
Fox 35 weather brought to you in part by
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 6:12 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we are continuing to track and monitor every development as Hurricane Nicole now weakens to a tropical storm as it makes landfall here in Florida. Many cities along the coastline of Florida are under mandatory evacuations, and as of 6 o'clock, over 110,000 people are without power. So Tropical Storm Nicole is definitely impacting the people in Central Florida and also residents along the Florida coast. So Nicole formed as a hurricane and it made landfall as a Cat 1 in eastern Florida near Vero Beach. This was early this morning when it was a Category 1 storm, and it did bring periods of very heavy rain. Even driving to the studio this morning, the rain and wind gusts were very heavy in Central Florida, and we are seeing some coastal flooding in Florida. So we do expect impacts to continue to spread along the eastern seaboard throughout the late of this week. So we're taking a look again at our XRAD weather radar, but this map is showing Nicole's projected path. You can see so much rain right now being dumped on the state. So let's go ahead and check in with Fox 35 Orlando. They're bringing us live updates.
30 minutes away from sunrise, so we'll see some of the elements out there once we get there.
Yeah, for sure. Very closely now as to what is playing out. And Allison, we've got a new issued tornado watch for our friends up in Flagler County until 1 o'clock.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We talked about how we could be seeing the chance for some rotation and likely right now it would be up in Flagler County and continuing off to the north.
Okay, let's go ahead and pop on in, give everyone a look here at what's going on with a full screen, and shows us the tornado watch area now. So essentially, it's Flagler County. You see Palm Coast, Bimini, Bunnell in that county spread there, the I-95 corridor over to Palatka. For Putnam County, got St. John's and over toward Jacksonville Beach and Duval. So pretty broad area of concern as we've seen a few water spouts over the offshore waters here. You can see on the velocity scan here, these are winds coming toward it away from our live Fox 35 storm tracker radar. And you can see the break here. We've got reds, we've got greens, and this was flashing what we call a gate-to-gate couplet. Strong winds coming toward and then away again from the radar, which can indicate some rotation. That's what we look for in the atmosphere. So there may be an opportunity to gin up a few water spouts over the offshore waters. As those roll aboard, they become full-on tornado-warned areas. So it's important everyone know that the risk of that will be rising as we go through about the next hour or so. You can see from Painters Hill to Beverly Beach down to Flagler, you guys are seeing a little bit of a chill zone right now as far as the rain potential, the intensity, but there's more moving in your direction. And then out toward Moody Boulevard, I-95, North State Street to Bunnell and Old Hawk Creek Road to DuPont, US 1 to Corona. That's kind of that area now that's got that very, very focused rain. Down near Port Orange, Ponce Inlet and New Smyrna Beach, Edgewater, Indian River Town here. We got a little bit of I wouldn't say a lull in the rain. It's still pouring pretty good, but the real heavy signatures have left your area for at least the meantime. And closer to Orlando now, look at the 408 down the Davenport as you go through the Four Corners to Lakeland and the county seat of Polk at Bartow. Rain rates there continue to remain on the fresh side. So as we tracked it for you now, Claremont to Ocoee, down through the Florida Turnpike, western side of the 408. That's a real heavy area of rain. This is US 27 over near Citrus Ridge there, that intersection with the I-4 corridor as you draw closer to Orlando, right down through there. So think Celebration, the Reunion area, the big sprawling Omni Resort, and that beautiful golf course I got out there. Those are some of the areas now with some pretty heavy rains. And as we take you down to Lake Louisa State Park, up to Claremont and down to the Four Corners, another wave of heavy rain moving through there. I want to give you a look at our 3D radar. Shows that big swirl. Still the atmosphere is spinning. A little bit of a different vantage point now. As we look at the west side of the state, you could just see that big wall now still approaching that portion of the state, moving up to the west at about, 60 miles per hour. So it's a coast-to-coast deal this morning with a centered look here across the Orlando Metro up to Sanford. Waves of heavy rain continue, Allison, here as we course through closer to 6:30 on this Thursday morning. A lot of action out there and power outages as well.
Yeah, and they continue to rise as we see all of that rain, the very gusty winds, and likely going to be seeing the power outages continue. Let's take you right on into our mapping here. You can see Brevard County is shaded in the orange, so that means that anywhere from 50,000 to 100,000 customers out of power at this time. The number that we have is at about 70,000, so right in the middle, but you can see Orange and Volusia counties, those numbers bumping up to 16,000, and then lesser amounts the further north and west you go. But Jamie did a great job at showing you where that center of circulation is, and right around it and toward the north and east is where we are seeing some of the greatest impacts. So this will likely continue across the viewing area today. But I do want to take you into the winds because they are bumping right on up through the Orlando Metro at about 41 mile per hour sustained winds, 38 in Sanford, 32 in Leesburg, and still holding on to the 28 to 39 mile per hour range out along our east coast. But take a look at these gusts. They are very high. 67 mile per hour gusts in Claremont right now, 65 miles per hour in Titusville, and 62 in Sanford. So this is going to continue to move like we mentioned. Take a look at our exclusive Fox model doing a great job at showing us that center of circulation is moving away from Lakeland up toward the Big Bend region. We're going to be seeing those winds really starting to increase through Sumter County up toward Marion, and that trend is only going to continue as we head throughout the early morning, early afternoon hours on Thursday. And then you can see that as soon as that center is now moving out of view, those winds really starting to decrease as we head into the evening hours tonight. So it's something that we'll continue to monitor for you. And I do just want to update you on a few of those peak wind gusts that we have seen so far, just shy of 80 miles per hour out of Port Canaveral. Sanford had 62 mile per hour gusts, and out at the Orlando International Airport at around 63. And Jamie, you had mentioned that tornado watch in effect and that's until 1 p.m. And looking at our timing on when we could be seeing things improve through our southeastern viewing area, so portions of Osceola and Brevard County at 11 a.m., between 1 and 2 p.m. through the Orlando Metro into Lake County, and then up through our northwestern viewing area. That is going to be Fox 51 country a little bit later this evening. So things will be improving, just not right now. This is the time where that center is really bringing those impactful winds as well as the rain.
Allison, thank you. Obviously, a lot of information we're parsing through this morning. All of it vital, all of it crucial. So keep it here. We're going to keep you up to date. It's Good Day Orlando, continuing coverage with myself, Allison Gargaro, Amy Caulfield, and Ryan Elijah. We're here for you, Central Florida. Depend on us. We're back right after this commercial break. Stay with us.
Todd, thank you for fighting for me.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here is 6:21 a.m. as we are continuing to track Nicole. Now, Tropical Storm Nicole's impacts are being felt on Florida's east coast and throughout the central portion of the state. We're seeing heavy rain, wind, as well as coastal flooding already ongoing as Nicole makes its way through Florida. Now, Nicole continues to churn through the Florida Peninsula with miles per hour winds between 60 and 75 miles per hour. The outer bands of Nicole already again causing flooding even along Central Florida and the South Florida beaches. We do have this video that we'd like to show you from Daytona Beach. This video was taken just before sundown on Wednesday, and you can see the waves continuing to churn in along that coastline. And as of now, we have learned that over 175,000 people are without power in the state of Florida. So it just goes to show you how things have picked up significantly. And Nicole is expected to make its way throughout the eastern portion of the state before it then heads toward Georgia and the Carolinas. So they are expecting to feel the impacts of Nicole early Friday morning. But let's go ahead and talk about the heavy rain that's really soaking Central Florida and causing a lot of debris on the roads. We do have this video, or this picture I should say, from the city of Cocoa that shows down trees. We're also seeing down power lines because of the wind and increased rain. So let's check in with our news partners at Fox 35 Orlando.
Yeah, wet roadways, you're going to see debris down, there'll be limbs out, so if you don't need to go out, authorities do not want you on the roads.
Yeah, that is the best advice for sure. Wait till the storm passes. Fox 35's Randy Hildreth is joining us this morning, and Randy, as you know, a lot of businesses had to board up during Hurricane Ian. Are you seeing that they took those same precautions this time?
You know, as we were coming in, we are at the Best Western Cocoa Beach. Right across the street is a Publix. And one of the things that the administrator, the staff here at the Best Western said was that these businesses have gone ahead and closed down as a safety precaution before Nicole made landfall, before she was even close to the coast. And we are on the second floor, and I want to point your attention to some of the things that we have been monitoring. You can see in the distance some of the lights flickering, some areas still holding on to power around this hotel. But this utility pole we've been monitoring, not just because it is swaying in the wind, but also because of some of the electric sparks that we have seen on this utility pole all morning. You know, if we go around a little bit, just peek around the corner, we have monitored some of the flooding that has happened in this community, and we have watched some of the water levels along the street in front of the hotel rise. Now, if we walk down closer to the courtyard, one of the very first hits, I pointed your attention to this tree. This was around 2 o'clock this morning. One of the trees that had snapped and was leaning against the fence. Now we have 2 trees that have come down near the courtyard of this hotel. And if we come down a little bit farther and swing around to the back side of the building, if you look in the pool, you can see some of the debris that has come in. And if you look out at the trees, you can still see that Mother Nature, Nicole, still has her thumb on Cocoa Beach. Just looking at the trees swaying in the wind, it is still very windy in this community. Some of the gusts that have come through this area in the last 10 minutes or so. We're on the second floor, and my photographer Keith and I have had to kind of brace for a second just to make sure that we were safe as this wind was blowing through. One of the things that we plan to do now that the sun is up is do another assessment around this hotel to get a better view of what we have been dealt with by Nicole, because when it's dark outside, you can't quite see what has happened. But now that the sun is coming up, we'll take a closer look and hope to have an update for you the next time we check in. But I'll go ahead and send it back to you, Randy Holdred, Fox 35 News.
Randy, thanks. Such a good vantage point, seeing the wind that they've seen there in Cocoa Beach.
And you made a good point about really how much wind these palm trees can withstand.
Yes.
I mean, they're sort of built for that, right?
Yeah.
But it is incredible.
It's something, and they seem to, for the most part, stay up at the end. Well, we'll continue our team coverage, of course, watching Tropical Storm Nicole.
We're going to check back in with the Fox 35 Storm team and, of course, our reporters who are fanned out all across Central Florida this morning. As we head to break, we want to give you another live look at some of the cameras around Central Florida. And we can tell you the sun is supposed to peak out about 6:45 this morning. We're starting to see a little bit of evidence of that on the beaches. So keep it an eye right here on Fox 35. We are going to show you some of the damage we're seeing as the sun comes up from Nicole throughout the morning.
The magic
All right, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Man, just take a look at this video we are getting from Volusia County. It looks as though a beach house is really having a lot of structural damage as the waves continue to pound and crash ashore amid what was Hurricane Nicole making a landfall in Florida. Now, Nicole has since been downgraded to a tropical storm, but the effects are still extremely significant. Right now, we know that over 175,000 people across the state of Florida are without power. And in Central Florida, we are really seeing the impact. Strong wind gusts, heavy rains, and flooding within Central Florida, but especially along the coastline of the state. We have witnessed mandatory evacuations take place, especially in Daytona Beach. That's where we're taking a Live Now look from Daytona Beach, but there are several mandatory and voluntary evacuations in place as the outer bands of Nicole are already again causing flooding both in Central Florida as well as in South Florida beaches. So we're seeing a really high surf that has already breached some sea barriers and is causing the ocean to, quite frankly, spill onto Florida roads, especially in St. John's, Volusia, and Flagler and Martin counties. Let's check in with our colleagues over at Fox 35 Orlando for another update.
All right, Elijah, good to be with you this morning. Let's send it right over to the Fox 35 Storm team this morning to get the very latest on Nicole's track. Made landfall just a few hours ago now.
Yep. Vero Beach, 3 a.m., right? Yep. So, Allison, we got some power outages we got to get to.
And they continue to increase.
Yep, the number's coming up, friends. So let's go ahead and give everyone a look here at what's happening. You can see across Brevard County, 70,000, 1,800 out toward Orange into Volusia County. This just came in. I've also been told by Ray, one of our master control operators here at Fox 35, that she saw the lights go out in Sanford, right there at her neighborhood. A bunch of power outages there as the transformers exploded in succession. She said it was wild. Ray, if you could hear me, I hope you're safe out there in Seminole County and Sanford. Ocala now around Marion County, about 1,000, and on the outskirts of that, hundreds, 200 Cedar Key, and up in Gainesville, about 100 right now. Let's take a look at the current winds, the forecast for wind gusts. Things will be easing on up as the circulation rolls on out north and west of our area. Winds will begin easing. This is our Fox model, so we'll be touching back in on base on that, let you know what's happening as far as the future winds are concerned here in Central Florida. You can see they obviously begin to change direction by later tonight. I'll leave you with a look at wind gusts. 70 currently at Titusville, 53 Orlando, and 64 out at Claremont. Now for more live radar tracking, go over to my colleague Allison Gargaro in the Fox 35 Storm Center.
Thanks, Jamie. We want to take you right on into our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar this morning. You can see all these outer rain bands now making their way across the interior, but we do have some convective energy out across the Atlantic, moving closer and closer to Flagler County. But let's zoom you in to the Orlando Metro. Winter Park, Pine Hills, Ocoee. You can see some moderate to heavy rain is falling, crossing the I-4 corridor right now, and rain is falling at a rate of 2 to 4 inches per hour. That means a lot of rain in a very short amount of time. Do want to mention, likely not going to see that all in one fell swoop because these storms are moving quickly from DeLand to Lake Dorr all the way to Umatilla, and this cell here in particular moving into Bellevue within the next 9 minutes and Lake Weir within the next 1. But you can see some lightning strikes now and very heavy rain off the east coast of Palm Coast and Flagler Beach. Right now, this area under a tornado watch. So if we do see any of that rotation, we will be the first to bring it to you live right on air here at Good Day Orlando. Make sure you stick with us and we'll have more updates on those winds as well as this very heavy rain that is making its way onshore. Jamie.
All righty, Allison, nice job. All right, so we'll continue to track, advise, keeping everyone safe is our top priority. So we're going to head back behind the scenes, get our stuff organized, and we'll be joining you here shortly, I'm sure, with another update here from the Fox 35 Storm Center. Back to you guys now.
Jamie, Allison, sounds good. We see that map. We're obviously going to check in on conditions somewhere, and we see Nestor has been in the middle of them right now this morning.
Yeah, he has really been getting beat up out on the coast in Volusia County. He is in Wilbur by the Sea. Nestor, are you able to hear us okay?
Yeah, I'm hearing you guys a little better. You know, earlier this morning I couldn't hear a thing because the wind was blowing so hard. But I wanted to show you some of the stuff that the water has blown up to the street. And this is actually a beach access on South at on Wilbur by the Sea where we're at. where 22 homes are being told you need to leave because it is unsafe. And the issue, of course, is the water. The water continues to rise. Of course, it was already vulnerable because Hurricane Ian had hit the area about 6 weeks ago. And so the real big concern right now is that this is low tide and you can already see the water backing up onto someone's backyard. And so that is why 22 homes on South Atlantic Boulevard. We are near 4000 South Atlantic Boulevard. 22 homes here have been told you need to leave because the other concern, of course, is the beach erosion, the coastal erosion that we've been seeing has started with Ian and continues now, gnawing at this very vulnerable pieces of land near the water. And of course, when high tide comes, there's no telling just how bad it'll get. And so a lot of folks are preparing for that. And the other issue, of course, is the flooding, which we've seen lots of that throughout Central Florida because Ian was so close to this one. And of course, we're all thinking about how late in the season it is. I mean, the Thursday after next is Thanksgiving, and here we are covering a storm. And just again, I wanted to give you the picture of just how close the water is getting to these coastal homes. They're endangering of teetering the backyard. We've seen some crumbling earlier, and the folks that live here, they tell me, normally during high tide, this water is about 100 feet away from their property, but here it is washing right up almost onto South Atlantic Boulevard. I'm live in Wilbur by the Sea in Volusia County. Nestor Malto, Fox 35 News.
And Nestor, he does a great job of showing that because high tide's not till 9 o'clock this morning, so we're still a couple hours out from that. To see those images right now, beach erosion and those issues are going to be a big issue going forward.
Very scary for those business owners and homeowners that are right on the water. Some of them already seeing damage from Ian, and of course it could potentially get worse. Let's check in right now with Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie. She is in an area that really got damaged by Hurricane Ian. In fact, shut the zoo down for almost a month, and here we are again. The zoo is shut down again at Lake Monroe. And are you able to hear us okay, Amanda?
Yeah, I can hear you. The wind has just picked up a lot. I was worried that it might have damaged the car door when it swung open. Oh yeah, it looks like there's a dent in the door now. But the wind is very strong. The rain has subsided just for a moment. We have a bit of a clear patch, if you can see that. So it's not raining as hard, but the wind is certainly very strong. For the majority of the morning, we've been seeing really high waves crashing over this rail. That has calmed down at this moment, so we came a little closer to take a look. But the wind is just very strong. You were told it's up to like 62 miles per hour wind gusts at times. This area, we're on Seminole Boulevard. Sorry, it's hard to keep your focus when your body's being pushed around. So we're across from... Okay, those were some of the waves that we were talking about splashing over the railing, just getting us. So no flooding right here, but there is some flooding farther up on Seminole Boulevard. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, my goodness. It looks like the Atlantic Ocean out there. It's hard to believe that is Lake Monroe.
So true. And we've seen it all morning.
Be careful.
And based on the wind gusts they're showing about, in the 50-mile-an-hour range, maybe a little more out there.
Scary. Please be careful wherever you are. This is a look at the current power outages that we've got in Central Florida so far. Volusia County is at a little over 19,000. Flagler hasn't really been seeing too much of an impact, just 51 homes there, and 71,000 in Brevard. We anticipated that Brevard would have the worst of the power outages, and we're definitely seeing that.
That Brevard number at about 3 this morning was 5,000. So just to show you how that has picked up throughout the morning. But now we're seeing it spread through a lot of counties. Lake, obviously, doing well as an inland county, but Orange County even looking up there at 22,000.
8,000 in Seminole County. Just got a text from the hubby at home. He says, yep, the power is out. I said, all right.
And you didn't lose it during Ian,
No,
right?
we didn't. So yeah. I think, you sometimes you just get lucky, and we got lucky during Ian and not so much this time. All right, we do have a team of reporters fanned out all across Central Florida. We're going to be checking back in with some of them coming up.
As we had a break as well, just a reminder, November hurricanes, of course, rare for Florida. The last one we saw way back in 1935, so it was called the Yankee Hurricane. It made landfall near Miami Beach back on November 4th as a Category 2 at the time. This is a live look at the track of that storm. It actually originated in the north, hence the name Yankee, but it is rare this time of year for sure. We'll be right back.
Welcome back in. You're streaming live now from Fox as we track Tropical Storm Nicole, which is expected to impact Florida before moving into South Georgia and then into the Carolinas by Friday. Now, Nicole is pretty large in size, which means that it has the potential to cause a pretty severe flooding along the eastern seaboard from now well throughout into the weekend. So residents in parts of coastal Florida have already been asked to evacuate as now Tropical Storm Nicole continues to spin throughout the state. So now at this time, more than 180,000 customers are without power as Nicole continues to trek across central Florida. We're also seeing some pretty significant flooding, and we have been reporting all morning that we are also monitoring evacuations. Most evacuations were voluntary. However, officials were urging residents who live on the Florida barrier islands and in flood-prone areas to consider moving inland, even if it's just a few miles away from your home. But as we've been reporting, even folks in central Florida are still feeling the impacts of Tropical Storm Nicole. So if you're just now joining us, we have been in touch with our Fox 35 Orlando colleagues. We are in full team coverage right now. They have reporters based in certain areas throughout central Florida to give you all a first-hand account on just how bad conditions are worsening throughout the state. So we have been monitoring conditions, but it is 6:42 a.m. here on the East Coast. So sunlight is beginning to come and show exactly how bad things are right now. So let's go ahead and check back in with Fox 35.
Florida's East Coast, as you know, has been getting hit very hard by now Tropical Storm Nicole.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about storm surge being a big concern. A lot of the beaches already torn up from Ian not that long ago. Let's go to David Martin. He's written out all these storms. He's in Melbourne Beach this morning, where earlier, David, you saw some rough conditions there. How things look now? Looks much calmer.
Well, because we're standing behind a wall. The wind is exhausting, Ryan. It's just constant. There's no break in it. So every once in a while, we try to find a little nook and cranny to catch our breath. We are on the back patio of the Crown Plaza Hotel in Melbourne Beach, and when we step away from our safe spot here and go to the tiki bar and out to the staircase that takes to the ocean, the winds are picking up naturally. We've got some looky-loos here who spent the evening in the hotel with us. We had a lot of FP&L crews here stationed with us overnight, and they're about to dispatch and go see what they can do to repair whatever they can. There are lots of power outages out here, transformers blowing up everywhere. A lot of the sea foam blowing up here on the patio as well, making it pretty slippery. But it's just a fascinating scene out there. The Atlantic Ocean churning and something angry and fierce, isn't it? My goodness. That's why people are out here taking pictures. Not something you see very often in November, no question about it. We'll head south a little bit to a public park and see what people are doing down there. We'll send it back to you all in the studio in the meantime.
David,
Thanks,
thank you. Allie, good morning.
Good morning, Jamie.
Wow.
Lots to track this morning.
Oh, man, a lot. So coming up, you're going to give us an assessment, your assessment on Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. Yep. Some good news for Brevard County is that the rains are easing up now.
Yes, things are starting to clear. Not necessarily the winds, though, so just something to keep in mind.
There's that element, too. Got to factor in all the elements. All right, come on over to me, guys, and let's take a look at the latest forecast track. Again, made landfall about 3 o'clock this morning in Vero Beach. It's a Category 1 hurricane. Wind still at 70, and now riding along the cone of uncertainty, which now I think is a little more uncertain. We can see the cone here riding on in toward the west side of the state here Thursday. Today, 1 o'clock, winds at 50, and then clocking back across the Big Bend area here just east of Apalachicola and continuing to move off toward the north and northeast. Going to be steered longer term by an incoming trough or a cold front, which will eventually sweep our area and bring us some real nice weather for the weekend. Tornado watch till 1 o'clock for our friends in Flagler County, including Bunnell, Bimini, and Palm Coast of the I-95 corridor, and that rides up toward the areas now as you see it into the Jacksonville area. I want to give you a look here at the watches and the warnings. Now all tropical storm warnings in play, so that's how that looks at this current time. So we've shed the hurricane warnings obviously now down to a tropical storm status, and when things will get better, well, we think by about 11 a.m. this area of our viewership will begin to gradually improve. The process already underway in Brevard County. Portions of East Osceola's rain eases between 1 and 2 o'clock, right through here and 3 to 5 p.m. as we see it now over the northwestern counties. Power outages for you. We've been showing you numbers coming in from Duke and FPL. This is kind of just a broad overlook here of what we've got going on. You can see many folks here are without power in Orlando and surrounding areas of Orange County into Volusia. Also 70,000 now reported roughly out in Brevard County. Lesser amounts of Polk and over our northwestern counties at this time. Now we assess the winds for you. These are sustained winds right now. 36 Orlando, 34 Melbourne, 43 out of Titusville. When we put the gusts on top of that, 66 the gust at Titusville, 48 at Melbourne, and then a string of right around tropical storm force or slightly above that. In Gainesville, south to Claremont, in the Lakeland there at 44. Bartow, too, the county seat down in Polk, also flashing some somewhat higher numbers now. Circulation and the wind forecast rides up and away, goes into the northeastern Gulf, and winds start laying down. Winds will also begin to shift direction more out of the south and southwest as we go through deeper in the day, tonight and early on Friday morning. Let's head over to Alice now. Radar tracking. It's what we do best here at Fox 35, and you've got the latest right there in the touchscreen.
That's exactly right. So let's take you right on in. You can see a wide view of our viewing area. Some rain still falling across the Orlando metro all the way up into Flagler County, but things are going to be clearing off to the south and east. Let's take you into downtown Orlando. Some moderate to heavy rain falling right along Florida's Turnpike here between Ocoee as well as Oakland, Windermere, and it's falling at a rate of anywhere from 1 to 2 inches per hour and a bit higher locally in some of the areas shaded in purple on your screen. So a lot of rain to be talking about. Our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar doing a great job at showing those showers moving from east to west as this system is now moving off to the north and west, and some arrival times actually moving into Marion County along the I-75 corridor here. So if you live in Denellen, be aware we could be seeing some moderate to heavy rain within the next 5 to 10 minutes. But I do want to take you into Flagler County, Palm Coast especially, seeing some very heavy rain. Take a look at everything that's loading up out to your east. There were a few lightning strikes just about 5-10 minutes ago, but those have subsided. Winds just offshore at about 17 miles per hour, but just in moments ago right here, potentially a couplet, meaning there could be some rotation in that area. Jamie was telling you about a tornado watch. So if we do see a waterspout, something that we will continue to update you on, and do want to take you down to street level. Old Dixie Highway about 10 minutes ago, very heavy rain, but now things are clearing, and that's going to be the case in Brevard County. Basically from Palm Bay all the way up to Titusville, things are dry, but don't let your guard down. Could be seeing a few more showers, but those winds are still going to be gusting a lot. And we do want to take you into our 3D radar. We can actually get right down and see that circulation, which is now moving over Osceola County. You can see the turnpike right here. So things are quiet in the center of Nicole, but just around it is where we're really seeing those winds ramp up, as well as those very heavy rain bands. And I do want to leave you with our severe storm threat. It is going to be possible 1 out of 5 risk in the areas shaded in green on your screen, but likely the areas that we are seeing that tornado watch until 1 o'clock this afternoon. And Jamie, just a quick story. My aunt lives in New Smyrna Beach, and the wind's so strong that there is a condo unit. The roof actually blew off and flew into another unit. So I just put that out on my social media so you can check out the page, but likely going to be seeing a lot more stories of that damage from the very, very strong winds.
And that just, as we just saw it on the mapping there, and you know very well, you visit your aunt often, that is just north of Flagler Ave there.
About 2 blocks.
So again, these are just elements coming in now, damage. Now the sun comes up, so we see exactly what Nicole has done to us here in Central Florida. Hey, it's continuing coverage. Speaking of Nicole, we'll have the very latest from the Storm Center and much more for you this morning here on Good Day Orlando. We're back for you live after this. Stay with us.
frankly crumble because of powerful waves. Just take a look at this image right here. So a tropical storm Nicole, again downgraded to a tropical storm, but it did make landfall as a Cat 1 in November, which honestly is pretty unusual. The state of Florida hasn't had a November hurricane since the early 1900s. So again, unusual conditions that we are monitoring here. We are keeping track of everything alongside of our colleagues at Fox 35 Orlando. Let's check in for an update.
With you throughout the morning.
They also saw wind gusts of about 70 miles an hour this morning in New Smyrna Beach.
Significant. And if that building had fire damage, you can imagine it was probably easier to lift the roof off of it. Yeah. We do continue to track now Tropical Storm Nicole. We're showing you some of the video that we got from Melbourne earlier this morning. David Martin was saying that there were stoplights that were literally hanging down so low that they had to call out deputies to come out and monitor intersections. But really not safe to be on the roads when the storm is looking like this. If it's starting to clear out in your area, you might be looking a little bit better if you have to head to work this morning, but certainly keep those conditions in mind.
Because we've had people reach out to us and saying they're feeling like they have to go to work. And obviously that's a decision that you have to make, but authorities do not want you on the road if you don't have to go out this morning.
Well, coming up, we continue our live team coverage of Storm Nicole.
We are going to continue to check in with the Fox 35 Storm team. And, of course, our reporters out there seeing some strong winds this morning. As we head to break, let's take a look at the view from the Fox 35 Storm team Thunder truck this morning. So this was about 5 this morning as water starting to flood the streets of Melbourne. Look at these images. We're waiting to see, now that the sun has come up across Central Florida, what some of the beaches look like with the high tide that we've seen well before the 9 o'clock high tide. Stay with us.
Welcome back. You're streaming live now from Fox. We are quickly approaching the 7 a.m. hour here on the East Coast as we continue to monitor worsening conditions as Tropical Storm Nicole continues to trek across the state of Florida. Now, these maps are showing the latest information, the latest track on Nicole's projected path. We're also keeping you all updated on current watches and warnings and predicted rainfall totals and more. As of now, close to 200,000 people are without power in the state of Florida. Now, Hurricane Nicole formed on Wednesday evening, and it did make landfall in the eastern portion of Florida near Vero Beach early this morning as a Category 1 storm. So pretty rare to see a storm of this magnitude in November. And it is bringing periods of very heavy rain, high wind gusts, as well as coastal flooding and inland flooding in the state of Florida. So the impacts are going to spread well into the Carolinas, and we are getting another update as daybreak is happening. So let's check in with Fox 35 Orlando.
Just south of Vero Beach. It was about 3 o'clock this morning, and we've got a view of different parts of Central Florida this morning and other areas, so you're getting an idea of how things are looking. Fernandina Beach, that's actually up in the St. Augustine area. But
I drive to the bottom left there.
Just incredible. Now that the sun is coming up, we're starting to see just some of the impact that this storm has had.
Well, Good Day Orlando's got extensive team coverage this morning for the beaches of Brevard County to the shores of Flagler County to the north. We are tracking the impact of Nicole this morning.
We want to thank you for being with us for our extended storm coverage. I'm Amy Kaufeld.
I'm Ryan Elijah. Feels like we just did this weeks ago.
It
Here
does.
we are back as well.
We did.
That's right. Yeah, we don't need to remind the storm team meteorologists of that because we are back with it this morning. And now we're, like 4 hours past when we saw landfall near Vero Beach.
Yeah, Vero Beach. Yeah, beautiful stretch of coastline and bearing the brunt of Nicole. Rolled ashore about 3 o'clock this morning.
Well, and if there's any beach left because the water's so high right now.
Exactly. We're pumping Fox weather alerts here behind Allison and myself. And one of the great things about working in this industry and being with the brand Fox and Fox Weather, it's nice to have power on both ends, right? What a powerful name.
So we get the alerts anytime there's a tornado watch that comes down. We see it, and we have our exclusive Fox model that's been doing such a great job at showing just how strong the winds will be at certain times. And let me tell you, it is coming to fruition as we speak.
Yeah, exactly, friend. All right, Allie, let's go ahead and jump on the Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar for you now and show you the big old donut on top of the state. There's that center. You can see a lot of the real impactful rain has gone northbound now at this time up near Flagler County, Palm Coast. We've had a few little nuggets coming in off the Atlantic where they're putting down some real big rain amounts and some very, very strong winds. Also monitoring there for a little bit of rotation. We've seen that in a few of these cells coming aboard. Back now, I promised you a look here at Alachua County, parts of our Fox 51 viewership, Gainesville. This heavy rain will be knocking on the door in about make it 8 minutes. Alachua 15 minutes and Newberry 24 minutes. Part of our Fox 51 family dropping down in through that region into Ocala, Bellevue, into the Villages. Heavy rain continues there and on down south into the Orlando metro. Very, very impactful rainfall. A quick little look at our mini future radar model shows a wraparound effect. More rain may be coming back into Brevard County, so we're going to track that. But for now, I'm going to head over to Allison with a look at what's going on with power outages. Allison, over to you now.
And Jamie, those numbers do continue to increase just like we expected. Right now, Brevard County has the most power outages with about 70,000, but numbers in Orange County bumping up to 22,000, 18,000 in Volusia, and not as much across northwest central Florida, but likely going to see that number rise as well as the center of circulation is moving that way. Let's take you into current sustained winds right now. 36 miles per hour in Kissimmee, 42 in Titusville, and about 24 in Ocala, and gusts are even higher. So even though some portions of Brevard County not necessarily seeing the rain right now, those winds are still very strong at 68 mile per hour gusts in Titusville, 41 in Daytona Beach, and 55 in Sanford. And our Fox model, like we mentioned, doing a great job at showing those winds increasing as that center of circulation moving up towards Cedar Key. And as it continues to move away from the Florida Peninsula, you can see those winds starting to decrease as we head into the evening hours tonight. So make sure you depend on the Fox 35 storm team. We'll have more details on when conditions, Jamie, could be improving in your neighborhood, because that's going to be very important so folks can assess what happened to their property overnight.
Exactly, yeah, and that may be as soon as 11 a.m. for our southeastern viewing counties and communities. So we'll have that and more coming up in just a bit from the Fox 35 Storm Center. For now, Amy, we'll head on back to you and Ryan.
All right. Thank you so much, Allison and Jamie. We have been checking in with Nestor Motto. He's been in Wilbur by the Sea.
Yeah, if you've been with us since this morning, about 4 hours of Nestor getting hit by the wind. Let's check in right now to see how the conditions are now. Nestor, good morning once again.
Hey, good morning. So things are a little better because A, I can hear you now, and B, the wind has actually started to slow down. The rain has let up a lot too. The big concern though is flooding and coastal erosion. And so you can see these folks here who live right by the coast on South Atlantic Boulevard at Wilbur by the have the sandbags ready to go in anticipation for high tide. But before it can get into their garage, it's gonna hit their backyard, and here's the issue. It's already doing so, and it's not even high tide yet. Let's take a look. So I was talking to a man earlier this morning who said during high tide, it's usually, the water is usually about 100 feet away from their property. But now here we are, not at high tide, and the water is rushing up through this beach access and making its way onto South Atlantic Boulevard. Now, the issue is, if Orlando can show us a little bit of the coastal area here, some folks have come out to see what's happening. There's some people I've been chatting with. The issue is the erosion and the vulnerability caused by Ian about 6 weeks ago. And so here we have these coastal vulnerable properties that are now subject to some more erosion that could really just chip away at their backyard. And that's the issue that we are having here. That's why 22 homes on South Atlantic Boulevard have been told you need to get out because it's just not safe. I'm live in Volusia County. Nestor Mato, Fox 35 News.
Nestor, thanks. Holding on to the hat out there. And again, we're about 2 hours shy. Just before 9 o'clock is high tide out there.
Yeah, really scary. Glad he found his hat. He lost it earlier.
He did, but
maybe he had a backup.
Amanda McKenzie has been bracing herself. She's in Lake Monroe. They saw a lot of flooding there, and it's really something, Amanda, to see the waves behind you.
Oh, I know. It's like we're at the ocean because of these white caps over the waves behind me on Lake Monroe. You can actually see one of these boat docks right over here has a lot of damage to it. There is no floor anymore. I cannot say with 100% certainty if that was because of Tropical Storm Nicole or because of Hurricane Ian, because this area has been hit hard over the past month from these two storms. In fact, we're just a little bit down the street from the Central Florida Zoo that just reopened about a week ago after it took nearly 4 weeks for all of the water that had flooded to recede and allow vehicles to get in. And the animals were fortunately okay after that first storm, but I know their crew is all staying there right now to make sure that they all ride out the storm all right. It just remains to be seen what kind of condition that place will be, and following this storm after the ground has been so saturated. But the waves continue to be very strong, as well as the wind here in Sanford. Reporting live, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
So much, Amanda. We were just saying the poor animals at the Central Florida Zoo and the Brevard Zoo, for that matter. Both zoos are shut down today. Central Florida Zoo had to shut down for almost a month after Ian.
Right. They just opened a couple of weeks ago, just before Halloween, for sure. So we've also seen David Martin. He's out there in Melbourne Beach, where the wind was strong as well.
Yeah, it has just been crazy watching some of those winds come in. Of course, the rain has been torrential at times, and David Martin starting to look maybe a little bit better where you are.
Rain-wise, indeed, no question about it, but the wind just keeps hitting us hard. I want to show this place behind me. It's called Dos Amigos. Presumably that's a Mexican restaurant here on A1A in the Atlantic. And that's the extent of the damage we're seeing to property. A lot of awnings ripped up. You know, some of the cosmetic features of buildings are getting a bit scarred up and torn up, but nothing that can't be replaced, you know, within a few weeks. The bones are all pretty good on everything. We're seeing, though, far more alarming this morning, power issues with downed power lines. I'm not any sort of electrician, but I don't know exactly what we're looking at here, but I know that's not normal when we see lights like that, you know, bursting on top of these poles along the highway. And we're seeing several explosions of transformers. We've got a hot wire maybe about a football field down away from me. I don't want to get down there too close because we've seen people get close to it and run away when it sparks. So we're going to try to get somebody of authority here to come down and block the street here, because what's happening now is people are waking up, they're driving, they want to see what's going on, and they're driving right over that live wire. Not safe for anybody. So, but this is pretty much what we're looking at here in Melbourne Beach, in the Atlantic, eastern Brevard County, with damage. Maybe the winds are starting to settle down a little bit. They pick up, though, like gusts every once in a while, and just kind of throw you for a loop. But we're going to head down to the park and see if we got some looky-loos. In the meantime, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, we've seen some looky-loos with Nestor earlier,
yes,
so David, I'm sure there will be. All right, be careful
hopefully Dos Amigos is okay behind him.
Yeah. Well, coming up, we are continuing our live team coverage this morning.
We're going to give you another look at the conditions after the break. As we head to break, though, check out the incredible video from Deerfield Beach. You can see a powerful wave slamming into a pier out there. Watch this come up here. This as well. It actually tore off a section of the railing. Look at that come up there. We've seen some really powerful waves up and down the coast, of course, thanks to Nicole, which made landfall this morning about 3 o'clock as a hurricane at the time.
Fox 35.
And welcome back. You're streaming live now from Fox. The time here is now 7:10 a.m. as we are continuing to track Nicole. Now, Tropical Storm Nicole has made landfall in Florida. It made landfall around 3:30 a.m. near Vero Beach as a Category 1 hurricane, and we are definitely feeling the effects not only in coastal Florida cities, but even more inland in central Florida. We are seeing some very strong wind gusts, heavy rains, and a little bit of street flooding. So we are in touch with our Fox 35 Orlando team, and they're bringing us non-stop updates as conditions continue to worsen. Now, I do want to show you all some video that we received into our Live Now from Fox desk. This was taken around 5 a.m. this morning from the city of Bell. Very heavy rain was impacting many cities across Florida. That's why we are urging you all to stay off the road, because many of them are flooded. So run around, we always say. We just want you all to be heating warning and precautions. If you are in Volusia County, there is a curfew in effect until 7 a.m.
All those areas this morning. It's quite a look out there as we're about 4 hours past a landfall this morning.
So much damage and destruction to the coast, and as the sun is now up, we are going to be seeing more of some of the damage that has happened out there. But this has been going on, of course, since Hurricane Ian, and I think in a lot of cases really pulling down those seawalls, and this storm will only make it worse.
Let's get to the Fox 35 storm team. And Jamie, is that your biggest concern right now, would be the beach erosion in the coastal communities with all the water?
Oh, yeah. Yes. I mean, it's devastation down there right now. I mean, really, you can say that. That word applies. The dunes have eroded. The beach is covered in ocean now. There's no beach left. We've had structures fail. Your aunt will be joining us soon here with a phoner about what happened at New Smyrna Beach. Incredible.
Yeah, and she was even saying just out front, her beach, she can't even see the sand at all, likely going to be coming up. And the National Weather Service coming out and saying that this next high tide happening in likely an hour and a half from now, that's where we could be seeing some of the worst impacts, at least from that surge coming in.
And even with the wind shift that's in the cards for later today, there's so much ocean swell that was generated days ago just flowing in freely into central Florida. Nothing to stop it. So each consecutive high tide will feature that covering of seawater right on top. So just incredible stuff, Allie. Thank you. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of live track in Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. You can see we are on the move here, making progress in terms of movement, which we need to happen, obviously, to reduce the impacts from the cold. Want to give you a look at our 3D radar product and fly on down into that center of circulation. You notice the clouds are kind of uniform. There isn't a lot of building high into the atmosphere, as we don't feature a whole lot of what we call convective elements in tropical systems. Unlike our summertime thunderstorms, the air within the storm is blowing again horizontally and not up and down vertically like we see with those big stovepipe looking cumulus clouds during our summer rainy season. So that's the differential there. You can see there is a little bit of lightning flashing now around the San Augustine and Palm Coast area. We've had like 3 or 4 strikes, but otherwise things are nice and quiet in terms of any lightning, but very loud right now with wind and very heavy rain streamlining aboard, moving into Alachua, Newberry now between 1 and 10 minutes for arrivals. Gainesville, your rain rates finally are marching steadily up. Also, that's been the case at Ocala, down 75 through the Villages into Claremont. Orlando right now, rain easing. I don't hear it on our rooftops here in Seminole County at our Fox 35 studios, as things have really started to lighten up here. And then looking back out toward the Space Coast, this is what we call our little 1 hour rainfall future radar model, and it does show a little bit of a recurve with some of this rain maybe getting back in toward Mico, Palm Bay, and up into the Titusville area. Otherwise, things are going to be simmering down in terms of wind as we start to see separate now from the cold circulation, and we start to see the storm weakening here over the coming hours. So, Allison, again, watching it very, very closely. I see you've got your power outage map up. What can you tell our viewers about that at this very moment?
Well, the power outages do continue to rise, and I think I've been saying that throughout the entire morning, but it's true. Brevard County seeing the most at the moment. That number now up to 86,000, about 26,000 out of power in Volusia County and about 22,000 in Orange. And like Jamie was showing you on our forecast modeling, that center of circulation as it starts to move up to the north and west actually could be seeing more of those power outages across the remainder of the viewing area. But let's get right on into the sustained winds. Here is that center right now in Polk County. So out to the north and east of it, that's where we're seeing some of the strongest sustained winds at 30 miles per hour in Sanford and Orlando, 38 in Titusville this morning. And those gusts are still rather high. Take a look at Titusville, 64 mile per hour gusts, 57 in Sanford and about 51 in Claremont. So if you live in Lake County, some spots seeing the strong winds, some maybe not yet, but let me tell you, it is coming as we head into the next hour or so. As for peak wind gusts so far this morning, just shy of 80 miles per hour in Port Canaveral, about 70 out in Daytona Beach, Sanford 64 peak wind gusts and about 63 in Orlando. But we do continue to get those updated numbers into the Fox 35 Storm Center, so we will continue to bring them to you live right here on Good Day Orlando. And we did talk about beach conditions right now. It is eroding as we speak, and there's not a lot of sand left because the water has come over it. But I want to let you know, time right now, 7:16, and in Brevard County, high tide is going to be at 8:31 this morning, and high tide in Volusia County at 8:53. So likely going to be seeing some of the worst conditions, at least along our immediate east coast at that time. So it's very important to make sure that you're not heading out to the water then, because we're going to be seeing, Jamie, a lot of rain and then that surge coming right on in.
And Allison, great analysis there. That's the coastal threat there, the surging, but also I want to talk a little bit about the St. Johns River.
That's very important.
Very important. Yeah, exactly. So come on over to me, you guys, and I want to take a look here. You got Lake George here. So typically what happens is if you've got a blockage in Lake George and the river, again, as we know, the St. Johns flows from south to north, a lot of these high waters cannot get past that. Again, it's just like a big bladder that doesn't let everything come through. That does not look like it's going to happen right now. I've been watching it very closely, and while we are seeing somewhat of a water rise now, and still in some moderate flood stage, I mean, you see above Lake Harney, moderate flood by about Saturday, it does look like we'll see lessened amounts of river rise and flood potential. I'm not telling you the river's not going to come up. You bet it's going to. Hopefully you've prepared for that just in case where you live. But Allison, it's a critical aspect as we track this stuff. We see rainwater draining out into the St. Johns River Basin. We'll end up probably with about, looks now, between that 3 to 6 inch rainfall forecast we anticipated. But it is good to see that water flow coursing through Lake George as we look a little bit longer term through the weekend and early next week.
Yeah, and that is good news. And like we've been talking about that, we're going to be seeing the clearing of the rain starting from our southeastern viewing area off to the north and west. But I just want to quickly give you some times on when weather could be improving in your neighborhood. We want to let you guys know and continue to bring you those updates. If you do live in Brevard County, Osceola could be seeing that clearing by 11 a.m. through the Orlando Metro between 1 and 2, and further off to the north and west along I-75 between 3 and 5 o'clock. So Jamie and I will be here with you all morning long, so make sure you stick with us.
Yep, we're not going anywhere. We want you to depend on us here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. Trust us with your latest weather information. We're riding out Nicole with you. We'll have another update coming up here in just a short bit. Myself and meteorologist Allison Gargaro. We'll send it back to you now.
All right, great job, you guys. Well, viewers have been sending in pictures of some of the damage that they're seeing as the sun is rising. And we just talked a few minutes ago about that photo from New Smyrna Beach where we could see a roof had blown off of a condo building. We want to go now to the viewer that sent that in. It happens to be Allison Gargaro's aunt. Her name is Ann. She is joining us on the phone. Hi, Ann. Can you hear me okay?
I can, Amy. Thank you.
So tell me about your vantage point, because it looked like you were up a little bit higher, that you were able to see what had happened there.
Yes, we're up on the 5th floor of a condo unit on New Smyrna Beach, and the unit is next door to our complex.
So this building, I understand, had sustained a fire before. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I believe it was from Hurricane Ian.
Okay, so a fire potentially in that unit, so that would mean hopefully that unit was vacant.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
And the roof was adhered to the unit, and then this morning saw that the roof from that unit blew off, and now it's blocking the entrance of the other unit.
Yeah, I could see that. We're zooming in on the photo and sort of panning over to where the roof landed, and it looks like there was a stairwell right there that has now been covered up. That'll make it a challenge for the people who live in that building, I assume.
Yes, it will if someone is in that unit.
Okay, and tell me a little bit about riding out the storm last night and how things are now and compared to how they were a few hours ago.
Thankfully, the winds have calmed down somewhat in comparison. The winds were very intense, and I'm just thankful that that we're safe.
Yeah, I'm thankful you're safe too, and we really appreciate you sending in this photo. Of course, we're seeing a lot more damage out on the coast now that the sun is coming up, and this is just one symbol of that. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Amy.
You take care. You too.
That's a great picture she took
Yeah,
there.
it really
that
is
damage.
incredible. Well, still ahead here at Good Day Orlando, our team coverage continues as Nicole continues to push its way through.
Yep, we're going to have another live report after the break as we take you through Central Florida.
We also want to check out sort of an eerie time lapse. This is of Melbourne. Look at the storm as it is coming down on this area. Really thick clouds, and then you can see the rain is pouring in. Paulo Almeida, that is David Martin's photographer. He is with him every day. Paulo shot this incredible video. This is from the Crown Plaza in Melbourne Beach.
Awesome view.
Time now is 7:23 a.m. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue to track Tropical Storm Nicole, which is making its way through the state of Florida. Now, Tropical Storm Nicole did make landfall around 3:30 a.m. this morning as a Category 1 storm. It made landfall near Vero Beach, but it is still impacting even Central Florida. The storm is also expected to impact South Georgia as it continues to travel throughout the eastern portion into the Carolinas by Friday. And Nicole is also very large in size, so this means that it has potential to cause flooding along the eastern seaboard well into this weekend. Now, I do want to play for you all some video that we are receiving into our Live Now from Fox desk. This scene may look familiar to you. It is Disney World. Now, you know that conditions are not great when Disney World decides to close. So Disney does plan to reopen its parks later on today. Magic Kingdom will open at noon, but it will close at 6. Epcot will open at 1 p.m. and guests can stay until 9 Animal Kingdom will also open at 1 p.m. and close at 7. Hollywood Studios will be open from 2 p.m. until 10 p.m. So a lot of people are making adjustments and telling their workers to stay home or work remotely just to avoid being on the roads during Tropical Storm Nicole. So let's go ahead and check back in with Fox 35 Orlando. They're bringing us more updates.
For quite a while now, Nestor.
Yeah, and you know, this is what we've been talking about, the vulnerability of these coastal homes after Ian, and now we're seeing some of that erosion really start to make some massive damage here. We're at Wilbur by the sea, where you can see some backyards have completely crumbled, falling into the water. We're on South Atlantic Boulevard, and you know, officials here in Volusia County had warned 22 homes that it was not safe to stay. They said you have to get out on the 4,000 block. So we're near 4,000 South Atlantic Boulevard, and this is where we can see all this damage. We're seeing furniture being washed away, and with every big gust of wind and wave, we see more damage. And as we've been mentioning all morning, the real fear comes once the water hits the high tide. I want to talk really quick with Douglas, who's out here. He came out with a few people that are obviously, they want to see what's happening. Douglas, your reaction to what you're seeing right now?
Well, what we got here is there's super high tide now. I guess it's a king tide too, with the full moon, and this is pretty unforeseen territory, absolutely unforeseen. And now the current is going north for the first time, so it's getting new angles at all the seawalls and the damaged ones. So that's a new element, the current going north now.
And Douglas, you said you've lived here for a while. How long?
Since 1977, and Wilbur by the Sea since '99.
And you say with each storm, the erosion and just the length of water to property has shrunk every time.
It never really has come back since a big northeaster in 1982. It's never come back, and just keeps, you know, eating away at stuff.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas, for your time. And so this is what we're seeing, guys. A very, very rough view. I mean, even this patio right here has a hole. So it's just something that we don't even know if the next time I go live, how far this is going to go. But for now, I'm live at Wilbur by the Sea in Volusia County. Nestor Malto, Fox 35 News.
It's incredible. Great image, Nestor. Obviously, those homes aren't occupied right now. But
right.
Still.
Let's hope not anyway, right? And
right.
Hopefully all those people got out of there. Thank you. Coming up, we continue our live team coverage of Nicole.
We're going to check in with the Fox 35 Storm team as our crew of reporters, of course, are out throughout Central Florida. We'll check in with different counties. As we head to break, I want to show you some of our live cameras all across Central Florida. You can see up in the left, Stuart, Florida. They saw wind gusts of over 70 miles an hour this morning. The nation's oldest city, St. Augustine there, of course, Jacksonville, Florida, just now starting to see some worse weather there in Daytona Beach. They have seen it all morning long. Stay with us.
Todd, thank you.
All right, welcome back to Live Now. The time now is 7:30 a.m. We are continuing to track Tropical Storm Nicole, which is just barreling the state of Florida. Now, as you see, several homes in the city of Port Orange are inching closer to the Atlantic as rising waters from Hurricane Nicole are just eating away at their oceanside yards. You can see that was once an oceanfront patio, and it has quite frankly just fallen into the water. So this is actually located just south of Daytona Beach. Port Orange was in the direct path of Nicole, which did make landfall early this morning on Florida's eastern shoreline near Vero Beach. And we do expect to continue to see conditions worsen, and we will see remnants of Nicole into late Friday afternoon. The state of Georgia as well as the Carolinas will experience weakening conditions well throughout the weekend. So we are in touch with our Fox 35 Orlando team, and they're bringing us a first-hand account of exactly how bad things are in certain areas. In Volusia County, for example, a mandatory curfew was in effect until 7 a.m. So it just goes to show you, when it's dark out, you do not want to be driving in these conditions. Now that it is daybreak, we are getting a better vantage point, a better view as to just how bad the impact of this storm is. So let's go ahead and check in with Fox 35 Orlando.
But just incredible images this morning. Good Day Orlando's got extensive live team coverage for you this morning from the beaches of Brevard County to the shores of Flagler County. We're tracking Nicole's impacts across Central Florida, now a tropical storm.
And unfortunately, as you know, Ryan, we really could not withstand any more erosion on our beaches in Volusia and Brevard County. And so what we're seeing right now is, just as Jamie said earlier, devastation, because so much erosion that literally homes are hanging off the coast. Thanks for being here. I made me cough.
I'm Ryan Elijah. I think you got a lot of people from Nestor Shout walking down to see how things look this morning. Jamie, Allison, we're going to see a lot of that this morning now that the sun's up.
Yes, yeah, we're seeing it. And golly, I mean, the word devastation, we don't like to say it, you don't like to see it, but you got to call it what it is. Intense down there at the coast.
100%. We're still waiting for high tide, likely happening in the next hour or so in portions of our East Coast. That means the water rising even more, and still looking at some impactful winds in those areas.
Exactly. And even with a wind shift, Allison, the next day or two, the tides are going to be super high. We're coming out of the full moon phase, and a lot of swell has been pushed toward the state now, and it's all across the open Atlantic, so funneling this way. So there's more to deal with here. We're not out of the woods just yet. Let's take a look at what's going on right now. I want to give you a live look at the very latest track for you. This coming in again. Let's see, the last advisory at 7 a.m. So at 7:33, here we are with a live look at the track. 1 p.m. today, Thursday. Looks like we're moving off at 50 miles per hour for the winds there. Will be decreasing. Still a tropical storm, though, as it enters southwestern Georgia. So the outlook now on Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. Heavy rain, boy. It is coming down around Palm Coast still. Again, it's been scattered about up there with the heavier stuff. Webster and Bushnell, this is moving your way. Mascot about to get a taste of that. And as we look back toward Orlando and the Space Coast, what I'm watching is that wraparound effect. So I want to go ahead and take a look at our future radar. This is a little 1-hour mini model and does show some of that spurring back up out of the south and moving across Indian River and in through Brevard County. That's all for now as we track with live radar. Let's head over to Allison with the very latest on some power outages across the land.
And just into the Fox 35 Storm Center, 26% of residents in Brevard County are without power. We're looking at about 86,000 of them, 34,000 with power outages in Volusia County and 24,000 in Orange County. So we're going to continue to bring you those updated numbers as they come into the Fox 35 Storm Center. And we've been bringing you the updated sustained winds at 37 miles per hour right now in Sanford, 29 miles per hour in Leesburg. But take a look at these gusts. It is still very, very strong along our coast in Brevard County. And Jamie's been showing you our forecast modeling things. We're dry there, but we are going to be seeing some wraparound rain, and the winds still still very high there, and they're starting to bump up in portions of Lake and Sumter County, and then eventually going to be moving into Marion as well as Gilchrist and Alachua. So we're monitoring that for you very, very closely. I do want to let you know we are still looking at the threat for an isolated tornado or two. Jamie, we haven't seen any, but portions or counties up to our north, that's going to be Flagler County under a tornado watch until 1 o'clock this afternoon. We've been watching those outer rain bands that are out over the Atlantic, some of them trying to show a little bit of that rotation, but again, nothing that we've seen so far. But as always, that's something that we are watching for all the fine folks at home. And if anything changes, we'll be updating you.
All right. Great job, Allison. Okay. Storm team continues tracking and advising. We're going to keep everyone safe all across the land. Conditions, though, getting better in our southeastern viewing area as soon as we near 11 a.m.
Yes.
Getting closer to that time frame by late morning.
Away.
We'll ride this out with you. We got you covered. Until then, we'll send it on back to you on the desk.
All right, Jamie, Allison, thanks. Certainly our most dramatic images are coming from Wilbur by the Sea.
Yeah, scary images. You can see these homes are quite literally hanging on a cliff of sand. And Nestor Mato has been showing us some of that damage out there and just really how precarious the situation is for some of these homes. Nestor?
Yeah, you know, it's actually really sad to see because it's something that we definitely didn't want to happen, but we knew it was a possibility. These homes are really teetering on the edge as erosion really takes its toll. Of course, we know that, you know, Hurricane Ian passed by about 6 weeks ago. So this area was just not ready to see another storm so soon, and we can see the results of that. We're seeing furniture being washed away. Even where we're standing, we're actually going to take a step back after I report this because we're seeing cracking on the foundation. And this is something that can get worse because we know high tide is still to come. And that's the fear so many people have that live here. They know that the worst of it hasn't even started. That every time there's a huge gust of wind and there's a giant wave, another little piece of another chunk, we're seeing water coming up right now, another piece of chunk of land is going away. We are at Wilbur by the Sea, South Atlantic Avenue, South Atlantic Boulevard, I'm sorry, where 22 homes were told by officials you need to get out. It's just not safe to stay, and we can see exactly why, guys. For now, I am live in Wilbur by the Sea in Volusia County. Nestor Mato, Fox 35 News.
So hard to look at those images. Okay, Nestor, thank you.
Well, water shooting out of the one house. And again, we're still an hour and a half from high tide.
That's right. 9 o'clock is when that will happen. Right now, Nicole is turning west across the state, making landfall as a Cat 1. About 3 o'clock this morning, it was just south of Vero Beach.
Yeah, it was not a hurricane very long.
Well, joining us right now to talk more about what we can expect is Michael Brennan from the National Hurricane Center. Good to see you, Michael. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Good to be with you.
So the eye of the storm is sort of centered over Orlando right now, so people are getting a little bit of a lull, but that won't last. Is that right?
Right. Yeah, you can see the center of circulation here is sort of right between Orlando and Tampa, but there's some rainfall that's starting to try to wrap around on the backside. But you're still seeing, as you just showed, that storm surge is still coming in along the east coast of Florida with those heavy breaking waves and the gusty winds. You know, we had a wind gust of near 70 miles an hour in Daytona Beach just in the last hour or two. So the impacts are far from over for the folks in your viewing area in central and east central Florida.
Michael, the erosion that we're seeing, specifically Wilbur by the Sea, Daytona Beach shores, that area of Volusia County, those images are hard to look at. And we've got high tide coming up at 9 o'clock this morning. What is the concern about high tide and that erosion at the same time?
Well, again, it's just going to, as the tide comes up, as that storm surge comes in, and you have that breaking waves on top of the elevated water levels, that's just going to worsen that beach erosion through at least this high tide cycle. And then the tide's not going to fall, as the water levels aren't going to come down very fast as the tide starts to fall, because again, there's still that onshore flow that's going to be holding that water up against the coast much of the day today.
And Michael, where is the storm going next? Where do you anticipate it is going after it cycles its way through?
Sure. Well, the center of Nicole is going to continue moving west-northwestward. It's moving pretty quickly now at about 14 miles an hour. It's going to sort of skirt the northeastern Gulf of Mexico and sort of the Big Bend area of Florida, and then turn northward and northeastward, moving up through Georgia, and then merging with a front over the southern Appalachians as we get into tomorrow. But those impacts in terms of the wind, the storm surge, the heavy rainfall are really going to continue over portions of Florida much of today. Tropical storm warnings in effect. Could see rainfall totals as high as 8 inches in some places. So it's going to be a rough day for folks, especially in the central and northern portions of Florida.
Well, Michael, I know you've been working on fumes, very little sleep, so we certainly appreciate you taking the time to be with us this morning. Thank you.
Glad to be here.
Yeah, a long day for them for sure. We, of course, continue to track Nicole as it does push its way through Central Florida.
Well, a lot of people have been hunkering down through the overnight hours. Fox 35's Matt Trezza joining us live. He's right near Aunt Catfish in Port Orange, one of our favorite restaurants. And, of course, we love Jamie Orlena, who's the head chef there. Matt, how are things looking?
Things are very, very windy here. The rain is actually tapered off, but the rain that's coming down actually really stings when it hits my face just because of how fast it's going. Looking around to see if we don't have any vehicles passing through the water, but Don Lawton Avenue, which is behind me and leads to a bridge over the intercoastal, is just flooded out. You can see now vehicles have been traveling through it. It's not all that high. I'd say it's probably thigh deep on me, but I'm hoping maybe we can see a car or two try and navigate through it. The water is very high. Now the bridge on Dunlawton Avenue over the intercoastal from here, you can't see it, but it is closed right now. We've got a truck that looks like a pickup. It's about to try and go through. You're going to see how high it is and how much of a splash it creates as it goes through the water. We've got another pickup that's coming here. Let's take a look, just about how deep this water is, that these trucks, if you have a small car like a sedan, something like that, I would not at all recommend going through it. In fact, this truck is partially driving on the median just to make sure that it doesn't get swamped as it goes through this water here. And that's the same thing. We were trying to get over to A1A here. We just couldn't do it because every road that's leading to A1A from South Ridgewood Avenue here is just flooded, just like this, even deeper it looks like. And there's quite a wake that these trucks are making as they're going through the water here, coming up almost to my feet. So that shows you how flooded this area is. It's possible that this floodwaters could rise. We've seen a lot of people, looky-loos, I would say, coming up to the parking lot where we are standing just to take some photos and to get some video of the high floodwater here. Hopefully it recedes from this point, but we've reached out to officials to try and find out, what their thoughts are about the situation. You can hear probably in my mic how fast and how harsh the wind is blowing. So we're going to stay around here, see what we can see, and we'll check back in with you later. For now, we're live in Port Orange. Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
Wow, incredible to see that high water. And again, those are high-profile pickup trucks that are going through there. But if you're in a low part, no, bad idea. All right, coming up, we'll continue our live team coverage of Nicole.
We're going to check back in with the Fox 35 Storm team coming up, as well as one of our reporters out in the field after the break. Stay with us for that.
It's the battle for the governor's mansion.
Welcome back to Live Now. It is 7:45 a.m. as we continue to track Tropical Storm Nicole. We're taking a look at a few waterfront properties in Volusia County. As you can see here, just nearly destroyed after the dangerous ocean waves from Tropical Storm Nicole continue to make its way in the eastern coastline of Florida. So this waterfront property is located again in Volusia County, and it appears to have lost its structure as those waves continue to crash in. And now we are anticipating yet another issue, because the high tide is approaching the coastline of Florida. We expect peak high tide to be around 8:31 a.m. So just yesterday, we did report that Volusia County deputies were going door to door on Wednesday afternoon and also urging Daytona Beach residents to evacuate ahead of Nicole's landfall in Florida, which did happen this morning. But the system has weakened. It has since weakened back to a tropical storm. So again, many structures just like this one are at risk of collapsing, especially after Hurricane Ian left a lot of buildings very, very vulnerable. We know that Ian just ravaged the state of Florida. So we are getting a live update from Fox 35 Orlando. Let's check in with them.
Up in the upper top right of your screen, that is Artemis out on the launch pad, and NASA had to make a tough call, right? What do we do about this rocket?
Yeah, the top left is kind of the garage, if you will, the vehicle assembly building. They decided we're good. We can leave it out there. 85 mile an hour is kind of the cutoff where they feel the rocket could sustain those winds. We hit 79 this morning.
We did. They've already put off this launch multiple times. They have changed the date again. It was supposed to go Monday. Now they're talking about Wednesday, but they do have to make sure that the rocket did not sustain any damage, so they'll be looking at it very closely.
You bet they will. Of course, Brevard County has seen the most power outages this week with the high winds this morning. And Alina Shirazi is joining us from Port Canaveral this morning. Alina, good morning. How are things right now in Brevard?
Good morning. Things are getting pretty windy out here. Just a few minutes ago, I had my car door open and I couldn't even close it because of the force of the wind. So right now we're not seeing those rainy conditions, but the wind really is picking up on and off. And as you were talking about the rocket, that's one of the main things here up on the northern tip of the county. We're about 20 minutes from Kennedy Space Center, and as you were saying, that rocket moved in and out of that garage. That's a perfect example of how that rocket goes back in and out to take shelter, but it's on the pad right now, and you said we're seeing shy of 80-mile-per-hour winds. I'm standing outside of here just kind of getting blown around a little bit. So once NASA comes back to assess the damage, it's going to really be interesting and pivotal to see what is going to happen with that rocket. Hopefully it didn't sustain any damage, because this would be their third attempt next week on Wednesday. But let's take a quick look here. We have had this sign just sort of dangling, hanging on for its life here. You can see it's just kind of hanging almost by a thread. We're waiting to see if it comes completely off. And with the way things are going right now with the wind, it could be a likely possibility. So if we take a little walk over this way too, again, we are at Gators Dockside in the port where a lot of these restaurants are. You can see the water sort of making its way past this fence. It's been picking up and splashing. Again, you guys were mentioning high tide at 9 o'clock, but we're already seeing a lot of this water start to pick up and sort of make its way through these parking lots, the back sides of some of these restaurants. People have been coming in and out here to take pictures, to sort of assess the damage, to see what's going on in the water, and they're definitely all looking at this water coming up sort of in surprise. There's also the Falcon 9 rocket. If we can take a look there, that's also happening. It's a place here where we've got a lot of space and we've got a lot of activity going. So guys, we're going to continue to update you as the weather progresses, but hopefully some of this weather will start to make its way out through Georgia. But let's see.
All right,
Alina, good stuff. Of course, the port's closed today because
it is,
you can't sustain business there in those kind of conditions.
We wish we could make hurricanes move faster. I think Hurricane Charlie was the fastest one I ever experienced. This one's going about, what, 14, 15 miles an hour, you guys? Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We wish it could go a little bit faster.
Yeah, so do we, believe us. So here we are, Allison. Latest from NHC as of 7 a.m. So we're almost an hour into the new update, and not a lot of change, although we will eventually experience changes here area-wide as winds ease and rain opportunities begin to decrease. Here's the latest on it now, showing at 1 o'clock, winds at 50 by this Thursday afternoon, and as Elena mentioned there, that it's going to crank on into southern Georgia still as a pretty pretty strong system. No winds down to 40, but hey, tropical storm, 40-mile-per-hour winds will do some damage. Things get better, though, as we near 11 a.m. for this area here in terms of winds easing and rain opportunities decreasing. 1 to 2 p.m. a little closer to Orlando, and then making headway into Sumter and through Lake counties up to Palm Coast and Flagler on down the Clearwater and Tampa. Got our friends down at WTVT, our sister station, Fox 13 down there, also doing a great job and watching their coverage this morning. And you can see between 3 and 5 p.m. over the northwestern tiered counties. We continue with an active tornado watch until 1 p.m. for Flagler County. Then you go up and out of our viewing area, and then Jacksonville's TV stations take over their National Weather Service. We're in contact with them, both at the Melbourne Forecast Office and at Jacksonville, watching closely for any kind of rotation we may begin to see developing over the Atlantic. And it's possible, as today we are outlined with a level 1 possible risk on that scale from 1 to 5. It upticks some near Palm Coast to Flagler, a level 2 likely risk. There's been some rotation over the ocean, so that's what we're watching right now. We got a look here at Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. I want to give you a big overview here. Our friends up in Fox 51 WOGX country, Gainesville and the surrounding area there. You got some wet weather on top. Heavy rain exiting Palm Coast now, though more likely loading over the Atlantic and moving your way. And then into Orlando, things have eased up. Really, it's a lot quieter than it was. But if you look down to the Space Coast, watching for this right hook, if you will, this uppercut of more rain approaching now from the south and west. That's going to be over near Fellsmere in 17 minutes, crossing over from Indian River into Brevard County, West Melbourne 41 minutes, and Melbourne Square Mall in roughly 42 minutes. And the outlook now, as far as any warnings are concerned, we're still in a tropical storm warning here all across the land. Over the far north, down south, east, and west, and we have shed all active hurricane warnings as we now dropped underneath that criteria. Let's head over to Allison now with a look at winds. Allie, you keeping a close eye on that there in the Fox 35 Storm Center.
Oh, yes, I am, and they are still gusting rather high in some locations. So this is where that center of Nicole is slowly moving to the north and west. We're still seeing some sustained winds, anywhere from 29 to about 36 miles per hour in Lake County and off to the east. So that northeastern quadrant of the storms where we're seeing some of the most impactful winds as well as heaviest rain. Take a look at current gusts right now at 66 miles per hour in Titusville, 49 in Sanford, 41 in Leesburg, and 34 in Palm Coast this morning. But I do want to take you out to one of our weather stem cameras. This is out at Daytona Beach. It is still very windy out there. You can see all these palm trees that are blowing off into the distance, the waves rushing in, and gloomy with a lot of rain in the area. So we are looking at the potential for some more rain, and as that center of circulation moves up, we actually could be seeing some flooding up through north central Florida. So we're going to be monitoring that for you very closely. But I do want to take you into total power outages, and the number continues to rise up to 30,000 customers in Volusia County, 24,000 customers in Orange, and 86,000 that's in Brevard County. And they are creeping up to a lot more over the next several hours, Jamie, because we do continue to see some very gusty winds there, even though that center of circulation now moving away from Brevard County. That doesn't mean that we still aren't going to be seeing some of those very strong winds. But I do want to take you into some central Florida tide times that we're going to be watching very closely. The camera image that you see on our right has been going through some of that beach erosion at Wilbur by the Sea, and high tide is not there yet in Volusia County. It's going to be happening at 8:53 and around 8:30 in Brevard County. So those are the times where we could be seeing some of the worst conditions. And Jamie, we're going to be here with everybody riding out the remainder of this storm right here in the Fox 35 Storm Center.
Yep, it's our commitment, keeping everyone safe. Want all to depend on us here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. Again, another look. More rain may be reloading southwest of Brevard County. We'll continue to live track that and much more as Good Day Orlando continues right here on Fox 35, continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole. We're back after this. Stay with us.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and we're giving you that coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole making landfall as Hurricane Nicole just about 5 hours ago there on the southeastern coast of Florida around Vero Beach. Now, at the time of that landfall, as you hear Fox 35 saying, the storm was very powerful. It was considered to be a Category 1 hurricane with max winds of about 75 miles per hour. Once it made it onto Florida's coast there, it dropped pretty quickly down to about 60 miles per hour and right now still classified as a tropical storm. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but on the other side, we will check back in with Fox 35 Orlando as the eye of that storm is now between Orlando and Tampa. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you starting your morning with us here. I do want to give you a live view of Volusia County, Florida. You can see the waves are smashing against the side there, and there is quite a bit in the way of flooding, as we do have now Tropical Storm Nicole centered somewhere between Orlando and Tampa, Florida, after making landfall early this morning around 3 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time as a Category 1 hurricane, now a tropical storm with max winds of about 60 miles per hour. We've been checking in with our Fox 35 Orlando team. They have live reports from all over Florida. I do want to listen to their broadcast now, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Yeah, it's really scary. It just gives you an idea of just how even a tropical storm or a Cat 1 hurricane can cause so much damage. So again, we want to thank you for being with us throughout the morning as we continue to follow the damage from Nicole.
We are getting ready to tee up another hour of coverage here. We're going to check in with the Fox 35 Storm Team and, of course, our crews out there at Wilbur by the Sea and all throughout Central Florida. Stay with us here on Good Day Orlando.
Junk sleep got you all jumbled.
All right, so you can see that Fox 35 Orlando just taking a break there. They are resetting at the top of the 8 o'clock Eastern hour, so we will take them live once again. As I mentioned, they do have crews who are all over the state of Florida covering this from each and every angle. Unfortunately, those winds out there are very powerful. We are told that Stuart, Florida, which is along the coast, saw a gust of about 70 miles per hour, and similar gusts have been reported all across Central Florida into Southeast Florida. As you can see on your screen, that storm centered right now in Central Florida between Orlando and Tampa. We do know what's going to happen next here. This is kind of the situation that's been set up by the National Hurricane Center. The storm is going to head toward the northeastern Gulf of Mexico and be there by this afternoon. Then it's going to move across Florida's panhandle and into Georgia. We do expect that the effects of this storm will be felt not just in those states, but also in South Carolina and in Alabama, also elsewhere, as the remnants of what will be a very weakened Nicole start to head toward the north there. Likely any of those states in the northeast will feel those effects. So again, the storm did make landfall around 3 o'clock this morning Eastern Time as a Category 1 hurricane with max winds of about 70 miles per hour. once it was on the ground there and on over Florida, it did weaken fairly significantly to go from a Category 1 hurricane down to a very strong tropical storm with winds of 60 miles per hour. It's honestly not that far away from very likely being downgraded back to a tropical depression, which would be a lot weaker and just bring a lot of rain and possibly some heavy surf and that sort of thing. But that could happen at some point later today. However, there is, of course, that concern that as it does move over the Gulf of Mexico, it could potentially strengthen. That is not looking like a likelihood at this point. Throughout the morning, we have been taking our Fox 35 Orlando coverage. They do have crews, as I mentioned, all across the state of Florida, providing live reports with everything you need to know. They're giving you kind of a look at exactly what the situation is that we are dealing with in the Florida area. Really quickly, before they come back, I do want to take you to some new video that we just got in. This is coming in here from Daytona Beach Shores. I want to take that down so you can get a view of it. This is Daytona Beach Shores, Florida, where Sir Nerdy Addict posted this video, and he did say this is Daytona Beach, or at least what's left of it. You can see just how high that water is. We are talking about very big waves, and that's kind of the situation all across the area. So Fox 35 is now back on the air. I want to take you to their on-air product right now, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Get out there on the roadways. You see a car there. We don't know exactly what happened, but it is there on the side of the road. If you can stay home, today might be a really good day to do just that.
Well, as Nicole is bearing down on Florida, of course, it's brought a lot of wind and a lot of rain. The storm made landfall as a Cat 1 hurricane just south of Vero Beach. That was about 3 o'clock this morning. We were just looking there at State Road 429. Of course, we are looking all over Central Florida. We've got reporters everywhere.
Oh, we certainly do. Good to Orlando has extensive live team coverage for you this morning from the beaches of Brevard County to the shores of Flagler County. We're tracking Nicole's impacts all across our area.
We want to thank you for being with us during our extended coverage on Hurricane, now Tropical Storm Nicole. I'm Amy Koffout.
Hi, everybody. I'm Daniel Knox. Let's send things right over to our storm team meteorologist for the very latest on Nicole's track. Good morning to you both.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. We're seeing wind speeds coming down some now, many locations, especially along the coastal areas, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And still
Sad
waiting
scene.
on beach erosion, likely to continue for the next several hours. So just make sure that you are staying safe out there.
All righty, we're going to continue our radar tracking efforts. We'll join you for winds here in a moment now. Thank you. And as we show you the circulation, again, hard to miss this one, right? As we show you all the heavy rain, the big swirl on top of the Central Peninsula. Looking at Gainesville now. Been watching closely in our Fox 51 viewership, WOGX television. Levy County, Chiefland, around Highway 19. We've got some pretty eventful rain coming in now. That's some pretty heavy stuff. That comes back down to Williston and in the Gainesville and over to Lake Ocklawaha. And the bigger view now showing us Flagler County here, what's going on out that way, and looking a little closer to Brevard County. I'm watching down south of Brevard. Looks like we're going to have a wraparound effect with the circulation with more rain there, and what is in Brevard will likely wrap back around closer to Orange and Seminole County through the Orlando metro and surrounding suburbs. So we'll be tracking that. Of course, I want to head over to Allison now with the very latest on our current wind speeds across the region. Al?
Good morning, Jamie. Like you said, some of those sustained winds actually dropping as we speak. That's going to be up near Palm Coast as well as Daytona Beach, where while as areas in Claremont, so we're talking Lake County, portions of Orange and Seminole, still seeing some very strong wind gusts. But I do want to take you out to our exclusive Fox model. And throughout the entire week, we were actually forecasting just how strong the winds could get. And we have seen that so far today. So if you live in Ocala, Gainesville, Cedar Key, likely going to be seeing those wind gusts increasing as we head throughout the early afternoon hours today. Then that center of circulation starting to make its way up toward the Panhandle, away from the Florida Peninsula and areas to our east. We're looking at Brevard and Osceola counties, really going to be seeing those winds decreasing significantly, and that trend only continuing as that system moves well off to our north. You can see those winds will be shifting shifting out of the south at that time. So when could weather be improving in your neighborhood? If you do live in Brevard, portions of Osceola, as well as Orange counties, those winds and rain easing by 11 o'clock this morning, then across the Orlando metro up through Lake Sumter, portions of Marion County by 2 p.m. And then everything off to the north and west of that should be seeing that intensity decrease by 3 and between 5 o'clock this evening. So things are going to get better, but we do want to mention that high tide's going to be happening within the next hour along coastal Brevard and Volusia County. So beach erosion going to be something that we will be watching very closely.
Yeah, that tide really filling in now. Will peak around that time, as you mentioned, so we'll be tracking it. It's what we do best here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. More radar coverage and more from Allison and myself coming up in just a bit. We'll send it on back to you.
All right, we'll take it. Thank you both. It is 8:04. Some activity going on in Brevard County right now. So let's bring in Fox 35's David Martin. He is live in Melbourne.
Good morning to you, Danielle.
Hi, David.
Hi, Danielle. We're live along the O'Galley Causeway here in Brevard County along the Indian River. Just saw about 2 fire trucks and about 4 police cruisers coming up here to check out the scene here. It's a false alarm, what it turned out to be. There were rumors floating around that there might have been someone in the water. That's what we were here for as well, checking out. But as of now, we're not getting any kind of confirmation from anybody. In fact, they're all leaving. But I can just show you that rocking and rolling Indian River. Look at those boats out there. Anchored, of course, but man, they're up and down like toys in a bathtub. This is just when I thought the storm was kind of settling down, Jamie and Allison, it's rocking harder and more fierce than we've had all morning. This is just incredible out here. We'll send it back to you all in the studio.
Oh, wow. Incredible to see that boat out there, right?
Yeah, glad no one was out there. David, thank you. Fox 35's Nestor Mato has been checking the conditions in Volusia County. He is in Wilbur by the Sea. And Nestor, really hard to look at some of these homes. They are just barely hanging on.
Yeah, you know, I was just talking to someone who was out here, and we were talking about how these are people's homes. You know, I'm in front of one home where you can see the kitchen lights are still on, and it just makes you wonder, like, did they leave in a hurry, you know, as they evacuate because the storm was approaching? But I want to show you what's happening behind me because, of course, these are the images that are just really hard to watch. The water continues to rush in. The erosion is just eating away at people's backyards. We're seeing patios fall, furniture just fall. We're on South Atlantic Boulevard in Wilbur by the Sea, as you mentioned. You know, around the area of 4,000 South Atlantic Boulevard, 22 homes were told by county officials, you need to get out, the people who live in those homes, because they said it was going to be unsafe. And we can see that, in fact, it is unsafe to stay out here by the coast as these waters continue to rush in. Nicole coming over just 6 weeks after Hurricane Ian, and some very vulnerable land, coastline areas and properties really taking a beating. And again, we really feel for anybody who's being affected by this, but this is the situation as it stands right now at Wilbur by the Sea. And of course, we're waiting to see if it gets worse as the high tide arrives. I'm live in Volusia County. Nestor Mato, Fox 35 News.
Which is a little less than an hour away. That is just so hard to watch. It absolutely is. Thank you so much for that, Nestor. Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie joins us live from Sanford this morning. And Amanda, parts of the city are still saturated from Hurricane Ian. I see that the wind has stopped blowing just a bit where you are. It's a little more comfortable out there for you, but still a lot of damage.
That's right. So the rain isn't coming down as hard now, but it is still quite windy. We've moved a little bit farther down Seminole Boulevard. You can see Seminole Boulevard, and this long stretch has been flooded, but it is not crazy deep. There are cars that are still able to get through parts, but if you look more that way, it looks a lot deeper.
All right. Unfortunately, we have lost the signal with Amanda, but earlier she was showing Lake Monroe. I mean, it looks like the Atlantic. The waves were crashing out of the seawalls or the lake walls at Lake Monroe. It's really scary.
It was interesting because initially they were parked right near there. They were like, oh, no, no, no. This is not exactly where we want to be. So they ended up moving away, which was really good, and still getting soaking wet. So let's bring in Fox 35's Vandy Hildreth now.
That's right. She is joining us live in Cocoa Beach in Brevard County, where they have certainly been taking a battering out there. How are things looking, Randy?
Hey, good morning to you. We have since moved from the hotel to the beach, which was just about a block or so away. And I know Allison was saying that the winds should start dying down, but we can still feel the power of the winds that are moving through this area. We talk a lot about with Nicole, now Tropical Storm Nicole, about the high tide and storm surge, and that is of concern for us this morning, especially as we get closer to the 9 o'clock hour, because high tide is set to happen within the next hour. Over to my right, this is where people will come to the beach and play volleyball, but you can see this area is already flooded with water. We are standing on the walkway, and at times we could see some of the waves coming up to the entrance of this walkway, and I'm just a short distance from where you would walk out to the beach. And behind me, you can see some of the huge waves crashing against the shoreline. Again, top concern this morning for these coastal communities, the high tide and storm surge. So as we get closer to the 9 o'clock hour, that is something that we will be keeping our eyes on. Another note, this morning, Cocoa Beach officials posted on social media that they do have down power lines, which we know because we've been reporting about the thousands of people who are out of power in Brevard County, and then also trees down on roads. And so they are reminding if you can stay home and off the roads, to please do that. I'll go ahead and send it back to you live this morning, Randy Hildreth.
Yeah. It's hard to believe people are just standing. I mean, Randy has to be out there because she's working, but it's hard to believe people are out there just standing in it.
And did you see that person that was standing?
Yes.
I don't know. I think that may be
like a lifeguard
tower.
stand.
There was somebody actually in there as well. All right, let's talk about some of the power outages now.
All right, here are some of the breakdown on numbers that we have for you so far in Brevard County. That is taking the brunt of the power outages at about 87,000. In Volusia County, they're at 37,000. In Orange County, 36,000. Seminole County at 8,500. And we have seen some power outages in Lake County as well, but not quite as many over there. So as those numbers continue to change throughout the morning, we will let you know. We do know power crews are standing by to try to get things back as quickly as possible. Coming up, we continue our live team coverage of Nicole.
We'll give you another look at conditions after the break. Don't go far.
You are watching Fox 35 Orlando's coverage there of what was once a very powerful Hurricane Nicole, still fairly powerful, but now a tropical storm with those gusty winds reaching a max of about 60 miles per hour. The storm centered right now between Orlando and Tampa at the present moment and is still moving about 15 miles per hour. So it is going to continue to head up toward the Gulf of Mexico, where there's concern that it could strengthen just slightly. It's looking unlikely, though, and then it will go over to the panhandle of Florida and then into Georgia as it just weakens and will likely become a tropical depression very, very quickly. The storm did make landfall as a hurricane around 3 a.m. Eastern time this morning. It had max winds at the time of 75 miles per hour. Quickly, though, downgraded there to a tropical storm with those winds of 60 miles per hour. Time now is 8:11 on the East Coast and 5:11 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. And today, the big focus is going to be on Tropical Storm Nicole. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll check back in with our Fox 35 team. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. Time now is 8:14 on the East Coast and 5:14 on the West Coast. Our continuing coverage does continue here as we track Tropical Storm Nicole, which made landfall earlier this morning as a hurricane. You're taking a look at some video out of Melbourne, Florida, shot by Logan Parham and provided by Storyful, where you can see just how powerful those winds are. We've been checking in with our Fox 35 Orlando team. Let's head over there right now as they continue their coverage across the state.
To give us an update, they are asking people to stay off the roads if possible. If you have to go to work, we understand, but it's certainly not great driving conditions.
Absolutely. Take a look at the right side of your screen and you can see why there's an accident there on the turnpike. And so officials are saying if you can stay home, you should. That's mile marker 266 there on the 429, which is what Amy was talking about as well. So a lot of dangerous conditions out there on the roadways. At 8:15, let's turn our attention now to what's caused all of this, and that would be now Tropical Storm Nicole. Good morning to you guys.
All right, here we are back at the Storm Center. Myself, Jamie King, Allison Gargaro, getting a few inquiries on social media. Allison, people asking, hey, you know, is it getting better? Kind of feels like the winds are maybe slowing. Rain kind of drying up in spots, not entirely though.
No, not entirely, and we're actually seeing some wraparound rain from the south, so that will be pushing back into your area. So you think it's dry now? Well, in about an hour it might not be the case.
Exactly, and we're going to tell folks now when things do get better. Come on, join me here. I want to give you the good news, because there is some silver lining in this, right? As we start to shed Nicole's influence slowly but surely as we draw closer to late morning, about 11 a.m. This whole area right here is going to vastly improve, and that trend will set the stage here from a southeast run northwest in through Metro Orlando into Bushnell, around Sumter there along I-75 down the Clearwater, Tampa, and all the way up to Palm Coast. And later this afternoon between 3 and 5 roughly, we should begin to separate ourselves from these big impacts from the cold. Is it going to be perfect at that time? Heck no, not really. I mean, it's still going to be a bit breezy, may surge up, a little locally windy at times, and some rain around, but a lot better than it has been, that is for sure. Here's a look at what's happening on the big scan, Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, and show you some tracking here as we start to see some of this light to moderate rain moving back into Brevard County. So it looks like a Miko arrival here, some of the heavier stuff within about 12 minutes time, where we see Palm Bay in the West Melbourne within about 30 minutes. In the confines there, about 25 to 28 minutes respectively, both locations. Mel Beach about 31, and into the Melbourne area there along the Indian River looks to be about 31 minutes as well. So tracking that, it's that natural progression of rain doing the loop-de-loop as we have a counterclockwise wrap with Nicole, and that's how that is going to work out. Out toward Bushnell now, you've got rain sneaking on up on you there. That's some heavy stuff. Winds may freshen too, right along I-75. Look how long that is here from 441 off to the east of Coleman, Bushnell, along 98 and 75 to Dade City and Zephyr Hills, all that pushing off in your direction. Eventually going to wind up at Spring Hill and then crank steadily out to sea out over the Gulf of Mexico. Brooksville, about an 11-minute arrival there. Inverness, as you get to Citrus County and down the Spring Hill within about 40 minutes. And as we show you this, what I love to call our little 1-hour mini model, right? This is built into the Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, and it is very, very precise as it shows that rise, that lift, and the counterclockwise rotation around Nicole, and how that rain moves back on in toward Brevard County, from Grant to Palm Bay to Rockledge and to Cocoa, 528, and then circulating back around. See a lot of the area lakes here, Lake Gentry, Lake Lizzie, and Buck Lake. Those areas too, just for reference, we'll begin to also see the rain rates freshening up there as well. So the outline now, as far as the storm surge is concerned, peaking high tide here in less than an hour. So with the tide, so you know it isn't like, 8:59 is the high tide here in Daytona area. It doesn't just go boom and it's high. It's a gradual fill over 6 hours. So we're going to reach that peak, and that helps with that flow here of water coming on in, raising the levels of water. Now Nestor Mato's been live all morning down in Wilbur by the Sea Force and doing a fantastic job. But there are homes, Allison, teetering now. Look like they're going to fall into the Atlantic. I'm not saying they're going to, but they sure looks like they might. You know, that bed of sand underneath those homes eroding now, and time will tell, but hopefully not.
Yeah, hopefully not is right. And we've been seeing that erosion starting several days ago. Well, for sure yesterday, and it's only going to continue. So just make sure that you are staying safe out there, especially if you do live along the East Coast. Winds are still freshening up, and I'm going to have more details on that in just a few. But I do want to take you out to current power outages right now. We're looking at 30,000 folks out of power in Volusia County, 24,000 in Orange, and we are up to 86,000 without power in Brevard County. This is the county that's had the highest power outages all morning long, and likely to continue to see those numbers rise as that center of circulation moving off to the north and west. But let's take you into some peak wind gusts that we've seen so far this morning. More than 60-mile-per-hour gusts out at the Orlando International Airport, just shy of 80 at Port Canaveral, and Daytona right around 70. So it's been gusting very, very high, and current sustained winds right now are still rather high. Titusville 41. We're looking at 39-mile-per-hour sustained winds in Sanford and 26 in Ocala. But take a look at these gusts. They are up in northern Brevard County. So for any of our reporters that are out there, we are looking at wind gusts right now at 62 miles per hour, 51-mile-per-hour gusts in Sanford, and 59 in Claremont. As that center is going to be moving off closer and closer to the Big Bend region, the western portion of our viewing area going to start to not only be seeing the gusty winds, but also that rain. This is rainfall totals over the last 12 hours. You can see the area shaded in yellow does have the highest rain, but likely going to continue to move right along Florida's Turnpike there and hit I-75. So if you haven't seen much rain in your neighborhood yet, and you live in Sumter County up toward Marion, even Alachua, likely going to be heading your way. And then I do want to leave you with our live camera out one of our weather stem cameras in Daytona Beach. You can see those waves rushing on shore, and the winds are incredibly strong at the moment. Still some dark skies out there, so we'll continue to monitor conditions for you. Myself and Fox 35 Storm Team Chief Meteorologist Jamie King all morning long, so continue to join us on Good Day Orlando.
All righty, Allison, great job. We'll go ahead now and send it on back to Amy and Danielle.
All right, just want to let you guys know part of A1A is now shut down in Flagler County because of damage to the road. So if you are in Flagler County, you're going to want to avoid A1A because some parts of it are not in good shape right now. Still to come on Good Day Orlando, our team coverage continues as Nicole continues to make its way through Florida.
We'll have another live report for you coming up here after the break. It is 8:21. You're watching Good Day Orlando, and you are really looking at some time-lapse video of that storm, the storm clouds moving into Melbourne. You see how rapidly that time-lapse video is, but it really does give you a good idea of what this storm did as it moved into our area. Don't go far.
Yeah, don't go far, like Danielle said. So we are checking in with our Fox 35 Orlando team throughout the morning, providing their coverage to you at home or wherever you're watching us, because, of course, this is a very powerful storm that was a hurricane where it made landfall in Vero Beach, Florida, in the southeastern part of the state. Around 3 o'clock this morning Eastern time, it is now traveling up central Florida between about Orlando and Tampa. It'll go into the Gulf next, and there's the potential it could strengthen just a bit, and then it will go over toward the panhandle of Florida, then into Georgia. A lot of people on the eastern part of the U.S. expected to get some storms and some gusty winds as a result. We also want to let you know that at 10:30 a.m. Eastern time, so coming up here in 2 hours, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is going to provide an update with everything we know about the storm and the impact that we've seen Nicole have in Florida. We will have more on that, and we'll carry that live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but back to our coverage of Nicole coming up in just a few. Stay with us on Live Now from Fox.
just a few blocks away over at the pier over by Cocoa Beach, and we are standing right on the pathway that leads you out to where you would walk out and enjoy the beach, and we are seeing some very strong and very high waves. To my right is where people will come out and enjoy volleyball on the sand and enjoy a nice game, but that area is covered with water. Where I'm standing, just a few feet away from where you would walk out to the ocean, that area, a few minutes ago, the water came right up to that walkway. And then if you look out to the ocean, you can see just how high and just how powerful the winds are. Still very, very windy out here, at times having to brace myself. And my cameraman is actually leaning against the post here so that he can brace himself and hold the camera. But very windy. We know high tide is set for 8:31 this morning. And so we are watching how high the water gets and how far it moves inland. That was one of the big concerns. And also storm surge. We know that this is a barrier island, and so people who live in this area, there wasn't a mandatory evacuation, but it was recommended that they move out as Nicole moves in because of these conditions. And so we will just be out here continuing to monitor that for you. I'll go ahead and send it back to you live this morning. Randy Holdren, Fox 35 News.
Be careful out there.
Yeah.
All right, well, coming up, we will continue our live team coverage of Nicole.
We're going to check in with the Fox 35 Storm team as our crews, as you can see, of reporters are found out all across Central Florida for you, covering the aftermath of this storm. And as we head to break, we want to take a look at our live cameras all across Florida as well. This is a look there at the Hard Rock Hotel camera in Daytona Beach. As you can see, Nicole is churning the ocean there. The time right now is 8:26. You're watching Good Day Orlando right here on Fox 35.
All right, thank you so much to our Fox 35 Orlando team. We will check back in with them shortly once they continue their broadcast there. And they are checking with their reporters that they do have live all over the place here. So we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as their coverage does continue throughout the morning, and ours does as well. I do want to show you a live shot here from Daytona Beach, Florida. About 30 seconds ago, you could actually see the water that was going over the side of what is kind of a barrier right there, but it appears that that has kind of slowed down a little bit. Once they lift back up the camera, you will be able to see a lot more, but unfortunately, that is not what's going on right now. So I do want to take you to another view right now where you can see a lot going on. This appears to be St. Augustine, Florida, where the water is moving very fast. There is the concern over a deadly or life-threatening storm surge as a result of Nicole, which was once a hurricane, making landfall this morning in southeastern Florida as a hurricane with those max winds of about 75 miles per hour. It weakened fairly quickly after it did make landfall there in Florida, down to about 60 mile per hour winds, making it a tropical storm. So we're going to continue to track this storm and bring you the latest. It is currently located between Orlando and Tampa, moving at about 14 to 15 miles per hour. Expected to go there into the Gulf and then into Georgia, and it's likely much of the eastern part of the country will feel the effects of that storm. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, but we will be right back.
We go from low tide to high tide and in between. And oh, thank you for the windshield wiper there, because we are able to get a better view of how it looks.
Look at that. Isn't that something?
Yeah, it's really scary out there. So we have been again following this all morning long. It made landfall as a Cat 1. It is now a tropical storm. It is pushing its way through Florida, and we can tell you that hopefully within the next few hours you might be able to at least get a little bit of relief from this.
Maybe see a little bit of the sand here maybe coming up. All right, so Good Day Orlando has extensive live team coverage for you this morning from the beaches of Brevard County to the shores of Flagler County and everywhere in between. We are tracking Nicole's impacts across central Florida.
One of the things that you may have noticed about Nicole, she doesn't move too fast. No.
She's a slow mover, that is for sure.
Slow mover.
Yeah.
We would like her to move a little quicker, I guess, and see if we can find out where things are at right now. Let's get right over to Jamie and Allison.
Hey, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, ladies, you're not the only ones that want her to move quicker now, right? Yeah, but we were trending toward relief time. By 11 a.m. Our southeast counties should start to see the rains really easing and the winds calming a little bit, Allison.
A little bit, that's right. I mean, we're still going to be seeing some gusty winds across the entire viewing area today, but as that center of Nicole starts to peel away from our eastern counties, that's when we'll be seeing some of that relief a little bit later this afternoon. But we talked about the potential for severe weather, and we're seeing it not in our viewing area, but now in other portions of the Florida Peninsula.
Right, and in the area of the tornado watch. So come on down. Let me show you what's doing here in Flagler County. We're responsible for tracking your weather. All the good folks out in Palm Coast and Bunnell and the smaller town of Bimini there along the I-95 corridor. Got you covered there. That's a tornado watch there that'll run strong until about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Right now, we do have an active tornado warned area. I want to zoom you on in on take a look at in St. Johns County, right around the St. Augustine area. In fact, right on top, you can see it's this cell right here coming across, and that's cranking along probably at about 50 miles per hour. So that will move out of the warned area. That may continue drawing closer to the St. Johns River Basin there and out toward Green Cove Springs. If you're familiar with Northeast Florida, some beautiful, beautiful territory, salt marshes. You got the oldest city in the nation out there in St. Augustine. So hopefully they come out unscathed from that. And that back across Gainesville, High Springs, Williston, parts of our Fox 51 WOGX viewership. We're watching and tracking your skies too along Highway 19. This is Chiefland and then Cross City, Dixie County. Your rain has really progressed now the last couple, 2-3 hours. It's been slowly phasing in, and now it is on top. And then this bigger band from Monarch to Coleman over to Lake Penoskey and looks like Bay Hill. We continue with some action there west of the Bushnell area. So that's a look at weather radar. Let's head over to Allison now with a look at winds currently, my friend.
And with that line that Jamie was just tracking, we're going to be seeing those winds starting to increase along I-75. Right now, sustained winds anywhere from 21 to about 28 miles per hour, but we're going to be seeing those gusts picking up just shy of 40 in Gainesville and Ocala, but extending all the way out to the east in Titusville, still looking at 63 mile per hour wind gusts. So yes, the rain is going to start pushing off to the north and east, but still looking at those strong winds, Jamie, and it's something that we'll likely continue to see and be tracking for you all morning long right here in the Fox 35 Storm Center.
And we've got that circulating motion now around Nicole, so maybe we take a look at some future modeling. Let folks know exactly when and where this rain's going to reemerge, because it's coming back around now in that counterclockwise wrap. And then we'll also let you know when things improve for weather where you live. We got you covered here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. That's all for now. Back to you.
All right, great job, guys. Thank you so much. All right, let's bring in Fox 35's David Martin now. He is live in Melbourne Beach.
And David, you have really been seeing some of the worst of the wind and rain, and we thought things were getting better. Doesn't really look like it now.
No, it hasn't, David. Good morning to you once again. We're live along the Gallery Causeway, trying to not fall over. This is the Indian River behind us. You can see the sailboat out there just rocking along. There's been a lot of people out taking pictures and get back in the car and run away. We're talking about a guy who's seen all kinds of hurricanes, all the way back to Hurricane Andrew along the ocean here. His name is Bruce. Take a listen to what he said about his experience.
All right, obviously we're having some trouble hearing David out there. His microphone is probably waterlogged, and so is David for that matter. So we wish him well. He and Paulo have really been taking a lot of brunt of that storm today. So stay safe, David. Right now, Nicole is turning west across the state. Again, it made landfall as a Cat 1 about 3 o'clock this morning south of Vero Beach. And joining us right now to talk more about what we can expect from this storm is Michael Brennan from the National Hurricane Center. Michael, thank you again for being with us.
Yeah, good to be with you this morning.
So we can see that the bulk of the storm is now starting to move towards the Tampa area and maybe up into the Panhandle. What are your expectations for where it's going to be going later today?
Well, we're expecting that west-northwestward motion. It's pretty quick right now, actually about 14 miles an hour. But the storm's so big, those hazardous conditions, as you just saw, are still lingering out along the Florida East Coast with the storm surge, the wind, the heavy rainfall. But as we move through today and tonight, there's going to be more of a turn toward the northwest and north, and that's going to take the center of Nicole near the extreme northeastern Gulf of Mexico up across the Panhandle and into Georgia by late tonight and into early Friday. But the onshore flow, that heavy rain, those winds are going to continue across portions of east central and central Florida for at least the next several hours.
Michael, we've been looking at some of the erosion images on the East Coast, specifically Volusia County, Wilbur by the Sea, and Daytona Beach shores have really taken a beating. When we look at those erosion pictures, what are some of your big concerns?
Well, just the continued, onshore push from that huge wind field with Nicole, that high water, those breaking waves that are going to continue to cause that beach erosion and some inundation. We're just coming in through the high tide here, so maybe the water levels will back off a little bit later today. But that onshore flow is going to keep the water levels elevated through much of the day along the East Coast. And we're still seeing wind gusts of 40, 50, 60 miles per hour along the coast there. So that's only exacerbating the issue.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about just the images of this storm. It's a huge storm. And you talk about the wind field, right? That's the reason we just went to one of our reporters in Brevard County, and he's still getting hit pretty dramatically.
Right, yeah, even though the center is here inland, those tropical storm force winds extend out over 400 miles away from the center, especially to the north. So that wind field is still going to be coming onshore, and it's going to be really slow to wind down even as Nicole's peak winds start to decrease later today.
All right, Michael, thank you for that update from the National Hurricane Center. We appreciate you. Good to see you.
Thanks.
And let's go ahead now and take a look at the current outages across central Florida, starting with Volusia County. It has now jumped to 37,846. Seminole County has 16,318 outages, and in Brevard, there are 87,163 customers without any power right now. And in Orange County, 36,358 customers are without power. We will keep updating those numbers for you just as soon as the new numbers come in.
We do have an update from the city of St. Cloud wanting to let people know that they have reports of power lines down at 10th and Whistler. They're also saying that power has been restored to the Toho water plant. But in the meantime, they want all those people who get water from those sources to please boil your water because the water may have been compromised while the power was out. Well, as we track Tropical Storm Nicole, we're looking at some video. This is coming to us from Orlando. Sparks combusting what seems to be a power line there. Again, we just told you about power lines down in St. Cloud. We're seeing power lines down in many areas. A loud pop followed by some flames there. This happened at Conway Gardens Road right near Price Avenue. Be careful out there.
And that's the thing, as things start to calm down a little bit, that's when people think, oh, I'm going to go out and check things out, but you don't know if you're going to be running across a downed power line or anything like that. So if you can stay indoors, at least for the next several hours, you probably should do that. That would be a good idea.
The cleanup and the looky-loo is usually where we see the most problems.
And that's what they say. Typically after the storm is when you really have the most injuries.
Coming up, we continue our live team coverage on Nicole.
We will check back in with the Fox 35 storm team, of course, as well as our team of reporters fanned out in the field all across our area. That and more when Good Day Orlando continues.
And thank you so much to our Fox 35 Orlando team. They do have those reporters out in the field all over the state of Florida covering the latest here on what was once Hurricane Nicole, now downgraded to Tropical Storm Nicole. But don't be fooled, still very powerful there with those max winds of about 60 miles per hour, moving 14 miles per hour as it does head toward the Gulf and then up into the panhandle of Florida and then Georgia. The entire eastern part of the country likely to feel the effects in some way as the storm does head that direction. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will get back to the headlines. And our big story this morning, no question, is Hurricane, now Tropical Storm Nicole. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:42 on the East Coast and at 5:42 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. No question today, that big story is going to be what was once Hurricane Nicole, now a tropical storm, still pretty powerful there, causing rain and winds all over the state of Florida and beyond. Let's head back to our Fox 35 Orlando team's coverage of what was once that powerful hurricane, now a tropical storm.
Out here, do we move it back to the VAB? They made the decision to leave it out on the launch pad and said that it could withstand winds up to 85 miles an hour.
But the thing is, we have heard some reports that there have been wind gusts in excess of 100 miles per hour out there. And again, as you said, it was kind of a last-minute decision. Right. Do we roll it back into the VAB? Do we keep it where it is? They made the decision to keep it where it is. It's going to be interesting to see what damage, if any, the Artemis sustained with those gusts that exceeded 100 miles per hour.
Hopefully
so
none.
Crossed. Right,
yeah.
Absolutely.
But they will do a full inspection. The launch right now is set for November 16th, Wednesday, I think 1 o'clock in the morning. Let's check in with the storm team now, because Jamie and Allison have been doing an incredible job of keeping us abreast of everything out there. And when you hear those numbers about, how much wind that rocket can withstand and how much potentially was out there, it's pretty scary.
Yeah, yes. It was blowing, still blowing in spots now, but we are seeing, and you've been doing great analysis on the winds, Allison. We're seeing the wind slowly coming down. Then you get a big gust and then back down again. So it's that natural transition we're seeing to eventually calmer conditions, but it's going to take a little bit of time here.
That's exactly right. We need that center of Nicole to continue to move off to the north and west for conditions to completely improve along our east coast, but it's something that we're continuing to monitor for you. Just make sure that you are staying safe, because still going to be seeing some of that rain making its way across the viewing area.
Speaking of, I'm your rain guy right now, so let me do a little check-in. I want to give you a look here at our Fox model as we show you the rain accumulations between now and getting into the back end of the week. And the modeling's still refreshing. The numbers are going to continue to rise, but boy, it has been punchy out there. I'm getting reports from folks waking up now and going, hey, we didn't have hardly any rain here, right? Until they look outside of their swimming pool, and then it's elevated, right? Where other areas have been inundated with heavy tropical downpours. Right now, again, the breezes for you showing us 26. These are current wind gusts at Lakeland, and Allie's going to have more on this information here in just a second for you. You can see Titusville at about 63 miles per hour. So the big wrap up there that is Nicole. Rain's now spreading out toward Tampa, St. Pete. Been on top now for a few hours there. I've been watching our team coverage there, our team members over at Fox 13, our sister station, WTVT of Tampa there. They do a great job in tracking. Chief Meteorologist Paul Delgado out there and team doing a fine job. For us, back here closer to home, and another spot we've been watching is a tornado-warned area now in St. Johns County. That looks like it has expired now, or will in about 15 minutes here. Looks like that heavy rain now still moving through Gainesville over to Chiefland into Dixie and Levy counties. There are parts of our Fox 51 WOGX TV family. A little closer look at Cross City now. On Highway 19 and down the Chiefland, very, very focused heavy tropical rains. Now, down to the south we go. Bushville, you're in the clear, at least in terms of that heavy rain that went blasted on by about 15, 20 minutes ago. If you live out there, you know what I'm talking about. To Lake P, to Coleman, up to Monarch, and along Highway 301, the Fruitland Park. And the outlook now in Brevard County as some of this more moderate rain begins to lift up and out from south to north. That's that wraparound effect we see with low pressure. It has a counterclockwise spin, so it's all essentially circulating back up into Brevard at this time. So if you look at the tippy top there, just shy of Titusville, I-95, right around Astronaut High School there, and then point south to Port St. John down to Indian Harbor Beach. As a look at your arrival times here, and generally within the span of about the next 20 minutes. This is all cranking from south to north at a fairly steady clip at this time, in that range of about 30 to 35 miles per hour, Allison. So we want to talk more about this rain, when it's going to get out of here, and who's going to see more rain as we head through, say, the next 2-3 hours before we really separate from the effects and impacts of Nicole. Take it away.
Well, the Big Bend region is going to be seeing some very big impacts as we head into the next few hours. This is our high resolution modeling. It's showing that center slowly going to be making its way toward the I-75 corridor in this cluster of very heavy rain. Remember, about 5 o'clock this morning, it was over the Orlando metro. We were live tracking it for you right here on Good Day Orlando. That's now pushing up along I-75 up toward the Big Bend region, and then eventually making its way to the Panhandle. But that wraparound motion bringing between some of these outer rain bands, not only through Brevard County, through Orlando as well. And then as we head into your 5-6 o'clock hour, things really decreasing in coverage, but we are going to be seeing the chance for some spotty showers to continue not only late tonight, but potentially early tomorrow morning. But the bulk of the heaviest rain is going to be moving out of our area throughout the evening hours tonight. I do want to take you into a crash, though. This is on Florida's Turnpike near the 408. You can see that it's raining here. The winds are still bumping. You can see the camera moving up and down, and the roads are slick. So this was actually a rollover crash. Everyone is okay, but that's just how easy it is. You quickly take a turn on the slick roads and your car could tumble. So we just want to make sure everyone's staying safe. Just slow down if you do have to be out on the roads. If not, just wait until those winds have decreased. And we're going to be seeing that over the next few hours. But right now, sustained winds in Claremont at 21 miles per hour. 31 mile per hour sustained winds in Stanford and about 35 in Titusville. But take a look at these current gusts. They are still very, very breezy near Titusville, Stanford with 52 mile per hour gusts. And take a look at Cedar Key at 60. And that center of Nicole hasn't even made its way to them. So if you live in Cedar Key and you've been joining us all morning long, just know that some very heavy rain will be making its way toward you rather soon here. And our Fox model doing a great job at showing those winds moving right on up the Big Bend region. And then as we head into your 5-6 o'clock hour, those gusts down to less than 30 miles per hour. So that's really when things are going to be dropping. But before that, conditions will be improving. And you can see that that trend only continuing throughout the morning hours on Friday. And when will you be seeing that weather improve in your neighborhood? Let's break it down for you. If you live in Brevard, Osceola counties, likely by 11 o'clock this morning. So still a few hours until those really strong wind gusts are going to be very frequent. And then from 1 to 2 p.m. across the Orlando metro, moving through Lake County, portions of Sumter, and then north central Florida, 3 to 5 p.m. as well, when we will be likely seeing those conditions improve. Jamie, we saw in our forecast modeling, and the Fox model doing such a great job at showing just that.
All righty. Boy, that's a lot of information, my friends. So again, initially, we start off with long-range tracking and forecasting as the system approaches. Then you're in the meat of it, right? And then everyone wants to know when the heck it's going to get better. And we continue that general theme. 11 a.m. for the southeast, moving through Orlando metro between 1 and 2, and 3 to 5 p.m. for our northwestern counties as we separate ourselves from Tropical Storm Nicole. Nice job, Allison. All right, that's all for now. We'll send it on back to you.
Nice job by both of you. Thank you so much for that. And we've had people who've been watching us since the very, very beginning. So they've seen this thing from the beginning, guys, to where we are right now. And as you take a look at this image, Amy, boy, this is just so heartbreaking and scary to see.
Yeah, this is Wilbur by the Sea. This is where Nestor Mato has been stationed pretty much for 24 hours now. And so he has watched the progression of the erosion there. Most of these homes that we are showing you here will be a total loss because this is quite literally, they are right on the edge of falling into the Atlantic.
Now, here's what's so scary about this. We just got through Hurricane Ian, and so you know a lot of these buildings are already very, very damaged by Ian. People are trying to breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief, thinking, okay, now I'm going to start my cleanup. And then you have this, where, as you can see, these homes are very, very close to just kind of teetering over the edge, which would just be horrible if it happened, but just such devastating images to see. And can you imagine if you're a homeowner and you're watching this, or you're going back to survey your property, and this is what you see? Just such a sad situation out there.
Yeah, it is heartbreaking. Most of these homes will be condemned. They are no longer livable, and we just hate to see that for anyone in these circumstances. We are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with much more on Nicole when we come back.
All right, thank you so much to our Fox 35 Orlando team. They have been covering Tropical Storm Nicole since it was a hurricane, providing the latest information there. What you are looking at is an image. It is live here on your screen, coming in from St. Augustine, Florida, where the waves are, those are the waves right now, as we are seeing Nicole move through that area and really just bringing that dangerous, life-threatening storm surge to that area. Anywhere along the East Coast looks a lot like this at that point. Once again, Nicole is a tropical storm right now, still fairly strong, with maximum winds of 60 miles per hour, moving about 14 miles per hour as it travels through the state of Florida, then into the Gulf of Mexico, up into the panhandle of Florida, then into Georgia. We are expecting to speak with Fox Weather coming up in about 30 minutes. They are in South Carolina, where preparations are underway as Nicole heads that way. I do want to remind you, coming up in about an hour and a half at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we will hear from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He will provide a live update on now Tropical Storm Nicole. 8:52 on the East Coast and 5:52 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick break, but we will be right back.
All up and down, frankly, the coast. The stoplights at intersections come crashing down, and there's a police officer blocking the middle lane to remind people slow down because you can easily hit that. That's at ankle level, that one there on the bottom. So how are other people around the area faring this morning as they're waking up to whatever damage they're assessing in their houses? We talked to a guy named Rudy from Malabar who's been through hurricanes since Andrew. Take a listen. What are you thinking over the past 12 hours? How'd you fare?
No, it's good. It's good. We've been here 30 years, so we've seen Andrew and all of them in 30 years.
Yeah.
We leave when it's anything worse than a Hurricane 1, but 1 are just awesome.
So you like the Category 1s. When you look out at the Atlantic Ocean, it looks angry.
Yeah, you need to go see. And be careful, though. Don't let a sign hit you.
Yeah, there's a lot of debris floating about. And I will say this, we have power issues up and down 818. Loose wires, hot wires. Yeah. So you got to drive real carefully around.
Yeah, yes, sir.
How did your house fare?
I lost a little bit of the metal on an awning, but it's doing pretty good. We have a lot of trees that protect us. And if you keep the people from cutting down trees, they give you they help. You know what I'm saying? So trees break up these things. See, that's why it's so powerful over here. There's nothing to break up the storm. It's just, just unleashing her power.
Yeah. The power of God. Rudy called it when he first came over there to the ocean to take a look this morning. So we'll continue our coverage this morning from Brevard County. Things are calming down. We're liking it. We can deal with this. Amy and Danielle, back to you in the studio.
All right. Yeah, nice to see that, David. And just starting to see some of these images just up the coast in Volusia County. The beach erosion is just
awful.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
It absolutely is.
Well, coming up, we continue our live team coverage of Nicole.
So we're going to check in with the Fox 35 Storm team as our crew of reporters fan out across Central Florida to keep you updated on the aftermath of the storm. And we want to leave you with this image. This is a live look from our Hard Rock Hotel camera, and as you can see, it is just incredible. Yeah, there's the beach somewhere underneath that, right? But the sand is covered by the water as we are now getting into high tide. It starts in just about 4 minutes, but it could last for hours. 3 minutes before the hour. We'll be right back.
And thank you so much to our Fox 35 Orlando team. We are taking their coverage here just, to let you know what's going on, as they do have that team of reporters. What you are looking at right now, right here, is going to be St. Augustine, Florida. So I do want to let you know, St. Augustine is in St. Johns County in Florida. They have just issued a shelter in place. Here is what they have to say. St. Johns County is feeling the heaviest effects from Nicole right now. Conditions will continue to deteriorate as the storm passes through our area. We urge everyone to shelter in place until conditions improve there. If you are experiencing an emergency, you are urged to call 911. So again, that shelter in place ordered for St. Johns County by the St. Johns County Emergency Operations Center. That is the St. Augustine area. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We will reset at 9 a.m. Eastern. Good morning, everyone, and welcome in on Live Now from Fox. It is now 9 o'clock on the dot if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and 6 o'clock if you are on the West Coast. Wherever you're joining us from, thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now. We are continuing to cover the latest here on what was once a very powerful Hurricane Nicole, now still a fairly powerful tropical storm with winds of 60 miles per hour headed through central Florida toward the Gulf, then over to the panhandle of Florida and Georgia. We've been checking in with our Fox 35 Orlando team, watching their coverage as their team of reporters are all over the place in Florida. Let's head back to their coverage right now as they do have that team coverage going on.
Crews all over the place. So we are going to be checking in with them throughout the morning. Thanks for being here. I'm Amy Kaufeld.
And I'm Daniel Knox. It is good to see you this morning. Let's send things right over to our storm team meteorologist for the very latest on Nicole's track. Good morning, guys.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Well, rain and more rain, right?
Yes, a lot of it. Even if you aren't seeing rain right now, we're actually going to be seeing some of those rain bands pushing back through the Orlando metro, so more is on the way.
The old wraparound effect, right? Yeah, counterclockwise with these tropical systems. Let's go ahead and give you a look here at the latest rain now. And Allison, what we've done is we've plotted out over the past 2 days. The reason why I show this to you is you can see where we stand now. I mean, there are some areas over the last 2 days, 5-6 inches with ease, right? So as we look at the rainfall modeling, our Fox model, this is in addition to what I just showed you as it's stacked up. So our initial rainfall forecast was in the parameters of roughly about 3 to 6 inches, maybe some isolated amounts, 7-8 inches. That wouldn't shock nor surprise. So it looks like we are certainly on target for that. Here's a look at the winds now. These are sustained winds. You can see still upwards and very close to tropical storm force at Titusville. It's eased up a little bit through here. It might increase a little bit more through here once Nicole moves in this direction. Now, I also want to factor in the wind gusts for you, and that's now 39 at Melbourne, 58 at Titusville. David Martin live in Brevard County, and you can see with David's reports the pulsing of the air locally there as those wind gusts rise and then fall rather rapidly. It's 62 at Claremont. The Leesburg to Ocala to Gainesville. We start to lessen the load there on the impactful wind gusts. Cedar Key, South Levy County at 59. So the big map showing the nature of the atmosphere as we get through the next few hours here. And by 11 o'clock, we start to see winds beginning to ease up in the gust department here in the southeastern viewing area. And then slowly but surely that will spread off to the north and west before a peak and then dropping breezes as we head toward late today through sundown and into the overnight hours into early Friday morning. For more on weather radar, let's head over to Allison Gargaro now in the Fox 35 Storm Center. What's cooking?
Thanks, Jamie. Well, I just want to show you how large the outer rain bands of Nicole are. Some just off the coast of Bradenton and more just offshore of Jacksonville. So in total, we have a ruler here about 268 miles. So the entire Florida Peninsula, well, most of it going to be seeing impacts from not only the rain, but also the winds. And let's take you on in. You can see where that center of circulation is. There is some drier spots across the Orlando metro, but that's definitely not the case along I-75 this morning. If you live in Gainesville, Alachua, High Springs, even Archer, some moderate to heavy rain is falling in your area. And you can see much more is loading out to the east. So this is where we are going to be seeing a lot of that rain falling up through north central Florida. If you live in Bushnell, Leesburg, Jamie did a great job at showing you just about 20 minutes ago that there was a line of moderate rain through your neighborhood. Now that's starting to push off to the west as well. Like I mentioned, things quieter across the Orlando metro, but more of that rain is going to be on the way. That counterclockwise motion bringing some more showers into Brevard County, Satellite Beach, Rockledge, as well as Titusville. And then I do want to take you up to Flagler County. There was a tornado warning up near St. Augustine that has expired, but Flagler County is still under that tornado watch as we head through out your 1 o'clock hour today. And then let's finally take you into our 3D radar. This is the power of our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. We can actually show you that center of circulation and all of the rain that is around it moving through Orlando. I mean, you can barely see Lake County here because all of the rain that is falling. So we're continuing to monitor conditions for you and what it looks like outside. We talk about high tide peaking right around this hour. This is one of our cameras out at Cape Canaveral. It looks like there's a booster right about here, but take a look at all those waves rolling in. Some of them are white caps and likely seeing that out over the Atlantic. We've been showing you live pictures and our reporters just doing such a great job being out in the elements. And we know that it's gusty out there. So just make sure that you are staying safe if you can hear us. And thanks for showing all of the video that has been coming into Fox 35 today.
For sure. I mean, some of the videos, some of the pictures we've seen, you know, obviously we've been hit with a hurricane here in the peninsula. So keep them coming. We appreciate you. And we'll do our role over here is keeping everyone safe. We'll continue our live tracking. You can see here, Allison, the Daytona Boardwalk there on the right side of the screen. I mean, these images are startling, but I tell you, I almost expected. You know, we kind of knew this was going to unfold. The severity is where it's at, and we figured that much. I mean, you figured that with a landfalling hurricane, but good grief, just we cannot catch a break. Volusia County, Brevard County, the coastal zones, even inland areas, so very far-reaching impacts, and those continue here at this very hour. I'll send it back to you guys on the desk.
Guys, thank you so much. Fox 35's Randy Hildreth joins us now live from Cocoa Beach.
Yeah, she has been out on this walkway heading out right next to the Cocoa Beach Pier. Is that right, Randy?
And that's exactly right. That's where I'm stationed.
Randy, can you hear us?
And just in terms of what we're seeing out here, Allison and Jamie said we should start getting a reprieve around 11 o'clock here in Brevard County. And I can tell you, I think I can speak on behalf of the community. We're looking forward to that. We have been live with you since 2 o'clock this morning, and it's like Mother Nature turned on the windblower and then left the room. So we are looking forward to the moment when the winds start to die down, because they have been very strong, sustained winds, and then high gusts of winds that kind of knock you over. Now, you said, explain to viewers where we are. We're on the walkway that leads out to the beach right by Cocoa Beach Pier. We have seen, we know high tide was at 8:31 this morning, and we saw some of the water come well past the volleyball area right to my right. And then standing on this walkway, we saw some of the waves come right up to the entrance of this walkway where people will walk out to the beach. And when we look out at the waves out in the ocean, they are strong, they are high, and they look very angry. I know that law enforcement officials have asked people to stay at home, but as you can see behind me, some people have come out to see just the power of Mother Nature. They are asking you, and I know that we are out, but we do our best to stay safe and just inform you about what's going on. We were hunkered down at a hotel, which is just a few blocks away from where we are now. So we try to make sure that we're out of the way of law enforcement, but to bring you the very latest about the conditions out here. But they are asking if you don't have to move out and about and around today to stay off the roads, because there are reports of downed trees and down power lines. And so they want to make sure that crews can get out there and remove those items safely and quickly, because as our team has been tracking, thousands of people are without power here in Brevard County. But live here from Cocoa Beach, Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
People out there watching the aftermath, right? All right, Randy, thank you so much for that.
We want to take you back to Wilbur by the Sea, because that is by far some of the worst damage that we have seen. Daytona Beach shores and Wilbur by the Sea really have taken the brunt of this storm as far as beach erosion is concerned. This is Nestor Mato's live shot that has been giving us a vantage point of how some of these homes have fared, Danielle, and not well.
And not well at all when you look at that. I mean, this particular home, I was reading on Twitter, it washed away about 20 feet of sand from that house. As you know, that house is a total loss as it starts to collapse into the sea. And it's just such a sad sight to see, because we already know, right, that this coastline was vulnerable after Hurricane Ian. And when you look at all of those homes that are now suffering kind of irreparable damage, it really does make it very sad. Just an incredible, incredible sight.
Yeah, it is truly one of those situations where I think we talk about, you know, we know it's maybe dangerous to put a house right on the coast, but you never anticipate something like this happening to it.
I don't think in anybody's wildest dreams you would ever think anything like this. And I think the other part of this, Amy, and I think that our audience would agree, right? We've just gotten through, or are still getting through, Hurricane Ian. And so you kind of want to take a breath and breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief, right? And then you kind of get this 1-2 punch, because now you're dealing with the aftermath of Tropical Storm Nicole. So if you thought your house was salvageable, for example, when we look at that house, right? And then, you know, you have what happened with Nicole, you just know it's a total loss, and it's just got to be so heartbreaking for not just that family, but for all of the other families who are going to have irreparable, you know, harm to their homes. They're not going to be able to repair those structures at all. They are a total loss.
We do want to check back in with David Martin, because he has been in Melbourne Beach, and I see you found some folks to talk to out there, David.
Hi, David.
Good morning, ladies. We are live here along A1A in Melbourne Beach, talking to some folks who've come out to check out the scene along the ocean, including Ronnie Martin. Ronnie, good morning to you. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. So how did you fare over the night when Hurricane Nicole came ashore?
We had a few power outages, but they come right back on. This is definitely worse than Ian when it comes to the sea erosion, though. That's for sure.
Yeah. In fact, Paolo, show the audience that ocean right now, because we're at high tide at this point. Miss Lewis, how are you this morning?
I'm good. How are you?
So did you sleep overnight?
Yeah, I woke up at 4:30 a.m. just because the power flashed.
But no damage to the house?
No, house is good. One tree broke.
Jada, how old are you?
I'm 11.
You're 11. Have you ever seen the ocean this angry?
No, not really.
No. So quite the sight. Have you getting pictures of it?
Yes, I got a lot.
Good. Yeah, it's a video too. What do you think, Ronnie, of the? Are you a local? Have you been around here a long time?
Yeah, I've been here about 12 years.
Yeah.
But I came from Nags Head in North Carolina, and I've seen some hurricanes, but this is definitely pretty bad.
People are comparing this one to Irma, not Ian, of course.
Yeah.
You remember Irma back in 2017.
Oh, yeah. The place I lived, the whole back porch got ripped off.
Yeah. Irma was devastating for us, no question about it. Well, a lot of people are getting, in my opinion, dangerously close to the water, but that's what we do here in Florida, right?
That's for sure.
Take a few risks on storm days. But I think, I don't want to say it too soon, but I feel like we're calming down a little bit. What do you think?
Yeah, we're on the bottom side of the storm now,
Yeah,
so
right.
it's calming down pretty well.
Less wind, less rain. How are you doing, Tiger? Got a little tired one here, Danielle and Amy. These storms are brutal on families, aren't they?
Yeah, this is the first one.
You can say hi. All right, we're going to send it back to you in the studio because we all need naps.
Oh, gosh, no kidding, David. I'm sure you didn't sleep well last night. He was saying that he was staying at the, I think, the Crown Plaza, and he said you could hear the wind whipping right outside.
Absolutely.
So not great sleeping conditions. Coming up, we are going to continue our live team coverage on Nicole.
Our storm team meteorologist will have the very latest track coming up here for you after the break. We are now at 11 minutes after the hour, and as we go ahead and take a look at what we see there, what is that?
This is a new picture showing the City of Melbourne sign.
Oh, it is
was
down.
knocked down by
just,
Nicole. The mayor posted this photo saying there were reports of traffic lights out earlier this morning and at least one tree that blocked a street. He says Kiwanis Park at Ginger Point is completely underwater. Again, the City of Melbourne sign knocked over by Nicole.
That gives you just an idea of just how strong the winds were. 12 minutes now after the hour. You're watching Good Day Orlando. Don't go far.
Yeah, don't go away just yet. We will continue our coverage here of what was once very powerful Hurricane Nicole, now downgraded, but still fairly powerful, a tropical storm with those max winds of about 60 miles per hour. Now that it is over land, unleashing its fury here, we can expect that it will be downgraded even further, and it may become a tropical depression before it does reach the Gulf. Now, there is concern that it could potentially strengthen again there in the Gulf. Very unlikely, though. It will then head into the Florida Panhandle and over to Georgia. Time now 9:13 on the East Coast and 6:13 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and then we will get back into our coverage of Nicole. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. I want to take another live view here that does show St. Augustine, Florida. And this is where we are seeing the remnants of what was once a very powerful Hurricane Nicole, now a tropical storm, moving into this area. The waves, the tide, very high there. And we are expecting that things could get worse in that location as the storm heads that way. So what we are thinking is that we're going to keep an eye on that area here. And Fox 35 Orlando now back on the air. Let's head over to their live broadcast.
As Nicole is pushing its way through, the National Guard is ready to jump into action. And joining us this morning is Colonel Blake Glass, commander of the 53rd Infantry Combat Team. Great to see you, sir. How are you?
Good morning, Amy. Yeah, thank you.
So tell me a little bit about what you guys have been out and about doing today. Have your services been needed?
So far, we have about 500 soldiers that were activated about 48 hours ago. They came into their armories and mustered to prepare to provide support to the citizens of this great state. And we're spread out as far north right now as Ocala, all the way down through the Orlando region. We even have soldiers down in DeLand, Cocoa, and Fort Pierce that are staged. Many of those soldiers just hit the streets this morning, those ones on the East Coast. We have our high water, our high wheeled vehicles that can ford high water. And so we're out there in those counties right now as the winds are safe and we got first light and just out there helping our emergency management professionals.
Colonel, I know you guys did a lot of rescue work during Ian. Did you ever in a million years imagine that 6 weeks later you'd be doing this again?
I would, because I lived through and supported the 2004 hurricanes. And so Charlie, Francis, Ivan, and Jean still resonate in my memory.
Oh, yours and mine both. I will never forget that year. I'd like to forget it, but unfortunately it was so brutal that, yeah, most of us won't forget. So as far as the National Guard is concerned, when you're out and picking people up in maybe areas that are flooded, where do you then take them? What is sort of the protocol?
We take them usually to the shelter areas. So in these areas that are hit, we know that we have public shelters that are open. And so our immediate response is just their safety. Get them out of the dangerous area that they may be in, get them to an area where they're safe, and then we'll usually work with law enforcement or whoever's on the ground to see where we can evacuate them. But the majority of the time, that's to the shelters that we have that are open.
Well, we so appreciate what you do. Thank you so much, Colonel Blake Glass, for taking the time to be with us this morning. Stay safe.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Take care.
The time right now is 9:18. We are certainly tracking Nicole as it pushes through Central Florida.
Many people are still hunkered down this morning. We have seen some venturing out, and Fox 35's Matt Trezza is going to be joining us coming up from Port Orange right after this. Don't go away.
All right, thank you so much to our Fox 35 Orlando team. We are going to stay with them throughout the morning as they do have crews that are all over the state covering Nicole from each and every angle. Obviously, right now, flooding is an issue. We know that the winds are very gusty there. And as you heard Fox 35 mention a bit earlier on this morning, they did have a report of winds around Cape Canaveral and Port Canaveral of 100 miles per hour. That is, of course, a gust. The maximum sustained winds of Nicole right now in that tropical storm state is going to be about 60. It will continue to weaken as it moves toward the Gulf. Time now 9:19 on the East Coast and 6:19 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick break, but on the other side, we will rejoin Fox 35 Orlando and their coverage of hurricane and now tropical storm Nicole. Stay with us. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. Once again, taking a live look from St. Augustine, Florida, where it looks very, very gloomy there. We do know a shelter in place has been issued for St. Johns County, which is where St. Augustine is located. Our Fox 35 Orlando team has reporters all over the place, and they are now speaking to some of those reporters. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Water is, and these are some of the gentlemen whose homes are really being just essentially flooded by this. I mean, I see you've got the sandbag. You're Scott, yes?
Yes.
And tell me, so you've got all these sandbags against your door. Is it doing any good?
It's actually holding back the water quite a bit. I have maybe 1/8 of an inch of water just in the beginning of the apartment, but it hasn't reached through the back of the house yet or anything like that. So far it's holding up real well. It did real well during Ian, so I'm just more worried and concerned about the waves lapping and breaking over the door barrier. But this is probably worse than Ian as flood-wise is concerned.
Do you think we've reached high tide yet?
No, I think we still have probably another 8 to 9 inches still left to go.
What do you think is going to happen? Do you think your barrier is going to hold it? It looks pretty high.
I'm hoping the barrier's going to hold. I hope it doesn't get any higher than what it is, but only time will tell.
Got it. And Miguel, what are your concerns?
Flooding. So I have a little bit more water than he does. Unfortunately, I didn't lay plastic behind the board, so it's not holding all the water out, but it's very, very, very little water in my home at this point.
Very good. How does this compare to what you suffered during Ian?
Ian was nothing compared to this. This is a lot more water, absolutely. And he is right. It may rise another 6 to 9 inches.
What are you planning to do after this?
Clean up my home, and it shouldn't take me long. I'm always prepared, so as well as Scott is. And so this should be a quick fix for us, but other homes locally here, they're all flooded.
I appreciate you taking the time. You know, you've got a lot of cleanup to do. I appreciate you speaking with me, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and likewise. And it's just, this is what some of the people here are going through. This is water straight from the intercoastal waterway that's just flooding into this area right now. You can see, you can't even see the street between here and the waterway. It's just all water straight coming into the parking lot here. And so that's what the folks here are dealing with. And, you know, we're going to stick around and try and see, you know, as this develops throughout the day. But for now, live in Port Orange, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
Matt, real quick, I know you got a chance to talk to Jamie Orlano over at Catfish by the River just a short time ago, and he was showing video of inside the restaurant, but it looked fine inside the restaurant, but the water was just splashing up very dangerously close to getting inside there as well.
Yeah, I did talk with the chef from Catfish's. He says surprisingly everything is dry inside. The building itself is sitting up higher than the surrounding property, so he said he is confident that everything should be okay. He actually thinks that they may be even set to open up again tomorrow as they normally would. And right now he says it's more the surrounding area, just like around the base of the property, that's getting soaked right now.
All right, yeah, fingers crossed for that. And of course, prayers for those people, because Matt, that is just heartbreaking to see.
Thank you, Matt. You know, we Floridians, we're a hearty stock, but when you have something like that, you could just hear they sounded a little dejected. You know they're going to clean up, and you know they're going to be okay, hopefully, in the end, but it's just not easy. Very difficult road ahead for sure.
We want to talk about where the storm is now. We're hearing rain on the roof again. Is this, as you know, that's the way a hurricane works, right? You have a little lull, and then one of those bands comes back through. Jamie and Allison?
Yeah, exactly right. And Allison, we're witnessing now behind you here on Fox 35 Storm Tracker Live radar, that circulating effect of the rain. So while we had a lull, there's some more rain coming in. Not nearly as heavy, but still raining again.
Yeah, so if you are in that lull, just wait until another round passes through, and then things really should be quieting down as soon as that center starts making its way off to our north and west as we head into the afternoon hours today.
All righty. Impressive video and live shots from Nestor Mato out in Volusia County there. And it looks as though sea height's still pretty tremendous over the offshore waters. This is a live scan, buoy reports and such. 21 feet just off the Volusia County, Brevard County coast. We've got a little shadowing from the Bahamas here. So Coastal seas not nearly as high, but they are sneaking down in the far southern Florida. That's how that looks at this time. So we still continue with a water rise. We've cycled through the high tide cycle. Water's though still bulging on up, and that's going to be the case here for the remainder of today and at least for maybe the next couple of days as ocean swell impacts the coast. I want to head over to Allison now, live track, Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. Al, bring us up to date.
Good morning, Jamie. Well, just want to take you back out to a wide view. Rain is falling all the way as far south as Bradenton and all the way to the north of Jacksonville. We have been talking about how widespread some of the winds and rain are, and we're seeing that right now across the Florida Peninsula. Moderate to heavy rain now moving out of Crescent City toward Pomona Park and Palatka. They are still under that tornado watch until 1 o'clock this afternoon. Moving closer to Lake Monroe, Sanford, we're looking at the 417 here. Some of that moderate rain now making its way out of your area, and just light rain falling in Brevard County now, but it is rain and more of it likely going to be pushing across the interior. A lull in the precipitation through Claremont and Orlando, but it's something we'll continue to watch for you, so make sure you stick with us live right here on Good Day Orlando. More news coming up just after the break.
Good Day Orlando.
All right, thank you so much to our Fox 35 Orlando team. We are loving their coverage there of what was once that very powerful Hurricane Nicole, downgraded now to a tropical storm. But you have to remember that is still a very powerful storm, and anyone in the path will have those very gusty winds as well as some heavy rainfall and, of course, deadly surf out there as well. The storm surge is incredible with a storm like this. 928 over on the East Coast and 628 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. No question, the big story today is going to be what was once Hurricane Nicole making landfall around 3 o'clock a.m. Eastern time this morning. Now it's about 9:30, and the storm is a tropical storm with wind speeds of about 60 miles per hour. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, but back to our coverage of Nicole coming up in just a few. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Scary scene in Port Orange. The Halifax River has come out of its banks, and that is causing some major problems. We appreciate you being with us for our extended coverage of Nicole. I'm Amy Caulfield.
Hi, everybody. I'm Danielle Knox. Let's send things over now to our storm team meteorologist for the very latest on Nicole's path. Good morning.
Incredible stuff.
Just looking at that video, whitecaps on the river, so you can only imagine what the Atlantic looks like.
And
right
that
now.
water is going to be nasty for days and days after. I fish a lot in that stretch there. A lot of folks watching do, and good grief, man, that water looked like coffee for weeks on end after Ian. So you hate to think about what that's going to be over the coming weeks and the damage that has occurred, Allison.
Yes, the beach erosion that we've been showing you live right here on Good Day Orlando, and high tide happening, but still going to be seeing a lot of that water and even more rain happening along our coast.
Yeah, getting reports, text messages from our friends and neighbors talking about winds easing a little bit. So let me get you on eased into the wind. Yeah, winds now currently, these are sustained, and they vary, community to community, county to county. So that's what we've got on our plates now with a look here at the wrap-up that is Nicole. These are the current gusts. So they'll ebb and flow a little bit, probably through late afternoon, through the early evening, even through the overnight. There'll be little spurts here of some of the stronger gusts, but overall we should begin to improve. Sea heights also, our forecast wave height swell begins to diminish. You can see here as we look at our Friday and this Saturday, slowly but surely, but there could be another round of northeasterly wind swell developing as we get a cold front dropping through by late weekend. You can see those winds turning back around with more northeasterly wind and more wave action coming toward our coastal areas. Let's head over to Allison now for some rain tracking.
Thanks, Jamie. Well, I do want to take you out to our Fox 35 storm tracker radar this morning, showing some moderate to heavy rain now making its way through north central Florida, Gainesville, Alachua, Newberry, right along the I-75 corridors where some of the moderate to heavy rain is falling. Things are dry across the Orlando metro right now, but more rain is coming, and we'll be tracking it for you live all morning long right here on Good Day Orlando. Danielle, we'll send it back to you.
Allie, thank you. 9:32 is the time right now. We have been talking a lot about Port Orange and those images that Matt Trezza showed us with those two gentlemen who had some flooding they were trying to keep out of their apartment. It's just so heartbreaking, isn't it?
It really is. Again, this is right along the Halifax River. The river has come out of its banks, causing some major flooding out there. Matt Trezza is quite literally standing in the middle of it all. It's hard to look at, Matt.
Yeah, it really is. There is no difference between where I'm standing right now and the Halifax River. It's just completely flooded over Halifax Drive and come right into the parking lots of the homes and businesses that are along here. Just take a look. I'm walking down. This is an apartment building that's right here. All the doors have got or tried to get some kind of barrier. Well, most of them anyway. We just got some cinder blocks down here with some tarp. This door doesn't have anything in front of it, but all these homes these apartment homes are in danger of flooding or flooded if they haven't taken the proper precautions. I mean, it's really serious for the people who live here. I was talking with two guys who live here, and it's just what they're going through is really unbelievable. They say compared to this is nothing. Hurricane Ian was nothing compared to what this is going on. There's a gentleman who put out his sneakers there just to dry out, and you can just see the things that these people are going through right now. I mean, they've got the barricades in the way. They say that the ground is a little bit higher inside the apartments than the level that I'm standing on the parking lot here. But really, it's just a matter of time before they get some kind of water. We're having to constantly wipe off our lens, as you can see, just because of the rain that's still pelting the area and the very high winds. For a while, we were thinking that the rain might subside, and then maybe just the winds, this water would be what the people have to contend with. But then spoke too soon. Another band of the weather came through here, and again, now the rain is back and the wind is really helping push this water, you can see, in our direction, in the direction of the parking lot and the direction of the other businesses around here. So this is something that these people are going to be drying out from for a very long time, as they continue dealing with Nicole and the effects of the storm here in Port Orange.
Matt, just if we can get an update. I know you spoke to a couple of gentlemen earlier. One of them it looked like maybe just a piece of plywood. The other one had a lot of sandbags, but it looks like most people did not secure their doors.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes person by person here. We got sandbags in front of that door, cinder blocks in front of that door. Building door number 3 doesn't have anything in front of it. 4, the gentleman has set out some boards and some cinder blocks, and then 5 also boards and cinder blocks. The only guy who also put in sandbags was number 8 over here, and he's got a pretty good sandbag wall there. So just people doing what they can to get by and survive this.
Matt, I do want to ask you another question. I was just asking if we could do one more question, because I'm just so intrigued by the fact that you had those two gentlemen that you spoke with, right? Was this a building where mandatory evacuations were initiated? Were they encouraged to leave? Did those gentlemen decide to stay?
They all decided to stay. There are, I don't know whether or not they were encouraged to leave, but most of the people in this complex look like they've decided to stick around. I've seen activity on most of these doors, people coming out, just taking a look at the water, going back inside. So most of these people opted to stay. It looks like some of them made preparations, others of them didn't. And it's interesting, the dock, I'm not sure if our camera can pick it up, that is part of this property. It's just kind of floating out there in the water. Just caught my eye. There's actually 2 chairs that are, they say, are bolted to the dock, so they're not going anywhere. But you can just see how the thing is just floating up and down because of the force of the water here.
Matt, I imagine that most of these people's cars would be a total loss. Do they park in front of those buildings? Obviously, there are no cars where you are.
Yeah, that's the thing. This one car we got, this blue one that's right here, that gentleman was parked a lot closer to the building before we showed up. He moved his vehicle here. The others, I'm not sure if my photographer Jeremy can, who's been great throughout all of this, can spin around and you can see the other cars in the Catfish's parking lot here. These are the vehicles that belong to the people, most of them who live in this apartment building, and they moved them there because it's higher ground and they knew that they wouldn't be swamped if the floodwaters came in.
Yeah, that was a very good idea. Matt, one more thing before we let you go. I was just, with those 2 gentlemen, and I was telling Amy this, they just seem to be disheartened. They're going to clean up right after this. But what is the sense that you're getting out there about how people are feeling? They've got to be storm weary.
Yeah, I mean, these people, are feeling shell-shocked. It seems to be what I would describe it when I was talking with them. They're like kind of resigned, I guess, to this is the best way I can say. They're like, well, it's happening and we're just going to have to deal with it and the aftermath. They seem, Miguel, who I was talking to, seemed pretty confident that it will be minimal cleanup. Perhaps they're going to be getting some help from clearly their insurance companies, maybe FEMA as well. But there will certainly be cleanup that has to be done after this all.
All right, Matt, we just heard from Jamie Orlena, who was with Aunt Catfish. He's the gentleman you spoke to earlier. He just sent me a text and said there was no mandatory evacuation for that area. So all those folks were certainly not expecting it to be that bad. Matt, thank you.
All right, Matt, thanks so much. Well, Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie joins us live now from Sanford. Amanda, good morning to you once again. We know that parts of the city of Sanford are still saturated from Hurricane Ian.
That's right, and after all of that extreme wind we had, it is still raining, but we are now seeing some of the flooded areas like Seminole Boulevard here near the marina. This is a stretch of road that has turned into a shallow river. You can walk in it. I don't want to right now because my feet are wet enough, and the cars can drive through. We've already witnessed a few of them. We've also spent a good amount of time driving around downtown Sanford, checking on businesses and homes, and we have not witnessed the same level of flooding that we saw when we were here for Hurricane Ian, which is some very good news for everyone all around here. But we'll continue to check this place out. But for now, the waves have definitely died down quite a bit with the wind going down. We do expect more rain to continue coming our way when we take a look at the radar, and we do have some strong gusts of wind every now and then, just like this very moment. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Amanda. And again, the Central Florida Zoo right down the road there, shut down all the way through Friday.
All right, don't go far. We'll be right back.
Dear Santa.
All right, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are watching Fox 35, Orlando's live coverage here of Hurricane Nicole, now downgraded to a tropical storm. Still very powerful, though. I do want to let you know we have just learned of some evacuations going on after what is essentially a dam breaking. It's over in Port Orange, Florida, and that is near Daytona Beach. This camera that you're looking at is from that same area here. Port Orange City Hall telling us that the seawall and bank on the north end of the Cambridge Canal drainage system have been compromised, and the tide at Rose Bay, if you're familiar with the area, is pushing rising water in that area. Water levels rising slowly, and high tide is expected around 11 a.m. Eastern. That's in a little more than an hour. Residents advised to be aware of that potential for flooding of roads and structures. Precautionary evacuations advised for low-lying areas in that area due to the rising water. So people in Port Orange, Florida, asked to remain on alert. Unfortunately, flooding is going to be an issue with this storm, as it is causing major flooding all throughout the eastern part of Florida, along with some dangerous storm surge. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but back to our coverage of Nicole coming up in just a few.
Wilshire Boulevard. Several homes could be evacuated in that area. So again, this is happening in the Port Orange area. We do have a crew on the way. Deborah Cho is on her way there.
Yeah, we were hearing several hundred homes could be evacuated. So that is another dangerous situation there that is happening in Port Orange, where an evacuation is underway. We'll stay on top of that story as well. 9:43 is your time right now.
Let's get right to the phone in New Smyrna Beach. Fire officials have been driving around the city surveying some of the damage. And joining us is Lieutenant Mike Green from NSB Fire. Can you hear me, sir? Okay.
I can hear you.
So one of the things we were showing our viewers earlier was the roof that had come off of a building that had sustained a fire, I guess during Ian, and the roof ended up covering up a stairwell for another building where people were looking like they were going to have trouble getting out. Just one of the many images that we have seen from New Smyrna Beach.
Yes, we sent our crews out this morning to do the damage assessments, but we're looking a lot better with Nicole than we were Ian.
Good to hear that. What are some of the things that you have seen other than that roof flying off?
Basically, all we have found so far is just some localized flooding throughout and some beach erosion.
Can we talk a little bit about the roadways? Because one of the things, you know, that people are concerned about, of course, if you've got downed power lines, down trees, that kind of thing. Are the roadways safe for folks to get out there right now? Should they wait for a bit before they get out and about unless they absolutely have to?
Exactly. We're still urging residents to shelter in place. Let's get, you know, some of this water to go away on our major roadways. And they don't need to be out right now. We still do have some winds on the beach side, some gusts of wind. So, yeah, we're trying to urge residents to stay inside.
All right. Well, glad to hear New Smyrna Beach has not suffered a lot of damage. Of course, we know your friends just down there in Daytona Beach shores and Wilbur by the Sea have had a lot of damage. So we're glad to hear that NSB was not so bad this time. Thank you so much, Lieutenant.
Thank you. Thank you for having us on.
All right, let's go now to Robert Ray in Daytona Beach and see what is happening there. Good morning to you. Robert, can you hear us?
Yeah, good morning, guys. You know, wind kicking up all of a sudden as these outer bands just are relentless from Nicole. Now a tropical storm. You see the Atlantic Ocean here, guys. I'm on the boardwalk in Daytona Beach. And, you know, of course, as you know, that's supposed to be the beautiful white sand beaches of Daytona Beach. now covered by the energy and the fury of the Atlantic Ocean. You see the waves popping up off the breakers there and the surge coming in. We had high tide at about 8:53 a.m. Eastern time. But I want to show you this too. There is some damage here. Fire department and police have been out looking at the boardwalk all morning, really since pre-dawn, because of this right here. You see this. Part of the boardwalk is collapsed, the concrete, and you see the water from the Atlantic as the surge comes in, gets pushed down, and that pressure erodes underneath all of this hole and creates a hollow cavity below. So what they're concerned about really is places like where I'm standing right now, many hours from now, perhaps later today or tomorrow, that this may all start to collapse because of that pressure going in. In the meantime, these winds continue to gust, and we see the furious Atlantic. I mean, look at that out there. So picturesque, but so dangerous. And what you've been talking about, the erosion on the coastline, certainly Ian did not help all of that. And now, as many people here say, that they were beginning a recovery, their beautiful beach from Ian, and here we are again, Nicole, with its wrath as it brings in the surge, and as quickly as it comes in, it goes right back out, guys. Back to you.
Well, Robert Ray, the last time we talked to you was when you were down in the heart of Fort Myers, standing in all that destruction from Hurricane Ian. I imagine this doesn't even compare to what you saw down there.
You know, very different. I will say this. I mean, this is no storm to take lightly by any means. And that's the thing. I mean, we've all been forecasting this. You guys have, Fox Weather has, that it doesn't matter the category. Category 1, as Nicole came in this morning at 3 a.m. south of Vero Beach, or a tropical storm. The sustainability of this storm, how long it's acting like this. I mean, look at the winds even right now, and how wide it is. So, yes, it's a very different storm than Ian, certainly, but you know, nonetheless, nothing to play around with. As you can see, we're getting splashed and blown all over the place here on Daytona Beach. And you know, you guys have been saying this too. This is historic. The first time since 1935 that the Atlantic seaboard in Florida in November has experienced anything remotely close to this. Just an amazing past month and a half in the beautiful state of Florida, and the recovery just can't happen fast enough for everybody here.
Tell you what, and when that splash happens, you see the water pooling right there by your feet there, Robert. Robert Ray, thank you so much for that. Stay safe out there.
Oh, gosh.
Boy.
He almost got hit by that one.
Oh, there you go. Well, we are tracking Nicole as it pushes its way through Central Florida. You've been seeing these images all morning long.
We sure have, and we want to get to Fox 35's Deborah Cho because she is actually on her way to that dam breach in Port Orange and talking about having to evacuate some people from those homes. Not a good situation, Deborah.
No, it's not. You know, Amy and Danielle, this is exactly what people in that area are not wanting to hear or, you know, wake up to and have to deal with this morning. Now, I am headed in that direction of Port Orange. We're about 12 minutes away from the area where Rose Bay Dam has been breached. We know there is a command center that is being set up at Wiltshire Boulevard. As of right now, they're thinking that possibly several hundred homes could be impacted, but officials there say they're still assessing possibly how many that could be. Now, for people that were living along that Cambridge Canal area that flooded during Hurricane Ian, of course, that is a fear that could be happening again as water levels there are apparently slowly rising. We know that high tide is expected at right around 11 o'clock this morning, so they really want residents in the area of the Woods subdivision, or really anyone that's in a low-lying area around that Cambridge Canal, to go ahead and start to evacuate, start to gather your belongings. Again, that command center is being set up at Wiltshire Boulevard. I will also want to give people an idea of what it looks like. We're actually headed north right now on I-95, and you can just see conditions here are okay, but it's of course along that coastline that's what we're starting to see where all the waters are rising and wind is really being highly impacted in those areas. So we're about 11 minutes away, and we're going to give you guys another update as soon as we get to that area that's impacted in Port Orange. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks for that, Deborah.
All righty, here we are, Jamie King, Allison Gargaro. Al, we are seeing a lot of impacts. The surging issues continue at this time, and you're going to talk more about power outages. Those numbers continue starting to rise.
Yeah, they continue to rise. Now, reporters have been doing such a great job, especially out along the coast. I know Matt Trezza said, hey, we thought that the rain has calmed down, but that's not the case. We're still getting some of those outer rain bands because of the counterclockwise motion.
Yep.
But a lot of impacts out along our coast.
Yeah, wraparound rains near Matt Trezza. Come on over here to the big wall, y'all. Check it out. 5-foot storm surge here. We're still in a warned phase now, all up and down the Atlantic side of the state of Florida here. And also toward the Gulf side, there's a lot going on. And I want to give you a little look here. We call it a little surfology, right? We had this big storm brewing up over the open Atlantic, days and days out there with very strong winds, sending all that wave action toward the coast. So all that long period swell is still out there. So while we'll see a shift in winds, we won't really see a shift in sea heights. It'll be a gradual, slow decline in local seas. I mean, if you look at the buoys here, we're 22 feet offshore, close to the shoreline here. We've got 20 feet. A little bit of shadowing here in the Bahama Islands. Some of that energy still getting down into South Florida. We saw that down at Deerfield Pier. And here's the outlook now for you as far as when things could begin to get better. Still looking for 11 a.m. as these winds continue to drop on off. There'll be some impactful gusts, but it looks like we'll get out of the meat of the strongest wind potential as Nicole continues moving off to the north and west. 3 to 5 p.m. for our northwestern counties. A lot of you up in Fox 51 country, we've been watching, advising, tracking your skies, keeping you and your family members safe. So we thank you for depending on us here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. Again, 3 to 5 p.m. Lesser winds up here, rain easing up in that area as well. Let's head over to Allison now with a look at those power outages.
Well, I do want to take you right on into some updated numbers into the Fox 35 Storm Center. Now, both Orange and Brevard counties are shaded in orange, meaning that anywhere from 50,000 to 100,000 customers are out of power. The number in Orlando up to 54,000. We have 34,000 in Volusia County and about 76,000 in Brevard. So we'll continue to monitor that for you. Do want to take you into current sustained winds at the moment. We're still seeing them breezy along our coast down to about 28 miles per hour in Orlando. But take a look at current gusts. They are still very, very strong. Look at Palm Coast, 64 mile per hour gusts, 52 in Daytona Beach and 47 in Sanford. So we're going to continue to monitor that for you. Like Jamie said and showed you the timing, as soon as 11 o'clock and that center is pushing off closer and closer to the Gulf of Mexico, some wind gusts are going to start to decrease down along our east coast in Brevard County, moving through Osceola. And then you can see that trend continuing by 3 p.m. down significantly there, but still going to be strong in north central Florida. So just something to keep in mind if you do live up in our Fox 51 country. Just want to let you know that like me, more rain as well as gusty winds will be on the way. If you've been staying with us, what we saw out to our east is only going to continue to push off to the north and west there. And you can see that things will be quieting down as we head into your Friday morning. The chance for a few lingering showers, but most of that with the center of Nicole going to be pushing well off to our north. And before we leave you, I just want to let you know of some high tides. Yes, we have some happening right now or just about an hour ago, but still some more as we head into the evening hours tonight. So just make sure that you are staying safe along our east coast and make sure you stick with us live right here on Good Day Orlando. We have more on tracking Nicole coming up just after this short break.
Thank you so much to our Fox 35 Orlando team. We do appreciate their reports. And here at Live Now, we can tap into their live coverage and pass it along to you. We have so many affiliates across the country, and they all help us out here on Live Now. So I do want to tell you, we just got the latest advisory, the 10 a.m. Eastern Time advisory for Tropical Storm Nicole, which is now weakened again, now down to 50 mile per hour winds, down from 60 miles per hour in the last update. So at this point, still hanging on there as a tropical storm, but likely it will soon be downgraded to a tropical depression. We've talked a lot about Volusia County, Florida. That is the Daytona Beach area where they are dealing with extensive flooding. The sheriff just posting a video on Facebook as he does survey that damage and the extent of that flooding. I want to play that for you raw and unfiltered now on Live Now from Fox.
You need anything?
No, sir. How are you?
No, we're good. We're just, hunker in there, see if anything goes into the water.
For sure.
All right. Same here. Stay safe. Good seeing you. Well, it is 6:20 a.m. on Thursday. For the last 3.5 hours, we have been out all over the east side of the county, from Ponce Inlet up into Ormond by the Sea, John Anderson, through Holly Hill. Just answered a couple of alarms in Daytona. And
R1.
PF Chang's is secure. You got anything else out here on the west end you want me to grab?
No, sir.
And we got a few hours left. Don't put your guard down, but the curfew's about to lift at 7 a.m. So I really want to take the opportunity to thank everybody who followed the curfew. Last night was, was a little bit of a rough night at times with the wind and the rain. And hopefully by noon, 1 o'clock, the storm will be out here and we can assess the damage and get on with our lives.
And that was the Volusia County Sheriff there in Florida as he surveyed some of that damage. We know there is structural damage as well as flooding in that area. I do want to show you a live view here of St. Augustine, where that poor golf cart is trapped in the floodwaters there. Unfortunately, what we've seen in that area is the water is rising fairly fast, especially in the areas where there are homes. If you look there in the distance, you can see what appears to be, I would guess, a business over there. The water is above the bottom of the door. So again, flooding is an issue in that area, and a shelter-in-place order has been issued for St. Johns County, which is the area of St. Augustine. Let's head back to our Fox 35 Orlando team's live coverage of the storm.
Report from her coming up here in just a few minutes once she gets there, but there could be several hundred homes that may need to be evacuated. That's what's happening there on the left side of your screen. On the right, Amy, boy, oh boy, still cannot see the sand.
Right. We are an hour after high tide, but as you know, high tide, low tide, those are gradual things, right? So what happens is that water comes in. Of course, that is going to continue to cause problems. Already a lot of erosion, specifically in Wilbur by the Sea and also in the Daytona Beach Shores area. That's where we've seen most of the damage, homes that have actually fallen into the Atlantic. And as Deborah is making her way there, I just want to let our viewers know that I did hear from a viewer who lives in that neighborhood. Her name is Allison, and she says, Amy, you are correct. She said police officers came to our door at 8 o'clock this morning, banging on the door saying, you got to get out.
Get out and go to the
Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. It is 10 o'clock on the East Coast and 7 o'clock on the West Coast. We are continuing our coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole, which as of the 10 o'clock advisory is still a tropical storm, but the winds have died down a bit with maximum winds of 50 miles per hour. This right here, a live look at St. Augustine, Florida, where the flooding is extensive. Let's send it back over to our Fox 35 Orlando team as they do cover this storm.
Last high tide, we've seen it a lot. We've seen Deborah Cho, of course, has been moving that way in the Fox 35 Thunder truck. And let's check in with her right now. Deborah, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Ryan and Amy. Yeah, we are actually, I believe, just approaching. I want to give you guys a look at what we're looking at right now. So you can see there are a little bit of activity ahead of us. Looks like some police lights, but we do know that the Rose Bay Dam has been breached. We know there is a command center that is being set up on Wilshire Boulevard. We know several hundred homes, maybe a handful of them, but several hundred could be at risk here at the Woods subdivision, or really anyone that's in a low-lying area on the Cambridge Canal that flooded during Hurricane Ian. Well, that is a possibility right now with what Hurricane Nicole has been doing. If we want to go ahead and give you a rear view here, you can just see some of the water that's already been approaching this area. As we get our front camera here in the Fox 35 Thunder truck, you can just see how much water has already started to enter into this way. If we can actually turn our camera, you can see over here to the left, you can see all the water is already starting to kind of creep into some of these neighborhoods. There's people that are standing outside. We know that police and authorities here are doing a precautionary evacuation, essentially asking people in the area to try to get your stuff ready to go, because of course we know that the water's levels, they're starting to rise here. We do know that people said that they were hearing people knock on their door, police knock on their door around 8 o'clock this morning, telling them to get out, try to move your cars, try to grab all of your belongings. So we're going to go ahead and set up here and try to see if we can get to talk to some more people about what they were hearing from police. And of course, we'll continue to follow this and let you guys know. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, yeah, scary situation for sure. One of the areas of concern right now is right around the Halifax River, Port Orange, specifically around Ant Catfish, that area, and some of the apartment complexes next to it.
Yeah, surrounded by water. If you've ever been there, let's check in with Matt Tress again. We saw him last time, of course, in near knee-deep water. Matt, obviously some people are very concerned with what's behind you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I am actually moved onto this side of the fence right now. It's just not safe for me to walk around as I had to get into the parking lot. The water's gotten just too deep. But you can see what it's like right on the other side over here. It's much more low-lying land. And you can see how the Halifax River has just flooded over its banks and into the surrounding neighborhoods, into the surrounding parking lots. This is the parking lot of an apartment complex. You can see the neighbors are all hanging out on the upper floor now because, you know, they want to keep their doors closed and keep as much barrier as they can in between the water and their living space. We've got a couple of doors here that I put sandbags out, but a lot of people maybe seem blindsided by this. There's a couple more who've put tarps and just some cinder blocks down, and a couple don't have anything at all. So you know, that's just what the folks here are dealing with. They say that this is worse than the surge that they had during Hurricane Ian. There's a lot of debris in the water here. There was, my goodness, yeah, I can see it now. There is a dock that they say is you know, part of the property here. It's just kind of floating out there. They may even float away with all the water and the surge that we're seeing right now. The wind has really picked up in the area. The rain has come along with it, and it's like a stinging rain. Excuse me, some water just splashed up into my mouth from the parking lot here. It's a real brackish water. You can taste the salt in it. And so, you know, that's just from the waterway here. So that's kind of like what is getting into the homes here. I mean, salt is never good for a property. Certainly it's not good for cars. You can see this parking lot here that's got all the cars parked here. These are the vehicles that belong to the people that live in this apartment complex, because they wanted to obviously make sure that their cars stay safe and more or less dry. Any cars in this parking lot will probably be swamped by the time the day is done. And again, we've got this real bad stinging rain. I should probably put up my hood just to protect protect myself because like when it hits your face, it actually does hurt. So that's kind of what's the scene looking like here. You know, we're going to stay out here and monitor things. You know, it looks like these people are going to have to clean out for quite a while here, at least in this complex. Just a note about this popular restaurant here, and Catfish's. Talked to the chef who had told us that inside he thinks everything looks pretty dry and pretty good. He says the inside is lifted up a little bit more than the rest of the surrounding property, and he's hoping that they could even be open tomorrow. But as far as everything else goes in this area, it's kind of anyone's guess certainly until the rain and the wind and this flooding passes. Live in Port Orange, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
Oh, it's
just
really incredible.
And if you've been in that parking lot, that's at least 500 yards from the water, at least.
It is. And I think about how long it will take for the water to recede. We saw with Ian that in some cases it took weeks, you know, for the water to come down. Hopefully not the case here.
Yeah, let's get to Jamie and Allison. I'm always amazed. We've seen flooding, guys, but how it can go so quickly, and it happens before you know it.
Exactly. Yeah, we continue with coastal storm surge warnings now. They've been discontinued south of the Cape, Allison, but a lot of water rushing toward the shoreline still at this time.
Yeah, we're seeing that. And like Matt was saying, it's still raining there. Some of that stinging rain. It's light at the moment, but it's still falling with those gusty winds. And it looks like that is going to be decreasing in coverage, though, as we head into the next few hours as the center of Nicole is now moving away from the Orlando metro.
Yeah, it's like getting hit with BBs, you know. You've been on a boat full throttle, right? You're cruising along, get hit with rain. It's like pop, 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 you know, right in your face. Not good. So, all right, we're tracking it for you. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Coastal storm surge warned areas now, essentially from Cape Canaveral northbound into Jacksonville Beach, also on the Gulf side of the state, but we've discontinued it down south. So a little bit of progress there. What is storm surge? Well, we talk about the rise in water. Your average high tide situates there, but with that big push of water and all the wave action, it just inundates the coastal areas. We saw with Nestor Mato over there in Wilbur by the Sea, Tornita Avenue right there, where the ramp spills right into the Atlantic. That general area just got battered all the way down and toward Ponce Inlet. So we're watching things for you. Right now, latest track cone, 50 on the winds. This is the latest 10 a.m. advisory from NHC. So the center around here now will move out into the northeastern Gulf and make a beeline for the North Big Bend region there. 45 in the winds come 7 o'clock as we get you on into this evening, and then we'll begin to move off up the eastern seaboard longer term. So the outlook on winds now showing us sustained values. They are coming down, especially down across Brevard County, but before you know it, there's another spur up in these gusts. 38 now at Melbourne, 45 Orlando, and freshening up just a touch as you get to the northwestern counties. 40 at Leesburg, 43 Gainesville, Cedar Key. Now our concern was in South Levy County to see a rise in winds, and there you go, friends. That's part of our Fox 51 WOGX TV family up that way, so we're watching and tracking your skies for you here on this Thursday morning. That's all for now on my angle here with winds. Let's talk rainfall now with Allison in the Storm Center.
Well, Jamie, we are still seeing a lot of rain falling. Yes, it's light in some areas, but it's still there. This is a wide view of Nicole from end to end. It's expanding about 281.5 miles from Bradenton up to Jacksonville and even in southern Georgia as we speak. But let's take you into some of the areas that are seeing light to moderate rainfall. That's moving towards Sanford right now, Longwood along the I-4 corridor up toward Deltona, DeLand, even Pearson. So if you live in any of those areas, likely going to be hearing some of that rain coming into your neighborhood. Now, I do want to mention it's been on and off in Daytona Beach. You can see some clearing, but still some of those outer rain bands that will be making their way on shore. Do want to take you down into Brevard County. We are seeing some of that clearing along I-95, Palm Bay, Melbourne, Satellite Beach, likely still seeing a few sprinkles there. This is going to continue to push off to the west, something that we'll continue to monitor for you. Just want to take you into one more area. This is Gainesville, right along the I-75 corridor, still seeing some of that moderate rain and likely to continue. But as Jamie showed with those winds, things are going to start to decrease in intensity over the next several hours. But make sure you stick with us right here in the Fox 35 Storm Center for more. Now we'll send it back to you, Amy.
All right. Thanks so much. We are headed now to Brevard County. That's Cocoa Beach, right by the pier.
Yeah, and we started earlier today. The wind was an issue. They were losing a lot of power. Of course, the flooding is an issue now in Volusia. But, Randy, you have seen so much wind now. It's much calmer than in the last few hours.
Yeah, really in the last hour, I wanted to kind of piggyback and pick up where Allison left off, specifically about what we are experiencing here. When I checked in with you about an hour ago, my cameraman and I were leaning against the railing that leads you down to the beach.
Right now, the wind has calmed down a good bit, but you can still see in the distance that it is still pretty powerful out here. Looking at the netting of the volleyball area, the volleyball net still flapping in the wind, and some of it has come down. And if you look in the distance at the Cocoa Beach Pier, some of the lining that's across the roof is still flapping in the wind. Some has been ripped off. And if you look out at the waves in the distance, we are still seeing some pretty powerful and high waves. People have come out to take a look at what's going on. In this area, conditions have gotten a lot better. In terms of the rain that we're seeing out here, that has slacked off. So I would say, at least within the last hour, conditions have certainly gotten a lot better out here. But I'll go ahead and send it back to you, Randy Holder with Fox 35 News.
All right, Randy, thank you. Just getting in more images of damage, mostly along the coast. Volusia County really seemed to take the brunt of this.
Yeah, and this is on top of taking so much of the brunt of this during Hurricane Ian. So we continue to see that. At least we did see a lot of people move their cars to higher ground. But sometimes what you think is higher ground isn't really higher ground.
Amen to that. Yeah, the Halifax River, of course, coming out of its banks, causing a lot of flooding around it. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this.
And thank you so much to our Fox 35 Orlando team. They are providing this continuous coverage here of what was once a very powerful Hurricane Nicole, now downgraded to Tropical Storm Nicole and getting weaker and weaker as it moves across the state of Florida, then into the Gulf, then over to the Florida Panhandle and toward Georgia. The eastern part of the country will see the effects here as the remnants of Nicole bring showers and some winds to a lot of different states there, again, on the eastern part of the country. Time now is 10:11 on the East Coast and 7:11 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up, as you can see on your screen, in about 20 minutes, we expect to hear from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He will provide a live update with the latest information on Tropical Storm Nicole. Let's step away for a quick break, but we will be right back.
Indeed, flooding. This is probably something that the Superstorm Ian had chipped away at, just like we saw along the coast. And now we're seeing the impact of it here, along Rose Bay. We've got several hundred homes in this area that flooded during Ian, and they are all at risk right now. And right now we have tidal forces pushing the water up. As we know, the high tide is in the river and the bay is a couple hours behind what is at the ocean tide. So we're seeing the impact of that, of the water with that breach coming up the canal instead of the other way around. we have some pumps that will pump water into the bay the other way around, but of course with the breach it really doesn't matter. So we're very, very concerned right now.
So, Mr. Mayor, if you could set the scene for us. So this is a dam that is inside of a canal. Is this a canal that backs up to these homes or is nearby? And where does the water come from that feeds that canal?
The water that comes from drainage systems throughout the area, and it's actually a rather lengthy canal system, and it drains to Rose Bay, and it's dammed up there so that water, that way we can control one way. We can pump it over into the bay and drain it out that way, but it can't come back unless, of course, the tidal pressures are too high. The whole idea is at least now during Ian, the problem was that once Rose Bay was full, the canal was going to fill up and flood regardless, because the water simply had nowhere to go. Everything was overwhelmed then, and that's what 20 inches of rain will do. But 4 to 6 inches of rain is something that we can handle as long as the water doesn't come back to us, and that's exactly what's happening. The canal system runs through the neighborhood, so that's the problem that we're facing right now. The canal system runs through the neighborhoods. It's the primary drainage system through several neighborhoods in an old area of Port Orange, and we're very reliant on it. And I don't know what to say except that if you flooded during Ian, you're at risk right now, and be prepared to leave.
And I'm sure a lot of those homeowners, that was their fear, Mayor. When you're talking about hundreds of homes, that's a big area. How were they notified before? Does everyone know at this point, and what would you advise them in their situation right now?
Well, anybody who's listening right now knows what I know. We have several alert systems. People can sign up for Alert Port Orange, and we're calling the neighborhoods. We're in the neighborhoods with the police department. But it's kind of massive. Unless you're directly on the canal, door to door is one thing that we have as a function. But the area as a whole, the best thing I would do is recommend people go to the city website, port-orange.org. If you haven't done so already, a lot of people have signed up for Alert Port Orange. You can get text messages, you can get phone calls, you can get emails, or you can get all three, and we will communicate with you best you can. We're also communicating on our website, updates there. We are communicating on the Port Orange City Hall Facebook page as we can, so that's the best way right now. And then, of course, stay tuned to the station, because we'll keep giving information as best we can.
Yeah, we appreciate you. Mayor Burnett, if we could also talk a little bit about that area, the Halifax, right next to Aunt Catfish on the river, and then there's a couple of apartment complexes that are seeing some major flooding as well. What do you know about those areas?
Well, I hate to say that was not unexpected, because with Ian, we knew that river flooding was an issue. Every day we were getting flood. The rivers were swollen and never really recovered from Ian. And then when we started getting the weather alerts and we've seen it up and down the coast, rivers and the ocean, that they're going to be impacted before, during, and after the storm. This is what's happening right now. That's a low area, and unfortunately that's impacted. And actually, if you go down Dunlawton to Ridgewood Avenue, US 1, that area right there approaching the river, you can't get through on Dunlawton, because there is a lot of local road flooding, as there is everywhere after a hurricane comes through. We didn't have the rainwater that Ian came, but we're still paying for Ian. The river was not a friend after Ian, and still isn't now. And all we're doing is just pouring salt in the wounds.
Mayor, I know it's a busy day, and obviously a lot of people concerned. Thanks for the time, and let's hope for the best for all those residents, for sure.
Everybody who fared through this, all I can ask is take care of your friends, take care of your neighbors. We appreciate all the prayers you can offer.
Absolutely. Our prayers for you. And we are looking at video right here. This is right behind Aunt Catfish on the river. That's one of the areas that he was talking about where he was saying not unexpected that they would get very high water. And our dear friend Jamie Orlano went inside the restaurant just a short time ago, and he was able to show us video from inside, and you could see the water, lapping up, but thankfully did not get inside.
Right, and that was probably before the water came up even higher. So we will continue to watch that. Let's get to weather right now. And I think the one thing, Jamie, that stood out to me is the swollen river he talked about, and that was the pier coming in.
Well, that parking lot there at Aunt Catfish is about 120 yards, Ryan, just off the waterway there. You got the restaurant, and then you've got that parking area, and I know that exact apartment complex there. Drive by it all the time when I'm down in that area, and a lot of us do. So unfortunate circumstance there. Hopefully we get the cleanup underway when this is all said and done, Allison. But the flooding has been just insane in Volusia again.
Yeah, again. And the beach erosion there, some of the videos, our own Nestor Mato was out there and watching the sand just be eroded away.
Chunks.
And near some of the houses too. So just praying for everybody that is along the coast right now. But Jamie, taking a look at our water vapor imagery, some dry air moving in.
We do. You have dry air. Yeah, it's down here in the Straits of Florida, South Florida. You can see that all that orange and brown there rising up as the storm separates from us here in the peninsula. And wind shift will drag all that dry air on in here. So we'll begin to end the threat of the heavy rains as we go a little bit deeper on into the day here for you. I want to give you a look here in Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. We've had rain circulating back around that center of Nicole circulation. It's counterclockwise in motion, so the rain kind of refreshes and almost kind of recycles, though it isn't as intense as it originally came on in. Up near Gainesville, tracking your skies up in Fox 51 country, another big band moving through your area into Alachua and into the I-75 corridor, moving on out to the northwesterly direction. And right now, again, you see.
All right, so it does appear that Governor Ron DeSantis is now speaking. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
And it was moving west-northwest at 16 miles per hour. Nicole still a tropical storm with maximum sustained winds of 50 miles per hour. The storm made landfall overnight as a Category 1 hurricane just south of Vero Beach and is continuing to move through the state. The most recent track shows it exiting the Florida peninsula into the Gulf of Mexico and then re-entering Florida in the Big Bend region. Now, the wind from the storm is still very large, and the impact stretched far beyond the center track, with much of the state already experiencing tropical storm force winds. Winds have been the main concern with Nicole, but we've also seen heavy rains that have resulted in 3 to 5 foot of storm surge in some areas. We've also seen potential flash flooding. Impacts have been basically what's been expected. You do have downed trees, you have power lines, you have some road washouts. Combined winds and storm surge. We've seen beach erosion, especially in areas that had already seen erosion from Hurricane Ian. And these are places like Brevard, Volusia, Flagler, and St. Johns counties. After the storm, there will be likely be flooding in some areas, so make sure to avoid floodwaters as they may be down power lines and other hazards. This morning, more than 50 counties were under tropical storm warnings, and that number will continue to go down as the storm moves across the state. And we have resources to respond to whatever post-storm needs may arise. And I declared a state of emergency on Monday for 34 counties so that they had ample time to prepare for the storm. This morning, as an abundance of caution, we've expanded that to all counties just simply because we're not sure the extent of the impacts in Northwest Florida in particular. Kevin and his team have been in constant communication with utility providers. We now have 333,000 accounts without power. That's 2.98% of the state, 23.3% out in Brevard, 16.6% in Indian River, and then Volusia, Seminole, Putnam, and Orange, all smaller percentages than that. But there are 17,000 linemen staged to immediately begin power restoration efforts as soon as it's safe to do so. And certainly as you get into places like the Martin, St. Lucie area, people have been working in those areas and will continue to go in as it's safe in other parts of the state. We had activated 600 National Guardsmen, have 7 urban search and rescue teams on standby, ready to respond as soon as the weather clears. We also have FWC's high water vehicles ready to assist in response efforts should that be needed. We have 250 Florida Department of Transportation crews that are ready to deploy and begin damage assessment, bridge inspections, and cut and toss operations to clear roadways as is necessary. 61 school districts are closed for today, and of course schools are closed tomorrow for Veterans Day. If you an updated list for that, you can go to Florida fldoe.org, fldoe.org. I want to thank Kevin and everybody for working hard. This is obviously not as significant a storm as Hurricane Ian was, but coming on the heels of that, you're seeing communities, particularly in the Volusia County area, where you had a lot of that erosion on the coastline. This has put some of those structures in jeopardy, and they've been working very hard to make sure everybody's safe. So I want to thank everyone for their efforts there, and we'll hear from Kevin with further updates.
Thank you, Governor. I appreciate your involvement and appreciate your leadership in helping us to respond to this event. The men and women behind me get all the credit on that floor. They've been working for 48 days straight, and they continue to respond to what Floridians need most, and that is our help. Tropical storm conditions are ongoing across the Florida Peninsula and will expand into the Big Bend and Eastern Panhandle this afternoon. There remains a risk for severe weather, including isolated tornadoes embedded within Nicole's outer rain bands. The latest one that we had was just about 2 hours ago in St. Johns County. If you get a weather alert for a tornado, stay in the most interior room of your home and protect your head and body from debris with either a blanket, sleeping bag mattress, or any type of helmet. Dangerous beach conditions will continue along the East Coast as a result of elevated tides and lingering wave heights of 8 to 16 feet along the Atlantic coast. Elevated tides, ocean swells, and strong winds will push water into the St. Johns River, leading to flooding along the river. The St. Johns River right now at Astor is back into major flood stage. This morning we do have Fish and Wildlife Commission boats on standby in the area, as well as urban search and rescue swift water teams to assist if there should be a need for a rescue. This storm is very large. Even if the eye has passed over your area, it may still be unsafe to go outside due to the heavy winds, flash flooding, and isolated tornadoes. If there are flash flood warnings in your area, remember it is never safe to walk or drive through flooded waters. I continue to urge Floridians to stay indoors in a safe structure and away from the coastline at this time. If you lose power, please use generators safely. We continue to have disaster deaths related to generators. Remember, keep those generators outside and 20 feet away from the house. Never operate those generators indoors. You must give a generator 20 minutes of cool down time before refueling. Avoid electrocution by keeping the generators dry. After the storm is gone, there will likely be large items of debris through impacted areas, especially along the coastline. Do not try to remove the large debris without assistance. There are volunteer groups that will be able to help you. Don't overexert yourself and put yourself into a risky situation. Additionally, do not touch or drive over down power lines or stay in areas of standing water. This can cause deadly electrocution. If you see exposed fiber optic lines or any wires for that matter, do not cut them. You can text, make a cell phone call, or use social media to report these lines that are exposed. The Florida Division of Emergency Management continues to coordinate with utility companies, as the governor has stated, to ensure crews are prepared to respond and restore power. Those crews are out now. They are moving up from the Palm Beach area into areas like Martin County and St. Lucie County to restore power. FDM liaisons have been deployed to support the following counties at their request: Orange County, Lake County, Seminole, Martin, Volusia, Brevard, Indian River, and St. Lucie. If you have questions about the status of the storm, please continue to contact our State Assistance Information Line or the SAIL line at 1-800-342-3557. For any more emergency information regarding Tropical Storm Nicole, all of that information is available on floridadisaster.org/Nicole. It's also available on the Division's Facebook and on our Twitter page at FLSERT or at FLCERT. Thank you, Governor.
Okay. All right. Thanks. If we need any more updates, we'll be back.
All right, a fairly brief live update just provided there by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and the Florida Emergency Management Director. They provided just an update saying that crews will work to restore power to all of those homes that right now are without power, most of those on the East Coast, as soon as it is safe to do so. But we do know the storm will continue to travel through Florida out into the Gulf and then over to Florida's Panhandle before going to other states like Georgia. So there will be heavy rain and some gusty winds in those locations. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but back to our coverage of Nicole coming up here in just 2 minutes. Stay with us on Live Now from Fox.
Out. It's very jarring. It's doing it to a lot of stones too. So imagine what that must weigh and then think about what you weigh. You got to stay out of that water. As we continue to track this here, I met a local. His name is Christian. He's fabulous. He's wonderful. He's going to take us over to another house in a safe place. We're going to be able to examine that house as well. I'm told many houses on this street, as you all have been told all morning, are already in the ocean. It's just devastating. I mean, we sit here and say, oh, you know, the house rolled in the ocean. It's terrible. Imagine if that were you guys. Your family albums, your pictures, the house you probably dreamed of beachfront for years is gone. It is a true tragedy because of Mother Nature, and we're going to be covering it all day. Back to you.
Katie, I know yesterday you were down at Daytona Beach Shores. You were right there where the Volusia County Beach Safety Building had fallen into the water. Now you're in Wilbur by the Sea. Give me a comparison of the two areas because those two seem to be the hardest hit.
Here's the thing, Amy, they're very hard hit and they're devastating both. And I think that word's appropriate, as Jamie said this morning, in different ways. Basically, where we were at yesterday, Ian had done so much damage that it felt like Nicole was the icing on the cake, just pounding in. The winds were stronger, but we were in a bit of a wind tunnel. The wind is whipping you. Oh, you're not really in a wind tunnel, but I tell you what, the more debris I'm seeing today and this house falling down, this is worse. I mean, this is worse. We've driven up and down the street, law enforcement everywhere. People's homes, one by one, are gone. So, Amy, I got to tell you, I mean, yesterday was absolutely devastating, but it was really succumbed to that one area. This is just miles and miles of true devastation that it'll take years to recover from if they can.
Yeah. Katie, can't imagine. Probably 6 weeks ago, they probably didn't think this was possible.
Oh, yeah. Katie Garner, thank you so much.
I know.
Yeah, be careful out there.
Thanks, Katie.
And I think, she brought up if they can, and I think that's probably the big question is would you want to rebuild in that location? It's just frightening to think about, this possibility happening again.
Right, and even weeks ago, they probably thought, well, maybe we can get through this and fix this problem, but then this storm comes along as well and took that option away.
Fox 35 News starts now, tracking the tropics.
We want to thank you for being with us for our extended coverage on Nicole. And of course, as the sun is now up, we are really getting a clearer picture of what's going on out there. Thanks for being here. I'm Amy Kaufeld.
I'm Ryan Elijah. We have been on all through the night as well. And we've seen this develop from a storm situation early on. Now we're seeing the flooding and everything that's coming with that. Let's get to the storm team this morning. The Fox 35 storm team, they've been watching this for hours. And now we're starting to see just some of the devastation, so much of it water related.
Incredible.
So much of it.
Incredible. The images coming in, I mean, you expect it, but boy, it just seems so magnified. And in the wake of Ian, as Katie Garner said, it's kind of like the icing on top here. Like, we needed this, right?
Yeah, it really is. And so many folks reaching out to us on social media saying, hey, this is happening to my property. Just make sure that you are staying safe out there because water is still moving in as we speak.
It is. And we've got the latest forecast track update from NHC. Let's go ahead and give it to you now on the big screen. Thank you. As we show you, winds now are down to 50, but still this thing is throwing some blows in here. We got 45 in the winds at 7 o'clock on the Thursday evening. That's the Big Bend area. Here's Apalachicola, so it comes up near Talley at Leon County and then heads up toward Albany and Tifton, Georgia on the southwest side of that state. Now, we're thinking things will gradually start to phase in, getting better by about 11 a.m., so moments away now, about another 25 or so minutes, and you can see that this area improves, and then it's a gradual push, all that with the forecast track cone and the thinking as we separate more from Nicole's strong winds and that impactful rain. We've got some dry air too now coming up the gut of the state out of the Florida Straits here. You can see that here. So again, counterclockwise, as that moves away, we'll have a tendency of drawing that dry air back in. So rain chances will gradually begin to taper off and ease, but we still continue to contend with some rather strong wind gusts right now. 46 at Gainesville, 40 Leesburg, still popping into the 50s, scattered about Brevard County. We're down to 40 now, Daytona Beach, but where Katie Garner was out there in Volusia County, it's still blowing pretty good. 47 Sanford, 45 Orlando, and now freshening up at 46 at Gainesville. I believe that's tied to a little ripple of energy coming through here. We had a real stout little rain band, a little mini rain band come through Alachua County, and that's probably a product of that at this time. So that's all for now on my end. We're going to head over to Allison right now, live in the Fox 35 Storm Center. You have a look here at power outages. How's it looking now?
That's exactly right, Jamie. Now our entire viewing area has some sort of outages. All of the counties that are shaded in the blue color have 10,000 or less, but the highest totals right now in Brevard County, as well as in Orange, 52,000 without power in Orange County and about 84,000 in Brevard. So something that we are going to continue to monitor for you, see if numbers do go up. I do want to take you out to a look at our camera out at Cape Canaveral. I mean, we were showing this live picture about an hour ago, and you were seeing white caps out here. You could tell that the wind was very strong and raining, but as for right now, it does look like it is quieting down, just like Jamie showed on some of our current winds. But do want to mention that we have seen a lot of rain over the last 3 days, more than 4 inches in some spots through Orlando and Sanford, Claremont about 2 inches, and then north central Florida. You can see those numbers are lower right now, but the center of Nicole is going to be moving up that direction. So likely more rain will be falling in that area as we head into the next several hours. So it's something that we're going to be keeping a very, very close eye out for. And Jamie, like you mentioned, we're going to be seeing clearing starting in our southern viewing area and then moving off to the north and west. So keeping a close eye out on that timing, and so folks can get outside and see if anything has happened to their property.
It's real cool now to see the workings, if you will, that connection with the rotation around Nicole and then that draw and drag eventually from the south. The wind's going to eventually change direction on the compass heading, right? Yeah. So bringing that up the gut of the state and bringing some relief in here. But these winds are still going to be impactful, I believe, through about sundown. There'll still be some strong gusts. We'll be here live tracking, of course, for you through the entire duration of this event. So we want all to depend on us here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. We'll keep you and your family members safe as Nicole moves through the viewing area. We'll send it back to you now on the desk.
All right. Well, just like we saw with Ian, you guys, we're seeing sort of this now swell of flooding that is impacting a lot of our viewers. And so we want to head back to Port Orange, where we've seen significant flooding this morning.
A lot of the same spots. And Deborah Cho is obviously going to where that Port Orange has had a dam that's breached. And we talked to the mayor. We heard about this. Deborah, what do you know right now?
Hi, good morning, Ryan and Amy. So I'm currently actually here at Kent Court and Brittany Avenue, and we're going to flip the camera so you can see what we're looking at right now. So this is right along Brittany Avenue. You can see obviously the water is here. It's in the roads. Hasn't quite reached to any homes from what I can see. And as we pan over here to the right, you'll see some of the debris that is still left here in the roads from Hurricane Ian. Now, I was actually talking to a resident that lives here on Kent Court, Allison, and she was telling me that she got a knock on her door about 7:30, 8 o'clock this morning. You can see that debris behind us here, but this is what is also all in the street too. So not only do you have, of course, all the floodwaters, but you still have the debris from Hurricane Ian that's still here, and some residents here are afraid that a lot of this debris is going to start floating through the streets as they're trying to drive through. Of course, the mayor and city officials here are trying to tell people, hey, if you can get out, please get out, because the dam breach did happen, and we know that high tide is happening at 11 o'clock, so the waters just could continue to rise. But some people here that have lived here for several hurricanes, including Allison, was telling me that she's like, I'm not going to leave. We've been through, several other hurricanes before. As far as the flooding was concerned, she did say that she did have some flooding in her home, but it wasn't to the extent of completely destroying the inside of her home. So this is really what residents are seeing up along this canal. The water's covering the streets, but nothing has hit the homes quite yet. But people have been coming out, driving some of their trucks in the area, walking around, checking on some neighbors in the roads. We did see some areas where police had a little bit of a presence there, but as far as in this area on Kent Court and Brittany Avenue, people have been able to come in and out, but I haven't seen very many people pack up their stuff yet or leave. A lot of people, it seems like, have sandbags up along their homes and really are going to stay and hope for the best, of course, and take those precautions as they feel, but that's at least what the situation is here along Brittany Ave and Kent Court in Port Orange. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Deborah,
thanks.
you.
Interesting. There's not sandbags or anything around it. They feel pretty confident it's not going to go any higher.
Well, fingers crossed. Yeah, knowing now that dam is breached, I'm sure something they never even anticipated happening, right? So hopefully the water does not get higher.
And as the mayor said, hundreds of homes impacted there. Well, coming up, we're going to continue our team coverage. We've seen in a lot of different counties, it's either wind damage or in most cases flooding damage.
Yeah, there is a look at our Hard Rock camera, and just looking at satellite imagery of this storm, it is still very much on top of most of Florida. So we are going to be seeing these sort of gray stormy images over the coast probably for a couple more hours.
Yeah, we heard from the governor, even up to St. Johns County, the Jacksonville area, they have seen flooding as well. Of course, St. Johns River up there also. Stay with us. Much more still ahead on a special extended edition here of Good Day Orlando.
Thank you so much to our Fox 35 Orlando team. They do, as you see, have crews that are all over the state of Florida. If you are just joining us here, just waking up perhaps, I want to let you know that Nicole did make landfall in southeast Florida around 3 o'clock a.m. Eastern time as a Category 1 hurricane with maximum winds of about 70 miles per hour. As the storm has quickly moved across the state, it is now headed toward the Gulf and will hit the Florida Panhandle, then Georgia. But the winds have died down to about 50 miles per hour. Those are, of course, maximum sustained winds. The storm likely to be downgraded to a tropical depression at some point today as it does continue to travel into the Gulf and then, as I mentioned, over into the Florida Panhandle. Time now is 10:42 on the East Coast and 7:42 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but back to our coverage of Nicole coming up here in just a few. Stay with us on Live Now. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. I want to take you back live, raw, and unfiltered to Fox 35 Orlando's team coverage of Nicole, now a tropical storm.
Okay, one area that has really seen a lot of flooding since Hurricane Ian is right around Lake Monroe, and that's where Amanda McKenzie has been stationed for the last 24 hours, and she is giving us an update on how things are looking, and not so great out there.
Well, the wind picks up every now and then. We have a calm moment, and then the wind takes it right out of your hands. So we have a bit of a river situation here on Seminole Boulevard. You can look down and see several inches of water covering the street. It is still passable, though. We have seen cars drive through it, and I can walk through it in my rain boots as well. Farther down Seminole Boulevard, it's not all flooded, but we do know that the Central Florida Zoo, way down the way of Lake Monroe, that had a lot of heavy flooding from Hurricane Ian. In fact, only just about a week ago, they were able to reopen after being closed for 4 weeks. So we do hope things have fared well for them, but we know that that ground was very heavily saturated, so it is possible they could be facing some flooding situations there as well. Now, down this way, you'll start to see some of the trees that have been uprooted from the strong wind gusts and the heavy rain that we experienced here. You know, we're right on Lake Monroe, so with those heavy wind gusts reaching up to 60 miles per hour at times, you had these very large waves, I would call almost tidal waves, coming over the railing and into the street. So those were quite intense to see, almost like a splash zone situation if you were at a Shamu Stadium. But the conditions here, we still have bursts of high winds and some rain going on, but we do see on the radar that more rain is expected throughout the morning as Nicole continues to make her way through Central Florida. For now, reporting live in Sanford, Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
Thanks for that, Amanda. We appreciate your reporting.
Ooh-wee. Boy, wind whipped down that way.
Very much
and all
so.
across the land here. What time is it? Geez, 10:47. Here we go. And it's been a marathon here.
It really has.
And Allie, here behind me is the Daytona Beach Hard Rock Hotel cam.
Wow.
And yeah, it's a bit jostled out there. The ocean is angry, and we'll continue to track now. I do want to talk about the storm surge warning that continues now. Super heavy volumes of water still approaching the coastline. And I apologize for the quality of the picture here, but hey, it is what it is, right? We still have these real strong winds, the storm surge now, upwards of about 5 feet. There's been a few areas, I think, that have probably breached that mark, but either way you look at it, right, it is super impactful. We've shed the storm surge warning south of the Cape, down through Sebastian Inlet and into the areas around the Treasure Coast, Fort Pierce, Stewart, and St. Lucie Inlet. So that's some better news there, but the bad news is that we continue with some surging now across Brevard County there, especially around the north side toward Mosquito Lagoon and into the southern areas of coastal Volusia County. We're also seeing some of these tropical storm warned areas slowly falling off, and as we see Nicole separating from the peninsula and makes a move out into the Gulf and into the Big Bend area there toward the Panhandle and eventually Tallahassee, we'll see more of these warnings continue falling off across these areas. So I want to give you a look real quick before we head over to Allison. You can see the dry air down across the Straits of Florida, and as the cold twists and turns and tumbles away, we'll have a tendency of seeing the wind shifting, and we'll drag some of that drier air in here, hoping to end effectively some of the very heavy rain threat, Allison. Winds are probably going to be with us through sundown, but it will see vast improvements over the next several hours here in Central Florida.
That's exactly right. Thanks for that, Jamie. We actually do want to send things out to our own Katie Garner, who is out at Wilbur by the Sea. Katie, how is it looking out there right now?
Allison, I got to tell you something. A local took us over to one of the houses that had eroded and filming something over there for Instagram when we started hearing creaking. And we were maybe 10 feet away from it. All of a sudden, it just falls. And there it is. It just fell off of the foundation because it's eroded so much. We were right there. We heard it all. Debris just started flying, and it was all flying behind us. We got dust in the eyes, everything. It's not about us. It's just the thing of it can happen in an instant. It creaked a little bit, and the whole piece of that house fell down 10 feet from us. More houses have experienced this in this storm on this street. The local that I was telling you about, his name is Christian. I will speak to him in another live shot soon. Took us over there, and he says that many of his friends' homes have fallen. This is scary. Look, you can see the ceiling fan, and then you have the second story that's come down. It was almost instantaneous as it fell off the house. It just creaked a little bit, the gutter moved, and then the whole thing just fell, hit the sand, and it was over. That's how quick these things can happen. And now that's going to bring more debris flow into this storm, into the sea, to be tossed over in other places. I think what is the most jarring thing about this is someone's home. Either a second home they've worked for their whole life, or their first home where they raised their family. They may have brought their children home, and now it's reduced to nothing. This is crazy. Also, voluntary flood insurance is what the name of the game in this area is, by the way, Wilbur by the Sea. Jeff, let's show her how close we're standing right now. You can see we're very safe, but right there is how far the dip is. I see a gas tank in the water that actually came from that home. And then I see just a lot going on as far as debris. Now that the sea is coming in, the water's coming further in, it'll start to sweep most of that house out to sea. It's a dangerous situation out here, guys, but I had to come on and tell you that, I mean, we were literally 10 feet from this house when it fell. It can happen anytime, anywhere, and it will continue to happen throughout the day today. Back to you.
Just incredible to see that. You can see the water moving back now, but not quick enough for those homes.
All right, we've got some breaking news about the bridges headed over to Volusia County. We are going to talk about that as soon as we come back.
Stay with us. Much more straight ahead.
Thank you so much to our Fox 35 Orlando team. As you can see, that situation there in Port Orange is not great. They do have crews that are all around the east coast of Florida as they are dealing with the aftermath of Nicole and adding insult to injury, I guess you could say. Ian had come through just about a little more than a month and a half ago, and now you have another storm, Nicole, that's kind of hitting toward the same area of the east coast. Of course, we do know that Ian came from the west coast, but we did see some pretty strong surf there and storm surge as a result of Ian. All right, so 10:51 on the East Coast and 7:51 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick break, but back to our coverage of Nicole coming up here in 2 minutes.
Personnel. That means if you were planning to go over to check a property or anything like that, you are not going to be allowed to get there. Again, just essential personnel until further notice. A curfew is in effect for the peninsula. The sheriff's office is asking you to please stay off the roads. Several coastal homes in Wilbur by the Sea, as we have been showing you all morning, have already collapsed and other properties are at risk. We've been looking at severe erosion, Daytona Beach shores and Wilbur by the Sea specifically.
Probably a lot of different reasons behind that tweet, and one is they don't want people to to go out and see some of these things, whether it's your property or just what you've seen on our air throughout the morning.
And trying to be careful of people who might try to take advantage of this situation, right? That's something that we saw with Hurricane Ian down in Lee County. A lot of people trying to take advantage of people.
Sure. We're putting a warning out about that earlier this week.
All right. Well, we've been showing you, of course, heavy rain and wind all over Central Florida. One of the worst hit areas is right around Port Orange.
Yeah, no question. Volusia County is getting the worst of this, and in Port Orange is where we find Matt Trezza. He has been in knee-deep water throughout a good part of this morning. Let's check in with Matt right now.
So this is the scene here in Port Orange. You can see that we've got the Halifax River overflowing its banks, coming across Halifax Drive, which is where those palm trees are, and then into homes and businesses that are along the area here. You can see the water is just continuing to get higher and higher. This is an apartment complex here, two-story building. You know, you can see the gentleman walking through the parking lot and how high it is, and it's gone into the different homes that are on the lower floor here. A lot of the people who live in this apartment complex have gone up to the upper floor, hanging out on the balcony just because they need to get out of their swamped homes. Now, it looks like some of the people, you know, had made preparations for this. They have sandbags that are up against their doors, cinder blocks that have been up against tarps against their doors. But other people, they haven't made any. A lot of this, you know, may not have been anticipated by the people who live here. There is a dock that is part of the property here, and it's just kind of like off onto the side. That chair that you can see out there is bolted to the ground, so that's still staying put, but that just may up and float away. Now, fortunately, as far as vehicles go, there were parking spaces here in front of the apartment complex, but those folks have moved all their cars onto the other side here, and this way they're on higher ground, and this way, if the water comes even higher, you know, they're going to be protected. This is brackish water from the river. It's got a lot of salt in it, so that can do some major damage to vehicles if they hang out in this area. The restaurant there, and Catfish, is on the river. We talked with the chef, who said fortunately everything inside is in pretty good shape. The inside of the building is a lot higher than the surrounding property, and so you know, they feel that they hope they can even be ready to serve tomorrow. But for now, obviously the area is closed. They're only concerned about the surrounding property there. But that's what the people here are dealing with. It's going to take them a long time to clear out from this and to get back on their feet. But certainly these folks are heavily impacted by these floodwaters now that Nicole is passing through the area, and it's just a matter of time just to see, you know, how what the recovery looks like here in this community. In Port Orange, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
Matt, thanks. So earlier this morning, we feared what high tide would bring. We've now got Matt's flooding. We've got a dam that's been breached in Port Orange. We've got the homes that have literally fallen into the ocean at Wilbur by the Sea.
It's just a horrific situation in Volusia County. And just an update from Orange County Fire Rescue. In Orange County, this just happened.
Thank you so much to our Fox 35 Orlando team. They are covering Tropical Storm Nicole around the clock. As you can see, they do have crews that are all around the southeastern part of Florida, which has seen extensive damage, especially when you're talking about Volusia County and the Daytona Beach and Port Orange areas, where there is that extensive flooding, and we're seeing homes that have actually collapsed into the water. 10:58 on the East Coast and 7:58 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but back to our coverage of our top stories coming up in just a few. Stay with us here on Live Now.
Good morning, and thank you again so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Taking a look at the radar as Tropical Storm Nicole makes its way across the Florida panhandle here, and it is going to be exiting before re-entering in the northern part of Florida. A lot of different shots coming to us from our Fox 35 team, who does have full coverage on this tropical storm as it is moving through the Sunshine State, bringing vicious winds as well as storm surge. We've been listening into some of their coverage. We're going to continue to do so here on Live Now from Fox. But let's go ahead and first bring you the very latest update that we had coming in here from our National Hurricane Center. We're going to be listening in to their update from just a couple of moments ago.
This is Mike Brennan at the National Hurricane Center with the Thursday morning update on Tropical Storm Nicole. The center of Nicole is making its way across the Florida Peninsula. It's about 30 miles to the northeast of Tampa right now. You can see here on the radar imagery a large area of rain showers and heavy rain covering much of the central and northern portions of the Florida Peninsula, working into the Florida Panhandle, southeast Georgia, with heavy rain, with rain showers and rain bands moving on up into coastal portions of the Carolinas. I also have a few rotating cells that could produce tornadoes that are starting to form here out over the Atlantic waters. We have a tornado watch in effect for portions of extreme northeast Florida and coastal southeast Georgia, so that's something to be aware of this afternoon. Right now, Nicole has maximum sustained winds of around 50 miles per hour, but it still has that big, broad wind field, as you can see here on our next graphic. The orange area shows the approximate location of the tropical storm force winds that extend outward almost 400 miles away from the center, especially to the north. So we still have tropical storm conditions occurring across much of the Florida East Coast. We have that tropical storm warning from Sebastian Inlet northward all the way to South Santee River, South Carolina. So coastal, central and northern east coast of Florida, coastal Georgia, much of coastal South Carolina. You can see tropical storm conditions through today and into tonight. We also have tropical storm conditions on the Gulf Coast of Florida from the south of the Tampa Bay region up through the Big Bend and into the Florida Panhandle. And so we have tropical storm warnings in effect for that region as well. We are expecting the center of Nicole to move back out over the extreme northeastern Gulf of Mexico later this afternoon, and then move inland across the Florida Panhandle tonight, and then accelerate northeastward across Georgia and into the southern Appalachians during the day on Friday, where it will eventually merge with an approaching cold front and sort of lose definition. But the rainfall impacts are going to continue northward, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. I do want to hit on the storm surge. This is still an ongoing concern along both the East Coast and the Gulf Coast. We still have a storm surge warning in effect from Sebastian Inlet all the way up to Altamaha Sound. We could see 3 to 5 feet of inundation above ground level. We've seen a lot of pictures of damaging wave action, beach erosion, significant coastal flooding in this region through multiple high tide cycles beginning yesterday, continuing through the night and into this morning. That's going to continue during the day today. That includes portions of the St. Johns River inland upstream from Jacksonville, where we're could again see inundation of 3 to 5 feet above ground level. North of Altamaha Sound, places like Savannah and Charleston could see 2 to 4 feet of inundation, with a possible 1 to 2 feet of inundation up into the coastal southern North Carolina coast. Now, on the Gulf Coast, we also have a storm surge warning in effect from Anclote River to Ocklawahnee River. And as the center of Nicole moves back out over the Gulf, that westerly and southwesterly wind is going to pile water into this Big Bend region of Florida, which is very sensitive to storm surge. And we could see inundation there of 3 to 5 feet above ground level. So folks in those areas, just because Nicole's mostly been focused on the east coast of Florida, don't let your guard down. We could see some life-threatening inundation from storm surge here along the Gulf Coast. So be ready to take action and move to higher ground if water begins to move into your area. Now, the other big effect from Nicole is going to be the rainfall. We could see the heaviest rainfall today is going to be focused in central and northern Florida, the Florida Panhandle, southern Georgia, coastal South Carolina, where we could see widespread amounts of 2 to 3 inches. We could see storm total amounts in parts of the Florida Peninsula as high as 8 inches. And this rainfall, the greatest chance of flash flooding today is going to be from central Florida up through places like Jacksonville, Savannah, southern Georgia, up into the Charleston, South Carolina area. Now, as Nicole moves northward overnight tonight and into Friday and Saturday, and that moisture is pulled up along the approaching cold front, we're going to see a widespread heavy rainfall event all the way from the southern Appalachians up through the mid-Atlantic states and into portions of the interior Northeast and the Ohio Valley. We could see rainfall amounts as high as 6 inches in portions of the Blue Ridge Mountains, where the moisture is going to be pushed up against the higher terrain here, especially in portions of western North Carolina and central and western Virginia. And that is again going to lead to a widespread risk of scattered flash flooding across western North Carolina, western Virginia, much of West Virginia, and up into the Ohio Valley, much of Pennsylvania, and interior portions of New York State. So don't let your guard down. Be on the alert for potential flash flooding through today, into tonight, and into tomorrow, all the way up through portions of the East Coast. I do want to talk about the tornado potential. I briefly mentioned there's a tornado watch in effect right now for portions of northeast Florida and coastal Georgia. That risk of tornadoes today extends up through tomorrow morning into portions of coastal South Carolina, southeast North Carolina, and then from Friday into Saturday morning is more focused in eastern portions of North Carolina and coastal and central and eastern, southeastern Virginia, Hampton Roads, southern portions of the Delmarva Peninsula. So tornadoes associated with tropical storms often form very quickly. There's not necessarily a lot of lead time or notice. So be on the alert, especially if you're under a tornado watch, to take action very quickly if a tornado warning is issued for your area, because it could develop very fast. I do want to touch on the inland wind aspects of this storm. We talked about the widespread wind field. There are tropical storm warnings in effect for much of the central and northern Florida Peninsula, southern Georgia, coastal South Carolina, and coastal Georgia, and parts of the Florida Panhandle. We're seeing reports from where Nicole's core came on shore of pretty significant power outages in portions of east central Florida. We could certainly see scattered power outages elsewhere in the state. And I do want to touch on generator safety. We lose a lot of people after tropical storms and hurricanes from improper generator use. Please know and use your generator safely. Follow the instructions. Never operate a generator inside your home or garage or any other enclosed space where people are. It needs to be properly vented. We can lose a lot of people after storms in these types of accidents. So please stay safe and be in your safe place today, especially in those areas under watches and under warnings in the Florida Peninsula, and be on the lookout for that flash flooding moving on up the East Coast, potentially through tomorrow and into early Saturday. So this is Mike Brennan at the National Hurricane Center with the latest on Tropical Storm Nicole. Stay tuned for more updates through the rest of the week.
All right, and thank you so much to our National Hurricane Center. They're always keeping us up to date on the very latest, especially as they are tracking this as it moves across Florida. Again, it had hit the east coast of Florida at a Category 1 hurricane early on Thursday morning. There's been lots of heavy rain, high winds, and of course coastal flooding that have been spread all across the southeast and up the eastern seaboard, and it will continue to do so through the week. That camera shot that you're taking a look at there in your left-hand box there, that is showing us just one of those bridges. This one is a traffic camera from the Tampa Bay area. So they again have downgraded Hurricane Nicole down to a tropical storm, but it is still unsafe for people to be out in some of these areas where they're seeing some of these very strong wind conditions, and flooding, of course, also a problem. Actually, speaking of flooding, wanted to show you a video from just a little bit earlier here this morning. This was just outside of St. Augustine. This is where we were seeing one of our camera crews set up for their morning shots, and you can see someone trying to move their golf cart through this area before getting stuck in these floodwaters. They weren't able to move it anymore before giving up and having to eventually wait out. Now, there's going to be many officials, emergency management officials, sheriff's officials, law enforcement officials who are going to be saying that when it comes to these flooded waters, you definitely do not want to be wading through them, especially since you don't know where some of these storm drains might be trying to suck down some of that water. It could unfortunately suck a person down too. So there's always a lot of dangers when it comes to flooding. You can even see kind of past that raindrop spot that the floodwaters are up past some of the street levels, the sidewalk levels, and even impacting some of the doorways there as well. So as I mentioned, we do have full team coverage happening, not only here with us on Live Now from Fox, but also on our Fox 35 team out in Orlando. They have been keeping track of this storm as it had been making its approach this week. I know a lot of people were so focused on the elections earlier this week, we kind of forgot about this threat that was coming to the Sunshine State. So now that we've moved past some of those election results, especially down in the state of Florida, where we saw Governor Ron DeSantis reelected, we saw Marco Rubio reelected in some of those key races in the Sunshine State, we're now moving on to our hurricane coverage, and now downgraded to a tropical storm. So we'll continue to keep you covered. Let's go ahead and take you out to our Fox 35 team. Again, they've been keeping track of this ever since it had been making its approach to Florida, and they're continuing to track it as it makes its way across the peninsula as well. So let's go ahead, get you back into their coverage right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
35 News starts now, tracking the tropics.
Tropical Storm Nicole blowing across central Florida right now. The storm made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane just south of Vero Beach around 3 o'clock this morning. This is a live look at different points across our area as the storm churns across the state. And we have extended storm team coverage of this at this hour. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ray Vieda.
And I'm Danielle Knox. It is good to see you this morning. Boy, things have been very, very difficult for a lot of people this morning. Let's send things over right now to our storm team meteorologist for the very latest on Nicole's track. Guys, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good to be with you. Jamie King, Allison Gargaro. Al, boy, what impacts we have seen all across the land.
We really have, especially along our east coast. We talked about the beach erosion, the storm surge moving in, and boy, are we seeing it right now.
We are, yeah. I want to pop you on into one of our live cams now. I got a couple for you. Our Launch Credit Union cam down at the port right now, showing some blustery conditions, no doubt about it, but conditions in Brevard, believe it or not, are slowly now beginning to improve. And that was our proposal as we got into this 11 a.m. hour, that a lot of our southeastern viewing areas, southeastern zones would slowly begin to improve. Yes, it's still windy. Yeah, there'll be a few showers around, but ultimately things getting better. Now, I was just talking with my buddy, Captain Tony Verano of he's the captain of the Hog Tide charter fishing boat out of New Smyrna Beach. Tony, good afternoon or good late morning to you if you're watching right now. He tells me that the tide in his marina, the water level slowly coming on down as we're backing out of the high tide cycle, but anything but along the immediate coast. You know, you get off the intracoastal, you look at the coastal areas with the pier of the backdrop on the Hard Rock Hotel cam, and boy, it is victory at sea. That is a lot of water now moving in toward the shoreline. Take a look here. We continue with the storm surge warned areas. This is for the pink shaded communities and counties right along the coast. We've shed the storm surge warnings for areas around the Treasure Coast and the far south Florida. That great news. Bad news is we're still in it up this way and back over toward the Gulf side. You can see the watches and warnings now. We're slowly shedding the tropical storm warnings on the southeastern areas here closer to Okeechobee, and as we see Nicole rotating away, which is currently in process, we'll slowly start to see a lot of these warned areas falling off. Now our proposal, 11 a.m., getting a little bit better through here on the track of Nicole now, and forward speeds at about 14 to 16 miles per hour. That would allow for some drier air eventually to begin to move in from the south. So we'll slowly put the rain chances kind of in a holding pattern, if you will, over the southern viewing area. There may be a few showers around. I mean, you can see them right here as Nicole wraps up and rotates around now out near Spring Hill, and will begin moving out toward the Panhandle. A few lightning strikes, Allison, which is interesting right now around Zephyr Hills and Spring Hill. Not very typical in a landfalling hurricane or tropical storm, as the air moves horizontally and not vertically in there like our summer thunderstorms. But nonetheless, we continue with a little bit of drier in South Florida. Hopefully, Allison, helping us to kind of move this rain out and get Nicole moving on down the lane here, and that way we can see some improvements here into the afternoon.
That's exactly right, and likely going to be taking the winds with it, but later this afternoon. I do want to take you into one of our weather stem cameras. This is out at Windermere Prep. I've been watching this camera for the last 15 minutes, and 20 minutes ago, we were seeing so much wind that this lining here on the fence was blowing all around. As you can see, it's rather calm. There are still some breezes out there at the palm trees, and obviously that rain is falling. The track looks very wet there, but let's talk about the current winds that we have right now. 40-mile-per-hour sustained winds in Daytona Beach, 37 in Sanford, 32 in Leesburg, and about 18 in Ocala. So things calm there for now, but as that center of circulation is going to be zipping off to your north and west, those winds really starting to pick up. Here's a look at current wind gusts anywhere from 48 miles per hour in Leesburg, 47 in Orlando to 57 degrees in Titusville. And our Fox model has been doing such a great job at forecasting exactly how gusty the winds will be and when. By this afternoon, that center is going to be moving out into the Gulf of Mexico. So forecast wind speeds really going to be decreasing by 5, 6 o'clock tonight, starting in Brevard County. And you can see all those numbers are going to be peeling back. But let's talk about some other numbers, and that's going to be power outages. And boy, are we still seeing them. So the county shaded in orange, meaning Orange County as well as Brevard County, having anywhere from 50,000 to 100,000 customers without power at this time. And you can see that numbers are elevated in Volusia County as well. And we are seeing some sort of outages across the entire viewing area. So it's something that we're going to continue to monitor and track for you all morning and then into the afternoon here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. For now, Danielle, we're going to send it back to you.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You know, this is something that we've kind of feared all morning long, and now it is happening. Beachfront homes and structures are starting to fall into the ocean in Volusia County.
And we had this warning for a couple of days leading into this storm. Fox Weather's Katie Garner has been driving up and down A1A in Volusia County all morning. She joins us live now from Wilbur by the Sea. Katie, what are you seeing?
Sorry, Rod, I got sand. There's a lot of sand blowing around. It doesn't matter. What I'm seeing is this. I thought for a second, well, I showed this in my last hit a few minutes ago. Should I do it again? Absolutely, we should do it again. This is the story. This house was 10 feet. I'm not kidding. 10 feet from me and a couple of locals that were talking about it as it collapsed off of its foundation because it was completely eroded by the sea in this storm. I was standing on this beach just yesterday, and photographer Brad was on the dock that you're looking at right now just yesterday as it was fully intact. When you think about that now, it's a little jarring to know that things can just go away in an instant. When you really think about these homes, we spend so much time saying, gosh, you know, the home fell, this other house fell. This is somebody's life. This is somebody that may not be able to rebuild, or it may take years. We don't know. Somebody could have brought their first child home in this house. Somebody could have retired in this house, and now it's gone. It's rubble. It's shreds. I see palm trees. There's a big one there in the sea. My worry with that is I'm showing you some debris because this entire house is likely to split in half. And actually, Jeff, I want to show this too. Look right up here. The next piece, the upper deck of the house, is likely to split next. We've been watching this very carefully, but it's likely that entire structure will split. Jeff, you can see on the crack there, it's already coming off of that foundation. And so everybody at home can see that as well. It's a matter of minutes, maybe hours. We literally were shooting our video showing that piece of that house, saying it'll be minutes, seconds, and one of the locals said, oh, I heard it creak. Next thing we knew, it was on the ground. Okay, so this is how serious it is. We have many more homes that we know of that are on the ground right now. Luckily, we did meet a few locals that are going to take us around safely so we can bring you the latest. I don't bring you this footage to be excited about a home falling. I bring you this footage to show you the reality of what this does to people's lives. Look at all the locals out here. Look at all the stations out here. A lot of people are here being impacted, coming to see what's been going on. Their lives are impacted by this forever. So hey, this storm was weaker than Ian, and it was. And by the way, Jamie and Allison killing it. Oh my God, I've been watching you guys all morning, just fabulous. But what I want to say to that is, as they bring you the weather and we show you what it's doing, you guys have said this so many times that yes, it is weaker than Ian, but because of everything that Ian did, it's just adding icing on the cake. Jamie, I heard you say that earlier, and I really like that phrasing. So I'm going to send it back into you with a full heart, because it's just really, really sad what we're seeing out here.
And, before we let you go, Katie, something you said that touched me as well. And you said, you don't bring these images because you want to. This is what's happening right in front of your eyes. And I want to ask you about that, because with that building right there that just collapsed, is this something that we can expect to see perhaps happen up and down the coast? Because we know a lot of these buildings, right, are still very fragile following Hurricane Ian.
Oh, let me tell you something. I have talked to locals today. There are at least 3, 4, 5 more, and that's what they've seen just based on where they live. The saddest part is, oh gosh, sorry, we've driven up and down this road and we've seen nothing but houses that are collapsed. Homeowners look devastated because the back of the house is fine, but it's the house that's not looking good.
And Katie, I actually wanted to ask you, it's Ray here. I was going to ask you, are you seeing that a lot of people hunkered down in those homes even ahead of this storm? Are you still seeing people stayed behind?
Now, I'm going to share this, but I need to share it and tell you that it is hearsay, okay? I was talking with another producer who tells me the house next to this one has an elderly woman inside with her husband who's on oxygen. They cannot get her to leave the house because she's scared for her husband. The people with the power company encouraged her to leave because they have to cut the power. Okay. It is absolutely devastating to see people like that hunker down because it could be really detrimental.
All right, so before we let you go, what happens with a situation like that? Because that is not an ordinary situation. That's an extraordinary situation.
Right.
Who do we call? Who do you call? Who does somebody call to get this couple out of there?
I know. Well, my guess, and I don't know, my guess is as good as yours, but what I would think as a human being is you would call law enforcement to kind of guide them out and take them to where they can go. Although a lot of locals here, they are here, they're concerned, but they live actually inland. In fact, Jeff, let's show some of these houses. They're okay, just a row back or 2 rows back. Some roof shingles are off, but overall they're not going to collapse from what we see right now. The devastation comes from these people who homes in beachfront. Now, I have heard there's one couple that lives in Oklahoma that's not here. They do know their home has fallen into the ocean. I'm sure they're devastated. Well, duh, of course they are. They're devastated. But as more of this happens, more of this stuff is going to continue to fall in, and you hope it doesn't impact anything inland.
Katie, before we let you go, I do want to ask you this, and I know you've covered a lot of these storms. Have you ever seen anything like this?
I'll be honest with you. I am a Carolina girl. Well, I'm a Florida girl, but I'm a Carolina girl. And I was down in Wrightsville Beach, North Carolina for Hurricane Matthew. And there was a lot of flooding actually off the beach more inland toward downtown Wilmington. I have not seen devastation like this. I've seen a lot of flooding, and I've seen houses, you got to go to the flood insurance, maybe the house needs to be gutted. I've never seen this. Like having a house fall 10 feet from where we were standing, honestly, truly, as a meteorologist, you think, well, of course it can happen, but you certainly don't think you'll ever see it. This puts it into perspective. It makes it real. This is real, real, real. It's jarring, and it's out here, and it's happening, and it's going to keep happening throughout the day. We're nowhere near done. And the sea is angry today, by the way. It looks a lot choppier even than it did at this point yesterday, and that's what makes me nervous. Watch as this water comes in. It's going to take all this debris out, and that's not good in its own right. So no, I have not seen this level of devastation. This is the first time, and it'll stick with you. I know it sticks with you guys.
All right, Katie, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Really incredible images that we're seeing, and we hope that those people get out safely, of course, because this picture continues to get worse by the hour.
All right, and thank you to our Fox 35 team and our Fox Weather teams who are still continuing to be out there showing people these live images of what is happening as Tropical Storm Nicole makes its way across the peninsula. Live now from Fox, we're stepping away for a brief 2-minute break and continue with our coverage right here on Tropical Storm Nicole, plus also continuing to keep you up to date on the very latest with election results in some of those key states where races still continue to have those ballots counted. More to come here in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Again, a live picture from Tampa there on one of those bridges making its way from the mainland to some of those islands. And again, there's so many different shots that we've been seeing coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk of what this tropical storm has brought to the area. Even having from earlier this morning, the Sheriff's Department showing us just some of what they were running into. Let's go ahead and listen into some of these remarks from Volusia County Sheriff.
No, we're good. We're just, hunkering in there, seeing if anything goes into the water. For sure. All right. Same here. Stay safe. Good seeing you. Well, it is 6:20 a.m. on Thursday. For the last 3.5 hours, we have been out
all over the east side of the county, from Ponce Inlet up into Ormond by the Sea, John Anderson, through Holly Hill. Just answered a couple of alarms in Daytona. And
R1.
PF Chang's is secure. You got anything else out here on the west end you want me to grab?
No, sir.
We got a few hours left. Don't put your guard down, but the curfew's about to lift at 7 a.m. So I really want to take the opportunity to thank everybody who followed the curfew. Last night was a little bit of a rough night at times with the wind and the rain. And hopefully by noon, 1 o'clock, the storm will be out here and we can assess the damage and get on with our lives.
All right, so Volusia County Sheriff's again going out and doing the job of keeping track of all those alerts and calls that they might be getting in some of these areas, but also keeping patrol to make sure that there's no one who got left behind in certain areas where they were asking residents to evacuate. Just again, a live look here at the radar, especially as we I have been seeing it move across the peninsula, and right now you can really see it is just kind of sitting over that Tampa area. So they're really going to be seeing and feeling the effects of this tropical storm before it makes its way into the Gulf and then re-entering up near Tallahassee as well. So this storm projected to then, once it enters the Gulf, make its way northward. And so a lot of those other states along the East Coast are going to be seeing some effects from this tropical storm throughout the rest of this day and into the weekend as well. So we'll continue to keep track of this just as we have with all of our teams all across the country. Live Now from Fox wants to say thank you to everyone who's been tuning in here with us on this coverage. I know we have some more coverage that we want to go back to with elections, but since we do have our Fox 35 teams giving us some more looks at the radar, talking about some of the potential of rain and other things that they're going to be seeing along with this storm, the wind gusts. Let's go ahead and bring you out to their coverage right here on Live Now.
28 in Ocala and 55 in Titusville. So as that center is going to be pushing offshore at some point, it's going to be taking a lot of the winds with it. You can see that with our exclusive Fox model. Timestamp 1 o'clock this afternoon, and then by 2, 3, 4 o'clock, the sustained winds really starting to settle down in coastal Brevard County, and then that trend's going to continue to move across the interior as well. So we're going to be continuing to watch the winds for you because those are still going to be impactful. You can see our reporters out there getting sand blown in their eyes or the water. So just something to keep in mind if you are going to be stepping out to maybe check your property. Could be seeing that. But I do want to mention that the severe threat is diminishing across our viewing area. Really, it's just extending into Flagler County and off to the north. But the good news is the tornado watch that we were tracking in Flagler County earlier this morning has been canceled. So likely not going to be seeing any more of that severe weather. But power outages, still a very big story in Brevard County. 84,000 customers without power, and in Orange County, 50,000 customers. So we're going to continue to update you on these numbers, and our entire team here in the Fox 35 Storm Center going to be bringing you the live updates on air as well as on social media. So make sure you join us there.
All right, Allison, good stuff. And Al, again, we see the drier air now starting to move into the southern peninsula, crossing over west end to Grand Bahama. Looks like it wants to sneak on in here, so that'll be some much better news in terms of the rain chances. Again, we showed you that dropping rain chance there in the forecast modeling. That's all for now from the Storm Center. We'll send it back to Ray and Danielle.
Thank you so much, Jamie and Allison. I did want to mention part of A1A in Flagler Beach. We heard Allison talking about that. Part of A1A is closed because the road is collapsing due to Tropical Storm Nicole. So folks, stay indoors. Well, the water is getting higher in parts of Port Orange. Fox 35's Matt Trezza actually had to head to higher ground because it was that dangerous.
He was kind of sloshing through it there. Matt, I know that you're in South Daytona now. What have you been seeing out there? And I know where you were before was really, really bad.
Yeah, so it's the way it started out our day was over in Port Orange, which is south of us, and we were over at an apartment complex where the water from the intercoastal had just gone over Halifax Drive, which is runs along the Halifax River there, and just flooded into the parking lot of that apartment complex and also a nearby restaurant and a lot of other homes in that area, just up and down that stretch for at least about a half mile or mile that I saw as I was driving up and down that road, there was flooding pretty severe. And so I was talking with the people in that apartment complex, and they had tried to sandbag their doors and board up as best they could. They moved their vehicles to higher ground. As we were talking with them, I was noticing that the water was just getting higher and higher. But then when I walked over to the parking lot near where we were parked, I noticed that the water on the other side of the street was also getting significantly higher. And that was the point where I decided to make the call and say, look, we have to get out of here. As we were driving up this area, not only on that side of the street, which is where you can see the intercoastal waterway, you see how high the water is, but also on our side of the street, there was also flooding. Every side road that we were looking down as we were coming further and further north, there was also flooding on both sides of the street. I didn't want us to get trapped just in that area, because if water starts coming down from the north, then literally we would almost be on an island just there, surrounded on all sides by water. So I figured it was important to come north, reduce the risk of being in that area. But those people are still there with their homes that are flooded, and we're going to have to go back afterward and just see the aftermath and the cleanup that needs to get done in that area. Right now, where we are, there's a lot of very strong wind, not as much rain. We haven't seen, and right on cue, there's the wind, and we have the water that you can still see over my shoulder there. So we're gonna stay in the area, follow up on things, and see how high the floodwaters come, whether or not it continues to approach this area or it just kind of settles out further south of us. But for now, we're live in South Daytona. Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
We will circle back with you again in just a bit, Matt. Thanks so much for that. And he said the right thing. The main thing is just to stay safe. The fact that he made that call to move to higher ground was the right call to make, for sure.
We're hearing about evacuations in Volusia County. The Volusia County Sheriff actually tweeted out that they are doing evacuations at 2055 South Atlantic Avenue. That is the Tower Grand condominium. So clearly this is an ongoing threat throughout the day. Well, Tropical Storm Nicole is moving out of Central Florida, but it is leaving its mark in a lot of places, as we've been seeing.
Absolutely. So we're checking in with our team of reporters who are fanned out all across Central Florida. We'll be doing it all day long and taking a closer look at the damage. That is just ahead.
And thank you to our Fox 35 teams. As they said, they have their teams out there in some of those areas where they are seeing the greatest impacts from Tropical Storm Nicole. Again, it made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane, and it's been making its way across the peninsula. You can see just how strong those winds are. A camera really shaking here out of Tampa Bay, where this bridge is also being blocked off from drivers in this area. So we're going to continue to follow the very latest here of this storm, but also take you into some more coverage when it comes to our elections. So we just had those midterm elections on Tuesday night. Hopefully you either got your ballot in ahead of time, or maybe you did stand in line at a polling place in your area to cast your vote. We heard from President Biden just yesterday. He said young voters came out in record numbers, and he did say that it was not as big of a red sweep as what people had been projecting. So he was saying that the Democrats had a good night. So we'll continue to follow the very latest from the president. We are expecting a White House press briefing a little bit later here this morning into the early afternoon hours with Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. But also you can see here with a live picture out of Maricopa County, Arizona. This has been a tight race, not only for the Senate seat, but also for the governor spot here as well, between the Democratic candidate, Katie Hobbs, and the Republican candidate, Kari Lake. So they are still processing ballots in Maricopa County in Arizona. We'll take you into some more coverage on the midterm elections when we return here in 2 minutes. welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I do have actually two different camera views here at the Maricopa County Elections Department. This one is their webcam showing the ballots still being processed. And then we do also have camera crews. You can see a lot of media set up inside here as well. They've been giving some updates periodically, especially on Tuesday when they had reports of some of those polling locations having some machine issues. It actually came out to be a printing issue. They went around, they were fixing some of those mistakes that were not mistakes that were happening, but the issue that these machines were happening. And even officials in Maricopa County were speaking how these issues weren't changing anyone's vote. It was just a different way that they were going to have to be processing some of those. They also said it was just a bit of a workaround at those sites where it was affecting them. So once again, this is a shot outside. I know our camera team, they're getting set up, and you can see here also that overhead shot. So I like that we have a couple different angles to show that this process is happening. Now, the hand count audit has also begun. That starting yesterday, where Maricopa County had a Republican, Democratic, and also Libertarian Party chairs. They were drawing the races and the ballots that hand count audit boards will review on Saturday. It's definitely an important step when it comes to ensuring the accuracy of these 2022 general election results. So if we do have any of the Maricopa County officials stepping up to that podium, giving us an update on where things are at here today, of course, we'll be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm going to leave up this shot, though, because I'm going to take us out to Georgia. Now, if you recall, yesterday we were talking about how tight that race was for the Senate seat, so tight that it actually is now going to be a runoff election. That's going to take place December 6th for Herschel Walker. He's the Republican who's challenging the current Senate seat holder, and that's Raphael Warnock, the Democrat in Georgia. So we did hear yesterday from our Georgia Secretary of State. He spoke yet again here this morning on results down in the Peach State. Let's go ahead and listen into his remarks from just moments ago.
Thanks for joining us today. Seems like it's just been 24 hours since we did one of these things. Well, you often hear me talk about the machinery of democracy. And so today I'm going to talk about another key element of that machine. Today is about ensuring confidence in the outcome of our elections in Georgia and really across our entire country. Today, as Georgia law requires, I am announcing the statewide contest that will be the subject of the Risk Limiting Audit, or RLA. Now, one thing I want to make clear, what we saw in 2020 looked very different from the process we and the counties will be engaging with in 2022. In 2020, I chose to conduct the RLA on the presidential race. And as you know, the margin on that race was a difference of 0.23%. Because that's such a tight margin, it required a hand tally of all the votes. 100%. But in the hand tally, we saw when the outcome was then measured against the thousands of votes that we had over a 5-day period, it confirmed that the scanners counted accurately. This audit will look a little bit different in that the counties won't have to touch and count each and every single ballot. They will be conducting a batch audit, meaning they will be told to hand count specific but randomly chosen batches in their county. Every county, all 159 of them, will be doing some level of counting their ballots by hand. The law calls for a risk limiting audit of 90% minimum. I am raising that to a 95% risk limit audit. We are working with Voting Works and their Arlo program to coordinate and measure the counts and risk limit achieved. I have Blake Evans, our state election director, here to answer the specific nuts and bolts questions about how the audit will be conducted. The next step, after I let you know the contest that will be the subject of the RLA, will be the next week on Wednesday, November 16th. Another opportunity for y'all to come back, because that's when we're going to publicly roll the dice. Yes, we'll roll 20-sided dice to determine the random numbers to put into the RLA software. Those numbers then start the software on its path to let the counties know which batches they will need to hand count. There is no reason that the counties shouldn't be done with their work by Friday, November 18th. Once the RLA is complete, the state can then move to final certification of the 2020 election. I believe that audits are incredibly important in the process to reinforce the importance and primacy of the paper ballots. Paper ballots are the ultimate security in our election, and that's what we have. In the years ahead, I want to work with the legislature, the state election board, and the counties to increase the number of RLAs we do on elections here in Georgia. Having more RLAs will continue to increase the confidence in our elections. And I am so confident in our systems that I'm ready to let you know which race will be the subject of the statewide RLA this year. It is a race that had the highest margin in 2022, 9.3%. The larger the margin, the easier it will be for the counties to conduct the audit. And that's important because they're going to have an ongoing senatorial runoff race. I know they have a lot on their plate. The race that will be subject of the Georgia 2022 statewide risk limiting audit will be the Secretary of State contest. I believe in transparency and accountability to the voters, and that's why I've chose this race. Before I hand it over to Blake for the description of how the audit will proceed, I did want to thank the county election workers and the voters of Georgia. In counting votes yesterday, we saw that we had the most votes ever cast in a midterm election in 2022. Record turnout. I hope to continue to build on those records and enhance voter confidence in the outcomes of this and future elections here in Georgia. Thanks so much, Blake. Can you come on forward? You can step them through the process. But before I let Blake say anything, I want to give another shout out to our team. I want to give a shout out to Blake. Dr. Jess is back there also. He's his number 2. But I want to give a shout out to our team. But I do want to give a shout out again to the counties, the county elections directors, their support team, the poll workers in Georgia. We had a very successful election from the standpoint of processing. I know that half the candidates are not happy today, and I know the other half are doing cartwheels and handstands because they won their races. But that all was able to happen because you had poll workers that showed up at 6 a.m. to work that long day, county election directors that put in the hard work that they did. And you look at how we had such a smooth election with an average wait time of 2 minutes. You look at the processing time for check-in was 47 seconds. That's their work. That is this man's work. And he can now answer and all your questions you might have because he's going to be in the weeds and with all the nuts and bolts. Come on, Blake. It's all yours.
All right. Good morning, everybody. I'll start by seconding what the Secretary just said. County election officials did a tremendous job. I can't thank my team enough for the job that they did, from Dr. Harris all the way down the line. And also another group to thank are the families of the county election officials that have been having to pull a little extra weight. I know my wife has at home because of all the hours that county election officials are putting in and working. So they did a tremendous job. So our next step is this afternoon, or right after this press conference ends, we're going to start pushing out the county's notifications, letting them know that the Secretary of State's contest has been selected as the contest that will be audited this year. I know many of them are already aware of that because they're monitoring this press conference actively, but we're going to push that information out. The counties will start auditing on next Thursday. They will all start the exact same day. They'll start next Thursday, and we'll also notify them that we really want them to finish auditing the following day on that Friday. So as the Secretary mentioned, the next step of the process, after we do all the notifications, but the next step where we'll be here completing another step in the audit process is the dice rolling. So we'll be using the Arlo system for our risk limiting audit. As part of that system, what counties will do is they will upload what's called ballot manifest into the system. The ballot manifest is a list of every ballot container or every batch of ballots that they have from their audit. So batches from absentee voting, batches from advance voting, batches of ballots from election day, and provisional ballot batches. They'll upload that into the Arlo system, and that will be housed there. Next Wednesday, we'll be back here and we'll start the random selection of the batches that counties will have to audit. That will start with the rolling of 20 10-sided die. 20 10-sided die. And I know, Mark, you've already asked to roll one of the die, so we got one of them reserved for you. But we'll roll that because the Arlo system uses a random generator to be able to select the batches, but in order for that generator to kick off, it needs to have a random number. The best way to do that is to roll die, and that's what we're going to do next Wednesday. So after we do that next Wednesday, counties will be able to access their portal of the Arlo system, and they'll be able to see, okay, here are the batches that we're going to audit as part of this year's audit. Every county, as the Secretary said, every county will have batches of ballots to audit. At a minimum, down to the smallest county, every county will get to audit either an election day batch or an advanced voting batch, and also an absentee batch or a provisional batch. The purpose of doing that, so that every county audits at least 2 batches, is to make sure that every county audits at least one batch that was a ballot marking device or that was marked by a BMD, and another batch that's hand-marked paper. So that was our intent there, is to give a very, very high likelihood that every county is auditing at least one batch that is marked by a BMD and one batch that is on hand-marked paper ballots. Obviously, the larger counties, it'll be a random selection of ballots, so many counties will have more than 2 batches to select. Statewide, we're looking at probably auditing, based on the margin of the contest, somewhere in the neighborhood of 5% to 7% of ballots statewide. This is on par or better than what you see in a lot of other states that conduct audits. I know I've been in other jurisdictions in the past, and typically the way that in other states, typically the way that an audit goes is you have a little bit of time to prepare, and then you're able to conduct the audit in 1 day or less. So what we're going to see this year is much similar to that than as compared to the Herculean effort that we saw in 2020 to hand tally all ballots that were cast in the state. And part of that is the benefit of conducting a risk limiting audit, is the audit scales based on the margin of the contest. So if you have a really tight margin, you have to audit a lot of ballots to have a good sample size. If you have a wider margin, you're auditing fewer ballots. And so again, with the calendar, next Wednesday we'll be back here rolling the dice. On November the 17th, next Thursday, all counties will start auditing in their counties. They'll start auditing their ballots. Counties will put on their county websites, if they have a website, which the vast majority of them do, they'll post the date, time, location of their audit. We encourage the public who want to attend, they are welcome to attend. There will be monitors there from parties. We'll be putting out more information on that. But we do encourage public who are interested, show up at these and watch as election officials hand tally the ballots. We encourage you to show up at the audit in your local county. I don't expect that counties will have any problem based on the amount of ballots they'll have to audit, but to finish next Friday. So that is when we're asking counties to finish. And then from that point, in our office, we'll continue the process of state certification to be able to certify the results of the 2022 general election as soon as we can after that. And so at that point, or at this point, I'll open it up for questions and try to answer any questions that you have. Good question. So what will the audit do? The audit will, with statistical confidence, it will show that the outcome of the election was correct. It will show that the outcome of the election was correct. So, and it will also show that the machines that tabulated the votes worked properly. So here's one of the cool things. After the audit is over, we'll post reports that come out of the Arlo system on our website. For anybody that wants to go see them, they can go and look at them. And what they'll show are the hand tally results from each batch that was audited. And anybody that wants to can look at that hand tally and they can compare it to the outcome of the machine count for that same batch. So you can take those two things, you can compare them together, and I have very high confidence that they'll see that the machines worked properly. And so we want to confirm the outcome of the contest and also show that the machines worked properly. We believe in high integrity elections. I think it's a very honorable thing for the Secretary to choose his own contest because we have a high degree of confidence in it. We want folks to know that we are trustworthy, the machines are trustworthy, the county election officials are trustworthy, and this audit is auditing the machines. So they'll be able to compare the results of the machines to the hand tally for the Secretary of State's contest, and that'll indicate that the machines worked, and from that they'll be able to know that the system work properly.
We are listening in here out of Georgia where officials are speaking about this audit that's going to be taking place. Obviously, they want to double check areas and make sure that all of those votes were correctly counted. Live now from Fox, stepping away for our final 2-minute break of this hour. We'll pick back up in this press conference when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Wanted to pull up this picture. This is a live picture coming to us from Maricopa County, where they are still doing the process of counting those ballots and making sure that they are doing it here very accurately, as there's still a couple races that have yet to be called in the state of Arizona. So once again, different live pictures. This coming to us directly from the Maricopa County Elections Department website. So this video feed showing the inside of the department. It's giving the public some access to the election process. These cameras are all over here in this signature verification room, as early ballot processing rooms in the ballot tabulation center. So these cameras set up. Again, we'll be kind of keeping an eye on these throughout to this day, as this is just one of those races that have yet to be called. And this also something that we've heard already out of California as well. They had a tight mayoral race between Rick Caruso and Karen Bass. That still also has not been called. They did say hopefully they'll be able to do that on Friday. So LA right now without a mayor, and Arizona also still deciding on its governor. So they're going through all of these ballots, trying to get them processed through so that they can officially make their announcement. I do want to show the picture inside of this room as well. You can see media watching the process from the behind these windows. There's a podium set up. That's where we've heard from some of our Maricopa County officials with the elections department. They've been talking about this process ever since they had started doing their early ballots had started to come in, and then even on Tuesday when they had some voting machine issues as well. So this yet another live picture. If we see any more updates coming, as they may have some of them stepping up to the podium, giving us an update. Of course, we'll be on top of this here for you on Live Now from Fox. But I just think it's so cool to see the inside of it. This is something that you can watch anytime, again, on their election department website, as again, right now, they're still conducting ballot processing here in the area of Maricopa County. So thank you again to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Again, just a great view here in Maricopa County. We'll be continuing to talk about this, plus take you back out to that press conference out of Georgia coming up here in just a moment on Live Now from Fox. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We have a couple different camera views up here for you. This all coming to us again from the Maricopa County Elections Department. They are providing live video feeds from inside of their department to the public, where they are again in the middle of their elections process. So these ballots are being processed in rooms and in the ballot tabulation center. So this is very interesting to get to see live, raw, and unfiltered. Definitely fits in with what we do here on Live Now from Fox. I want to also show you that we have multiple different media outlets who are inside of the elections department as well. If there is any press conferences that happen with the officials there in Maricopa County, just as they have been keeping us up to date on where they've been ever since Tuesday when they had some of those voting machine issues. Of course, we'll be jumping into this here for you. But again, just some great live pictures showing this process happening. Now, some people probably wondering, why is it taking so long to get these election results in Arizona? Hundreds of thousands of ballots still need to be counted. So these efforts are continuing on. Some states like Florida, they got their election results so fast. Arizona still has no answer on the most of their top races. So one factor in the speed of counting is just the sheer size of Maricopa County. It is the nation's second largest voting jurisdiction. For this election, 1.3 million ballots were cast in the county. 290,000 early ballots were dropped off on Election Day. The early ballots came in on Election Day itself are known in some places as late earlies, the counting of which has been known to hold up the tabulation. Another factor going into this is the ballot verification process. So we did hear from the former Maricopa County recorder who said when people are told to drop off their early ballot on Election Day, those can't be counted that night. You can't just run them through the machine. They have to be signature checked, scanned first, signature checked, then processed by a bipartisan board before they can be counted. So again, there's definitely a massive increase on the number of early ballots that were cast. Currently, workers are counting ballots that came in over the weekend before Election Day and on that Monday before election. So according to the Maricopa County recorder, he said 100,000 more late earlies were dropped off on Election Day. Were dropped off more than on Election Day back in 2020. So it's the highest number of early ballots turned in on Election Day in the county's history. So we'll be keeping a close eye on these live pictures, and again, also keeping an eye on any of those Maricopa County officials stepping up to the podium and giving us more updates as this process continues on. But I do want to say thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Just a little bit ago on our stream, we were listening in out of Georgia, where they also have had a couple of big pieces come from their election. They do have the Senate race that is now going to be into a runoff race. So that's between the Republican Herschel Walker and the Democratic current seat holder Raphael Warnock. So this is going to be another runoff race that he's facing off against again, and he will be facing off again against Walker on December 6th. So that race for that U.S. Senate seat in Georgia not yet filled. It's going to continue on. Pushing that election process just back a little bit for voters. But just a little bit earlier here this morning, we did have the Georgia State Secretary, along with other election officials out of Georgia. They were speaking about what's going to be happening as they do their election audit. So I do want to finish out that press conference. They were just in the middle of answering some media questions. We're going to bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Yeah, so the question was to explain the process a little bit more about how the count will work. So next Wednesday, we'll do the dice roll. We'll put that 20-digit random number into the Arlo system, and from there, the system will make available to counties the batches of ballots that they'll have to select. All counties will start pulling those batches from secure storage on Thursday. Again, that process will be completely open to the public. Those batches will come out of storage. They'll get checked in to the auditing process. The checking in part is where counties will complete chain of custody paperwork to indicate, okay, this batch is coming out of secure storage. It's being transferred to an audit team that's going to open these ballots. They're going to hand tally these, and they'll use a sort and stack method, which means for the Secretary of State's contest, they'll sort, okay, this ballot's for Secretary Raffensperger, this ballot is for B. Wynn, and they'll go through and they'll sort, and they'll create multiple stacks, and then once they've got their stacks sorted, they'll go through and they'll say, okay, with this batch, there are 250 votes for Secretary Raffensperger, and then they'll go on down the line. After each batch is counted, they will complete, each audit team will complete a batch tally sheet. And then once the county has completed the batch tally sheet, the numbers from that tally sheet will be plugged into the Arlo system as the hand-counted results from that particular batch, and then that process will occur for however many batches that the county has to audit. And then once that has been done across all 159 counties, Arlo will run its algorithm to confirm that we have met the risk limit. So let's say it's a 5% risk limit, which means we want to have at least 95% confidence. What we will get at the end of it is what our actual risk limit was. And so we'll confirm that the outcome of the contest was correct. The correct winner has been indicated as having won. And we'll be able to release also what the actual risk limit was. So just because we're setting the risk limit at 5%, the actual risk limit might actually come out to be 0.2%. And then we can say with 99.8% confidence what the outcome of the audit was. And it might be a little bit less, might be a little bit more, but at a minimum, we're setting the risk limit at 5%. And then at that point, we'll post those reports to our webpage so that anybody can go and they can look at them. We'll post the tally sheets just like we did in 2020. Now, one thing, it might take a little bit of time. So as soon as the audit is complete, we'll have to then start the process of collecting those tally sheets from counties. So it might not be instantaneous that we're able to put all those documents up on our website, but that is something that we want to do for transparency, for integrity. We'll have those documents on the website shortly after the audit. Yeah, so the question was, or the request was to explain why the count from the audit might be slightly different from the machine count. A lot of that's going to be human error. And again, I don't expect to see a lot of that, but we will see a very little bit of discrepancy between the hand count and what the machine shows. A lot of that's going to be because human errors. Humans make mistakes. Machines count ballots much more accurately than humans. And so we will see a little bit of variance because of that human error there also. And it could be that, especially on hand-marked paper ballots, so if you're auditing a hand-marked paper ballot where somebody, maybe they circled a name or something like that, the ballot is going to go to a vote review panel as part of the audit. So if they determine that the voter intent was to apply a vote for candidate A, then that could provide some slight variance also in the result, depending on how that ballot was handled during the actual machine count. It could provide a little bit of variance there. But again, I would expect to have very minimal variance. So I'll let Gabe chime in if he wants to, but the Senate contest is going to a runoff, and so that'll be settled there. The audit is to confirm that the correct winner won, and nobody's won that contest yet. And again, I will reiterate that I think it shows high integrity and our trust in the system to be able to select his own contest. And if people, he's the top election official in the state. I trust him tremendously. People should trust him. And what better way to show the system works than to audit his own contest? That's good. So the question was how the comparison occurs between the hand count and the machine count, and then what happens if the risk limit is not met. So with that, the Arlo system will consume a report from the election management system, which is the election management system holds the machine tallies and tabulations. And so the Arlo system will consume a report from that, and with that report, it will know what the machine count was for each batch that is being audited. And so when the auditors, the audit teams, the counties, then take their hand tallies, put those into Arlo, after all the counties complete, Arlo will compare the results from the hand tally against the results from the machine counts. When that occurs, Arlo will produce to us a report that will show your risk limit was met or your risk limit wasn't met. If the risk limit's not met, then it will continue on to a round 2, and round 2 will mean that we'll notify counties, hey, our risk limit wasn't met, we're going to send you another list of batches to pull and to audit, and then you'll continue the audit. So the audit's not over until Arlo runs its course and shows us that we met the risk limit. Correct. There could be variance between a particular hand tally of a batch and what the machine count shows, and the risk limit could still be met. So counties will be the ones selecting the folks who are going to be on the audit teams. Those folks will have to swear an oath. And I do anticipate, I know that counties have been recruiting people to be on their audit teams because there was always the chance that we were going to have a slim margin and it might have to be a larger count. But I know that a lot of counties, the first group of people that they ask are their poll workers to be able to come in who are already familiar with the process. I anticipate that we'll see a lot of poll workers on audit teams, but counties have discretion over that process to be able to select folks that they think are capable, and then they are able to bring those folks in, train them, and then they swear an oath and go through the process. And with that, one thing to think about also is that counties have until Tuesday to certify the election. That Wednesday is built in there, so I mean, counties can use that day also for training if they want to. Yeah, so the law requires that one contest after every even year general election be audited. And then state election board rule lays out how that contest is selected. And so in that rule, it lays out the criteria that must be met there in order for the contest to be selected.
All right, so Georgia officials here speaking again out of the state capitol, where they are talking about the next steps for the contest for November 8th general election that will be audited pursuant to the risk limiting audit requirement of Georgia law. So this, again, a press conference that happened just a little bit earlier here this morning. We still have those live pictures from inside Maricopa County, where this is inside of the elections department, where they are still counting the votes. So we'll stay on top of this. As I mentioned, we do have our camera crews also inside of the department waiting with that podium in case those Maricopa County officials step out to talk about where they are with this process. And just so our viewers know, coming up here in less than an hour, we're also expecting to hear from Raphael Warnock. He's supposed to be delivering some remarks today as the runoff kicks off in Georgia. Again, he'll be speaking about that runoff election that is going to take place on December 6th. So a lot to still keep track of when it comes to those 2022 elections. Not done yet for the state of Georgia, not done yet for the state of Arizona as they're still counting those ballots. We'll keep some eyes on those live pictures, but I also am going to take us out to some of our news coverage. Our Fox 35 teams giving us some more information on Tropical Storm Nicole. You've been seeing this shaky camera shot out of Tampa Bay. We'll give you some of their coverage, plus the latest updates from the National Hurricane Center and Governor Ron DeSantis, all coming up here on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This was some video from just a little earlier here this morning. You can see a person here trying to push a golf cart through flooded waters before eventually having that golf cart get stuck. This happening in St. Augustine, Florida. This flooding coming from Tropical Storm Nicole. Nicole making landfall actually on Florida's east coast earlier here this morning as a Category 1 hurricane before it was downgraded. So it has brought lots of periods of heavy rain, some high winds, and coastal flooding. It is going to continue to spread across the southeast and up the eastern seaboard through late this week. What I want to do is bring us the very latest from the National Hurricane Center, who gave us an update just a little bit earlier here this morning on the path of Nicole, and they were giving us some more coverage and telling us exactly where this is headed next. We're going to be listening into their very latest update right here for you on Live Now from Fox, and also joining our Fox 35 news teams as they give us a bit more on where things are looking like they're heading. Let's just go ahead and pop up that radar. You can see it has moved across the peninsula of Florida here. It is going to exit into the Gulf before re-entering just a little bit around the Tallahassee area. So as I mentioned, we do have the very latest updates that we want to bring to you here in just a moment. But just real quick, as we're taking a look here at this map from the Fox Forecast Center, they're saying that the latest information on this projected paths, giving some warnings to everyone in these areas. They do see it exiting Florida into the Gulf before re-entering yet again. So they do say that for everyone who is seeing some effects, and that includes all the way up into the Georgia and the Carolinas as well, especially on the coastal lines, they're going to be seeing a huge impact from that flooding, and coastal erosion's been another problem that they've been seeing as well. So let's go ahead and, as I mentioned, bring you that very latest update from the National Hurricane Center to you here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, everybody. This is Mike Brennan at the National Hurricane Center with the Thursday morning update on Tropical Storm Nicole. The center of Nicole is making its way across the Florida Peninsula. It's about 30 miles to the northeast of Tampa right now. You can see here on the radar imagery a large area of rain showers and heavy rain covering much of the central and northern portions of the Florida Peninsula, working into the Florida Panhandle, southeast Georgia, with heavy rain, with rain showers and rain bands moving on up into coastal portions of the Carolinas. I also have a few rotating cells that could produce tornadoes that are starting to form here out over the Atlantic waters. We have a tornado watch in effect for portions of extreme northeast Florida and coastal southeast Georgia, so that's something to be aware of this afternoon. Right now, Nicole has maximum sustained winds of around 50 miles per hour, but it still has that big, broad wind field, as you can see here on our next graphic. The orange area shows the approximate location of the tropical storm force winds that extend outward almost 400 miles away from the center, especially to the north. So we still have tropical storm conditions occurring across much of the Florida East Coast. We have that tropical storm warning from Sebastian Inlet northward all the way to South Santee River, South Carolina. So coastal, central and northern east coast of Florida, coastal Georgia, much of coastal South Carolina. You can see tropical storm conditions through today and into tonight. We also have tropical storm conditions on the Gulf Coast of Florida, from the south of the Tampa Bay region up through the Big Bend and into the Florida Panhandle. And so we have tropical storm warnings in effect for that region as well. We are expecting the center of Nicole to move back out over the extreme northeastern Gulf of Mexico later this afternoon, and then move inland across the Florida Panhandle tonight, and then accelerate northeastward across Georgia and into the southern Appalachians during the day on Friday, where it will eventually merge with an approaching cold front and sort of lose definition. But the rainfall impacts are going to continue northward, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. I do want to hit on the storm surge. This is still an ongoing concern along both the East Coast and the Gulf Coast. We still have a storm surge warning in effect from Sebastian Inlet all the way up to Altamaha Sound. We could see 3 to 5 feet of inundation above ground level. We've seen a lot of pictures of damaging wave action, beach erosion, significant coastal flooding in this region through multiple high tide cycles beginning yesterday, continuing through the night and into this morning. That's going to continue during the day today. That includes portions of the St. Johns River inland upstream from Jacksonville, where could again see inundation of 3 to 5 feet above ground level. North of Altamaha Sound, places like Savannah and Charleston could see 2 to 4 feet of inundation, with a possible 1 to 2 feet of inundation up into the coastal southern North Carolina coast. Now, on the Gulf Coast, we also have a storm surge warning in effect from Anclote River to Ocklawahnee River. And as the center of Nicole moves back out over the Gulf, that westerly and southwesterly wind is going to pile water into this Big Bend region of Florida, which is very sensitive to storm surge. And we could see inundation there of 3 to 5 feet above ground level. So folks in those areas, just because Nicole's mostly been focused on the east coast of Florida, don't let your guard down. We could see some life-threatening inundation from storm surge here along the Gulf Coast. So be ready to take action and move to higher ground if water begins to move into your area. Now, the other big effect from Nicole is going to be the rainfall. We could see the heaviest rainfall today is going to be focused in central and northern Florida, the Florida Panhandle, southern Georgia, coastal South Carolina, where we could see widespread amounts of 2 to 3 inches. We could see storm total amounts in parts of the Florida Peninsula as high as 8 inches. And this rainfall, the greatest chance of flash flooding today is going to be from central Florida up through places like Jacksonville, Savannah, southern Georgia, up into the Charleston, South Carolina area. Now, as Nicole moves northward overnight tonight and into Friday and Saturday, and that moisture is pulled up along the approaching cold front, we're going to see a widespread heavy rainfall event all the way from the southern Appalachians up through the mid-Atlantic states and into portions of the interior Northeast and the Ohio Valley. We could see rainfall amounts as high as 6 inches in portions of the Blue Ridge Mountains, where the moisture is going to be pushed up against the higher terrain here, especially in portions of western North Carolina and central and western Virginia. And that is again going to lead to a widespread risk of scattered flash flooding across western North Carolina, western Virginia, much of West Virginia, and up into the Ohio Valley, much of Pennsylvania, and interior portions of New York State. So don't let your guard down. Be on the alert for potential flash flooding through today, into tonight, and into tomorrow, all the way up through portions of the East Coast. I do want to talk about the tornado potential. I briefly mentioned there's a tornado watch in effect right now for portions of northeast Florida and coastal Georgia. That risk of tornadoes today extends up through tomorrow morning into portions of coastal South Carolina, southeast North Carolina, and then from Friday into Saturday morning is more focused in eastern portions of North Carolina and coastal and central and eastern, southeastern Virginia, Hampton Roads, southern portions of the Delmarva Peninsula. So tornadoes associated with tropical storms often form very quickly. There's not necessarily a lot of lead time or notice, so be on the alert, especially if you're under a tornado watch, to take action very quickly if a tornado warning is issued for your area, because it could develop very fast. I do want to touch on the inland wind aspects of this storm. We talked about the widespread wind field. There are tropical storm warnings in effect for much of the central and northern Florida peninsula, southern Georgia, coastal South Carolina, and coastal Georgia, and parts of the Florida Panhandle. We're seeing reports from where Nicole's core came on shore of pretty significant power outages in portions of east central Florida. We could certainly see scattered power outages elsewhere in the state. And I do want to touch on generator safety. We lose a lot of people after tropical storms and hurricanes from improper generator use. Please know and use your generator safely. Follow the instructions. Never operate a generator inside your home or garage or any other enclosed space where people are. It needs to be properly vented. We can lose a lot of people after storms in these types of accidents. So please stay safe and be in your safe place today, especially in those areas under watches and under warnings in the Florida Peninsula, and be on the lookout for that flash flooding moving on up the East Coast, potentially through tomorrow and into early Saturday. So this is Mike Brennan at the National Hurricane Center with the latest on Tropical Storm Nicole. Stay tuned for more updates through the rest of the week.
And thank you so much to them for keeping us all up to date on the very latest. Again, a live picture here of the radar. We're going to continue with a bit more of this tropical storm coverage with Governor Ron DeSantis when we return here on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look here at the radars. You can see Tropical Storm Nicole almost making its way across the entire peninsula here of Florida before making its way into the Gulf Coast and then moving northward up along the East Coast. So it is bringing a lot of vicious winds and some storm surge as well. We have been hearing also reports of possibly 2 people killed from downed power lines and from this storm. So we want to continue to give you the very latest updates. Going to take you out to the very latest with Governor Ron DeSantis as he and his teams were trying to prepare the residents for this tropical storm.
As of 10 a.m., it was located roughly 50 miles west of Orlando, and it was moving west-northwest at 16 miles per hour. Nicole still a tropical storm with maximum sustained winds of 50 miles per hour. The storm made landfall overnight as a Category 1 hurricane just south of Vero Beach and is continuing to move through the state. The most recent track shows it exiting the Florida peninsula into the Gulf of Mexico and then re-entering Florida in the Big Bend region. Now, the wind from the storm is still very large, and the impact stretched far beyond the center track, with much of the state already experiencing tropical storm force winds. Winds have been the main concern with Nicole, but we've also seen heavy rains that have resulted in 3 to 5 foot of storm surge in some areas. We've also seen potential flash flooding. Impacts have been basically what's been expected. You do have downed trees, you have power lines, you have some road washouts. Combined winds and storm surge. We've seen beach erosion, especially in areas that had already seen erosion from Hurricane Ian. And these are places like Brevard, Volusia, Flagler, and St. Johns counties. After the storm, there will be likely be flooding in some areas, so make sure to avoid floodwaters as they may be down power lines and other hazards. This morning, more than 50 counties were under tropical storm warnings, and that number will continue to go down as the storm moves across the state. We're ready, and we have resources to respond to whatever post-storm needs may arise. And I declared a state of emergency on Monday for 34 counties so that they had ample time to prepare for the storm. This morning, as an abundance of caution, we've expanded that to all counties just simply because we're not sure the extent of the impacts in Northwest Florida in particular. Kevin and his team have been in constant communication with utility providers. We now have 333,000 accounts without power. That's 2.98% of the state, 23.3% out in Brevard, 16.6% in Indian River, and then Volusia, Seminole, Putnam, and Orange, all smaller percentages than that. But there are 17,000 linemen staged to immediately begin power restoration efforts as soon as it's safe to do so. And certainly as you get into places like the Martin, St. Lucie area, people have been working in those areas and will continue to go in as it's safe in other parts of the state. We had activated 600 National Guardsmen, have 7 urban search and rescue teams on standby, are ready to respond as soon as the weather clears. We also have FWC's high water vehicles ready to assist in response efforts should that be needed. We have 250 Florida Department of Transportation crews that are ready to deploy and begin damage assessment, bridge inspections, and cut and toss operations to clear roadways as is necessary. 61 school districts are closed for today, and of course schools are closed tomorrow for Veterans Day. If you an updated list for that, you can go to FLDOE.org, FLDOE.org. I want to thank Kevin and everybody for working hard. This is obviously not as significant a storm as Hurricane Ian was, but coming on the heels of that, you're seeing communities, particularly in the Volusia County area, where you had a lot of that erosion on the coastline. You know, this has put some of those structures in jeopardy, and they've been working very hard to make sure everybody's safe. So I want to thank everyone for their efforts there, and we'll hear from Kevin with further updates.
Thank you, Governor. I appreciate your involvement and appreciate your leadership in helping us to respond to this event. The men and women behind me get all the credit on that floor. They've been working for 48 days straight, and they continue to respond to what Floridians need most, and that is our help. Tropical storm conditions are ongoing across the Florida Peninsula and will expand into the Big Bend and Eastern Panhandle this afternoon. There remains a risk for severe weather, including isolated tornadoes embedded within Nicole's outer rain bands. The latest one that we had was just about 2 hours ago in St. Johns County. If you get a weather alert for a tornado, stay in the most interior room of your home and protect your head and body from debris with either a blanket, sleeping bag mattress, or any type of helmet. Dangerous beach conditions will continue along the East Coast as a result of elevated tides and lingering wave heights of 8 to 16 feet along the Atlantic coast. Elevated tides, ocean swells, and strong winds will push water into the St. Johns River, leading to flooding along the river. The St. Johns River right now at Astor is back into major flood stage. This morning we do have Fish and Wildlife Commission boats on standby in the area, as well as urban search and rescue swift water teams to assist if there should be a need for a rescue. This storm is very large. Even if the eye has passed over your area, it may still be unsafe to go outside due to the heavy winds, flash flooding, and isolated tornadoes. If there are flash flood warnings in your area, remember it is never safe to walk or drive through flooded waters. I continue to urge Floridians to stay indoors in a safe structure and away from the coastline at this time. If you lose power, please use generators safely. We continue to have disaster deaths related to generators. Remember, keep those generators outside and 20 feet away from the house. Never operate those generators indoors. You must give a generator 20 minutes of cool down time before refueling. Avoid electrocution by keeping the generators dry. After the storm is gone, there will likely be large items of debris through impacted areas, especially along the coastline. Do not try to remove the large debris without assistance. There are volunteer groups that will be able to help you. Don't overexert yourself and put yourself into a risky situation. Additionally, do not touch or drive over down power lines or stay in areas of standing water. This can cause deadly electrocution. If you see exposed fiber optic lines or any wires for that matter, do not cut them. You can text, make a cell phone call, or use social media to report these lines that are exposed. The Florida Division of Emergency Management continues to coordinate with utility companies, as the governor has stated, to ensure crews are prepared to respond and restore power. Those crews are out now. They are moving up from the Palm Beach area into areas like Martin County and St. Lucie County to restore power. FDM liaisons have been deployed to support the following counties at their request: Orange County, Lake County, Seminole, Martin, Volusia, Brevard, Indian River, and St. Lucie. If you have questions about the status of the storm, please continue to contact our State Assistance Information Line or the SAIL line at 1-800-342-3557. For any more emergency information regarding Tropical Storm Nicole, all of that information is available on floridadisaster.org/Nicole. It's also available on the division's Facebook and on our Twitter page at FLSERT or at FLCERT. Thank you, Governor.
Okay. All right. Thanks. If we need any more updates, we'll be back.
All right, so back out live here to this shot out of Tampa Bay. You can see just how windy it is in some of these areas. As I had mentioned before, we do have some sad news to bring to you from Orange County Sheriff's. They just tweeted this out earlier here this morning saying, "We hate to bring you this tragic news, but 2 people are dead after they were electrocuted by a downed power line." So they want to remind everyone not to touch those downed power lines, and especially in some of these flooded waters, you might not be able to see certain different debris that could be hidden in the water. Some of these sewer drainage systems that might be trying to suck some water down, you could accidentally be involved in one of those. So it is very dangerous to be out about during this time when Nicole is bringing so many different pieces of destruction here to the area of Florida. Live now from Fox, we're going to step away for another brief 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll join in with some of our Fox 35 team. But also, we do have a couple other press conferences we're waiting on across the country. We'll tell you more about those coming up here in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A couple different live pictures I wanted to show to all of our viewers watching here with us. So we do have coming up here in the next hour a White House press briefing that is scheduled to take place. But at the top of the hour, you can see there a sign for Raphael Warnock. He is expected to be making some remarks. Now, we told you just earlier here today that the Georgia runoff election, well, it's going to continue on for that race for the U.S. Senate seat. So this, again, is going to be another election that they'll have to continue on with. So it's in the U.S. Senate race in Georgia between Democratic incumbent Raphael Warnock and the Republican challenger Herschel Walker. So that, again, will take place on December 6th. You can see that we have a press conference that's getting set up. Again, that's supposed to be coming to us here at the top of the hour. Also have a live picture of our stock exchange. Look how well we are doing here today, up more than 830 points in the green. Yesterday we saw it in the red. So each and every single day, it's always very fluid and changing. We'll see how it continues to react to the election results here today. So those will be some events we'll keep an eye on here coming up a little bit later. But since we do have quite a few different team members with our Fox 35 team working out on the road, they are keeping track of Nicole as it is still bringing a lot of heavy rain and winds all across the state of Florida. I want to take you back into some of their coverage. They have some team members who are out in some of these spots where they've seen some houses who are right along the shoreline. They've started to collapse. There's even been some warnings for more residents along the way that this could potentially continue to happen. So let's go ahead and bring you back out to some of their coverage with our Fox 35 teams. We appreciate them keeping everyone aware and up to date on what is happening as they track Nicole. Let's go ahead and get into some of their coverage here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Coming out of Daytona Beach Shore. So we want to give you an idea of what we're talking about here with this compromised building. It's called Tower Grande. It is right across from the Congo River Golf Complex there in Daytona Beach Shores. And you can see some of the photos of what we were talking about, why they wanted to evacuate the building, because there is concern that it might be unsafe because the seawall just looks bad. Yeah.
And, you know, this is something they were warning about in Volusia County in the days leading up to this storm, that there was a possibility of these buildings collapsing because of erosion. And now that is a real concern. And for that reason, deputies have gone door to door. We also saw pictures of the sheriff inside that building telling folks to evacuate. And Amy, you had pointed out someone was on the treadmill right behind him thinking, hey, we have electricity, so we're fine. But as you can see from the pictures, they're not fine. And there is a real concern about the fact that that building, as we can see, part of the wall there collapsing. And they were talking about the dunes, too. It's the dunes that were already compromised because of Hurricane Ian.
And the way this works is that you've seen probably from some of our Wilbur by the Seas pictures is that what happens is it starts to erode under the building. And that, of course, is what could potentially cause the building or the house to tip over. That's what you don't want to happen.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And so Nestor was telling us from the scene, though, that everything is pretty orderly, that folks are evacuating and finding different places to go, which is a good thing because, of course, we don't want to see the worst happen there.
Right. And this is one of many buildings that had to be evacuated. We've seen that up and down the Volusia County coastline starting last night. This building was okay last night, but then, of course, today they had to evacuate.
And that's really going to be what we see throughout the day is they're going to be assessing these buildings along the water to make sure that they are safe for people to return to for those that are evacuated. I know last night they said about a dozen buildings at least is what they were looking at to evacuate because of the concern of this right now, what we're seeing right there on your screen. Another concern that we've been talking about too is electricity and down power lines. And we got a sad update today from the Orange County Sheriff's Department. 2 people died after being electrocuted by a power line that fell. This happened in the Conway section. Deputies say they have found a man who was electrocuted to death after getting out of his car. The sheriff's office says a woman was taken to the hospital where she also died. Deputies are urging everyone to be very careful while out in the days after the storm and to never touch a down power line. And Amy, we were talking about this. It appears they drove into this area and got out of the car.
Right. Thinking like, oh, we'll move this out of the way to keep it safe for somebody else, probably having no idea it was live. But what we've been told is you always assume that those wires are live. And sadly, 2 people lost their lives. Those would be, as far as we know, the first two deaths attributed to this tropical storm once Hurricane Nicole. So really unfortunate to see that.
And you know, the concern too is even though the weather is moving along, we hear about these deaths after the weather has moved on. So this is always a concern. And of course, when you see down power lines, don't touch them. Always assume that they're live because of a situation like this that could happen. And of course, it's the worst
to hear.
Yeah, heartbreaking. We do know at least 330,000 people in the state of Florida still without power. Hopefully that'll be turning around. We do want to check back in with our storm team. We've got Jamie King, the chief, and Allison Gargaro, who have been just doing incredible work all morning long, now into the afternoon, you guys. Thank you.
Well, we do it for the people, for our viewers, and we hope that, everyone's dependent on us and can rely on us, trust us. We want the best for you, and that's how we operate here at Fox 35 in the Storm Center.
We really do. We truly mean it when we say that you can depend on us, that we are going to be here bringing you the latest updates as soon as you can have them, and on social media as well. I know that's a big area where people are starting to get some of their updates.
Absolutely, absolutely. Allison, I do want to touch on the warnings that are still in play now. Tropical storm. We believe a lot of these are going to start to slowly fall off as we start to lose these gusts that have been going into the 39-mile-per-hour range. That's that threshold where you reach tropical storm force, right? So we got to keep everyone protected and safe. So the National Weather Service has left these warnings in play until further notice. But we have seen a marked change in rain now. It's very, very drying in this area right now, with improvements as we head on in through the 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock time frame. I've had some inquiries about the northwestern counties, and for y'all up that way, it's about 3 to 5 p.m. They're in that yellow zone there where we start to see conditions getting a little bit better. Is it still going to be windy? You bet. Is there going to be some rain? Yeah, but it is going to be a lot tamer than it has been. And as we take a look at the forecast modeling, you can see that spins on off. That's the Cole's signature counterclockwise wrap. Winds are also going to start to ease a little bit more. They'll shift more southerly here as we get a bit deeper into the day, and that should help to draw and drag in some dry air, Allison, that's down across the southern peninsula right now. So in terms of drying rain opportunity, yeah, that's going down, but as we've been looking at, and you've been doing a great job showing the sustained winds and the gusts, still they're at that threshold of 39 miles per hour. We have to leave the warnings up in that type of scenario.
Yeah, which is totally fair, because we do want people to know that we still could be seeing some very strong wind gusts at time. Even though the rain might have cleared in your neighborhood, doesn't necessarily mean that the winds have yet. But I do want to take you out to current power outages. We now have 3 counties with anywhere from 10,000 to 50,000 customers without power, and Brevard County is in the orange range. So we're looking at 76,000 customers without power there. Taking a look at that as a percentage, 23% of the county now without that, with the power loss, and we've been seeing that because of all the rain and the winds. A live look at our Launch Credit Union Port Canaveral camera. It's going in and out, but you can see that some of these awnings are flapping in the wind because winds are still strong. Take a look at current sustained winds right now, 36 miles per hour in Titusville, Orlando, Sanford, as well as Claremont, and gusts are even higher than that. It looks like the strongest wind gust that is reported within the last few minutes, Palm Coast at 56 miles per hour. And if you do live along the Big Bend region here, Cedar Key included, the center of circulation just off your east coast, so likely going to be seeing an increase in those winds and the chance, Jamie, for a few more of those showers as all of that continues up to the north as we head into out the evening hours today.
Yeah, clearly here on the high resolution modeling, you can see those showers just kind of whacking Chiefland and Cedar Key into Gainesville, Ocala. So again, we got our eyes on it here for you. Going to continue to update you from the Fox 35 Storm Center. That's all for now here at 12:36 on this Thursday afternoon. Back to you now on the desk.
Thank you, Jamie and Allison. And we're just getting word too that other buildings are being evacuated right near where Nestor was.
Right, the Tower Grande condos. Again, this is in Daytona Beach Shores, which makes sense, Ray, right? Because you think about all of those buildings are experiencing the same conditions along the beach.
Same area, same seawall, and that's a concern. The seawall, the parts of the seawall are starting to collapse because of the dunes, as you explained, already eroded due to Hurricane Ian. So the situation is worsening as the storm is moving through our area. Another issue, flooding. The water is getting higher in parts of Port Orange. Fox 35's Matt Trezza actually had to head to higher ground because it was getting that dangerous.
So he filed this report just before he left.
So this is the scene here in Port Orange. You can see that we've got the Halifax River overflowing its banks, coming across Halifax Drive, which is where those palm trees are, and then into homes and businesses that are along the area here. You can see the water is just continuing to get higher and higher. This is an apartment complex here, 2-story building. You can see the gentleman walking through the parking lot and how high it is, and it's going into the different homes that are on the lower floor here. A lot of the people who live in this apartment complex have gone up to the upper floor, hanging out on the balcony just because they need to get out of their swamp homes. Now, it looks like some of the people, had made preparations for this. They have sandbags that are up against their doors, cinder blocks that have been up against tarps against their doors. But other people, they haven't made any. A lot of this, may not have been anticipated by the people who live here. There is a dock that is part of the property here, and it's just kind of like off onto the side. That chair that you can see out there is bolted to the ground, so that's still staying put, but that just may up and float away. Now, fortunately, as far as vehicles go, there were parking spaces here in front of the apartment complex, but those folks have moved all their cars onto the other side here, and this way they're on higher ground, and this way, if the water comes even higher, they're going to be protected. This is brackish water from the river. It's got a lot of salt in it, so that can do some major damage to vehicles if they hang out in this area. The restaurant there, Aunt Catfish, is on the river. We talked with the chef, who said, fortunately, everything inside is in pretty good shape. The inside of the building is a lot higher than the surrounding property, and so they feel that they hope they can even be ready to serve tomorrow. But for now, obviously, the area is closed. They're only concerned about the surrounding property there. But that's what the people here are dealing with. It's going to take them a long time to clear out from this and to get back on their feet. But certainly these folks are heavily impacted by these floodwaters now that Nicole is passing through the area, and it's just a matter of time just to see what the recovery looks like here in this community. In Port Orange, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
And thank you to our entire Fox 35 team for continuing on with coverage of Nicole as it makes its way across the state. We are going to be headed into some of these other press conferences as soon as they kick off. Going to send some of our viewers out to our final 2-minute break of this hour, continuing to listen in to our Fox 35 coverage until we see the White House briefing or Senator Warnock's event start.
Improving, at least in Orange County.
That is a good sign, especially for folks who are here on vacation. Can you imagine what a damper this has put on their vacation? Universal Orlando says it plans to have a phased opening today as well, but they have not provided details yet on what that will look like. Be sure to download the Fox 35 News app, and we will be posting all of the updates on the theme parks as soon as we hear them. As a side note, the airport is still closed.
So people are not coming in right now. Precautions are in place at SeaWorld to make sure the park's animals stay safe during this weather, of course. The park says it plans to reopen tomorrow. Customers who bought tickets for Wednesday and Thursday will be able to use them really any day through the rest of the year. So that is some good news. The money's not lost there.
And no word yet on when OIA will resume their flights, but airport officials say operations are still halted. What they're telling people really is to check with your airline, right? That's the best way to know. Sanford, Daytona Beach, Melbourne airports also closed during the storm. As soon as we get changes in any of that, of course, we will bring it to you. What happened with Ian is that in many cases around the airport, there was some flooding or some dangerous getting to the airport, so they wanted to make sure everything was good before they opened things back up.
Exactly. So we will keep an eye on when they do plan, because a lot of people who came here for vacation are wondering when they can get home, and vice versa. Those trying to get here to vacation want to get here.
Well, we continue to track a breaking situation in Volusia County. People leaving their condos, being told they have to leave because Nicole washed away the seawalls and the dunes outside.
So we will go out there as soon as we can, but right now we want to show you a live look from the Hard Rock Hotel in Daytona Beach. The condos we're talking about are south of this area in Daytona Beach, shores on South Atlantic Avenue, I believe. We have crews on the scene. We're wiping that camera because the rain continues to fall in that area, and we're working to get more information for you. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
And thank you again to our Fox 35 teams. They have been out all morning long, especially ever since the tropical storm hit at a Category 1 hurricane along the east coast of Florida. It's now made its way across the peninsula, and it's going to continue to bring these effects of flooding as well as rain to much of the area. You can see here we are waiting on a press conference out of the White House. This will be with Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. She was expected to start this press conference just a little bit earlier. So this, again, a live picture of the White House press briefing. Once this does begin, we'll take you into it, especially since President Biden, he's going to be traveling around for a long period of time, starting today, where he's going to be joining others at the COP, and then he'll be headed to the G7 conference as well. So a lot to come here in the White House press briefing. Also, the first time we're going to be hearing from her since these election results have started to come in. We just heard from President Biden himself yesterday. He was speaking speaking about how Democrats did have a good night on Tuesday night. So we'll hear what Karine Jean-Pierre has to say about the future for Democrats. One question President Biden was asked was what he is considering when it comes to the 2024 presidential election. He said as of right now, he does plan on running. He did say he's going to take some time to make that decision in final, though. So we'll keep a close eye on this. Just as we're also keeping a close eye in Georgia, where we are going to be hearing from Raphael Warnock. He is now facing a runoff election against the Republican opponent, and that is Herschel Walker. So again, neither candidate surpassing the 50% threshold. So that means it's going to go into a runoff election. It will take place on December 6th. Walker, a celebrity athlete turned politician, had offered his supporters an optimistic view at his campaign's election night party. And now we're going to hear from Warnock here coming up shortly here on Live Now from Fox. But we've also been keeping our viewers up to date on the tropical storm. Again, here's a live picture of the radar. You can see it is just making its way out of the mainland before entering the Gulf of Mexico. It will then make its way northward, so it will be bringing a lot more rain and flooding along those East Coast states as well. So let's go ahead and continue to bring you into some of their coverage. I'm going to take us into that, and then as soon as we do see Karine stepping out to the White House press briefing, that's something we're going to take for you in full here on Live Now from Fox. And while I still have all of our viewers listening in here, I do want to just re-show our viewers that live ballot counting that is happening in the state of Arizona. So this is some live pictures coming to us from Maricopa County Elections Department. Yes, they're still counting ballots. They have a lot to be processed still. So some big races in Arizona not yet called. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this shot, plus the White House press briefing shot. It looks like even more media members starting to file into the room. As soon as we see Karine step in and step up to the podium, this will be something we'll head into right here for you. Live run unfiltered here on Live Now. So let's go ahead, take you back out to our Fox 35 news coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole. They have their teams all around the area giving us the very latest updates.
Seeing the worst impacts along the coast, but the wind has been howling in Orange and Seminole County too, causing some power outages, of course. Well, Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie is live next to Lake Monroe in Sanford.
Yeah, poor thing. She has not had one chance to dry out yet, and it looks like it's at least.
And there we have Karine stepping up to the podium. She does have Jake Sullivan also with her in this press briefing. Let's go ahead and listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
At Howard University, the president will thank staff, volunteers, and everyone who helped ensure everyone could make their voices heard in the midterm election. As you heard him say yesterday, the president, with their votes, the American people have spoken and proven once again that democracy is who we are. And while we don't know all the results just yet, we do know that states across the country saw record voter turnout. And voters also spoke clearly about their concerns, from fighting inflation to addressing crime to protecting our democracy and the right to choose. These are issues the president has been laser focused on from day one, and it will remain top priorities for him. And as he said yesterday as well, no matter what the final tally in all these races will be, he is prepared to work across the aisle to deliver for the American people. That's what people want, and that's what the American people deserve. With that, I will turn it over to my colleague, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who is going to talk through the president's upcoming travels. Jake?
What's happened to you?
It's been a long couple of days, my friend. Go ahead, Jake.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll take a few minutes to walk through the trip over the next several days, and then I'll be happy to take your questions. And I would just ask for your patience because there's quite a bit to get through given an action-packed schedule that the president has across 3 stops over a week. Before I get into the president's travel across North Africa and Asia, I want to provide a brief update on our efforts to ensure Ukraine has what it needs to defend itself. Today, the United States will be announcing another package of security assistance for Ukraine, including important air defense contributions like missiles for Hawk air defense systems, as well as 4 U.S. Avenger air defense systems that come equipped with Stinger missiles. This equipment will complement other air defense contributions announced by our allies and partners in the context of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group that Secretary Austin chairs. When I was in Kyiv last week, I had the chance to consult directly with President Zelensky and his team on the ground about what Ukraine needs to be in the strongest position possible on the battlefield. This increased air defense will be critical for Ukraine as Russia continues to use cruise missiles and Iranian-made drones to attack critical civilian infrastructure. With that, let me turn to the trip. As you all know, tonight the President departs for Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, where tomorrow he will participate in the COP27 climate conference and hold a bilateral meeting with President el-Sisi. The President heads to COP27 with historic momentum on climate, thanks to the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act and other significant steps that put us on an enduring path towards meeting our ambitions and clean energy goals. While he's on the ground, he'll speak to his personal commitment to addressing the climate crisis. He'll highlight some of the progress the United States has made, both here at home and in rallying action on climate around the world. And he'll underscore the need to go further, faster, to help the most vulnerable communities build their resilience without losing sight of the need for the world, and particularly for the major economies, to cut emissions drastically in this decisive decade. While in Egypt, President Biden will also meet with President el-Sisi, as I mentioned, to discuss a number of critical regional and bilateral issues following on his visit to the Middle East earlier this year, where he also had an opportunity to sit with President el-Sisi. On Saturday, he'll arrive in Cambodia and attend the U.S.-ASEAN summit. He'll reaffirm the United States' strong support for ASEAN centrality and build on the achievements of the historic U.S.-ASEAN Special Summit that was held in Washington, D.C. earlier this year. He will also hold a bilateral meeting with 2022 ASEAN Chair, the Prime Minister of Cambodia, Hun Sen. On Sunday in Cambodia, he will participate in the East Asia Summit. He will underscore U.S. support for the ASEAN-led regional architecture in the Indo-Pacific and discuss opportunities to ensure a free and open Indo-Pacific that is more connected, more prosperous, more secure, and more resilient. He'll also hold bilateral and trilateral meetings with the Prime Minister of Japan and the President of Korea, in light of the continuing nuclear and missile threats posed by the DPRK, as well as growing alignment among our countries in promoting peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region. On Monday, President Biden will be in Bali, Indonesia, where he will hold a bilateral meeting with Indonesian President Joko Widodo. He will thank President Widodo for his leadership, his chairmanship of the G20, and highlight the growing importance of the U.S.-Indonesia strategic partnership. Later in the day on Monday, President Biden will hold a bilateral meeting with President Xi Jinping of China. This is the first time that President Biden and President Xi will have this is the first time that they will meet face-to-face since President Biden became president. President Biden has made it a priority to keep lines of communication open with President Xi, to responsibly manage the competition between our two countries, and he believes there is no more important channel than that between the leaders of the United States and China. From day one of the Biden administration, our approach to the PRC has followed the same fundamentals. Invest in the foundations of our strength here at home, align our efforts with a network of allies and partners, and compete responsibly to defend and advance our interests and those of like-minded nations. The meeting between President Biden and President Xi will be an in-depth and substantive opportunity to better understand one another's priorities and intentions, to address differences, and to identify areas where we can work together. Because working together to address common problems is in our interest, and because it is what the world expects of responsible powers. On Tuesday and Wednesday, the President will attend the G20 summit, where he'll focus on a range of pressing global economic challenges, especially for emerging and vulnerable economies, including energy security and the clean energy transition, food security, debt relief for low and middle-income countries, multilateral development bank reform, and the launch of a pandemic preparedness fund. He will also rally like-minded nations to speak out forcefully against Russia's illegal invasion and illegal war in Ukraine, which has exacerbated many of these challenges. President Biden will join with fellow G7 and G20 leaders to host an event on the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, PGII, where the U.S. and other partners will announce a series of high-impact infrastructure projects across the developing world. The President will have the opportunity to hold a number of other bilateral meetings on the margins of the G20, and will announce those in due course. Among others, we expect that he'll have the chance to sit for the first time with the prime ministers of both the United Kingdom and Italy, the new prime ministers who have both recently taken office. This trip comes at an important moment, and President Biden heads off with the wind at his back. The United States has helped rally the world to oppose Russian aggression in Ukraine. We have built a strong foundation of engagement with allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific. We've launched impactful new initiatives in the Indo-Pacific, including PGII and the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. We're leading collective efforts on climate, health, food, and energy security. And we've made far-reaching foundational investments in our industrial and innovation base and in modernizing our infrastructure here at home. So we believe that we are in a strong position to both navigate competition and to work with partners to solve the great challenges of our time. That's what President Biden intends to do on this trip, and thank you all for your patience and look forward to answering your questions. Yes?
Thanks, Jake. In the briefing we had earlier about the Xi meeting, there was a mention of some proposals on areas where there could be some collaboration. Was that specifically regarding tariffs and trade negotiations, and will there be any progress on that?
I don't think you should look at this meeting as one in which there's going to be specific deliverables announced. Rather, the two leaders are going to give direction to their teams to work on a number of areas, both areas where we have differences and areas where we can work together. That will include direction to the economic teams to address our concerns about Chinese economic practices and to deal with some of the underlying differences of view and perspective on economic matters. It will also involve giving direction to try to work on issues on which we do have common interest, whether it's health, counter-narcotics, climate, or other areas. Yeah.
So two-part question on the Asia trip. First off, what impact does the midterm elections have on the president's ability to deliver on American commitments overseas? And secondly, now that Xi is through the Congress in China, does that affect his willingness to work with the United States or embolden him to conflict with the United States more? What impact do you think that could have?
So first, when it comes to the president leaving after the results on Tuesday and the incoming results that continue to flow in, he feels very good about where things stand, and he feels like he is going out on this trip with the wind very much at his back. And that gives him an excellent opportunity both to deal with competitors from a strong position and to rally allies. And as far as the continuing support of the United States for critical foreign policy initiatives, the President was clear yesterday, and he will be very clear on the trip that there will be strong, enduring, unflagging, unwavering support for Ukraine in the face of Russia's aggression. There is a bipartisan basis and foundation to our approach to China, and he looks forward to working with both parties on that issue, whatever the final composition of the two houses of Congress are. But in general, he goes out on this trip feeling like the results from Tuesday show that the American people are sending him out onto the world stage in a very strong position.
On the China issue, what impact does Xi's new term in the Communist Congress, what impact does that have on their willingness to work with the U.S., do you think?
That remains to be seen, and part of what the President is eager to determine is in a face-to-face meeting where for the first time since he's come into office, President Biden has come into the presidency, he will get to sit in the same room with Xi Jinping, be direct and straightforward with him as he always is, and expect the same in return from Xi, and then he can make his judgments on that basis about how to take things forward. That's why this meeting is extremely important. There just is no substitute for this kind of leader-to-leader communication in navigating and managing such a consequential relationship. Yeah.
Jake, thanks so much for doing the briefing. I want to ask you about Brittany Griner and then President Putin more broadly, but she's been moved to a penal colony and apparently hasn't been seen for 6 days. What can you tell us about her condition? When is the last time U.S. officials had any type of update on her condition? And what is your level of optimism that now that we are past the midterms, President Putin will be more potentially serious about negotiating her release?
So I have to protect the confidentiality of our dealings with her family and some of our consular dealings with Russian officials, but I will tell you on a daily basis our embassy in Moscow is focused on ensuring that they are on top of Brittany Griner's condition, location, and how the Russian government is treating her. She is being held unjustly. She should be released immediately. We have made that clear to our Russian counterparts, and we have put forward a series of proposals over the last several months for how we could resolve her case as well as the case of Paul Whelan to bring them both home. So far, the Russians have not shown a willingness to engage in that back and forth to produce a result. As President Biden said yesterday, we are hopeful that we can renew that dialogue and find a way to get these cases resolved and to get both Brittany and Paul home. I can't handicap it. I can't give you any predictions. All I can tell you is President Biden is personally engaged on this. I am personally engaged on this. We are dealing with the Russians at very senior levels, and our diplomats on the ground are working overtime to ensure that they are staying in close touch with their Russian counterparts on her case.
And I know President Biden got a version of this yesterday, but if you could just help us understand this moment right now and what it means. The fact that Russia has pulled out of Kherson, is the U.S. encouraging Ukraine to now start peace talks with Russia? Is there any sense that that might actually happen? And does it lower your concern or does it impact your concern at all about Putin's potential use of a nuclear weapon?
So first, this is a significant military milestone for the Ukrainians if in fact it happens that Russia follows through and withdraws to the far side of the Dnieper River. Of course, we're going to watch actions and not just announcements to see what actually unfolds. But if this does come to pass, that will mean in the Battle of Kyiv, in the Battle of Kherson, in the Battle of Kharkiv, the Ukrainians will have prevailed against an invading, marauding force that conducted an illegal war in their country. But of course, it's not the end of the war, because Russia continues to occupy parts of Ukrainian territory. We are continuing to support the Ukrainians in their effort to defend their sovereignty and territorial integrity. And as the president said yesterday, we're guided by a very simple principle: nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. It is ultimately up to Ukraine to make determinations about its diplomatic course. It is our job to put them in the best position on the battlefield so that when and if there is an opportunity for diplomacy, they're in the best position at the bargaining table. I don't have anything to offer you today about the likelihood or the proximity of any kind of negotiations. Right now, what the Ukrainians are focused on is defending their critical infrastructure against these barbaric attacks that are killing civilians and harming the basic functioning of the economy, and trying to take their territory back. The United States is not pressuring Ukraine. We're not insisting on things with Ukraine. What we are doing is consulting as partners and showing our support, not just through public statements or moral support, but through the tangible physical support of the kind of military assistance I mentioned before. Yeah.
Thank you, Jake. Just a quick follow-up on Kherson first. You said that you'd be watching actions instead of just hearing what they're saying. Do you have any indication that a withdrawal has actually started?
We do see some indications of movement consistent with what the announcements were yesterday, but this is an involved operation. The Russians had flowed a significant number of forces and personnel into Kherson City and to the west side of the Dnieper River. So it's not the kind of thing you just snap your fingers and it's done. So we will want to see how it actually unfolds in the coming days before we make any judgments about whether the Russians are fully following through on the announcement they made, or whether they're going to choose to change course at some point. And we'll continue to stay in close touch with the Ukrainians on that as well.
And to follow up on Kristen's questions about Griner, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I didn't hear whether you have a condition for her, a current condition, how she's doing since she's been transferred to the penal colony.
Sorry, in the start of my answer to Kristen, what I said is to protect confidentiality. I'm not going to speak to her condition from the podium today.
And one more question, unrelated, sorry. The president yesterday said that it should be, that Elon Musk's acquisition of Twitter should be looked into as a potential threat to national security. Can you offer anything about why? And he also said there are many ways to look into that. How would you look into that?
Well, you heard the president yesterday, and the CFIUS process is the normal process through which transactions that might have a national security nexus get reviewed, and I will defer to the CFIUS process rather than comment on it further from this podium.
Thanks, Chief. At the G20, would it be better if Putin was there? I mean, he's arguably the most consequential player on some of those big issues that are going to be discussed, food security and energy security.
Well, you'll have to ask President Putin in the Kremlin why he's decided not to go, as it appears he has decided not to go. It's not really for me to comment on. What I can say is that President Biden is going to advance an affirmative agenda on all the issues that I laid out, and he'll do that regardless of who's sitting in the chair on the Russian side.
Can I ask on China, can you give an update on the kind of efforts that were launched before about a sustained dialogue on risk reduction, the strategic stability talks? Where do those stand? What has been the impediment to try to get those risk reduction talks going?
Well, first, we do believe that with the U.S. and Chinese militaries operating in proximity to one another in the Indo-Pacific, in many different areas of the Indo-Pacific, it is important to have channels of communication between our militaries so that we can avoid accidents, miscalculation, escalation, and we can avoid having anything that might tip over into conflict. That to us is important, that type of communication, that type of engagement. Further, we've expressed our concerns about aspects of strategic stability in the context of China as we have in the context of Russia. And we've indicated that good substantive dialogue between significant countries like the U.S. and China can help produce greater stability over time. I'm not going to get ahead of the conversations between the two presidents. These topics, of course, will be touched on. What comes of that, in what form, over what time, with what participation, I won't get ahead of today. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. The president said yesterday that he found it interesting that Russia waited until after the midterm elections to announce this withdrawal from Kherson. The implication being that Russia was held off on withdrawing to have some kind of effect on the midterms. So was the president just speculating there, or do you guys have any evidence to back that up? And then I have a Griner question.
I think what the president said should be taken at face value. He thought it was interesting timing that you had the election on November 8th, and on November 9th they made the significant announcement in Kherson, and I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. And then on Brittany Griner, given that the president said that he would be open to meeting Putin to discuss Brittany Griner's situation, would the president be willing to meet with the foreign minister Sergei Lavrov at the G20 to discuss Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan?
There's no plans for the president to meet with the Russian foreign minister.
So I want to ask you about Lebanon. Do you think this administration will deal with any elected president in Lebanon is backed up from Iran and Syria?
Well, I don't want to get ahead of, and I don't want to make categorical statements because we'll have to see what comes out of the democratic process in Lebanon. What I will say is that the president did directly engage with President Aoun just a couple of weeks ago in the process of bringing to conclusion a historic and significant maritime agreement involving Israel and Lebanon. So we certainly believe it's in the United States' national security interest to have a relationship with the government of Lebanon because we think that that can help with regional security, with America's security, with Israel's security, and ultimately with the security and prosperity of the people of Lebanon. But I'm not going to respond to hypotheticals about a president who doesn't yet exist.
One more question. Hezbollah has been obstructing justice regarding the investigation of the Beirut explosion and its allies as well. What this administration is doing to push that forward? We have over 226 victims, and no one really revealed any truth about this big tragedy.
It continues to be the focus of the U.S. government as it has been from the day that President Biden came into office to try and drive towards answers and accountability when it comes to that explosion. And we'll continue to work that as actively as we possibly can. Yeah.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan here answering a number of questions related to not only the ongoing war, but also President Biden's upcoming trips. Live Now from Fox going to step away for a 2-minute break. We'll pick things back up from this place when we return here again in just a moment.
The investigation of the Beirut explosion and its allies as well. What this administration is doing to push that forward, we have over 226 victims, and no one really revealed any truth about this big tragedy.
It continues to be the focus of the U.S. government as it has been from the day that President Biden came into office to try and drive towards answers and accountability when it comes to that explosion. And we'll continue to work that as actively as we possibly can. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jake. Questions about Brazil after Asia. Are you going to Brazil to meet with the president-elect Lula?
So we haven't finalized plans, but I have been in touch with senior members of the president-elect's team because we want to be able to coordinate very closely with them. Whether that involves me going down there or some folks coming here, we're still working out. But I think that you can expect face-to-face engagement at high levels between the incoming team and our team so that we can hit the ground running once President-elect Lula becomes president on January 1st.
Follow up, what kind of challenge do you see with the new government of Brazil, for example, related to the Russia war in Ukraine? Lula said he will talk with Russia and Ukraine to try to end the war. What do you think about that? And today, Secretary Kerry met with Lula's team and they discussed help to protect the Amazon. What kind of assistance is the United States considering?
So President Biden has had a very long-standing view that it is the obligation of the United States and other major economies to help Brazil protect its rainforest. The same goes for other countries with significant rainforests like Indonesia. And so he's going to look for an early opportunity to sit with the incoming president, who has expressed a real commitment and motivation to protect the Amazon, and talk about a variety of forms of assistance we can give. Not just technical assistance, but financial assistance as well. That's something President Biden sees as a real priority. And with respect to Russia's war on Ukraine, President Biden had an opportunity briefly to speak with the president-elect shortly after his victory, and they agreed that they would talk in detail about all of these issues, including the Ukraine issue, when they have the chance to meet in person. I'm not going to get ahead of that conversation because I think the two of them should have the chance to talk before I characterize it. Yeah.
Thank you.
General Milley yesterday had a pretty staggering assessment of the casualties from Russian casualties in this war so far, saying that 100,000 have been wounded or killed. Can you discuss what impact is this having on Putin domestically in terms of support for this war, and just how long do you think Russia can keep operating at this casualty rate?
Well, the numbers are really quite striking, and we're talking about just an immense amount of suffering on the part not just of those who have died or been injured in the war in Ukraine, but their families and their communities across Russia. And one of the reasons why we believe that Russia should end this war and leave Ukraine is for the good of those families and communities inside Russia. It is difficult at the moment for us to characterize the internal political situation inside Russia. For one thing, you've got the tight control of the Kremlin on the communications apparatus and on the political apparatus in that country. For another, all of us in this room see surprises in our own domestic political context, so trying to be effective armchair analysts of another country's political process is something we should have significant humility about. But we are watching closely for these impacts, economically, socially, and beyond, because you simply cannot visit upon your country this level of suffering without it having reverberating impacts of various kinds. So we will have to see how that unfolds.
And how long do you think they could keep operating at this level of casualties?
Well, first, it's clear that the fact of Russian military losses on the battlefield is having an impact on their ability to hold territory in Ukraine. We've seen that in Kharkiv. We've seen that in the announcement that they have made about Kherson. So it's having an impact. But the larger how long question is not one that I can put a timetable on, because war is inherently unpredictable. And so all we can do is continue to try and make sure that for our purposes, we're giving Ukraine what it needs to do its part. And then we will, of course, analyze how Russia is postured and positioned as we go forward.
Yes. So I wanted to ask two questions about the meeting with President Xi. One, yesterday, the president did not commit to telling President Xi that they would, or the U.S. would, defend Taiwan militarily. How should Taiwan be interpreting that answer? And secondly, the Treasury released a report today saying that, or criticizing China for not being more transparent about its foreign exchange policy, and explicitly calling it a failure. Will the two leaders speak about that tomorrow as well?
So on your first question, as many of you know, having seen President Biden go into consequential meetings with foreign counterparts, he doesn't like to characterize what he's going to say to them. He likes to actually go say it to them. And as for how Taiwan might react to that, we'll have the opportunity as an administration to brief Taiwan on the results of that meeting. And I'm confident that they will feel very secure and comfortable in the United States' position when it comes to our support for peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait, and our commitment to the Taiwan Relations Act, which does commit the United States to ensuring we're providing the articles for Taiwan's defense. Yeah. Oh, and you asked about the FX report. I would just say that this has been a long-standing concern of the United States. It's been reflected in previous reports. It doesn't come as a significant surprise, but it is an area of significant concern for the United States. And I can't tell you standing here today whether that particular topic will come up among the wide range of things we have to discuss with the PRC.
Questions on Egypt. Can you give us a little bit of details about the bilat between the President and President Sisi? Is regional security is one of the issues going to be discussed? And on the meeting with Xi Jinping, can you give us some kind of assessment of how do you see Russia position vis-a-vis, China position vis-a-vis Russia? Do you think that you were able to neutralize him from supporting Russia so far? And what more do you think that the president can raise issues to make sure that they will stay the way it is and not involved with the war in Ukraine?
So first on the PRC, we have not, since President Biden and President Xi spoke some months ago, seen the PRC providing military equipment, weapons for use on the battlefield in Ukraine. And we have not seen kind of wholesale efforts to backfill or undermine the sanctions regime, though, of course, the PRC has continued its economic relationship with Russia over the course of the past many months. One other positive signal that we have seen was during the recent visit by the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, to the PRC, the statement on nuclear weapons and Xi Jinping specifically talking about the need to avoid the use of or even the threat of the use of nuclear weapons anywhere in the world. And in that context of that conversation, we regarded that as constructive. On the other hand, we believe that, of course, every country in the world should do more to prevail upon Russia, especially those who have relationships with Russia, to end this war and leave Ukraine. President Biden will have the opportunity to talk in detail about the Ukraine crisis during his meeting with President Xi. On the meeting with Sisi, it will cover a range of issues between the U.S. in terms of our strategic partnership, as well as issues in the region. And that includes, of course, Egypt's role in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. President Biden and President Sisi engaged directly last year during the conflict in Gaza. Ongoing efforts to deal with both Gaza and the West Bank. Egypt has a stake and a role in, and they'll discuss that. They'll discuss what's happening in Yemen, where Egypt also has an important role to play, as well as a number of other critical issues in the area.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Jack. I have two questions. North Korea has criticized the recent cyber security conference held by the United States. When the President Biden and South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol at this meeting today, will the two leaders discuss North Korea's cyber hacking, include nuclear issues? Second question, do you think North Korea will conduct its 7th nuclear test during the G20 and the SM summit? If so, how will you respond?
Well, we've been very transparent about our concern that North Korea, that the DPRK would conduct its 7th nuclear test at some point in this broader time frame. And by broader, I mean we've been talking about this now for a couple of months. That window still remains open. Our concern still remains real. Whether it happens in the next week or not, I can't say. We are also concerned about further potential long-range missile tests in addition to the possibility of a nuclear test. And so we'll be watching carefully for both of those. We are in very tight coordination with both the ROK and Japan, and the trilateral meeting that the three leaders will be able to have on the margins of the East Asia Summit, I think will be a significant milestone in the trilateral relationship and will help only strengthen coordination on DPRK. Yes, I do think that the broader threat posed by North Korea in the cyber domain will be a topic of conversation between the President of the ROK and the President of the United States. Yeah, on India, and then I'll do one more.
Thank you very much, sir. My question is on U.S.-India relations. President Biden has good relations with many global leaders around the globe. They can pick up the phone and call to each other. He has similar relations with the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. And second part of the question is, if President Biden is visiting India anytime soon, because 1.3 billion people are waiting to welcome him, and at the same time, if Prime Minister Modi is visiting the White House. Thank you, sir.
So first, India is the president of the G20 next year. So President Biden certainly will intend to be a participant in that G20. I don't have anything to announce about visits prior to that to India or visits to the White House, but I would point out Prime Minister Modi has already been to the White House since President Biden took office, and the two of them have had the opportunity to meet in person multiple times and to talk by phone multiple times and to talk on video multiple times. When you add all that up, it is a productive, very practical relationship between these two leaders who see common interests on a number of critical issues and have really worked together to strengthen the U.S.-India partnership. And President Biden is looking forward to seeing Prime Minister Modi at the G20 this year as well as we look ahead to next year. And I'll do the last question.
Thank you, Jake. Two quick questions. One, you mentioned sort of a robust agenda for Biden
in his bilat with Sisi. Does he intend, though, to bring up human rights and specifically call for the release of jailed activist Alaa El-Fatah? Is that part of his agenda with Sisi?
So, as President Biden, I think, has said to many of you, he feels you're not the American president. You're not really doing your job as the American president if you're not raising issues of human rights. So you can expect that he will raise human rights issues in that meeting, as he will with other leaders that he encounters at the G20. On the particular case of Alaa Abdel Fattah, we have been in high-level communication with the Egyptian government on this case. We have deep concern about it. We would like to see him freed. We have had discussions through very senior channels, and I think you can expect that those conversations will continue on the ground in Sharm el-Sheikh when we get there. Thank you, guys.
Just real quick on Xi Jinping and the meeting there. President Biden has obviously met with him many times in the past. Some of the success of those meetings was seen to be a little bit of open-ended and sometimes informalities. This will be different, but is there anything that you guys are doing to try to recreate those sort of more informal exchanges that the two of them had, or is it sort of a meeting set up with many people alongside each side of the table that makes those types of informal discussions more difficult?
So the current setup of the meeting is one in which each of them will meet alongside their teams, but even in instances on video conferences where each leader has had their team with them, the hallmark of their engagement, no matter who's in the room, is one where they don't just read talking points, they don't just kind of march methodically through each of their scripts. They actually do have a robust back and forth, and it's on the bigger picture. Where is this relationship headed? Where is the PRC headed? Where is the U.S. headed? And especially at this moment, as the president comes out of these midterms, as Xi Jinping comes out of the 20th Party Congress, that bigger picture conversation is probably the most important element of this meeting. That's what the president has on his mind going in, and I think for that reason, it is going to be an important and, in my view, highly constructive contribution to how we manage this relationship going forward. Sorry, guys.
All right, so National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan answering quite a few questions, especially on some of the upcoming trips that President Biden is going to be leaving for today. You can see White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. She is stepping up to the podium, going to continue things along here in the White House press briefing. We'll be continuing to listen in right here from this point when we return here on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to also keep track of Tropical Storm Nicole. You can see here it is now just making its way off the mainland before entering into the Gulf of Mexico. It will then turn northward before affecting more of Florida as well as some of our southeastern states. So there's still a lot of effects happening from all of that rain that it is bringing all across the Sunshine State. Not so sunny today for many parts of Florida as they are dealing with some heavy rain, as well as also some flooding. We even have been hearing some reports of some erosion happening from some of the impacts of this flooding. So what we want to do is, before we get back into the White House press briefing, we want to play out a couple top stories we're keeping an eye on, especially since Nicole is affecting Florida's East Coast and all across the peninsula here with that rain and winds. Let's go ahead and give you more details on this storm with Fox Weather's Will Nunley.
Tropical Storm Nicole drenched Florida's east coast on Thursday, churning up large waves and pouring water into streets. The system made landfall just south of Vero Beach overnight as a Category 1 hurricane. At times, it packed 75-mile-an-hour winds. The conditions further eroded beaches impacted by Hurricane Ian just weeks ago.
After the storm, there will be likely be flooding in some areas, so make sure to avoid floodwaters as they may be down power lines and other hazards.
Nicole's gusty winds extended hundreds of miles inland. Thousands are left without power, and some 16,000 linemen have been staged to respond to the outages. The storm already dropped several inches of rain on parts of the southeast, and forecasters expect Nicole will continue drenching the region through Friday. Here in South Carolina, the system was already churning up large waves on Wednesday, causing minor flooding near beaches. Some people fear the conditions could impact cleanup efforts from Ian.
I know there's so much fear. We're not in the same wheelhouse. This is a very different event.
Nicole also impacting travel in the sky, forcing the cancellation of hundreds of flights.
We woke up really early. Our flight was actually at 5. We're kind of just crossing our fingers and playing it by ear, so hopefully it gets out of here.
Forecasters expect Nicole to weaken as it tracks across the southeast. In the Fox Weather Beast from Charleston, South Carolina, Will Nunley, Fox Weather.
Thank you, Will, for giving us more updates on that story. I do want to just pop up this live look. Our Dow right now up in the green. We always love to show it off when it has so much green across the big board, up more than 800, 900 points here. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this. But let's also go and get a fresh look at how hot inflation ran in October. We do have Fox Business Network's Jerry Willis giving us some more details.
The latest reading on inflation showing a cooling in October. Year over year, the consumer price index up 7.7%. Economists were expecting an 8% increase. Month over month, CPI was up 0.4%. That is less than forecast. Still, inflation continues to run near a 40-year high as persistent prices squeeze millions of U.S. households and small businesses.
You can't avoid seeing the prices increase. That's a reality for anyone who's going out living their lives, especially with 2 young kids. That's a lot of dollar signs that we're thinking about day in and day out.
Even with a slowdown in the inflation rate, it still remains well above the Fed's 2% target.
Let's talk about what's happening when we're near 4 to 5% inflation and how hard it's going to be to get down to 2. That's my concern right now. The celebration's too early.
The stock market jumping on the better than expected data. The market is looking for indications inflation is moderating, hoping the Fed will be less aggressive in raising interest rates to fight inflation. And more good news, used car prices on their way down as supply chain problems ease. In New York, Jerry Willis, Fox Business.
And finally, another top story we want to bring to you as we have these live pictures coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. This showing us Maricopa County, the election department, as they are still counting ballots on some key races in Arizona. Let's go ahead and get the very latest on what voters had to say during this 2022 midterm election season.
The vote count continues in a number of states at this hour, 2 days post-election, with control of Congress on the line. The Senate could go either way, but the GOP is predicted to take control of the House.
It was a split decision. We wanted a unanimous decision, but we didn't get it.
I think it was a very good night for the Democrats
given the expectations before Election Day.
Although the predicted red wave doesn't seem to have materialized, voters are still frustrated, with Fox News voter analysis showing 75% of Americans feel the country is going in the wrong direction.
What in the next 2 years do you intend to do differently to change people's opinion of the direction of the country, particularly as you contemplate a run for president in 2024?
Nothing, because they're just finding out what we're doing.
He's saying, well, look, we didn't get shellacked or even close to it, so we'll just keep doing what we're doing. I don't think that's an answer that will play well with a lot of people.
High inflation also not playing well. Nearly half of voters said the economy was the most important issue facing the country, and this morning they got a bit of good news. New numbers show inflation increased 7.7% year over year in October, rising at a slower pace than expected and sending stocks soaring.
The cooling inflation rate could ease pressure on the economy and put voters in a better mood. Right now, only 4% of Americans say they're enthusiastic about how the government is working. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And thank you again to all of our reporters keeping us up to date on some of these top stories happening across the country. We're going to step away for another 2-minute break. When we come back, yes, we're still tracking Nicole as it's making its way across Florida, but we'll take you back out to the White House, finish out that White House press briefing. Here's just a live picture. We do still have our press secretary giving us more details on all of these topics, plus President Biden going to be traveling around the world. We'll give you this coming up here in just 2 minutes.
Okay. Gonna do another like 15 minutes. Chris, you want to kick us off?
Sure. A question about cryptocurrencies. Interested administration seeing those things crash, and should regulators be taking a harder look at these things to protect investors at this point?
So I'm not able to comment on it, on what specific actions independent regulators should or should not take on this particular issue. But what I can say is the administration is aware of the recent developments on this, and we'll just continue to monitor the situation.
Should the administration do legislation, new things that should be done to protect people?
So look, the administration, as you know, Chris, has consistently maintained that without proper oversight, cryptocurrencies, it risks harming everyday Americans. So this is something that clearly we monitor and that we see as an important issue. But the most recent news further underscores these concerns and highlights why prudent regulation of cryptocurrencies is indeed needed. The White House, along with the relevant agencies, will again closely monitor the situation as it develops.
Just a quick follow-up on foreign policy first. Kevin McCarthy has said that he would love to lead a congressional delegation to Taiwan. I'm just curious if you would discourage him from doing that if he becomes Speaker.
That's not something I'm going to speak to about. As you know, when you all were asking us about the Speaker's travel, we did not comment about her travel. We're certainly not going to do that with Kevin McCarthy.
Okay, and then just on the CPI statement this morning from the President, most of the increase that we saw in inflation last month was due to rising costs for shelter. President Biden's statement didn't mention that. What is the administration doing to contain the rampant run-up in rents right now?
Of shelter specifically? So I don't have anything right now to share with you on that specific piece of the data. As you know, the report, the way that we saw it, and as the President says, it shows that we are making progress, which is important as we talk about CPI, on bringing inflation down. As you know, inflation has been a number one top priority when it comes to the economy, those lowering costs for the American people. And so without giving up all of our progress clearly that we have made with the economy, when we look at the labor market, the job creation. So the President Economic Plan, as we know, as we see it right now, because of this data and many other pieces of data that we have seen, we are seeing some strength, and it continues to grow. And we are put in a situation to manage our economy through these global challenges. So again, we think that the data that we saw with CPI is a step forward. The President clearly is going to continue to do the work to bring down cost for the American people. We've talked about the gas prices and also Inflation Reduction Act, so that will continue to be. But that particular piece of the data, I don't have anything to share with you on that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Karine. President Biden yesterday drew some red lines on issues where he will not compromise with Republicans: Medicare, Social Security, a national abortion ban. He also did say that he would be willing to compromise with Republicans on some other issues, but he didn't say which ones specifically. So what are the areas where you guys do see room for compromise with Republicans?
So as you know, all the results are not in yet, so don't want to get ahead of that. And we'll have a better sense, hopefully in the next couple of days, if not the next couple of weeks, of what the complexion of the Congress is going to look like. I think what the President was trying to say is that the American people made themselves very clear. The last couple of months, you've heard the President lay out the stark contrasts. He laid out the choices that the American people had to make just a couple days ago, and they were very clear about that, which is making sure that we continue to lower costs, making sure that we do not repeal Inflation Reduction Act, making sure that we continue to deliver for the American people, making sure that, let's not forget, democracy was also a choice that the American people made. And so that's what he's talking about. He's talking about basically the wins that we have been able to deliver for the American people. He's not willing to roll that back. And as we know, congressional Republicans made themselves very clear leading up to Tuesday that they were going to roll back Medicare. They were going to roll back Social Security, not even roll it back, just cut it all off, right? Chop it out. And so the President's saying he's just not willing to do that. And let's not forget, these are issues that the American people see as very popular and important to them. So that's what he's talking about.
You don't want to get ahead of the results, but it was the President who said yesterday that he'd be willing to compromise on certain issues. So has he not thought through what those issues would be? It's just
No, I hear your question. You're saying he's being willing to compromise, but at the same time, we have to see what the results are. And of course he's going to say that. He's the President of the United States. Of course he's going to say, I'm willing to work with the other side. We're talking about President Biden, who has done that. He also laid out that he has, since his administration in the past 20 plus months, he has passed 200 bipartisan laws, signed 200 bipartisan laws. And so he is saying that he's willing to work with the other side, as he has said before. But once we know what we're working with in the next, hopefully, a couple of days, if not longer, then we'll have those conversations and can talk more.
And then quickly on democracy, the President yesterday talked about, this being an example that democracy works. He really emphasized that. I think he's expected to talk about that later today as well. I know that you guys have pointed to some statewide races where some prominent election deniers did not win, but I believe at the latest count, at least 145 election deniers running for the U.S. U.S. House have won their races. So given that, how does the president assess the state of U.S. democracy and the health of that democracy when so many election deniers are being elected to Congress, a majority of the Republican caucus?
So the president has been very clear that he still sees that he believes our democracy is still under threat and that the American people have to defend it. That's something that he's going to continue to say. And the part of that is rejecting election lies or those who would use violence to overthrow democracy. And so you did see that from the American people. But again, it's still under threat. One election will not change that, right? And so there's still work to be done. There's still work to strengthen our democracy, and there's still work to protect our democracy. Again, it's not going to happen under one election or even 2020 election, right? We've continued to work towards that. Again, Mary. I'll come to the back in a second.
Can you describe more the president's phone call yesterday with Leader McCarthy? You noted they don't have much of a personal relationship, so how did it go? Did he get a sense that there are areas where they will be able to compromise going forward?
I'm not going to get into more details into that private conversation. I'm sure Leader McCarthy will have more to say on his end. But look, I think the way to look at the conversation and the president speaking with Kevin McCarthy is that he is willing, as he said yesterday, to work with folks on the other side of the aisle, as he has in the past. He's willing to do things in a bipartisan way. This is a president who has made that a priority, not just as president, but as vice president and also as senator. And so he is, just as long we are delivering for the American people, that is something that he wants to see. And we've done that. Let's not forget the gun legislation. We saw a movement on guns that we hadn't seen in 30 years, the bipartisan infrastructure legislation, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act to actually really give some relief, some health care to our veterans. So there's ways that we can work together, but we'll see. We'll see what the agenda will be.
We are listening in here with White House Press Secretary as she is giving us a briefing. We won't have one from her for quite a bit of time as President Biden is going to be traveling around. He leaves today. What we'll do is send some viewers out to their final 2-minute break of this hour. Continue listening in to the White House Press Briefing right here on Live Now from Fox.
But again, I don't have anything right now to lay out as far as any travel that the president will be making.
Has Warnock made a request?
I actually have not heard of a request. I just don't have anything to share on that.
Okay.
Creed, thank you so much. The president's obviously going to this climate summit, COP27. How does he reassure leaders, given that he is anticipating a Republican Congress, that any new agreements that they come to will be carried out here, will be codified if need be, given that he's got to reach across the aisle?
We'd say that last part, how can he
reassure the leaders that whatever new agreements they reach there will be carried out, will be codified here, given that we are expecting that he will be working with Republicans?
I mean, this is a president who has been in front of world leaders, who has traveled abroad, as you know, multiple times in the past 20+ months of his presidency. And let's not forget, as vice president, and let's not forget, as senator. So he has, as we know, a lot of respect for some of these leaders. He has very close relationships with many of these leaders. He has done business, if you will, and talked about really key important issues over the last few years, if not decades. So I think there's a level of trust and understanding on how this works. And, I also feel as if, I also think that we don't want to go too far, right? Because we're still waiting on results. We're still waiting on what will happen with Congress, both the Senate and the House. But again, it was a good night for Democrats. It was a historic night for Democrats. And like Jake said, just from here, just moments ago, the president goes goes to Asia with the wind at his back. And it's not the first time. One of the last times he went, it was the bipartisan infrastructure legislation. There are wins that they have seen us deliver on. And so I think there is a level of trust with this particular president.
I just want to ask you one quickly on the economy. Inflation not as high as was expected, but we are hearing about these layoffs in these major companies, Meta and Twitter. What is the message to American companies who are concerned that those layoffs could be a sign that the economy could be headed toward a
person?
So we are aware of the layoffs at Meta and other tech companies that you just laid out, Kristen. I don't have a comment on the moves announced by Meta today specifically, but more broadly speaking, the most recent jobs and CPI report, the one from today, suggests that the U.S. economy continues to grow, and it's also adding jobs, which is incredibly important. And Americans are beginning to see a much more needed break in inflation. So that does matter. If you just look at CPI, let's not forget the GDP, where we saw the last quarter, we saw the economy grow by 2.6%. All these data points matter as to how we're growing and where we're headed in an economy.
You've said several times from this perch right here that the White House wants to remain independent from the Justice Department. I cover the Justice Department at DOJ. Those folks will say we want to stay totally independent. I know Jake was asked earlier by Weija about this comment with Elon Musk and having people, it's worthy of looking into Elon Musk's relationship with other businesses. He talked about CFIUS. CFIUS is made up of the Treasury Department and DOJ officials. The president has been criticized in the past for talking about the Department of Justice and looking into people relating to January 6 subpoenas. What did he mean? What does that mean when the president says worthy of being looked into? It's raising some questions.
So the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, just answered that question. I'm just not going to go beyond that. He is, as you know, the advisor to the National Security Council. I'm just not going to go beyond that. And as the president said, and as I have said many times, we just refer you to the committee. I don't have anything else to add.
I agree. And one follow-up, I wanted to ask Jake this. When the president meets with President Xi, it's their first time meeting in person since President Biden took office. When he comes back, I know it's too early to tell if Republicans are going to take control of the Senate, of the House. If so, even if one body, they want to investigate, and when I say they, I mean Republicans, the origins of COVID-19. That's something Republicans have on their agenda. They've been talking about it. Will President Biden ask President Xi about the origins of COVID-19 and bring up that issue with him in person?
Again, I'm not going to get, and Jake has said this as well, I'm not going to get ahead of the agenda of what they're going to discuss. When they have their bilat, certainly we will share the conversation and what came up. The president has always been clear on getting to the bottom of COVID, and has been very clear in reports that we have put out on the origins of COVID as well. But I'm just not going to get ahead of that conversation. Go ahead.
Thanks, Karine. The president said yesterday, I'm not going to change anything in a fundamental way. But the president's approval ratings are still low. An overwhelming majority of voters in exit polls said the country's headed in a wrong direction, especially on the economy. So how is the White House sort of squaring those two things? Is there no change needed, I guess, in terms of satisfying those voters who are saying that they think the country's headed in a wrong direction?
Well, we think that, well, let me step back for a second. What the president was talking about, that he wasn't going to renegotiate things that have already passed, right? You think about the Inflation Reduction Act, and you think about what that's going to do for the American people, lowering costs, which is something that he has said that is going to be a priority for him, and continuing to do that. Lowering healthcare costs, lowering energy costs, which he also said this yesterday, American people are going to feel early next year, which is just a few weeks away, a month or two away. And so that's what, when we talk about that, Republicans were very clear. They wanted to repeal that. They wanted to take away the Inflation Reduction Act. And so that's what the president was talking about, making sure that we do not take away the things that we have been able to accomplish, the successes that we have been able to see for the American people. Look, I know you're talking about the president's poll, but the thing about it is, when you look at these pieces of legislation, when you look at the work that we have done, when you look at the issues that the president has worked on, they're all popular. You think about abortion rights, and you think about how that was a top priority for the American people. That is something the president is working on. You think about inflation. Yes, the American people are feeling that every day, but the president has also worked on these issues, and those are the things he's not going to stop on. Those are the things he's not going to pull back on. Trying to lower gas prices as another example of the things that he's done.
Thanks, Green. Prior to the election, the president said that he would send a bill that would codify Roe v. Wade to Congress if Democrats gain 2 seats. At best, he may only gain 1 seat in the Senate. So is it still his intention to send a bill to codify it?
So I'll say this. What's clear in this week's election, what we saw on Tuesday, is that Americans don't want to see a constitutional right that they had for 50 years taken away. They made that very clear. We saw that in California, Vermont, Michigan, when they enshrined abortion rights in their own state from voters. We saw in Montana and Kentucky where they rejected measures that would have restricted access to reproductive care. So they made their voices very, very clear. They want to see their access to reproductive care protected, and they want to see Roe codified. And we're going to do everything that we can to make that happen from here. Again, we have to see what the results are. I know that you just laid out that we potentially could pick up, have the Senate by one, but we just have to see what the complexion of Congress is going to look like, and then we'll move forward from there.
Is there anything else that the president thinks he can do if there is only one seat in the Senate? Codifying Roe would be difficult, so is there anything else to ensure abortion access?
Well, look, the president has certainly taken actions from the federal government with the HHS agency and Department of Justice. We've laid out executive actions that the president has taken. We're always looking to see what else we can do. But again, the president has always been very clear. In order to really make sure that we protect women's rights, we have to take action on the legislative level, and he's going to do everything that he can. Let's not forget, people have said he wasn't going to get the bipartisan infrastructure legislation done. He got it done. People didn't think he was going to get the CHIPS and Science Act done. We got it done. People didn't think we were going to get the guns legislation done in a bipartisan way. We got that done. That was after the last time that we were able to do that was 30 years ago. So we have been able to get things done, and that's because of this president's leadership. So again, we're going to continue to focus on that and make sure that we actually, deliver for what the American people want from us.
All right, so once again, Karine Jean-Pierre here giving us some more updates on all of these topics that Americans care about across the country. Plus, he's going to be traveling today to Egypt. He's going to a climate conference before then doing a East Asia summit and finally the G20 summit as well. So this White House press conference, something we'll get back into a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox, but it is a new hour. And of course, we always like to bring you more content that we haven't had a chance to get to yet here today. Thank you to all of our viewers who are watching here with us. My name is Christy Larson. I want to show you just a couple of these different events that we do have happening before getting into our next piece. So right now, again, we did have the White House press briefing. We do also have a State Department briefing with spokesperson Ned Price. Plus, we also have a Pentagon press briefing
of our United
that's also taking place here at this time. So we'll get into some of these other briefings in just a bit. But let's go ahead and take a live look at the markets. Boy, it is so good to see it in the green. We've been cheering here at Live Now from Fox as we are now up more than 1,000 points in the green. So we'll continue to watch this. We have a couple hours left in our trading day. But I want to take us out to another story that just happened a little bit earlier here. We just had remarks wrapped up with the D.C. Attorney General. He announced Thursday that the district is filing a lawsuit against Dan Snyder, the Commanders' NFL commissioner, Roger Goodell, as well as the NFL. This during an investigation. He just wrapped up some remarks. We were rolling on it. We're going to play it out here for all of our viewers so you can listen more into this announcement that was made just moments ago. Again, here's the D.C. Attorney General.
Good afternoon. And thank you, everyone who could join us here live as well as live stream. Every day at the Office of Attorney General of the District of Columbia, we work extremely hard to make our city fairer, more safe, and more just. That means